White waves surged skyward beneath a sapphire sky washed clean. On a sunlit beach where light glittered across the water, a few white-shelled sand crabs crept cautiously toward a morsel of food nearby. Several vultures circled overhead in the sky, also eyeing the food on the beach, their wings poised to swoop down for a feast. Suddenly, the approaching sand crabs froze in their tracks and swiftly retreated into burrows in the sand. A flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the circling vultures. Huh, what happened? The food struggled and turned over. It was clearly a teenage boy. The blinding sunlight made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Huff cough. Who am I? His body ached all over. Suddenly the boy's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. A violent headache crashed over him like a burning brand pressed into his skull. A flood of chaotic memories tumbled, clashed, and merged inside his mind. Even with no strength left in his body, he rolled involuntarily on the sand, tumbling over a dozen times until the heart-piercing headache gradually subsided after some 10-odd minutes. Huff. His chest rose and fell with violent gasping. He opened his eyes slightly, gaze vacant and unfocused on the azure sky, where several vultures still circled. Transmigrated. East Sea. GOLD. Roger. Noah. Carnegie Noah. From this day forward, I am Carnegie Noah. As for the name from before, let it drift away with the wind. Noah lay quietly sprawled on the beach, accepting the reality of transmigration while silently sorting through the memories in his mind, both those from his past life and those of the original body's owner. All crucial pieces of information. The original body's owner was named Carnegie Noah, 13 years old this year, standing 184 centimeters tall and weighing 88 kilograms. Born on Starfish Island in the extreme Star Islands, the region where Lowtown was located. His parents had been killed by pirates 3 years ago, leaving him an orphan who now lived off his parents' inheritance and fishing. Today he ended up lying on the beach because while out fishing, his small fishing boat was attacked by a sea beast and disintegrated at sea. Fortunately, the sea beast was fighting another sea beast, allowing him to escape, and the ocean current carried him to a nearby shore. Noah endured his exhaustion and crawled toward a coconut tree not far away. A cool sea breeze and the shade of the coconut tree shielded his body from the direct sun. Leaning against the coconut tree, Noah gazed out at the distant sea surface, but spotted no ships. However, he estimated his location was still near Starfish Island. After all, the original body's owner was an ordinary person. If he drifted at sea too long, the fish and sea beasts would have finished him off long ago. Since he had arrived, he would make the best of it. Noah calmed his emotions and continued sorting through the memories in his mind. This year was Sea Circle Calendar 1501. He had been shipwrecked on the morning of May 7th. The sun was still at its zenith, so he estimated it was still May 7th. The original body's family situation was very simple. 3 years ago, with the outbreak of the Great Pirate Era, the Marines encircled and suppressed pirates departing from Lowtown. One group of fleeing pirates passed near Starfish Island, leading to his parents being killed by them. Besides his parents, he still had an uncle, Carnegie Joseph, and a cousin, Carnegie Joshua, who were also fishermen on Starfish Island. It was thanks to Uncle Joseph's support that 10-year-old Noah had survived. Uncle Joseph should notice I'm missing soon. Noah gazed silently at the sea. He used to tell his uncle whenever he went out fishing. If he didn't return by evening, his uncle would quickly realize something had happened. He recalled the surroundings of Starfish Island. Starfish Island was located about 168 kilometers north of Lowtown in the Extreme Star Islands, serving as the main island of the Starfish Archipelago under the Extreme Star Islands. The archipelago contained 3 inhabited islands and 16 uninhabited islands with vegetation. The island beneath his feet was most likely one of the uninhabited islets of the Starfish Archipelago. He had visited all the inhabited islands before. Those islands had many fishing boats and merchant ships around them. But the sea here looking out contained nothing but seagulls and white clouds clearly off the busy shipping lanes. While sorting through his memories, he rested. Half an hour later, Noah felt his body no longer so exhausted and sore, so he quickly stood up and picked up a discarded bamboo pole over 3 meters long from the beach. He looked up at the coconut tree that had just provided him shade. Over a dozen green coconuts hung from its fronds. After over 20 minutes of poking, 2 green coconuts finally fell. Noah licked his parched lips, picked up the 2 green coconuts, and smashed them against a nearby reef. Smack, smack, crack. At the sound of the shell breaking, he quickly flipped the coconut over, pressed the cracked opening to his mouth, and a stream of sweet coconut water seeped out from the fissure. Gulp, gulp. Ha, refreshing. Noah wiped the coconut water from the corner of his mouth and continued drinking. Only after emptying both coconuts did his belly feel slightly full. He surveyed his surroundings. Along the shore of this small beach, over 20 coconut palms grew at scattered intervals, all bearing green coconuts. These coconuts would be his lifeline until he found fresh water. After drinking the coconut water and resting for about half an hour, Noah picked up the bamboo pole and tucked a few palm-sized stones into his pockets from the beach. He planned to explore the small thicket near the shore. Although this small, uninhabited island most likely had no large beasts, Noah still did not dare let his guard down. He grabbed stones from his pocket and hurled them at a thicket over 10 meters away, while simultaneously waving the bamboo pole to beat the surrounding grass and shrubs, startling out any creatures that might be hiding within. Sure enough, his caution was justified. In a nearby bush, a green snake struck by the bamboo pole swiftly slithered away to another area. In this primitive jungle, the most dangerous things were snakes, insects, rodents, and poisonous plants, trees, and mushrooms. After passing through over 20 meters of coastal mangrove, the terrain began to rise and bamboo appeared in abundance. No large wild beasts had been spotted so far. But the fresh water he was most concerned about he had not found. This made Noah's mood sink slightly. He continued exploring. About 200 meters into the bamboo forest, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far ahead, a large stretch of rugged rocky terrain appeared with a thin trickle of water seeping from the crevices between the stones. Without rushing forward, Noah continued beating the surrounding grass and shrubs to avoid any mishaps. Only when he was close to where the spring trickled down did he quickly catch a bit of water and lightly lick it with his tongue. It's fresh water. Wonderful. With fresh water secured, he could survive longer on the uninhabited island. After all, coconut water couldn't sustain him indefinitely. Noah picked up a cobblestone from his pocket and hurled it hard at a nearby rock. After a while, several stone fragments broke off. He selected one with a sharp edge and retraced his steps back through the bamboo forest. He found a moderately sized bamboo stalk and used the sharp edge of the stone to hack at it. After over 10 minutes, he finally broke the bamboo. Just then, Noah's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had faintly spotted something in the distance. What is this? Could it be? Noah gazed at a fist-sized fruit hanging from the tip of a bamboo branch amidst the sparse bamboo leaves bathed in the afternoon, slanting sunlight. Though several bamboo trees in this grove had borne fruit, this particular one held his attention unwaveringly. The reason was the faint visible patterns on the fruit's surface, distinctly different from other bamboo fruits. He raised his bamboo pole and struck toward the fruit. After 5 or 6 minutes of whacking, the fruit finally fell. Noah dropped the pole, picked up the fallen fruit, and saw that the greenish surface was covered with spiral arabesque patterns which themselves were composed of stacked square shapes. It really is a devil fruit. But this shape and type of devil fruit doesn't ring any bells. Judging by its form, I can first rule out the devil fruits I know. Should I eat it? His expression shifted uncertainly for a dozen seconds, then he gritted his teeth and shoved the entire fruit into his mouth. Noah didn't agonize much over whether to eat the devil fruit. He had no choice. Even if it was a common zoan type, he wouldn't complain. Many might covet the thunder fruit or the vampire fruit. The problem was that he was currently in the East Blue, and he was just an ordinary person. Even with strenuous training, he probably wouldn't immediately attain the combat power of a Commodore-level fighter. Without that level of strength, he couldn't even leave the East Blue, let alone venture to the Grand Line to seize the thunder fruit or vampire fruit. Now that a devil fruit lay before him, if he didn't eat it, what if pirates landed on this deserted island tomorrow, or there were hidden dangers here? That would be a regret beyond measure. Gulp. As the fruit was swallowed, a peculiar ripple began to surge through his body, and at the same time instinctive information surfaced in his mind. Card. I see, it's the card fruit. Noah slapped his palm against the bamboo, and immediately a card separated from the bamboo's surface. A blank card. Creation. Holding the card, countless thoughts flickered through his eyes. He picked up the stone he had used to strike the bamboo, and pressed it against the blank card. The stone sank into the card, as if into water, rapidly submerging into the blank surface. As the stone sank into the blank card, an image of the stone appeared on it. Noah could sense the stone inside the card along with a tiny space within, approximately 1 cubic meter in volume. Just as I expected, the user of the book fruit from the Big Mom Pirates could develop spatial storage within books. The card fruit can do the same. The two are very similar in this regard. Noah then tried to turn his own body into a card, but nothing happened. Clearly the card fruit belonged to the Paramecia type of creation and ability, not the Logia or Zoan type. He didn't complain about the card fruit being worthless. After all, there are no worthless fruits, only worthless users. Though that saying isn't absolute, it holds some truth. At least Noah didn't think the card fruit was useless. If developed well, its power could be formidable. After a preliminary trial of the fruit's abilities, he glanced at the blazing sun in the clear sky. There were only 2 or 3 hours left until evening, so he had to stop experimenting with the fruit. Dragging the broken bamboo, he moved not far from the rocky slope. Soon Noah found a suitable spot for a shelter. On one side of the rocky slope, near the bamboo grove, a large rock jutted out more than a meter. With some tidying, it could accommodate one person lying down. Before dark, he quickly gathered a large pile of dead branches and leaves from the bamboo grove and mangrove forest, and stripped some bark from a palm-like tree. This bark was perfect for weaving grass ropes. Soon he had woven a grass rope, and with the bamboo and a dry log he fashioned a simple bow drill. He carved a notch into a piece of hard deadwood, filled it with a pile of prepared wood shavings, and began pulling the bow drill. The hard wooden tip spun rapidly in the notch. After more than 10 minutes, sweat dripping from his forehead, Noah saw a wisp of smoke rising from the notch. He stopped the bow drill, and quickly leaned down. Huff, huff. He blew gently, and soon a tiny flame sprouted from the notch, spreading until it reached the critical point, where a small spark emerged from the pile of wood shavings. He added more dead branches and leaves, and soon the fire began to blaze. With fire, Noah felt much more at ease. He placed a small pile of large logs into the fire, then lit a wooden torch, and carrying the card that sealed a cubic meter of dead branches and leaves went under the large rock. Release. The card's seal was undone, and the stored dead branches and leaves were released. He lit them and smoked the area around the base of the large rock to drive away any snakes, insects, or rodents. Half an hour later, he used several cubic meters of sand collected from the beach to extinguish the flames under the rock, then dragged over a dozen bamboo poles to form a simple barrier around the large rock. Then he built a campfire on one side of the rock. Evening. The sun set in the west. Inside the simple shelter there were already several hundred caddies of firewood, a few green coconuts, and on a stone stove half a coconut shell was roasting, filled with boiled clams and sand crabs. Noah picked up the other half of the coconut shell and took a sip of hot water. Then he smeared some herb juice, from a plant called ghost chrysanthemum, on his face and exposed limbs. Its effect was to repel mosquitoes and insects. Many residents of Starfish Island would collect it and dry it to make mosquito coils, but he didn't have time to dry it now, so he applied it directly. After a simple meal of sandy clams and sand crabs, the sky grew completely dark. He sat cross-legged on the sand, adding firewood, while studying the card fruit. He picked up a burning piece of wood and tried to seal it into a card. However, the moment the card touched the flame, it ignited, and the card fruit's power imbued in the bamboo card dissipated. Wooden cards are afraid of fire. Noah pondered, then pried a stone card from the rock wall behind him. He tried sealing the burning wood again, and this time it succeeded. The stone card now bore an image of a burning piece of wood. Looking at the pattern on the stone card, another thought struck him. Is time frozen inside the card space? Half an hour later, he released the seal on the stone card. The burning wood was exactly as it had been before sealing. Clearly, time inside the card space was indeed frozen. Next, he took out a card that sealed a sand crab. After releasing the seal, the sand crab was still lively and active. He wasn't too surprised by this, since the book fruit could also seal living creatures. However, compared to the book fruit, the card fruit was more flexible in sealing applications. Cards could be used individually, whereas a book had to be pulled out entirely, which could be cumbersome in some situations. After clarifying the basic properties of the card fruit, Noah began imprinting cards. He wove several 1 cubic meter bamboo cages, filled them with dead branches and leaves, then set them alight. Once the flames reached their peak, he sealed the bamboo fire lanterns. Stone card, ghost lantern creation completed. Using a similar principle, he successively crafted over a dozen cards, including stone card, smoke lantern rain. Upon release, it could unleash over a dozen football-sized bamboo lanterns, each filled with semi-dry and damp firewood, producing thick clouds of smoke. Stone card, sleepy smoke lantern rain. Its effect largely identical to smoke lantern rain, except it released intoxicating smoke. However, his research into poisons and narcotics was limited, so he could only forage a local poisonous herb, Fisher's Delight, as raw material. Stone card, falling rocks, sealing a large boulder within, which would plummet from midair upon activation. Stone card, rock rain, sealing dozens of smaller stones which would rain down from the sky when unleashed. Stone card, thornball rain, sealing dozens of small bamboo cages inside, each containing stones wrapped in a vine known as hornet thorn. A prick from hornet thorn brought agony comparable to a hornet sting. Stone card, sea wave, sealing a cubic meter of seawater specifically intended for dealing with devil fruit users. Stone card, quicksand, sealing a cubic meter of mud useful against fire-based attacks. Stone card, dust storm, sealing a cubic meter of dry, fine sand capable of instantly creating a vast sandstorm to obstruct vision and disrupt enemies. Stone card, poison ant nest, sealing a colony of red-fang poison ants within. Bites from these ants inflicted burning pain that lingered for days. Stone card, storage box, sealing a 1 cubic meter bamboo basket usable for storing food or daily necessities. In total, 11 cards. Had materials and tools not been so restrictive, Noah could have crafted even more powerful cards. He printed over 100 copies of these cards, but many remained unfinished. His stamina gave out before he could perfect them, forcing him to rest. The wilderness of the deserted island was incredibly quiet. Soothed by the chirping of insects and the lapping waves, the night passed peacefully. The first rays of morning sunlight fell upon his face. Noah opened his eyes, let out a yawn, and stretched. He had slept fitfully the night before, rising several times to tend the fire. Patting his sore body, he picked up a bamboo pole and tapped it against the ground as he made his way through the bamboo grove and mangrove forest, eventually reaching the seaside beach. Gazing out at the distant horizon, he still saw no sign of any ship. Looks like I can't just sit around waiting. Noah began searching the beach for useful supplies, gathering some oysters and clams along the way to prepare for breakfast. The beach was littered with debris, splintered ship wood, bamboo poles, tattered fishing nets. He even found a rusted broken blade. After returning to prepare breakfast, Noah hurried along the coastline before noon, exploring the entire island. After 4 hours of walking, he finally completed a full circuit. The island was considerable in size with a coastline of approximately 50 to 60 kilometers. Its interior rose into mountainous terrain. No other islands were visible in any direction, nor were there any signs of ships. On the western side of the island, he discovered a large herd of walruses and seized the opportunity to ambush one. Back at his shelter, he resharpened the broken blade, carved off more than 10 kilograms of walrus meat, and sealed the remainder inside his storage cart. Wrapping the rest in banana leaves and mud, he prepared a rustic baked dish. Though unseasoned, Noah devoured the meal, ravenously swallowing over 10 kilograms of meat. After finishing, he patted his stomach, only feeling about 7/10 full. My body has become far more voracious. In the past, he could barely manage 5 or 6 kilograms of food in one sitting. Now his appetite has more than tripled. It seems even paramecia-type devil fruits enhance physical potential, though the augmentation is less dramatic than that of zoan types. With food reserves secured, Noah spent the noon hours exercising in the bamboo grove. In the afternoon, when the sun was less scorching, he returned to the beach to collect a large pile of shells. Near his shelter, he built a makeshift charcoal kiln and a primitive lime furnace, then began firing charcoal and producing quicklime. That evening, he continued experimenting with the card fruit. Day by day passed until a week later. While grilling food on the beach, Noah suddenly spotted a small fishing boat appearing on the nearby horizon. He quickly drew a card and unleashed a ghost lantern. Thick smoke billowed across the beach, and upon spotting the plume, the distant fishing boat immediately adjusted its sails and changed course. Over an hour later, the fishing boat surged onto the shore, and a figure leaped off in a hurry. "Little Noah, I knew you were safe. Uncle, I'm sorry for worrying you." It was none other than Noah's uncle, Carnegie Joseph, a middle-aged man with dark hair tied back in a ponytail, his face etched with exhaustion. Bloodshot eyes gripping Noah's shoulders, he pleaded, "Noah, from now on you should fish with me. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't know how to face your elder brother." Noah looked at his fatigued uncle and could only nod. "All right, uncle. Let's rest for a moment first." The two rested on the beach for over an hour, eating roasted meat and drinking coconut water before shouldering the boat back into the sea together. With the sail fully unfurled, they cut through the waves. "Noah, we're going home." "Yes, uncle." Noah assisted in steering the sail. More than 7 hours later, beneath the golden glow of the setting sun, the small fishing boat slowly docked at the pier of Starfish Island. Several old fishermen, seeing Joseph and Noah, let out a collective sigh of relief and immediately gathered around. "Little Noah, as long as you're safe, that's what matters. We searched the surrounding waters for days. Where did you drift off to?" Uncle smiled. He drifted toward Walrus Island. "Thank you all for your help these past days. I'll treat you to drinks at the old captain's tavern tomorrow." "Ha, Joseph, you heard him. Don't show up empty-handed." The group erupted into good-natured teasing. Amid warm inquiries and playful banter, the two finally made it home. Pushing open the wooden door, the young man, mending fishing nets, looked up and spotted his father and cousin at the entrance. His eyes lit up with surprise. "Brother, father, you're both safe. That's wonderful." The two brothers embraced, patting each other's backs. In his heart, Noah silently vowed to protect his uncle's family from now on, to repay their kindness. That evening, after washing up, Noah sat at the dining table with his uncle Joseph and cousin Joshua, sharing their experiences over dinner. He did not conceal the fact that he had eaten a devil fruit. Such matters are difficult to hide from family, and secrecy could only breed unnecessary misunderstanding. "Brother, what exactly is a devil fruit?" "It's a mythical treasure of the sea. Whoever eats one gains a superpower." Joseph's expression turned grave. "Noah, do not reveal to anyone that you possess a devil fruit." "Joshua, neither should you." "Understood." Though Joshua didn't fully grasp the gravity, seeing his father's stern countenance, he nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. "I understand, father. I won't tell anyone. Uncle, I will keep it secret as well. Please don't worry too much." Noah understood that his uncle feared others growing jealous or harboring ill intentions toward him. In the year 1501 of the Sea Circle calendar, on May 22nd, deep within the orchard of Joseph's family on Starfish Island, a week had passed since Noah was rescued from his shipwreck. The uncle's house was located at the edge of the town, near a mountainous forest, with a dozen or so households scattered 100 or 200 meters away. The fruit trees in the back were particularly nestled among small hills, making the depths relatively secluded. Bang, bang, bang. He swung his fist, striking a large piece of wood like a torrential downpour. With each frenzied blow, the massive timber was gradually driven deeper into the earth. After a week of adjustment, Noah had formulated a series of plans for training and developing his card fruit. For physical training, he devised a rigorous regimen. Every morning he rose at 6, had breakfast, then pushed a boulder uphill and downhill for 10 kilometers, completing the task within 2 hours. Initially, he did not aim too high and chose a 30-kilogram stone as his load. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he began punching the wooden block until 11. At 11, he ate and rested. From noon to 2 in the afternoon, he practiced calligraphy in the secret wooden cabin within the orchard while adapting the 5 volumes of dragon slaying into the local language. Simultaneously, he sang, "No Savior," and constantly engaged in self-suggestion. From 2 to 4 in the afternoon, he covered his eyes and let Joshua strike him with a bamboo pole, thereby stimulating the awakening of his observation hockey. From 4 to 6 in the evening, he crafted various devices in his small wooden cabin. From 6 to 10 at night, he studied and developed his devil fruit abilities. To meet his needs, he planned to go fishing at sea every week and even prepared to hunt sea beasts. As for his devil fruit abilities, besides updating the metal element cards, he also attempted to expand the upper limit of the card space volume. Time flew like a shuttle, and days passed like arrows. Half a year later, from the wooden cabin in the orchard came a fervent song. There has never been any savior, nor do we rely on gods or emperors. While singing, Noah continued writing the adapted and localized 5 volumes of dragon slaying. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the cabin. He put down his brush as a young man pushed the door open. It was his cousin Joshua. Compared to half a year ago, Joshua had grown much taller, now about 1.8 meters, with increasingly defined muscles. Over these 6 months, Noah had not been training solely at home. He went fishing every week. With his card fruit powers, he had hunted many sea beasts. As the saying goes, poverty cultivates the mind, wealth cultivates the body. Without sufficient meat intake, relentless training could backfire and even lead to physical collapse. He sold some of the smaller sea beasts to supplement the family income and purchase materials, while storing the larger ones in his cards as daily meat for the family. Thanks to this, Joshua also benefited. Of course, it was inseparable from Noah's training and supervision. Brother, the newspapers you asked for. Taking the newspapers, Noah flipped through several issues from today. Whether it was the Lowtown Daily, the EC Times, or the World Economic Journal, Noah read them all carefully, occasionally jotting down some content. For instance, 1501-09. 14 Marine recruitment in Lobetown. The Rising Star smoker was specially recommended to Marine headquarters. Under what circumstances would a newly enlisted recruit be specially recommended to Marine headquarters? Combined with memories from his past life, Noah had already guessed the answer. Another piece of news, 1501-10-22. The Flame Pirates were annihilated by the Marine hero in the Kano Nova Sea. Base, the Flame Man could not withstand the Iron Fist blow, fell into the water, and was devoured by a sea beast. Clearly, the flame fruit had entered a state of rebirth and wandering. Sometimes public intelligence also held value for analysis and extraction. Noah had recorded over 700 pages of such news analysis, and now his understanding of the entire EC was extremely thorough and detailed. After reading the newspapers, he sealed the newly extracted information back into the secret card library. Joshua, standing by, picked up the first volume of 5 volumes of dragon slaying and sat on a wooden chair, flipping through it carefully. He asked curiously, "Brother, you're so smart. How did you write such an amazing book?" "I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants. By the way, brother, the investigation you asked me to do is complete." Noah continued scanning the newspapers. "Tell me about it." "Our town has 1376 households with a population of 6855. There are 273 orphans, among whom 32 have no relatives to care for them." "Good. Anything else?" "Yes, I also tallied the ages of these orphans. There are 8 under the age of 12, 3 girls and 5 boys they are." Noah nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, Joshua. Now I have a new task for you. Tomorrow, invite these 8 orphans to come here for a barbecue. Be careful not to draw attention. Leave it to me." Joshua nodded. Noah continued burying himself in the newspapers. In this world, he felt too lonely. Though he had gained family bonds, Noah longed for friends with common interests. Yet the reality of the pirate world was that far too many people were ignorant and benighted. Since no like-minded souls existed, he would cultivate them himself. One day, he would have companions and friends who shared his ideals. Starting to recruit orphans was Noah's initial attempt. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Joshua slipped out, and an hour later he returned with 8 children following behind him. The group arrived at the small wooden cabin in the orchard behind the house. Noah had already set up an iron rack with over a dozen slabs of meat. Seeing the somewhat nervous group, he smiled and said, "Welcome to my home. Let's get to know each other over some grilled meat." With that, he handed several small brushes to the 3 girls. "I'm Noah Carnegie, Noah, 13 years old. You can help brush the barbecue sauce." "Hello, brother Noah, I'm Lilith, 11 years old." The girl who spoke had long, light golden hair and a few freckles on her face. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and the hand that took the brush was rough and pale. Noah knew she often washed clothes for the town's fishermen to make a living. Another girl hiding behind Lilith, also with light golden long hair and a similar face shape, seemed very shy. She replied in a soft voice, I'm Lillian, 8 years old." The remaining girl was somewhat boisterous, brushing the sauce, while laughing heartily. "Brother Noah, I'm Mary Green, Mary, 9 years old." Following Noah's arrangement, Joshua led the 5 boys to fetch charcoal chairs and other utensils. Noah did not want these children to develop a mindset of something for nothing, nor did he want them to feel they were being given charity. As expected, as Joshua kept assigning tasks, the group's demeanor gradually shifted from nervousness to relaxation. The barbecue continued. As they ate, the group gradually became acquainted aside from the three girls, Lilith, Lillian, and Mary. Noah also got to know 5 other boys: Anthony, a 12-year-old with spiky black hair, a fisherman's son whose parents, like Noah's, had died at the hands of pirates. Tamani, an 11-year-old with curly brown hair, a painter's son whose father perished while visiting the Goa Kingdom on a family trip and whose mother succumbed to depression last year. Victor, a 10-year-old with black hair and blue eyes, a farmer's son whose father was bitten to death by a venomous snake and whose mother died of illness. Ari, a 10-year-old with green hair and a slender build. Age, a 7-year-old little green-haired fellow. Ari and Age were brothers. Their father abandoned his wife and children 3 years ago to become a pirate. The year before last, the pirate crew he belonged to clashed with another and was completely annihilated. Their mother, overcome with shame over her husband's piracy, committed suicide. Thus, the brothers Ari and Age harbored a deep hatred for their father and for pirates. As for the sisters Lilith and Lillian, their parents, like Noah's, had also died in the pirate attack 3 years prior. Mary had been found by the seaside as a child and raised by her grandmother, who passed away last year from illness. Halfway through the meal, Noah finally revealed his true intention, smiling as he asked, "Would you be interested in coming to help out?" "Huh?" Mary, who was wolfing down her food, looked a bit confused. "You saw earlier that I eat over 50 kilograms of meat per meal. Uncle Joseph needs to work, and I'm busy myself, so I need help with the kitchen and daily chores. Would you be interested?" "Of course, I only provide room and board, no wages." "Room and board. It." Mary was the first to raise her hand, unwilling to return to the life of sporadic meals she had before. Lilith glanced at her frail younger sister Lillian and nodded. "Brother Noah, I can do laundry and clean. Lillian can cook. You're hired. Welcome aboard." Noah nodded, then turned to the 5 boys. "Are you interested in working with me? It involves managing the orchard and workshop with room and board provided." "I'm willing." Anthony, the eldest, immediately agreed. Though he didn't know exactly what Noah planned, he simply wanted a job. "We're willing too." Ari, pulling his younger brother Age along, also agreed. The two had been subjected to the townspeople's whispers because of their father's piracy, living a very hard life. Now that someone was willing to employ them, they accepted without hesitation. Tamani, with the curly hair, still had some savings at home, so he thought it over for a while. But he also felt that helping out in the orchard and workshop was fine, so he nodded. "I can come help, but I don't need to stay." "That's fine." Noah didn't insist on everyone living at the orchard. Finally, Victor, with his blue eyes, scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Noah, I have a big appetite." Noah had already noticed this earlier. Victor had eaten at least 20 kilograms of meat and still seemed unsatisfied. "Worried you'll eat me out of house and home. Don't worry about that. As long as you work hard for me, I promise you'll eat your fill." "Really? Come on, Victor. I need your help." Noah extended his hand sincerely. Victor's eyes welled with tears. "Sob, sob, brother Noah, I'm willing." Joshua quickly chimed in to lighten the mood. "Don't just talk, everyone, keep eating. Cheers." Their juice cups clinked together. At that moment, their fates began to intertwine. In this tumultuous age of great pirates, they were like insignificant grains of sand, so inconspicuous, so ordinary, with no one knowing where their futures would lead. Before they knew it, a day had passed, and this day marked the founding of Noah's estate. Noah made a series of personnel arrangements. Lilith was appointed as the head of internal affairs, Lillian as the chef, Anthony as the kitchen assistant, and Mary as the general hand. Tamani was in charge of logistics and accounting. Victor and Ari handled orchard and farm work, and Age was the workshop assistant. With the work assignments settled, Noah used the evenings to train and instruct everyone, primarily to familiarize them with the estate's rules, especially the confidentiality regulations, which he repeatedly emphasized. After more than a month of training and instruction, Noah began teaching them some ideologies and songs. For instance, when only Noah and Joshua sang the song, "No Savior," it lacked some vigor. But when all 10 sang together, the resonance and emotional impact of the chorus felt almost transformative, as if one were reborn. This became the mandatory song before dinner at the estate. On February 28, 1502, in the small wooden dining hall of the estate, Lillian, with her slightly chubby cheeks, carried over a large plate of grilled sausages and shouted, "Time to eat." Soon everyone took their seats. Joseph smiled as he watched the children, feeling a sense of comfort. Joshua clapped his hands cheerfully. Everyone seated, ready. "Sing." Soon they began singing "No Savior." As Noah sang, he suddenly felt a surge of power erupt within him. A terrifying aura radiated outward from him, sweeping in all directions. Uncle Joseph and the other children looked stunned. In the next moment, everyone collapsed unconscious. Awakening of conquerors hockey. Noah remained calm, not losing his composure. He got up and patted his uncle's face, and soon his uncle opened his eyes. "Noah, what just happened? Why is everyone unconscious?" "Uncle, please take care of Joshua and the others. I'll go check outside and explain when I get back." Though puzzled, Joseph nodded. Leave it to me. Go ahead. Noah swiftly ran toward the nearest neighbor's house. Under the night sky, he moved like a swift cheetah, reaching the neighbor's doorstep in under 2 minutes. Peeking through the window, he saw the neighbor's family unconscious, but with no apparent danger. He silently left and headed to the next house. He checked 5 houses in a row. At one, a stove was sparking with flames. He released a card to extinguish the fire with water. He continued checking the other neighbors. Only when he reached a point about 800 meters from the small wooden dining hall did he find people who were not unconscious. He did not greet them, but quietly retreated. Clearly, his conqueror's hockey outburst had covered an area with a radius of about 800 meters. Returning to the estate's wooden cabin, everyone had woken up. Brother, what just happened? Joshua asked, a little frightened. Noah waved his hand to reassure them. Don't worry. This is likely the awakening of conqueror's hockey. He then took a book from his card library, its cover reading, Analysis Report on the Grand Line. This was a report he had compiled based on the newspapers from the World Economic Journal and other travelogues over the past few years. After everyone read the explanations and analysis of hockey in the book, they finally understood. After successfully awakening conqueror's hockey, Noah, considering its indiscriminate pressure in the early stages, would go to the northwestern bay of Starfish Island each day for his training. The northwestern bay of Starfish Island was about 17 kilometers from the town, so there was no need to worry about the conqueror's hockey affecting the residents. In the second month after awakening conqueror's hockey, early April, Noah, through constant blindfolded beatings, successfully awakened observation hockey as well. Time passed swiftly. On June 13, 1502, in the Orchard Cabin restaurant of the estate, Noah had completed a year of training. His height had shot up to 2.09 meters, and the other youths had also seen noticeable growth thanks to the ample nutrition. The most dramatic increase was in Vic, who had gone from 1.76 meters to 2.23 meters in half a year, and his appetite had reached the point of consuming over 80 kilograms per meal. The second most obvious was Joshua, whose height had reached 1.94 meters. In this world, the greater one's appetite, the greater one's physical potential. Seeing the towering Vic and Joshua wolfing down food at the table, Noah knew that matter had to be arranged as soon as possible. He wiped his mouth and instructed everyone, I'm going out today. While I'm away, take turns on duty in the safe house and follow the previous drills. Brother, be careful, Joshua said with some concern. Big brother Noah, do you need me to prepare some food? Lillian asked in turn. Noah shook his head. Don't worry. I have enough food in my card for over a month. Take care of yourselves. If you encounter danger, prioritize saving your lives, understood? Yes, big brother Noah, everyone replied in unison. Noah turned and added, Joshua, please tell uncle for me. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days at the fastest, or half a month at the latest. Big brother Noah, you must come back safely, Mary said, looking at him with concern. He nodded and then headed toward the back mountain. Arriving at the northwestern bay where he had practiced before, Noah used his observation hockey condensed into a single thread to scan the surrounding 5 kilometers. This was his observation hockey talent, ultra-wide range. Upon awakening, it could cover a radius of about 1 kilometer, and when focused in a single direction, the maximum sensing distance could reach around 5 kilometers. After scanning the area and finding nothing unusual, he took out a card and tossed it toward the side of the simple small dock he had built earlier. Release submarine. A small steel submarine appeared on the surface. It was 12 meters long and 3 meters in diameter. Twisting open the circular hatch on the deck, the interior was not small. Though called a submarine, it was essentially an iron shell with 12 watertight compartments of various sizes containing no other facilities. After closing the hatch, he inserted 2 cards into specially designed slots. Release water inflow. Fresh water poured into the front and rear sealed compartments. As the internal water volume increased, the air pressure inside rose rapidly, and one-way valves began expelling air outward. In less than 10 minutes, the submarine sank into the sea, stabilizing at a depth of about 50 meters. Noah inserted 2 more cards. Continuous release water jet. After a year of development, the upper limit of his card space had reached around 1 cubic meters, a cube 10 meters on each side. The 2 cards stored 2,000 cubic meters of seawater, which was continuously output through 2 pipes. The reaction force from the expelled water propelled the submarine forward. This was the power of the devil fruit, simplifying a submarine that usually required complex structures and extensive equipment down to just a shell. The air supply in his cockpit was also provided by the card space, eliminating the need for any sophisticated oxygen candles. He raised the periscope and carefully observed the surroundings. Combined with his observation hockey, he could mostly avoid underwater reefs and large sea beasts. If a large sea beast was truly unavoidable, he could use Conqueror's hockey to intimidate it. This was also the confidence that allowed him to venture out alone in the submarine after acquiring Conqueror's hockey. If he hadn't awakened Conqueror's hockey, he would likely have used other means to go out to sea, as fighting sea beasts underwater as a devil fruit user was extremely difficult. The submarine cruised at a speed of about 10 kilometers per hour, rapidly advancing toward Polar Star Island, where Lowtown was located. After more than 10 hours of sailing, he finally arrived in the waters near Lowtown. At this point, Noah did not use observation hockey to probe the town, because there was a marine base there. Especially after the start of the Great Pirate Era, Lowtown had always been a key defensive area for the Marines in the East Blue, and there might be Marine officers proficient in hockey stationed there. A direct probing with observation hockey might attract the Marines' attention. He maneuvered the submarine to shore on a deserted coastline, landed, and sealed the submarine back into the card. After landing, Noah had changed his appearance, wearing a mask, a bamboo hat, and a black cloak. He also sprayed on a citrus sea salt perfume to mask his natural body odor. He released a small wooden cabin on the spot and rested. Early the next morning, Noah packed up the cabin and arrived at Lowtown. He soon reached his destination, 38 Carl Street, in the Port District of Lowtown. The sign above the door read, World Economy, Newspaper, East Blue Branch. That was correct. This was one of the branches under Big News Morgan's established openly in Lowtown. In fact, this was only a nominal branch that could be abandoned at any time. Even if the world government shut it down, it wouldn't affect the newspaper's distribution. He pushed open the door, and the bell on the door jingled. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man with an ordinary face glanced at Noah, and then asked with a smile, "Sir, can I help you?" Noah said nothing, directly handing him a piece of paper. The man took it and opened it. The paper read, "I have a big news story and need to speak with President Morgans in person. Please arrange a den mushy call." Noah then pulled out a stack of berries with another note attached, "Service fee of 1,000,000 berries." The man's eyes flickered uncertainly for a moment, then he pocketed the 1,000,000 berries and said in a low voice, "I need to communicate with the president. Please wait 10 minutes. Without that 1,000,000 berry service fee, the man would likely have refused to help. After all, he wouldn't take the risk for nothing. If Noah didn't have a story that interested the president, he might be punished. 10 minutes later, the man emerged from the wooden door behind the counter. The president agreed. "But you only have 10 minutes. Okay, set up the den mushy. Please follow me." Noah followed him into a basement. The two entered the hermetically sealed basement. The middle-aged man took out an anti-eavesdropping den mushy, dialed a number, and shortly after, the den mushy transformed into the form of a bird-headed top-hat creature. After connecting the call, the middle-aged man silently left the basement. "Ha, speak. What's the big news?" Noah looked at Morgan's den mushy form and got straight to the point. "It's intelligence about the Golden Lion. Are you interested, President Morgans?" "Oh." Morgans on the other end of the phone worm had countless thoughts flash through his mind. Then he asked with a laugh, "What compensation do you need?" "Straightforward, I like that. I need the cultivation methods for armament hockey and the 6 powers of the Navy. As a sign of good faith, let me share one piece of intelligence first. After escaping prison, the Golden Lion often operates in the calm belt skies between Paradise and the East Blue. Specifically, he remains in the airspace around a small island called Little Donghai Island." Seeing Noah finish speaking, Morgans simply laughed. "You think this intelligence holds any value to me?" "President Morgans, this merely serves to validate the intelligence I have yet to reveal." "Ha, I see. Pay close attention to the 6 powers training methods." Morgan spoke for over 10 minutes, going through all the training methods and key points of the 6 powers. Whether Noah could memorize them all was hardly his concern. Inside Noah's cloak, a small tape recorder he had just purchased in Lowtown was diligently recording. Seeing Morgan's pause, Noah continued, "Second piece of intelligence: after escaping Impel down, the Golden Lion encountered an island named Vermilion and used his devil fruit powers to relocate the entire island. If you possess the eternal pose for this island, you can pinpoint the Golden Lion's exact location." Vermilion Island. Morgan seemed to sense the scent of a blockbuster story, his face growing visibly excited. Armament hockey training methods. Key points. Precautions. After finishing the armament hockey section, Noah went on, "Third piece of intelligence: the Golden Lion appears to have discovered something on Vermilion Island and is conducting some manner of biological experimentation there. When I passed by the waters near Little Donghai Island, I encountered several mutated beasts with combat power comparable to Navy captains. That concludes all the intelligence I have this time." Morgan's expression grew uncertain, not because he found the intelligence lacking, but because it was quite explosive. He harbored a certain wariness toward the Golden Lion. Nevertheless, as someone driven by the pursuit of big news, Morgans was the type to dare playing both sides against the world government. He had already made up his mind to publish this story. "I am very satisfied with this intelligence. If you have similar information in the future, we can continue trading. May I ask how you should be addressed?" "Just call me Dawn. I would also like to continue collaborating with you, President Morgans, but unfortunately, I must travel to the West Blue in the near future." "No matter. Jot down my dedicated number, 555-3825-5089. Whenever you dial this number, you can reach me at any time, my friend. It was a pleasure doing business." "The pleasure was mine." After Noah left the basement, the middle-aged man contacted Morgans once more. "President, should we send someone to tail him?" "No need. He possesses observation hockey. Your men won't be able to follow him. Clearly, as a seasoned veteran, Morgans had deduced from the transaction that Noah had observation hockey, which dissuaded him from sending anyone to track him. Meanwhile, Noah altered his appearance several more times in Lowtown and also made some purchases there. It was not until the middle of the third night that he secretly piloted the submarine back to Hailstar Island. Regarding this transaction, he had actually entertained the idea since the previous year, but his strength had been insufficient at the time to guarantee a safe withdrawal, so he had delayed it until June of this year. In Noah's view, as a transmigrator with certain information advantages, if he wanted to obtain the cultivation methods for hockey and the six powers during the early stages, Morgans was almost the most convenient and relatively safe channel available. After all, Morgans was fiercely obsessed with big news. As long as he could supply major stories, he could essentially leverage his information advantage to obtain valuable resources with minimal risk. As for other channels, while joining the Navy offered a high probability of obtaining hockey and the six powers, one would still need to endure the seniority process. In Navy branches across the four seas, comprehensive training in hockey and the six powers was rare. One had to travel to the headquarters at Marineford for training, which would take far too long and introduce too many uncertainties. If one held a pirate identity, they could essentially only pursue advanced studies in the New World. As for whether Morgans possessed the cultivation methods for hockey and the six powers, the answer was naturally 100% yes. As the owner of the world's most extensive underground news network, one of the legendary underworld kings, a thorn in the side of the world government, and a regular attendee at Charlotte Leanleen's tea parties, if Morgans did not have the cultivation methods for hockey and the six powers, he likely would have been long dead. Over 10 hours later, at the bay in the northwest corner of Hailstar Island, as the sun set, on one side of the simple wooden dock, the sea surface suddenly bulged, and the submarine broke through the water. Opening the hatch and stepping onto the deck, Noah gazed at the waves beneath the sunset, his eyes filled with shimmering golden light. Phew, I'm back. Stowing the submarine, he quickly ran toward the manor. Half an hour later, Lillian and Anthony, who were preparing dinner in the wooden house kitchen, suddenly heard the doorbell ring. Assuming someone else had returned, they did not come out. I'm back. Don't forget to save me a portion of dinner tonight. It was only when Noah's voice echoed from the kitchen that the two joyfully rushed out. Brother Noah, you're back. Brother Noah, welcome home. Noah waved his hand. You two continue with your work. I'll go check on the others. Soon it was dinner time, and the others in the manor gradually made their way to the dining room. Upon seeing Noah had returned safely, they surrounded him with great delight, warmly asking after him. He did not explain too much, but he did introduce everyone to the cultivation methods for armament hockey and the six powers, advising them to keep the knowledge strictly confidential and not to train or use them casually in front of outsiders. As for the cultivation method for observation hockey, since Noah had already successfully trained it himself and had spent several months summarizing and refining it, they simply needed to follow Noah's observation hockey training plan, and they would inevitably awaken observation hockey in due time. Obtaining the six powers training methods this time was like a powerful stimulant for Joshua and the others who were still in the foundational stages of their training. After all, although Noah had attended school in his past life and spent some time in the University Martial Arts Club, that knowledge was merely theoretical. He was no true martial artist, and his understanding of proper training and martial practice was rather superficial. Now that he had the six powers training methods, he could also improve upon his previous training plan and eliminate the unsuitable portions of the regimen. Regarding the training of the six powers, Noah made a careful arrangement. The first stage was undoubtedly training Iron Body. Many had mocked Iron Body as looking impressive but proving useless in combat, but they had fundamentally misunderstood the importance of this physical technique. Among the six powers, Iron Body served as the core and foundation, and it was also a prerequisite for cultivating armament hockey. Once Iron Body was thoroughly mastered, the remaining techniques, Shurgan Soru Rankyaku and Jeppo, would follow naturally from mastering Iron Body meant the body had become sufficiently formidable. As for Paper Body, among the six powers, this physical technique was actually a prerequisite skill for observation hockey and could be integrated into observation hockey training. The next day, Noah was practicing the six styles on the training ground when he suddenly heard footsteps. Lilith approached carrying a bamboo basket and said, Brother Noah, here's today's newspaper. Thank you. Just leave it there. Uncle Joseph said he won't be back for lunch. He's organizing the shelves at the hardware store. Uncle Joseph's hardware store was another reason Noah had gone to Rogue Town. He was uneasy about his uncle fishing alone at sea, yet the uncle had little to do at the manor. So Noah had purchased a large batch of hardware, small machine tools, and a substantial amount of iron and copper in Rogue Town, opening a hardware store near the town's dock for his uncle. Whether the store turned a profit wasn't the point. The main idea was to give his uncle something to occupy himself. Of course, opening the hardware store also served to conceal the workshop within the manor, making the external procurement of raw materials like iron and copper appear more reasonable. Though the world government seemed to turn a blind eye to pirates, in reality, it exercised deep control over the global economy. Within the CP organization, there must be a department specifically monitoring sensitive materials. What were sensitive materials? Iron and steel were certainly among them. Over the past year, Noah had sold sea beasts and purchased over 50 tons of steel primarily used for manufacturing submarine ship parts and secretly crafting weapons. If he continued purchasing, it would inevitably draw the attention of the CP organization. Therefore, he needed to establish a legitimate purpose for importing steel. Hardware store combined with ship repair was a reasonable cover. At the same time, Noah again reminded everyone at the manor to heighten their vigilance and maintain a unified story. If questioned or probed, they should say the steel was used for making farm tools, hardware, kitchenware, and ship parts. To avoid problems, he also sealed the more sensitive equipment and finished products from the workshop into cards, unsealing them only when needed. Currently, he and his companions were still in the phase of accumulating strength, and it was not yet time to attract attention from other factions. After training for over an hour, Noah stopped to rest. He picked up the newspaper on the table. The headline on the front page of the World Economic Journal read, "Shocking. The Beast Army of the Pirate Admiral." Clearly, Morgans had confirmed the Golden Lion's location within the past few days and secretly infiltrated Weir Mayu Island to investigate. Truly a master of big news. He's even willing to offend a Golden Lion for a scoop. Noah couldn't help but admire Morgan's persistence and fearlessness. However, none of this had much to do with Noah. Even if the Golden Lion learned that someone had sold information in Roguetown, he wouldn't be able to identify who. After all, Roguetown was a bustling, chaotic trading port in the East Blue, not some isolated island. This was precisely why he hadn't chosen to meet Morgans on Haishing Island. It was too secluded, making it easy for Noah's presence to be detected. On the other side, Grand Line Paradise, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In the office of the Chief of Staff Vice Admiral, he who had just returned to headquarters from the North Blue hadn't even caught her breath when Commander Combing, head of the Intelligence Division, knocked and entered. "Chief, he hears an urgent intelligence report." He took the folder and opened it. Her pupils instantly contracted. "Golden Lion. I never thought he'd be hiding in the comm belt." "Combing, do we have any permanent logs for Weir Mayu Island in storage?" Combing immediately replied, "Yes, I just checked with the Logistics Division. The log storage room has 3 permanent logs for Weir Mayu Island available for immediate retrieval. Retrieve them at once. I'll brief Fleet Admiral Kong." "Yes." A few minutes later, he hurried to the Fleet Admiral's office, knocked, and entered directly. Steelbone Kong looked up at he. "What's the urgent matter?" "It's about the Golden Lion. Morgans has published some of the Golden Lion's information. We need to act, and I suspect the call from the 5 elders will arrive any moment." As she finished speaking, the black din mushy on Kong's desk rang. It was the 5 elders' private line. He immediately picked up. Brew. 5 elders, this is Kong. You've heard about the Golden Lion?" "Yes, I just received the report. Deploy Borsalino to destroy Weir Mayu Island and simultaneously probe the Golden Lion's physical condition." "Understood." The 5 elders hung up directly. Kong looked at he, knowing she had anticipated their reaction, and ordered, "Handle this." "No problem." He nodded. Soon a golden beam shot from Marineford's harbor toward the East Blue. Borsalino, holding the permanent log, arrived above the comm belt on the East Blue side in less than half an hour. Suspended in the air using Soru, he wore a grave expression. Because only one island remained floating in the sky, and it looked as if it had been gnawed by a dog. Pitted and scarred everywhere. "They've relocated ahead of time. How troublesome." Suddenly his expression changed as he transformed into light and shifted to his left. The next second, a massive torrent of seawater descended from the sky. Borsalino, having swiftly evaded, came to a stop and spread his arms. "Yasakani no Magatama." A dense barrage of light bullets shot forward. In an instant, over a dozen slashes collided with the light bullets. Boom, boom, boom. "Little monkey. Quite capable, aren't you?" The Golden Lion descended from the sky, biting a cigar, his gaze coldly fixed on Borsalino. "Oh my, how troublesome." As he spoke, Borsalino activated his light fruit ability again, while the Golden Lion manipulated the seawater into a dozen water lions. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. Slashes that tore the sky. Light bullets that exploded with thunderous roars. After more than half an hour, realizing Borsalino was stalling for time, the Golden Lion casually hurled the abandoned Weir Mayu Island at him and retreated rapidly in the opposite direction. Faced with the incoming island, Borsalino could only dodge repeatedly. By the time he avoided the island, the Golden Lion had vanished without a trace. Although he hadn't truly destroyed the Golden Lion's biological experiment base, this skirmish allowed him to gauge part of the Golden Lion's condition. The Golden Lion's haki had declined too noticeably. If it were his prime, Borsalino wouldn't have dared to engage him alone for even half an hour. Soon the island crashed into the comm belt's waters, and dozens of massive sea kings emerged from the surface. Borsalino helplessly brushed his collar, took the din mushy from his wrist, and reported the battle situation to he. He had apparently anticipated the outcome of this mission and simply ordered Borsalino to return to headquarters. This operation was essentially a probe and a warning. She knew the Golden Lion was not easy to deal with. If he chose to flee, it would be difficult to suppress him unless the Marines deployed 3 Admiral-level forces to encircle him. The grand news of the Golden Lion, though it drew widespread attention, remained unknown to other forces in the Comm Belt, except for Morgan's, who had been covertly monitoring the situation and the two sides engaged in the conflict. However, Morgan's was likely to pursue a follow-up report. Yet the Navy clearly lacked the energy to keep a constant watch on the Golden Lion, for the battle for the title of Emperor had already begun in the New World. The first to be established as an Emperor of the Sea was Whitebeard, who had been zealously amassing sons. With Whitebeard's ascension to Emperor, the remaining great pirates of the New World grew restless, covertly or overtly expanding their spheres of influence, thereby plunging the New World into ever greater chaos. In particular, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin saw their forces rapidly expanding. This year, Kaido had eliminated the internal threat in Wano country by killing Kazuki Oden and thereafter launched frequent offensives. Meanwhile, Charlotte Linlin, through her tea parties, employed both carrot and stick to bring many underworld forces under her control. Additionally, there was the Wang Ji pirate crew entrenched on Beehive Island. Furthermore, since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, the first wave of new generation pirates entering the Grand Line from the Four Seas had, after 3 or 4 years of turbulent selection, begun to break into the New World, further intensifying its disorder. Faced with the tide of the era, the Navy's bases and spheres of influence in the New World were forced to contract, concentrating their efforts on defending key regions. The East Blue, being the most peaceful and stable of the Four Seas, remained calm. On Starfish Island, the Noah family continued their routine as before. However, with the dissemination of armament hockey and the Six Powers training methods, the strength of family members was advancing by leaps and bounds. It was the beginning of September 1502. After more than 3 months of arduous training, Noah finally awakened armament hockey, though its intensity could only cover a single fist, and its duration was less than 20 minutes. Given his naturally high physical constitution, he was already capable of using Tekai and Shurgon. As for Conqueror's hockey, not only had its pressure grown stronger, but its maximum range had also expanded to about 120 meters, and he could now roughly control the intensity, though directional control remained intermittent. In terms of observation hockey, the limit of his perception range had also increased. Omnidirectional perception extended to a radius of about 1.5 kilometers, while unidirectional perception reached approximately 7.5 kilometers. Among the members, Joshua and Mary had successfully awakened observation hockey. Victor had initially mastered Tekai, while the others had yet to achieve notable results. Noah, sitting in the study, set down the training progress report he was holding and sank into contemplation. From the reports on the training progress of his cousins and others, he saw an expected result. Individual talents varied significantly. Joshua and Mary possessed talent for observation hockey, Victor for hardstyle physical techniques, and armament hockey, Anthony for swordsmanship, and Ari for marksmanship, while the others showed no clear aptitude. Noah was not surprised by this outcome. But talent was not always immutable. A devil fruit, for instance, could enhance one's physical potential to a certain extent. It seems it's time to begin the next phase of my plan. The next day, just as the first light of dawn broke, at the northwest bay of Starfish Island beside the simple dock, over the past 3 months he and Age had been modifying and upgrading the submarine. The submarine now measured 18 meters in length and 4.5 meters in diameter, and an underwater access hatch had been added to the bottom, allowing egress and diving gear. At the dock, Noah and Victor boarded the submarine. Soon the vessel submerged, beginning to explore the seabed near the Starfish Archipelago. The exploration route he chose was not random. He selected the trade route between the Starfish Archipelago and Lobetown as the target for this expedition. After all, busy trade routes were rich in sunken ships. How many wrecks could one find in the waters around desolate islands where years might pass without a single ship passing by? After sailing for over an hour, Noah glanced at the Starfish route chart, which marked a reef area. Navigational data he had purchased in Lobetown. On such mature shipping routes, hydrological information was typically quite detailed. Indeed, through observation hockey, he detected over 20 underwater reefs. He then adjusted the propulsion chamber's water output, slowing the submarine. Soon the first sunken ship appeared in his observation hockey. Victor, there's a wreck below. You'll go down and explore it. Yes, big brother Noah, leave it to me. Be careful. Noah then unleashed his Conqueror's hockey, driving away all marine life within a kilometer. The submarine was about a dozen meters from the wreck. Soon Victor, clad in a diving suit, dragged a breathing hose and an emergency safety line as he swam down from the submarine's bottom hatch. Switching on the waterproof searchlight, Victor saw through the helmet's glass visor a wooden ship lying on its side in the seabed mud. Without delay, he held the searchlight in one hand and a crowbar in the other, prying open the wooden hatch. An hour later, Victor crushed a wooden card affixed to the diving suit on his left arm. Noah, sensing the damage to the card from the submarine's cockpit, immediately began to wind the rope drum, pulling Victor back from the seabed. After more than 20 minutes, Victor emerged from the diving chamber, dragging a fishing net bag. Brother, this is all I got. Noah looked at the contents: a dozen or so gold and silver vessels, several hundred gold and silver coins, and a few gemstones, worth about 3 berries. Not bad. Have something to eat and rest. Okay. Victor opened a nearby temporary storage locker, took a carton of milk and a large piece of jerky, and sat down to eat. Noah casually sealed the gold, silver, and jewels into the secret treasure chamber. The submarine continued its dive toward the next sunken ship. Unconsciously, the time arrived at the new year of 1503. Since the previous September, Noah had been taking Victor on weekly seabed treasure hunts along the nearby routes. After 4 consecutive seabed treasure hunts, Noah's estate had gained gold, silver, and jewels worth over 80 million berries, along with a fine-grade sword and 2 eternal poses for the Grand Line. The seabed of the One Piece world was the true great treasure. After all millennia of accumulation had left an astronomical number of sunken ships beneath the waves. Compared to the land-based scheming and territorial squabbles, the seabed was where many transmigrators should focus their attention. After all, over 80% of this blue planet was covered by ocean, and most factions lacked the capability to explore the depths. The world government, which had the ability, saw no value in it, while the fishman race was confined to the waters near the Ryugu kingdom. The seabeds of the 4 seas were for the most part entirely undeveloped. After 4 deep-sea treasure hunts, the seabed at depths exceeding 200 meters along the route from Starfish Archipelago to Luoga Town had been largely scoured by Nuaya and his crew. Shortly after the new year, after assessing the strength of Yushuya and the others, Nuaya immediately set out to sea again with Wei Ku. This time his destination was the route between Luoga Town and Lawesi Mountain. This route was tens of times busier than the one from Starfish Island to Luoga Town, and it was also the only way for East Blue pirates to enter the Grand Line. Consequently, the seabed in this area was densely littered with shipwrecks. 2 days later, apart from a 6-hour rest on the shore of a deserted island, they spent the remaining time traveling. Soon the submarine arrived at the predetermined route southwest of Luoga Town's port. This direction was the route from Luoga Town to the canal of Lawesi Mountain. Using observation haki, Nuaya quickly identified a location that might contain numerous shipwrecks, a reef area about 100 meters deep. As expected, upon entering the area, his observation haki sensed the outlines of several shipwrecks on the seabed. Wei Ku, already familiar with the process, immediately swam down with his tools after Nuaya scared away the surrounding sea beasts. Under the searchlight, the wreckage of the ship appeared appalling, with large and small cracks all over the hull. Wei Ku noticed a series of skulls carved on a wooden plank and realized this was most likely a pirate ship. Pushing open the dilapidated cabin door, a skeleton lay quietly on the wooden floor, still clutching a corroded axe. From the layout of the cabin, this was probably the captain's quarters. Picking up the ring on the skeleton's finger, he then opened the drawers inside the cabin and found a pile of decayed belly, more than 20 pieces of gold and silverware, and over a dozen gemstones. Putting the items into a bag, Wei Ku raised his iron pick and stabbed it into the wooden boards inside the cabin, probing for possible hidden compartments. After 20 stabs, the rotten boards were broken into large holes. Suddenly, Wei Ku's gaze stopped at the spot where the skeleton lay. Under the searchlight, faint golden light reflected from the gaps in the wooden boards beneath the skeleton. Moving the skeleton aside and prying open the boards below, he found a hidden compartment containing several wooden boxes. One of the boxes had broken open, revealing gold, silver, and jewels. Wei Ku's heart involuntarily surged with excitement. It seems this haul is quite good. He opened the boxes one by one. 2 were filled with gold, silver, and jewels, 1 with decayed belly. The last box contained a pile of miscellaneous items: decayed books, a log pose, a dagger with a large blue gem, and a small box. Wei Ku opened the small box and immediately narrowed his eyes. Inside lay a black melon-shaped fruit covered with swirl patterns. A devil fruit. Excellent. Wei Ku put away the devil fruit, searched the remaining cabins, and then returned to the submarine with the treasure and the devil fruit. Half an hour later, Wei Ku emerged from the diving chamber. Big brother, look what this is, eh? Nuaya saw the black fruit in his hand, and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. Unexpectedly, it's a devil fruit. Another one I've never seen before. Nuaya was not particularly surprised to encounter a devil fruit unknown to his past life memories, because the information in the world of pirates was largely related to the protagonist's crew. However, beyond the protagonist's circle, there were certainly other devil fruits that had never been depicted. Nuaya picked up the devil fruit. Wei Ku, let me try to determine the specifics of this fruit. If it's a power suitable for you, I'll give it to you. But Wei Ku shook his head. Big brother, better give this fruit to Li Si and the others. I don't want to become a landlubber, and I believe I can become strong by training in the 6 powers and armament haki. I'll find a way to get more devil fruits. Whether you eat one or not, you'll have your share. Thank you, big brother. Wei Ku was deeply moved. Nuaya patted his shoulder and told Wei Ku to rest while he piloted the submarine toward a point more than 80 kilometers southeast of Luoga Town. Over 4 hours later, the submarine arrived at a bay on a deserted island. He stored the submarine and brought Wei Ku ashore. Deep in the jungle of the desert island, Nuaya changed his appearance again and told Ku to hide on the coast and observe the nearby sea. Taking out a Din Din Mushi, he directly dialed Mo Gen C's number. Brew brew brew. Soon the Din Din Mushi transformed into a bird-headed top-hatted figure. President Mo Gen C, long time no see. Isn't this Sir Don? Any big news to trade? Nuaya cut to the chase, 2 pieces of intelligence. I need a comprehensive devil fruit encyclopedia and a set of navigation materials for the Paradise section of the Grand Line. Leave the encyclopedia and materials at the Luoga Town branch. I'll pick them up in a week. Devil fruit encyclopedia, Paradise navigation materials. Okay, but I wonder if your big news is worth the price. Nuaya said calmly. One is a scandal of the world government, the other is intelligence on Kai Duo. Oh. Mo Gen C's eye showed a hint of surprise. Sir Don really is resourceful, even knowing about the world government and Kai Duo of the 100 Beasts. If it's that kind of intelligence, then this deal is no problem. Straightforward. As before, I'll give you one piece of information that can be easily verified first. The other piece I'll give you after I receive the items. Agreed. In the North Blue's white town of Fury Fancy for nearly a century, a mineral called amber lead has been mined. However, the local residents are unaware that the dust produced during mining causes enormous harm to the body. The world government, for the sake of profit, has covered up the truth and labeled the heavy metal poisoning as an unknown infectious disease. They are secretly plotting to incite the neighboring countries of Fury Fancy and destroy the country completely. Gulp. Even Mo Gen C, who had seen many storms, was shocked by this intelligence. He knew very well that if this news were reported, the world government would absolutely go berserk. But as a purveyor of big news, Mo Gen C was reluctant to shelve this intelligence, leaving him torn. After a moment, Mo Gen C finally calmed down and said with a smile, Sir Don, you wouldn't be a member of the Revolutionary Army, would you? No. Nuaya's voice showed no hesitation. Mo Gen C gave him a deep look. The items will be waiting in Luoga Town in 7 days. See you next time. Have a good day, goodbye. After hanging up, Nuaya sealed the Din Din Mushi and continued treasure hunting with Ku along the routes near Luoga Town. January 12, 1503. 4 days had passed since the last conversation with Morgans. Noah and Vic continued their underwater treasure hunting endeavors. Over these 4 days, the pair had plundered 17 shipwrecks, recovering tens of millions in gold, silver, and jewels, along with various miscellaneous artifacts. Among them were log poses, swords, parchment, treasure maps, telescopes, tables carved from atom wood, stone tablets inscribed with unknown script, and several barely legible navigational journals. As the submarine drew closer to the Leviathan Mountains canal, the density of sunken vessels increased. However, due to depth limitations, Noah was unable to explore wrecks beyond 200 meters. The submarine's maximum operational depth was approximately 100 meters. The remaining 100 meters required Vic to don a diving suit and endure the pressure manually. Unknowingly, they drifted into relatively shallow waters. Suddenly, Noah's observation hockey detected a massive shipwreck at a depth of roughly 220 meters. Noah and Vic conferred and decided to probe the area. Soon Vic descended in his diving suit. Only when he reached the vessel's surface did he realize the sheer magnitude of the wreck. This emblem looks familiar. A lion's head and 3 swords. After a few minutes of recollection, Vic finally recognized it as the sigil of the Triss Kingdom, located to the north of the Polar Star Archipelago. Venturing deeper into the wreck, they found numerous cargo holds stacked with crates filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Even Vic, accustomed to finding treasure, was stunned by the sheer volume before him. After composing himself, Vic resumed his exploration. Only after thoroughly searching every crate and compartment did he emerge carrying 2 small chests back to the submarine. Observing the 2 additional devil fruits and listening to Vic's account, Noah soon found a matching report among the East Blue intelligence he had previously gathered. In the year 1422, 81 years ago, the Triss Kingdom had lost a treasure vessel bound for the world government near Logtown, sunk by a sudden storm. As for why the Triss Kingdom did not send a recovery team, the reason was simply helplessness. Ships lost to storms are virtually impossible to retrieve. On one hand, the search area was vast, akin to finding a needle in the ocean. On the other, even if the sinking location were pinpointed, the recovery would demand advanced technology and specialized equipment. The waters near Logtown border the calm belt where small sea kings frequently appear. Without powerful protection, encountering a sea king during a salvage operation would almost certainly result in total annihilation. During these past few days, Noah himself had encountered 2 dozens of meters-long sea kings. Had he not possessed Conqueror's hockey, ordinary fighters would have likely become prey at the bottom of the sea. The pair spent 2 days laboring aboard the wreck, plundering it clean. Noah estimated the treasure haul at approximately 2 billion berries. After all, the tribute threshold for the world government was 100 billion berries, or alternatively high-value assets, such as precious jewels, devil fruits, rare minerals, or specialty goods. With this windfall, Noah would no longer need to worry about finances for years to come. Neither had the heart to continue their treasure hunt, so they set course for Logtown. Upon secretly landing at Logtown, Noah rested nearby for one night. The following day he received notification from Morgan's. Back in that same basement after reviewing the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and navigational records from Paradise, Noah directly relayed to Morgan's the intelligence concerning Kaido. Specifically that Kaido had completed his coup d'etat in Wano country the previous year and deceived and murdered the entire Kazuki Oden clan. Morgan's naturally understood Kazuki Oden's significance. Had Wano not been so isolated, and had Kaido not worked so diligently to suppress information, even Morgan's would not have known the internal affairs of Wano. Clearly upon hearing this news, Morgan's grasped that if this information were exposed, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beast pirates would undoubtedly plunge into an all-out war. After completing the transaction, both parties were thoroughly satisfied with their gains. Upon closing the Den Den Mushi, Noah used his cards to seal the several hundred-kilogram collection of books and swiftly exited the World Economic Newspaper Branch building. After several changes of appearance, he finally boarded the submarine in the early hours of the next day and returned to Sea Star Island. By the time he arrived, dusk had already fallen. He went straight to the Orchard House study, retrieved the 3 devil fruits and the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and began appraising them. The first devil fruit was the black melon-shaped one discovered earliest. He quickly found relevant information in the encyclopedia. Paramecia graphite fruit. The second devil fruit was red and banana-shaped, its surface bearing scale-like patterns. Zoan ordinary type, fish fruit, model koi. The third devil fruit was white and peach-shaped with fine fuzz covering its surface. Zoan ordinary type, human fruit, model gorilla. Aside from the laughably underwhelming koi fruit, both the graphite fruit and the gorilla fruit were promising. According to the brief description in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, the graphite fruit leaned toward creation-type abilities with no apparent superhuman physical enhancement or direct combat power manifestation. Dinner time. Noah presented the 3 devil fruits and explained their properties to everyone. Brother, this koi fruit's ability is terrible. Joshua could not help but voice his complaint. Don't even think about eating this koi fruit. Who among you is interested in the remaining graphite fruit and gorilla fruit? Everyone fell into deep thought. Vic spoke first. I'll pass. I plan to focus on enhancing my martial arts and hockey for now. If my growth stalls in the future, I may reconsider eating a devil fruit. I'll decline too. Neither of these fruits suits me, said Lilith, shaking her head. Lillian and Mary also refused, for the graphite and gorilla forms held little appeal for girls. Master Noah, might I be granted this graphite fruit? Ajay asked modestly. Noah smiled. As the designated shipwright of our family, this graphite fruit is indeed well suited to you. Then I shall give it to you. Thank you, Master Noah. Ajay exclaimed with excitement, taking the graphite fruit and taking a large bite. In the next moment, Ajay's expression twisted, his face contorting into a grotesque grimace. Yet he endured the nausea, swallowing the devil fruit bite by bite. Consuming the entire devil fruit was Noah's special instruction. While eating a single bite could grant powers, there was a notable difference between that and ingesting the whole fruit. This distinction lay not in the completeness of the ability, but in the strengthening of one's spirit and willpower. Devil fruits operate partly on spiritual conviction, just as hockey is intimately tied to one's resolve. Those who dare to consume an entire devil fruit possess a resolute mindset, fundamentally different from those who merely take a single bite. Everyone watched as Ajay consumed the devil fruit. Their gazes then shifted to the remaining silverback gorilla fruit. Anthony shook his head. I want to be a swordsman. This Zoan type would be a waste on me. Tuamini, with his curly hair, also waved his hand. I intend to follow in my father's footsteps. The Zoan type is far too inelegant. Brother, you know me well. As a sniper, there's no need for me to squander this Zoan fruit. Alay too had no desire to eat the fruit. Suddenly Uncle Joseph, who had been silent all along, picked up the fruit and smiled at the group. Your uncle is old. Let me eat this fruit. Noah looked at his uncle, whose eyes held a mix of complexity and concern. Clearly Uncle had sensed that the future might be perilous, and he did not wish to become a weakness for Noah and Joshua. Joseph had also trained, but at 33 years old, he had long passed the optimal period for physical development. Over the past year, his strength had only increased by 4 or 5 times, and in the last 6 months the results of his training had grown increasingly meager. A 4 or 5-fold increase might seem substantial. Yet compared to Noah, Joshua, and Victor, the gap was glaringly obvious. After about a year and a half of training in terms of strength, Noah had increased by 83 times, Joshua by 21 times, and Victor by 49 times. Even Mary, a girl, had increased her strength by about 8 times. Uncle Joseph silently noted these facts, and when he saw the silverback gorilla fruit today, he was tempted. Noah nodded. Uncle, we are all family. Please eat this fruit. With a crunch, even though he knew devil fruits were vile, the first bite still overwhelmed Joseph, with its nauseating taste nearly unbearable. But thinking of the dangers ahead, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and devoured the remaining pulp in large mouthfuls. After swallowing the last bite, Uncle Joseph wore an expression of utter despair. Lilith quickly fetched a glass of grape juice and poured it into his mouth. After downing the grape juice, Uncle Joseph seemed revived. The taste is absolutely revolting, but the power is indeed immense. With those words, Uncle Joseph's body suddenly swelled, his height surging past 3 meters, his muscles inflating like balloons. With a ripping sound, his clothes burst apart. Fortunately, his trousers were sturdier and had some elasticity, so they did not completely tear. Haha. Uncle Joseph scratched his head awkwardly, then attempted to revert to human form. Once back, he quickly scurried off to change clothes. Noah chuckled and turned to instruct Lilith, "Go buy a batch of large high-elasticity clothes tomorrow." He got it. Lilith nodded. The next morning, the newspaper carried the full story of the white town of Flevence. Noah's expression remained unchanged after reading it. Even if he had exposed the truth about the white town several years earlier, the outcome there would likely not have changed much. As long as the world government, the greatest evil, still existed, Flevence's fate was sealed. Still, he hadn't expected Morgans to dare report on this matter. Then he recalled that after the transaction ended the day before yesterday, the Road Town branch of the World Economy newspaper had been deserted by nightfall. Clearly, Morgans had anticipated the ensuing events. For now, Noah had no standing to involve himself in these turbulent affairs. Using the information advantage from his past life to secure his first fortune was the optimal choice for a transmigrator, but such easy money opportunities were running low. Putting down the newspaper, Noah activated the cards embedded in his shoe soles. Instantly, 2 fierce jets of flame erupted from beneath his feet. This flame thrust card was a propulsion device created by storing hydrogen and oxygen in card space, releasing them in controlled amounts, and igniting them with a sparker modified into the shoe sole. Where did the hydrogen and oxygen come from? The answer was electrolysis of water powered by wind turbines. On Starfish Island, electricity was generated by wind turbines and stored in batteries. Over the past year, Noah Manor had purchased over a dozen sets of wind turbines and battery banks. Besides daily electricity needs, the surplus power was used for electric arc steel making, electroplating, and water electrolysis. With the flames erupting, Noah soared into the air, adjusting his flight direction by shifting his body. Soon he arrived above the training ground at the Northwest Bay. This training ground had been specially cleared when he was training Conqueror's hockey. At that moment, Ajia was experimenting with the abilities of the graphite fruit. Noah landed in the center of the field. Ajia paused. "Brother Noah, do you need the training ground?" Noah shook his head. "No, I came to see how you're developing the fruit." Regarding the development of the graphite fruit, Noah had already formulated preliminary ideas and plans the night before. "Ajia, try turning your shoes into graphite." "Turn my shoes into graphite." "Let me try." Ajia concentrated, and in an instant the soles of his shoes turned into black graphite. "Release the ability." Ajia was confused but complied. Noah continued, "Don't transform the whole shoe. Instead, generate a layer of graphite on the sole." "Okay, brother Noah, done. Take a few steps." As soon as Ajia lifted his foot, he involuntarily fell backward. Startled, he tried to stabilize himself by twisting his waist, but the moment his other foot touched the stone slab, it slipped, and he crashed hard to the ground. Don't use force. Imagine the shoes are ice skates and slide quickly across the ground. Under Noah's guidance, after falling more than a dozen times, Ajia finally managed to glide steadily across the stone ground using his graphite skates. "Haha, brother, I did it." Noah shook his head with a smile. "Don't get too excited. You can only slide on stone or concrete. If you encounter mud or swamp, this trick is useless." He continued explaining, "The principle of graphite skates relies on graphite's lubricating properties. You can develop further based on this characteristic." "Brother, you're amazing. You even know that. That's why I always tell you to read more. Sometimes knowledge is power." Ajia clenched his fists in admiration. "Knowledge is power. I'll remember that. Truly worthy of being my big brother. All right, now let's test other properties of graphite." Noah had Ajia create some graphite shields, and then attacked with flame-type cards. The result was as he had anticipated. Ordinary flame attacks had little effect on the graphite shields. Even the hydrogen-oxygen jet flame card could only burn through a 1 centimeter thick graphite shield at close range. The reason lay in graphite's properties. In normal air, graphite's ignition point is between 850 and 1000 degrees Celsius, and its excellent thermal conductivity makes it difficult for ordinary flames to ignite. In particular, graphite shields thicker than 1 centimeter are hard to burn through instantly, giving the graphite fruit user precious time to react. Moreover, graphite is an excellent conductor. In battle, if facing an opponent who uses electricity-based abilities, the user can ground the current by utilizing the principle of an earth wire. Of course, as a paramecia-type creation ability, the graphite fruit also possesses the universal skills of creation-type abilities, material shaping, and creation golems. The biscuit fruit, for instance, exemplified this perfectly with its army of biscuit soldiers, a classic manifestation of this ability type. After outlining these development ideas for Ajia, Noah finally spoke earnestly. "Ajia, what do you think is the foundation of a devil fruit user?" Ajia fell into deep thought. "You must remember a crucial core. The body is the root of everything. With a strong body, ability development becomes easier, and awakening haki becomes more attainable. Now that you've become an ability user, I sincerely hope you don't slack off on physical training. Understand? Ajia seemed to ponder, then nodded. I'll remember, Brother Noah. After giving these instructions, Noah left the training ground. In truth, he had one more development idea for the graphite fruit, but considering Ajia's current level of ability development and physical strength, he decided against cramming more information. After all, too much at once could be counterproductive. Meanwhile, Noah wasn't overly concerned about Uncle Joseph's situation. Because the development of ordinary Zoan-type devil fruits boils down to two core points: constant physical training and forging an indomitable will. Once both are achieved, the Zoan fruit enters an awakened state. Both points are indispensable. If one only trains the body upon reaching awakening, the consequence is similar to the jailer beasts of Impel Down. If one only forges an indomitable will, but the body's strength is insufficient, the fruit will not awaken. The moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars. A cold January breeze gently stirred the air. In the study of his wooden cabin, Noah toyed with a deck of cards. These were not cards conjured by his ability, but rather tarot cards he had purchased in Rogue Town. One set of major arcana cards. One set of minor arcana cards. In the world of pirates, the most renowned tarot card user was the future magician Hawkins. To a certain extent, Hawkins' scarecrow fruit and his ability to divine using tarot cards were not particularly interconnected. On the contrary, Noah's card fruit was the true destined devil fruit in the realm of tarot. Previously, he had focused on developing the spatial storage properties of the card fruit, because this characteristic provided immense support during the early stages of an ability user, allowing rapid acquisition of various auxiliary and combat cards. Now, having passed the high-risk early phase and awakened his three-colored haki, it was time to unlock another branch of the card's abilities. Devil fruits, in essence, are the crystallized manifestations of the collective spiritual desires of billions of living beings in the pirate world. If tarot cards did not exist in this world, developing such abilities would be immensely difficult for Noah, and even then the results would be half as effective with twice the effort. Especially for a fruit like the card fruit, which straddles the line between rule-based and fantasy-based abilities, it requires real-world objects and the imaginations of billions as the foundation of its power. For a graphite fruit, since graphite is a naturally occurring substance, the foundation for developing its abilities would be the physical and chemical properties of graphite. This is the fundamental reason why among Zoan-type fruits there exist vast differences between the ancient normal and mythical Zoan categories. Mythical Zoans possess not only the biological creature itself as a foundation, but also the unique foundation of billions of human imaginations, effectively granting them a dual core. At this moment, Noah concentrated his mind, channeling his observation haki into the tarot cards in his hand. Observation haki possesses the basic ability to foresee the future, which could serve as a catalyst to activate the divinatory power of the tarot cards. Under the combined influence of the card fruit and his observation haki, Noah soon perceived that the tarot cards in his hand were undergoing a transformation. His physical stamina and mental energy were being consumed at an alarming rate. 5 minutes later, the tarot cards completed their metamorphosis, and golden flame-like cloud patterns emerged on their backs, resembling the awakening pattern of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Let me test its effectiveness. First, he took out a blank card and wrote on it, "Location of the smooth fruit." Then he deactivated his observation haki and tossed the deck of major arcana cards into the air. The cards scattered like celestial blossoms, and the 22 cards slowly descended. The tarot card closest to the divination card was the Fool. The Fool, knowing nothing. Noah fell into contemplation. Moments later, he picked up his pen and revised the content on the divination card to, "Is the smooth fruit in the East blue?" He cast the major arcana deck again. This time the card nearest to the divination card was the World. The World, the endpoint. He retrieved the supplementary minor arcana deck and tossed it as well. After a series of tests, he had pinpointed the approximate location of the smooth fruit, a deserted island near Shell's town. After completing this divination, the golden flame-like cloud patterns on the cards grew dim and lusterless. This made Noah realize that using tarot cards for divination consumes the power stored within them. Physical stamina was not a problem, but the depletion of mental energy could not be quickly restored. He estimated that the mental energy infused into the tarot cards this time was equivalent to approximately 5 hours of continuous high-intensity use of observation haki. Moreover, through the tarot card divination, he could vaguely sense certain limitations and taboos. For instance, the more significant the divination subject, or the more powerful the target, the greater the mental energy required. Divination attempts beyond his capacity would yield no accurate results. For example, vague directional advisory divinations, similar to Hawkins' method, could be used without daily restrictions. However, once the divination involved specific objects, creatures, or locations, it would consume a large amount of the mental energy stored in the cards, and success was not guaranteed. If Noah were to divine the location of the Nika fruit now, the tarot cards would fail to produce a result as it lay beyond his current capacity. His observation hockey was already warning him that infusing the tarot cards with mental energy should be done at intervals of at least a month, otherwise severe side effects might occur. Indeed, acts of peering into fate are often accompanied by great risks. Possessing the card fruit, the destined fruit in the domain of divination, allowed Noah to obtain accurate results at a minimal cost. A diviner like Hawkins would find it extremely difficult to lock onto specific entities, as such methods could only provide broad directional advice. Now Noah could perform one specific divination per month. As long as he avoided divining creatures far stronger than himself or god-tier devil fruits, the success rate would be very high. Having pinpointed the approximate location of the smooth fruit, and based on the East Blue Sea charts he had collected, there were 16 deserted islands near Shell's town. By searching them one by one, he was certain to find the fruit. Noah took out his forbidden book. This book was a secret record of information about the pirate world from his past life, meticulously compiled and preserved. As he recalled, he transcribed the devil fruits that might still exist in the East Blue. He excluded the smoke fruit already consumed by Smoker, the barrier fruit, which had not yet reincarnated, and the smooth fruit, whose location was already determined. The devil fruits that might still be present in the East Blue were the flame fruit, the sickle fruit, the whisper fruit, the sound fruit, the steel fruit, and the paste fruit. According to the newspapers and wanted posters he had collected, none of the above fruits had appeared among the pirates active in the East Blue in recent years. On the contrary, the steel fruit had been seen in a New World pirate crew, indicating that its current host had not yet met his end. Among the pirate crews active in the East Blue in recent years, there were 3 that were still alive and had devil fruit users: the Golden Hook Pirates led by Captain Buck, a Zoan-type porcupine fruit user; the Jack Pirates led by Captain Jack, a Paramecia-type bag fruit user; the Bloodsword Pirates with Vice Captain Guro, a Zoan-type parrot fruit user. Noah gathered this information with the purpose of hunting down these pirate crews. The reason for this hunt was twofold: first, to train Joshua and the others, as only through combat could their potential be further unleashed; second, to conduct experiments. Noah needed to study how to reclaim devil fruits, and he required these pirates as test subjects. In the following period, Noah did not continue to search for treasure in the seabed. Instead, he made multiple secret trips to Luaga town, purchasing a large quantity of steel shipbuilding equipment, materials, and various nautical instruments. During the day, he trained his body, and at night, he constructed a secret shipyard in the northwestern bay. The secret shipyard was originally a small hill by the coast. Nuaya, along with Wei Ku and others, hollowed out the interior of the hill, excavating a cavern 50 meters in height and nearly 30,000 square meters in area. They also carved a tunnel through the cliff on the coastal side wide enough for a ship to pass. The entrance gate was framed with steel and covered with a layer of rock. Building this secret shipyard took Nuaya and his crew a month and a half. Ajia, who served as an apprentice shipwright, followed Nuaya every night, personally crafting the family's second vessel. Uncle Yusei, Fu Yushuya, and Dong Enai and others also came to help transport materials and components. Though Nuaya was not a professional shipbuilding engineer, the ship he was constructing this time was not a traditional wooden sailing vessel, but a submarine made of steel. Compared to flashy sailboats, Nuaya felt that a submarine suited his family better. The first submarine had been rather crude and straightforward, but for the second one he intended to design it meticulously. Its design length was 56 meters with a displacement of 400 tons, capable of accommodating 20 crew members of average build. It featured hybrid propulsion, water jet, manual pedal-powered propeller, an electric propeller, a battery system, an internal air exchange system capable of utilizing air reserves stored in cards, electric lighting, an independent washroom, a seabed diving chamber, a temporary food storage room, a rest cabin, a control room, and an all-around periscope. To increase interior space, Nuaya improved the buoyancy control method. Previously, he used water intake and drainage to alter buoyancy. This time, he used cards to add or remove iron blocks to change buoyancy. Since iron is about 7 times denser than water, this meant that the former water tanks could be replaced by iron tanks, reducing their volume to 1/7 of the original. This improvement more than doubled the interior space of the submarine. Clearly, this submarine was Nuaya's exclusive version, and no one else could operate it. For Nuaya, who lacked extensive professional shipbuilding skills, this was an inevitable choice. Naturally, for safety reasons, the first submarine had no emergency escape equipment, but this time it was included. For instance, he specially ordered a batch of advanced diving suits from a diving equipment company in Luaga town, 30 suits costing him over 40 million Bailey. When it came to life safety, tens of millions of Bailey meant nothing. Additionally, he ordered a batch of high-strength alloy steel to reinforce the submarine's frame. Building this submarine cost nearly 500 million Bailey in total, not counting the labor. It was not until September of the year 1503 that the submarine finally completed sea trials. On September 11th, inside the secret shipyard, all the family members gathered, gazing at the steel submarine before them, having participated in its construction filled them with a sense of pride. Nuaya pulled off a red cloth draped on one side, revealing the submarine's name painted on it, the Nautilus. My family. Let us board and set sail for the ocean. Soon, everyone boarded the Nautilus. Even Uncle Yusei Fu was brought aboard by Nuaya. As for the family's assets on the island, the hardware store hired 2 clerks, the manor and orchard were temporarily sealed, and the hardware workshop and some wind turbine equipment were taken away by Nuaya using his cards. The equipment at the secret shipyard was also taken by Nuaya using his cards. This time, leaving Haisheng Island, the family did not know when they would return. If the secret shipyard was discovered during their absence, the equipment might be damaged or taken over. Nuaya did not want to come back and find their home raided. The Nautilus left the secret shipyard through the underwater tunnel and began to enter the vast, boundless ocean. Once out at sea, Nuaya instructed Yushuya and Ma Li to take turns using their Jiangwensei to sense the surroundings, training their Jiangwensei Baki. Yushuya's talent in Jiangwensei was similar to Nuaya's. Both had an ultra-wide range capable of covering an area with a radius of about 1 kilometer in all directions. Ma Li's talent in Jiangwensei, on the other hand, leaned toward emotional perception, as she could sense the emotional states of others, but her range was only about 100 meters. Everyone in the cabin carried out their duties. Uncle Yusei Fu served as the lookout, operating the periscope with Tuoman and I as his backup. Yushuya and Ma Li acted as safety officers, taking turns using their Jiangwensei to probe the surroundings. Wei Ku and Ndong and I worked as the power crew, taking turns pedaling the bicycle-powered propeller. Li Li Si was the navigator, Li Li and the cook, A Lei the logistics officer, and Ajia the shipwright. Full speed ahead towards Siertsi town. Li Li Si flipped through the nautical charts, quickly plotting a course with her pen. Siertsi town was located in the northeastern part of the East Blue, belonging to the Clover Kingdom on the main island of the Clover Archipelago. Along the way, they would pass by Aihao Island, where Kokoyashi Village was located, Yueguang Island, where Shuabu Village was located, Fengshin Archipelago, where Juzi Town was located, and finally Siertsi Town in the Clover Archipelago. As for the so-called protagonist group members along the route, Nuaya had little interest in contacting them. Except for the Na Mei family, whom he might win over, the other members of the protagonist group were simply not on the same path as the Nuaya family. Wang Lufei's background included a Marine Vice Admiral grandfather, a Revolutionary Army leader father, a Celestial Dragon red-haired Xiankasi, as his mentor, an elder brother who was the son of the Pirate King, and a second elder brother who was the Revolutionary Army Chief of Staff. Sua Long was a collateral member of the Xuanyue family, with his master being Gung Si Lang and his connections reaching the land of Hua and the Revolutionary Army. Usopp was the son of Yisubu, who was a sniper in the red-haired pirate crew. Shanji was a member of the Vinsmoke family. What kind of person was Vinsmoke Jiaji? A war profiteer who destroyed kingdoms and massacred cities. Name was never on the same side as Lu Fei and his crew. She was born in the Oikik Kingdom, which was destroyed by pirates just last year. Her biological parents died at the hands of pirates, and later her adoptive mother Mei also died at the hands of the Yilong pirate crew. She and her hometown had been enslaved by the Yilong pirate crew for over 8 years. If Nuaya were Mei, he would never join the Straw Hat Pirates or any other pirate crew, no matter what. Not to mention that later the Straw Hat Pirates even brought in Shinping as their helmsman, which was like rubbing salt into Na Mei's wounds. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Fei had defeated the Yilong pirate crew, Na Mei would never have joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, the Straw Hat Pirates did not kill Yilong and Lao Shu, leaving a huge threat to Kokoyashi Village. If the Wu Lao Xing had any brains, the Straw Hat Pirates would have been dead 100 times over. For example, they could send CP to kidnap Na Mei's sister Kuya and others, then set a trap to lure the Straw Hat Pirates into it. They would definitely fall for it. Therefore, Nuaya and his crew did not seek contact with the protagonist group. As for Na Mei, she was only 2 years old now, had not suffered under the Yilong pirate crew, and her adoptive mother was a retired Marine. It was not the right time to approach her. 1 week later, the Nautilus arrived in the waters near the Organ Islands. Lilith found a deserted island to rest and recuperate for a while. Lilith nodded. A continuous week of underwater navigation made those who had never been to sea feel somewhat uncomfortable. Shortly, Lilith found the nearest deserted island on the nautical chart. This island didn't even have an official name on the common charts, only marked as Organ Island No. 52. 3 hours later, the Nautilus surfaced in a bay suitable for docking. After everyone disembarked onto the island, Noah casually sealed the Nautilus into his card. His card space adjusted its dimensions, barely accommodating the vessel. Brother, it seems we're not the only ones on this island. Joshua reminded, quietly squinting his eyes. Noah had already sensed someone present on the island as they approached, but he didn't alert the others immediately. Joshua, just keep watch. No need to say anything else. Hearing this, Joshua immediately understood and suppressed his urge to warn the others. Once they set foot on shore, the group exploded like loose horses, shouting and cheering across the beach. Just then, bang! A lead bullet shot toward Uncle Joseph, who was stretching. In the next moment, Joshua appeared in front of him with a swift movement. Iron body. Clang. The lead bullet struck Joshua's chest, but failed to pierce his skin. The group tensed with alarm, frantically grabbing their weapons. Noah shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the crowd's reaction. Who fired that gun? Get out here now. Victor charged to the front, roaring toward the jungle at the shoreline. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets responded to Victor. His body tensed as the bullets struck like they were hitting steel. Bang, bang, bang. L pulled the trigger, his revolver firing continuously toward the direction the bullets had come from. AJ also reacted quickly, creating a graphite wall to shield the girls. Roar. After a brief daze, Uncle Joseph let out a furious roar, pounding his chest as his body swelled to over 3 meters tall, entering his full beast form. In the next moment, he leaped into the jungle with a powerful stomp. Joshua and Anthony followed closely behind, swinging their long blades as they charged into the jungle. Moments later, Uncle Joseph emerged carrying a bruised and battered dwarf whose lower half was encased in a box. Noah immediately recognized the figure. Boxman Common. The fellow wept and pleaded for mercy. But Noah felt no sympathy. Though the man would appear decent years later, his attempt to kill Uncle Joseph spoke volumes. He was clearly intent on silencing them permanently. Pirates are pirates. Attack cut him once each. Ale, who harbored a deep hatred for pirates, fired immediately, shooting off one of Common's arms. Ah, you bastards. Mary gritted her teeth, grabbing a fencing sword and stabbing the man's leg. For attacking us, died villain. The others joined in, even Lillian and Lilith each landing a strike. Finally, Noah beheaded the man with a single blow. After dealing with Common, Noah evaluated the group's performance. Your performance was poor. Only Joshua used observation hockey to detect the hidden enemy in advance. None of you sensed the danger or prepared for potential threats. Don't assume you can let your guard down just because this is a deserted island. Pirates, fierce beasts, or unknown diseases could be lurking here. If you remain this careless, you'll suffer greatly sooner or later. Everyone looked rather dejected. Noah waved his hand. Enough. Remember this lesson and don't make the same mistake again. We'll split into 2 groups. Uncle Joseph, you take Victor, Joshua, and Anthony to explore the island. The rest of us will build a camp here. No problem, let's go. Uncle Joseph hurriedly led Joshua, Anthony, and Victor into the island's interior. This time they became extremely vigilant, even overreacting at times. They mistook several strange creatures for enemies, causing chaos throughout the forest. Meanwhile, Noah quickly cleared a large area of primeval forest to serve as their temporary camp, then released the wooden house, daily necessities, and kitchenware stored in his carts. Lilith, Lillian, and Mary began preparing food. AJ and Torny chopped a large pile of firewood in a mountainous area deep within the forest. Uncle Joseph's group found Common's residence. Is this guy living alone? Anthony examined the utensils and bed inside the wooden house, basically confirming that only Common lived here. What do you think about his claim of treasure here? Uncle Joseph asked uncertainly. Victor carelessly replied, couldn't we just search nearby? That's true. Joshua nodded. The group began carefully searching around Common's wooden house. Soon Anthony discovered over a dozen wooden boxes on a mountaintop platform. After opening them, the group exchanged glances. Empty. It was a fake after all, or someone else might have beaten us to it. But Anthony was puzzled. How strange. Even if the treasure was taken, why were these boxes left in this location? Prompted by Anthony, Joshua also realized. True. If the treasure was here, this location is too obvious. If it wasn't here before, why would the person who took it move the boxes here? Wouldn't that be unnecessary? There's nowhere to hide things around here, is there? Victor looked around in confusion. Who says there isn't? What about right under our feet? Anthony crouched down, pulling out a dagger and inserting it into the ground. It's soil underneath. Want to dig and see? Everyone started digging with swords and daggers. After digging over a meter deep, they encountered rock. Looks like stone. Wait, this stone has signs of artificial cutting. There might be something underneath. Keep going. Soon they cleared a pit covering 4 or 5 square meters and discovered a massive stone slab. Anthony inserted his blade into the crack of the stone slab, finding it met resistance after about 10 centimeters. This slab is quite thick. Everyone step back, let me handle this. Victor donned alloy gauntlets and concentrated all his strength. Iron cannon fist. One punch directly struck the stone slab, shattering it into pieces and revealing a pitch-black hole. Victor, don't go down yet. Anthony warned, lighting a windproof lighter near the opening. As the flame entered the hole, it dimmed. There's insufficient oxygen inside. We can't descend for now. After a moment's thought, Anthony said, Victor, go get 2 diving suits from Brother Noah. Diving suits. Okay. Noah, who was in the camp, only learned after listening to Vic's explanation that they had discovered a cave that seemed to contain a treasure. From the equipment locker, he took out 2 sets of diving suits, 4 oxygen cylinders, and 2 handheld searchlights, and instructed them to be careful. Vic returned to the hilltop platform, handed the diving suits and oxygen cylinders to Joshua and Anthony, and the 2, after putting on the diving suits, carried the searchlights and weapons and entered the cave. At the entrance of the cave, there were stone steps. After descending a dozen steps, they reached the bottom. Under the searchlight, what came into view was a hall covered with traces of excavation. Anthony suddenly noticed some characters carved on one of the walls. He used his dagger to sweep away the dust on the surface. The treasure is buried half a meter beneath our feet. Anthony, the treasure is right under our feet. Be careful, something feels off, Anthony said uneasy. Joshua hesitated. What do we do? Dig? Or give up? Since we've come this far, there's no reason not to dig. But we shouldn't dig together. I'll dig first and you keep watch. Anthony gave up using the dagger, and instead drew his longsword, scraping away the surface soil bit by bit. Meanwhile, Joshua remained highly alert, his observation hockey constantly monitoring the situation beneath the soil. Half an hour later, after scraping only about 30 centimeters, Anthony's longsword touched something hard. After scraping a dozen more times under the searchlight, a gleaming golden reflection appeared. Is there really gold here? He used the longsword to pry out a piece of gold a gold necklace. Suddenly, he stopped and carefully examined the necklace, breaking out in a cold sweat. Because the necklace was entwined with some fine needles that, even after being buried for so long, still glimmered with a sinister light. Joshua, don't come close. These treasures might have poison needles. Joshua cursed under his breath. What bastard hid this treasure? How insidious. The two fetched several wooden boxes from above, used wooden chopsticks to pick up the treasures, and placed them into the boxes. After working for over an hour, they filled 12 wooden boxes. Back on the hilltop platform, Anthony took off his helmet, looked at the 12 boxes packed to the brim, and said with a smile, although the person who hid this treasure was extremely cunning, after processing, these treasures are worth at least 80 million belly. Vic was about to lift one of the boxes when it suddenly cracked open, startling him. He quickly threw the box away to avoid being pricked by the poison needles entwined around the treasures. With a crack, the box shattered, scattering the gold, silver, and jewels. Anthony was startled. Be careful, don't go near that. They had to bring over another empty box, use chopsticks to pick up the scattered treasures, and then had Vic split a large pile of wooden strips and gather vines from the nearby forest to reinforce the chests lest they break again during transport. Suddenly, Anthony stared at the boxes. What's wrong? Joshua, seeing him in a daze, asked curiously. Something's off. There are 13 boxes here, but the treasures only fill 12 boxes. There must be one more box of treasure below. Anthony suddenly remembered something else. Damn, we almost got fooled again. Fooled by what? Joshua was bewildered. Remember the words on the wall. The treasure is half a meter beneath our feet. I only dug 30 centimeters and found the treasure. Clearly the real treasure is the last box hidden at half a meter. Joshua suddenly understood. So that's it. This guy is really insidious. The two put on their helmets again, descended into the cave once more, and became even more vigilant. After slowly digging for half an hour, they finally found what was hidden beneath. Two small boxes, one elongated, the other square. Anthony and Joshua did not dare to open them. They're worried that the cunning treasure hider might have set more traps. Carrying the boxes, the group returned to the temporary camp. After hearing Anthony and Joshua's description, Noah realized how dangerous this treasure was. A series of traps that would surely kill anyone lacking vigilance. Noah first instructed Agia to pick out the gems, then used the graphite furnace to melt the gold, silver, and poison needles together, finally separating the gold and silver. Extreme heat could eliminate most of the toxins. Meanwhile, he used tarot cards for divination. This box is safe. He casually opened the box, and inside lay a devil fruit. Everyone was astonished. I didn't expect it to be a devil fruit. I wonder what kind of fruit it is. We'll check the encyclopedia later. Noah then divined the remaining box, and the result shocked him. A 50 risk. Given his strength, a 50 risk was unexpected. The contents of this box were truly surprising. He had Agia create a room, using graphite, focused his observation hockey on the box, and then Agia manipulated a graphite puppet to open it. A sword. Suddenly, an ominous aura spread from the blade. A cursed sword. No wonder. If it was a cursed sword, it indeed posed a great risk. Especially this particular cursed sword. A faint voice whispered in his heart, pick it up. You will gain infinite power. Infinite power. Just you. A mere sword. Ridiculous. Noah's conqueror's hockey, like ignited flames, surged violently into the cursed sword. In the next moment, he directly drew the sword. The conqueror's hockey, forged from an iron, will suppress the sword's eerie instinct, causing it to tremble. Disappear. The conqueror's hockey, like a millstone, shattered the sword's instinct completely. As the instinct was destroyed, the conqueror's hockey and armament hockey that Noah had poured into the sword were slowly absorbed by the blade. I don't want to know your former name. From today on, you shall be called Red Heart. The others also regained their senses. Anthony in particular was filled with lingering fear. He was glad they hadn't opened the box inside the cave, because just now all sorts of thoughts had arisen in his mind. Clearly the sword was tempting him. Noah sheathed Red Heart and warned solemnly. This sword is a legendary cursed blade. If one lacks sufficient willpower, it can easily bewitch them and turn them into a sword slave. From now on, be extra cautious when encountering such things. Brother Noah, what should we do if someone is controlled by a cursed sword? Agia asked worriedly. Just take the sword away or destroy it, and the controlled person will return to normal. Noah offered his solution. This was also the method later used to break the 7-star sword's curse. Destroy the cursed sword completely, and all curses become rootless. After resolving the threat of the cursed sword, the group turned their attention to the devil fruit inside the small box. The fruit was a vivid blue-green shaped like an oleander fruit densely covered with arabesque patterns and had 2 leaves resembling tendrils. Noah had already retrieved the devil fruit encyclopedia and flipped directly to the Zoan section. After more than 10 minutes, he found a fruit that matched the shape and characteristics. Animal type insect fruit monarch butterfly form. A butterfly. Anthony was greatly disappointed. This was clearly not the fruit he wanted to consume. Ale Tuamini and Victor also lost interest in the fruit. Mary, Lilith, and Lillian discussed it in hushed tones for a while until finally Lilith spoke up. Brother Noah, I want to eat this fruit. You want it? All right, take it. In truth, Noah had anticipated the girl's choice. As a chef, Lillian would naturally desire a fruit related to her profession, and Mary already had the smooth fruit. Lilith picked up the fruit with an expression of resolute determination, then opened her cherry-like lips and took a fierce bite. She didn't dare chew it, but swallowed, then wolfed down the remaining flesh in a rushed manner. The moment she swallowed, her skin began to emit a pale purple gas. Not good, it's poisonous. Noah quickly released an air card, compressing the surrounding air away. Lilith, as if waking from a dream, realized she was releasing toxins and quickly regained control of her body, ceasing to emit the poison. Uncle Joseph was startled. This fruit's toxicity is incredibly strong. Just eating it caused an involuntary release of poison. Noah reminded Lilith, try using observation haki. Observation haki. Okay. Lilith calmed her mind and began to activate her observation haki, which had only awakened a little over 4 months ago and was quite ordinary with no remarkable specialties. But this time, after activating her observation haki, she felt something different. Information about the surrounding environment seemed almost within reach. What's happening? Noah explained, this should be a common trait of insect-type creatures, extreme sensitivity to environmental changes. When combined with observation haki, it becomes a super-enhanced perception of the environment and weather. Lilith suddenly understood. She attempted to enter a half-beast form, and as the 2 tendrils on her forehead emerged, her environmental perception skyrocketed. Not only could she sense the subtlest changes in the environment, but her observation haki coverage also rapidly expanded to dozens of kilometers. This was why Noah had not objected when she chose this devil fruit. As the navigator of the Noah family, Lilith was very hardworking, but her navigational talent was quite ordinary. This was also another reason Noah chose to use the submarine. It could avoid most severe maritime weather, reducing the burden on the navigator. Now Lilith was like an artificial Nami, gaining the ability to sense weather through the combination of a devil fruit and observation haki. Of course, this fruit was also excellent in other aspects. Noah continued. Now try entering full beast form and attempt environmental camouflage. This should be one of the common traits of butterflies. Environmental camouflage. Let me try. Lilith then entered her full beast form. After more than 10 minutes of attempts, the color of her skin and clothes began to match the surrounding environment perfectly, making her vanish from everyone's sight. However, those with observation haki could still sense her presence. Anthony commented, this ability can only fool those who don't have observation haki. Against those who do, it's basically useless. It's still pretty good. Lilith was actually quite satisfied with this fruit. In reality, among ordinary Zoan fruits, the monarch butterfly was almost comparable to top-tier ancient ones. Because its abilities were remarkably comprehensive, encompassing 5 aspects: potent poison perception, camouflage, endurance, and flight. The monarch butterfly's venom comes from various poisonous plants, storing toxins inside its body by consuming them, which also gives the fruit excellent adaptability to poisons. Perception and camouflage have been discussed, or flight is also a common trait of butterflies. As for endurance, monarch butterflies are among the few butterflies with long-distance migration habits. In the world of One Piece, they migrate back and forth between the South Blue and the East Blue, directly crossing 2 calm belts and the Grand Line, Paradise. This endurance is terrifyingly strong. To some extent, this monarch butterfly fruit was almost equivalent to half a mythical Zoan. Indeed, in the subsequent strength test, Lilith's strength increased roughly 8-fold compared to before eating the fruit. Combined with her original strength, which was already about 10 times that of an ordinary person, her power instantly became nearly 100 times that of an average human. Even Uncle Joseph, who had eaten the silverback gorilla fruit, only possessed strength about 70 times that of a normal person. Truly, the insect-type devil fruit was remarkable. After resting for 2 days on Rare Beast Island, the Nautilus set sail once more. This time it did not submerge, but traveled on the surface, though the chosen route was relatively desolate to avoid encountering other ships. Noah, Joshua, and Lilith all possessed wide-range observation haki, easily detecting nearby vessels. Sailing on the surface felt very different from traveling beneath the sea. Fortunately, Lilith could sense subtle environmental changes and thus avoid many sudden extreme weather events. On the third day after leaving Rare Beast Island, the Nautilus passed offshore of Orange Town on the Organ Archipelago. 11 days later, the Nautilus entered the range of the four-leaf clover archipelago. They were now very close to Shellstown, only about 122 kilometers away. Brother Noah, we are approaching the first target, deserted island. Noah glanced at the chart of the four-leaf clover archipelago. Although he felt the smooth fruit was unlikely to be on this island, he still ordered the landing. Anthony, Victor, Joshua, we're going ashore. The rest stay on the ship. Understood. On the deserted island numbered four-leaf clover 08, Victor took the lead with Anthony holding a long sword behind him. Joshua and Noah flanked the rear on the left and right. The distance between the four was about 7 or 8 meters, convenient for mutual support without interfering with weapon usage or body techniques. The island was small with a radius of less than 5 kilometers. Even with careful searching, it took only a little over 2 hours for the four to reach the opposite side. Just as Noah was about to split into two groups to search along the coast, his eyes narrowed slightly. On the other side of the island, aboard the Nautilus, Lilith, who was organizing the sea charts, suddenly furrowed her brow. The next moment, she concentrated her mind to activate observation hockey, expanding its coverage to the maximum range of 36 kilometers. A tattered sailboat was sailing toward this deserted island with less than 5 kilometers between them. Lilith immediately sounded the alarm. The crew members remaining on board quickly assembled. Lilith, what's going on? Uncle Joseph asked, holding a large axe. A sailboat is approaching this deserted island. Everyone be on high alert. I see. Lilith then picked up the den mushi and informed Noah about this matter. In less than 10 minutes, Noah and his group had returned to the Nautilus via the flame thrusters and stored the Nautilus back into a cart. Everyone hid in the jungle by the shore, quietly waiting for the sailboat to approach. Half an hour later, Noah had already spotted the sailboat and the pirate flag on it. This pirate flag pattern, it's the Bloodblade Pirates. But these guys are in a pitiful state. According to the Navy's wanted posters, this crew used to have 3 ships and about 200 members, but now only 48 remain. On the shore, as soon as the Bloodblade ship docked, they immediately lowered a small wooden boat. 4 pirates rowed the small boat, preparing to storm the beach. Meanwhile, a blue-haired man standing on the deck turned his hands into a pair of wings and flew toward the beach. Bloodblade Vice Captain Gulyuo. Noah and the others did not stop the pirates from landing. About half an hour later, supported by a bald pirate, the one-armed Bloodblade, Tianzhong Tailang, finally set foot on the beach. Boss, take it slow. Parrot Gulyuo brought a chair. Cough, cough, I'm not dead yet. Go prepare some food. Tianzhong Tailang looked gloomy, then gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn old man, saying I have a crooked heart and am not fit to use that sword, not even willing to teach me Luing. I hate it. Clearly you old man are jealous of my talent and afraid that I'll surpass Gung Sailang, so you deliberately refuse to teach me. Just you wait, I will make your Shuangyue clan pay for this lost arm. Just as Tianzhong Tailang was complaining about his fate, Noah had already confirmed that there were no news birds nearby, no small creatures on the pirates, and no Navy's flame photographers in the vicinity. The next moment, Noah activated the dozen bomb cards buried in the sand. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, flames shot into the sky and shrapnel from the explosion sprayed in all directions. Help. At the moment of the explosion, Tianzhong Tailang and Parrot Gulyuo sensed danger through their observation hockey. Ignoring their wounds, one leaped into the sea, the other somersaulted into the air. Fluttering in the air, the parrot man Gulyuo, before he could catch his breath, had his wing pierced by a bullet. At the same time, a tremendous force struck his back, smashing him into the sea. Tianzhong Tailang, who had just burst out of the sea, looked up and saw a dark shadow crash into the sea not far away. The next second, a steel gauntlet wrapped in armament hockey appeared before his eyes. Damn it. Draw the sword, raise the hand. Punch, clash. Sparks flew, hockey collided. Tianzhong Tailang's eyes widened. Nanny. Hockey. However, Victor did not reply at all, swinging his fists at Tianzhong Tailang. Clang, clang, clang. The gauntlets and the katana clashed fiercely for 6 or 7 exchanges. Damn. If my right hand hadn't been cut off by that old man, I wouldn't. Boom. Tianzhong Tailang's head was struck heavily from behind. Crack. Victor unhesitatingly crushed the remaining bones of his left hand. Lilith's figure appeared above and behind Tianzhong Tailang, casually tossing a lasso and dragging him into the air. Meanwhile, Victor jumped into the sea to search for the parrot man Gulyuo, who had been knocked into the water. On the beach at that moment, Noah had only activated a dozen bomb cards, leaving the rest to the others. The bombs directly killed a dozen people, but the remaining 30-plus pirates were still lively. Truly worthy of the pirate world where everyone is a tank and a blood cow. Alay Tuamini, Lillian, and Mary used rifles or pistols to shoot at the pirates from the jungle. Anthony and Joshua wielded long swords, joining forces to behead a burly pirate. Uncle Joseph transformed into a half-beast form, his 2 large axes whirling with force, 1 axe per pirate. Ajia controlled more than a dozen graphite puppets to surround and attack the pirates trying to escape. In less than 10 minutes, over 30 pirates were annihilated like cutting melons and vegetables, leaving only 2 pirates kneeling and begging for mercy. At the same time, Victor also fished out the dying parrotman Guluo from the seabed, along with the bound Bloodblade, Tianzhong Tailang. In less than 10 minutes of battle, the Bloodblade pirates were completely wiped out. This was even without Noah going all out. Did they really think his bomb cards could only kill a dozen small fry? His strongest bomb card stored a ton of gunpowder and a large number of iron nails and steel balls in a single card. The moment it exploded, everything within a radius of 50 meters would be shattered to pieces. Not to mention the poison gas cards, napalm cards, white phosphorus combustion cards, and so on. He hadn't used a single one of these cards. This engagement was actually a training battle. It was used to train the family members, allowing them to quickly adapt to the atmosphere of killing. Victor Joshua moved the bodies of these pirates together. Lilith and Anthony go search the pirate ship. Uncle give the others some psychological counseling. Lilith lifted Anthony, and the two flew toward the pirate ship. At this time, the 3 pirates left on the ship were already dead, their faces blue. They were Lilith's first target. She used environmental camouflage to poison them with a fast-acting deadly toxin. The two searched through each cabin one by one. To avoid missing any hidden compartments, they unhesitatingly used swords to cut through all the cabins. After more than an hour, Lilith looked at the treasure worth less than 3 million berries and the banknotes worth over 1 million berries, shook her head, and said, "Let's go." As the two left, Lilith casually stuck Noah's combustion card on the deck of the pirate ship. Meanwhile, the 2 captured small fry had already confessed the information about the Bloodblade pirates. This Tianzhong Tailang was one of the refugees from Wano country. His father was a follower of Xuanyue Gung Samlang, and he himself was a disciple of Gung Samlang. A few days ago, he returned to Xuanyue village to demand a cursed sword and the training method of Luiying from Gung Samlang. As a result, they fought a great battle. He was cut off one hand by Gung Samlang, and he also killed Gung Silang's wife. Unfortunately, this guy was of little value to Noah. Under the joint interrogation of Mary and Noah, Tianzhong Tailang handed over a set of Yixinliu swordsmanship and a set of Blood Demon swordsmanship, and then they gave him a quick death. As for whether Tianzhong Tailang would tamper with the sword techniques, the answer was that he indeed deliberately left many pitfalls. However, under Mary's observation Haki, which could sense emotions combined with Noah's divination cards, he could hide nothing and finally had to confess everything. Unfortunately, there was no advanced application of armament Haki, Luiying. After extracting the last bit of value from the Bloodsaber pirates, Noah sealed the unconscious parrotman Galu into a card. He then released a solidified fuel ignition card toward the gathered pirate corpses. He then detonated the ignition cards attached to the pirate ship. Boom. Under the towering flames, the Bloodsaber was shattered to pieces and sank into the seabed wrapped in raging fire. And those corpses were quickly consumed by the solidified fuel. He was not the type to be careless. To prevent his information from leaking out, he had to reduce these pirates to ashes lest someone had secretly marked their bodies or faked their deaths. After all, the devil fruits in the pirate world were incredibly varied. There might even be something similar to the Yomi Yomi fruit. After destroying the corpses and the pirate ship, Noah and his companions re-explored the desolate island. Indeed, there were no traces of the smooth fruit. This was the uncertainty of divination. Even knowing the smooth fruit was in these waters, he still couldn't pinpoint its exact location. That evening, considering the Bloodsaber pirates' appearance here, Noah abandoned his plan to stay overnight. He piloted the Nautilus underwater and headed toward the next desolate island. 5 days later. During these days, they had searched a total of 7 desolate islands, but found nothing. Today was October 13th, 1503. Noah glanced at Lilith's sea chart. Nearby there were 3 desolate islands, one of which had a name, Goat Island. Many might be unfamiliar with this island, but if you mentioned Alvida, everyone who had read One Piece would know the name. This Goat Island was Alvida's stronghold during her obese period, and also the place where she was defeated by Luffy. Noah took out his tarot cards. He looked toward Clover No. 11 Desolate Island, the closest to Goat Island, and performed a divination card draw. This journey will go smoothly, but the outcome is uncertain. Noah frowned. The Hierophant 9 of Wands. So 2 Hierophants would mean stubborn debates and arguments between them. He drew another card. The Hierophant Knight of Cups. A false friend, a stranger, and tempter decisively grasped the current fate. Noah seemed to understand something. He turned and ordered Lilith full speed toward Clover No. 11 Desolate Island. Yes, brother Noah. The Nautilus quickly changed direction and sped toward Clover No. 11 Desolate Island. For hours later, a small island with a radius of less than 2 kilometers came into view. Everyone got to work without delay, quickly dividing into groups to search the island. Soon Mary and Victor's group found the smooth fruit in a coconut grove near the beach. The moment they found the smooth fruit, Noah immediately recalled everyone. Without lingering on the island, he set course for the next destination. About 6 hours after the Nautilus departed, on the beach under the setting sun, a gust of wind swirled, and then a figure appeared on the sand. Looking at the footprints on the beach, a hint of contemplation flashed through the gaze beneath the green robe's hood. Very fresh footprints formed today, and they left in a hurry. Could it be the Bloodsaber pirates? Moments later the figure vanished without a trace. Only the swirling wind remained stirring the shimmering fine sand. After leaving Goat Island waters, the Nautilus was now sailing toward Dawn Island. Dawn Island was where the envoy of the Goa Kingdom resided. However, Goa Kingdom was not Noah's destination. This time his destination was the most beautiful island in the East Blue, Zakesasi Island. Zakesasi Island was also known as the Hell Ant Nest. This island was very famous in the East Blue because ships that entered never returned. Nearby islands often heard rumors of treasure within. Its location was approximately 436 kilometers southeast of Dawn Island. As for whether there was treasure on Zakesasi Island, Noah didn't know. But there were definitely a large number of shipwrecks on the seabed nearby. After all, the waters around this island had very special climate conditions somewhat similar to the Calm Belt. Coupled with the ring-shaped ocean current surrounding the entire island, unless ships were equipped with steam power or other new technologies, traditional sailing vessels could not leave. In the past few months, Noah had already used a specific divination once every month. He was now basically certain that the flame fruit was on Zakesasi Island. 3 other devil fruits had also been identified. The scythe fruit had already been consumed by someone. The sound fruit was within the Oikit Kingdom Nami's hometown. The paste fruit was in the Dominic Islands, 733 kilometers north of the Organ Islands. The iron fruit and the whisper fruit should not have regenerated yet. To quickly enhance the strength and potential of family members, devil fruits were a shortcut. Inside the Nautilus's kitchen, Lillian sliced the smooth fruit into pieces and handed them to Mary beside her. Mary opened her wide mouth and quickly stuffed the fruit pieces into her mouth. So disgusting. Ugh. But thinking of Noah's expectations, Mary endured the nausea and gagging, swallowing the remaining fruit in one gulp. Quick, Lillian, give me apple juice. Lillian had already prepared a large bottle of apple juice. Mary took the bottle and chugged it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Phew. I'm alive again. Mary, your skin has become so smooth. Quick, try your ability. Lillian touched Mary's arm enviously. Mary picked up a kitchen knife and swung it at herself. The next moment the knife seemed to encounter something and instantly slid aside, nearly cutting the floor. Before eating the smooth fruit, Noah had already told her the development direction for this ability. This fruit's power was very strong, and it was one of the few devil fruits that did not fear sea stone or seawater. The reason Alvida's usage was mediocre was naturally due to her insufficient knowledge level, unable to deeply develop the smooth fruit's potential. So what exactly is smoothness? It means the particle structure on a material surface is arranged very neatly, forming a kind of surface tension that prevents other substances from adhering to it. In other words, once the ability user activates the smooth fruit's power, a surface tension force field film forms around their body. Even if this force field film is very thin, it creates a barrier between the body and the outside world. It was precisely this barrier that prevented sea stone particles from directly contacting the ability user's body. As long as the smooth fruit user had sufficient endurance, even swimming in the sea was possible. Additionally, the smooth fruit could achieve functions similar to the Gomu no Mi, such as accelerating blood flow within the body to gain instantaneous explosive power. Finally, there was the conceptual extension of the smooth fruit, achieving functions similar to the Fua no Mi, such as sliding away toxins, fatigue, pain, and even memories within the body. Although before awakening, the smooth fruit's ability could not affect anything outside the body, merely applying it to oneself already made it extremely versatile. Since they were inside a submarine, Mary could only experiment little by little within her own cabin. The weather was fair, and the sky a pristine blue. A pitch-black iron vessel glided into the Zakesasi Island along the current. After passing through a ring current zone spanning over 20 kilometers, the lush, verdant Zakesasi Island finally drew near. Except for a few small beaches, the rest of the coastline consisted of sheer cliffs hundreds of meters high, densely riddled with caves. Aside from a few strange birds circling overhead, there was nothing else. The Nautilus docked beside a relatively low cliff. After everyone emerged from the cabin, Noah casually sealed the Nautilus away. Let's set up camp first. I plan to rest here for a month and also train everyone's abilities. Uncle Joseph nodded. Good idea. After nearly a month in the submarine, I kind of missed life on land. Soon the group found a suitable spot for the camp. Noah released the stored wooden cabins and living facilities one by one and installed some training equipment. After lunch, they split into 3 groups. One stayed to guard the camp, while the other 2 began a systematic search. After more than 2 hours of searching, they discovered the flame fruit amidst a heap of discarded items in a tidal cave by the shore. The fruit was given to Lillian as flame abilities suited a chef. Even after finding the flame fruit, they did not stop, for the island was rumored to hold treasure. Though uncertain of its truth, they decided to conduct a thorough sweep of the entire island. Due to the intricate network of caves inside Zakesasi Island, it took them 3 consecutive days of searching to complete the exploration. The result was a haul of about 200 million belly in treasure. These treasures were most likely left behind by adventurers or castaways who had come to the island. After all, Zikasis Island had no large, edible animals. The cliffs were nests for strange birds. The underground was a colony of black ants. The vegetation consisted only of bitter banyan trees and toxic sweet potatoes, and there were no obvious freshwater rivers. Without food and fresh water, an ordinary person could not last a week, and with no way to leave by sailboat, they could only wait for death. In the island's caves, Noah and his group found numerous diaries, many recording the despair of the trapped and some truly horrific events. After looting everything, the group began training. Naturally, Noah did not forget the sunken ships in the waters around Zikasis Island. Since they were here, he would not miss the opportunity. This time he did not do it himself. Instead, he had Victor dive without a diving suit, only an oxygen tank, descending to the seabed in person to search for treasure. Areas beyond a certain depth were assigned to Agia. Agia's underwater treasure hunting method was simple. He used graphite puppets connected by special graphene wires controlling them from the shore. The multi-layered composite graphene wires could withstand lengths of over 10 kilometers without breaking. This allowed Agia to remotely control the graphite puppets for deep-sea treasure hunting. Over the centuries, countless ships had sunk around Zikasis Island, forming a vast underwater ship graveyard. Although the scale of wrecks here was smaller than in the Sabaody archipelago waters, the wrecks there had been thoroughly scavenged by the fishmen long ago. In contrast, the wrecks around Zikasis Island were untouched. Agia, using the graphene wires, achieved a form of consciousness projection, attaching himself to one of the graphite puppets to observe the seabed. The graphite puppet wore a specially designed searchlight and broke into the ship's cabins. With a dozen puppets under his control, Agia quickly searched one wreck. His targets were simple gold, silver jewelry, precious swords, devil fruits, log poses, or any particularly unusual items. On the 5th day, they found a devil fruit on the seabed northwest of Zikasis Island. After Noah's appraisal, it was confirmed to be a zoan-type Inu Nomi model red fox, and was temporarily sealed. On the 12th day, in the deep trench south of Zikasis Island, they found a stone stele covered in ancient script. On the 15th day, another devil fruit was found. After appraisal, it was identified as a paramecia-type whole fruit, which was eaten by Alay. The whole fruit had spatial abilities similar to the Dordor fruit, but besides opening wormholes, it could also be used for rapid excavation. However, for long-distance teleportation, a prerequisite was to set up a spatial coordinate point in advance. Currently, Alay could only maintain 5 coordinate points anymore, and he couldn't sustain them. Additionally, the whole fruit did not have an alternate dimension like the Dordor fruit. This had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that wormhole teleportation was instantaneous, unlike the Dordor fruit, which required traveling through the alternate dimension. The disadvantage was the need to ensure the safety of the spatial coordinate points. Unlike the Dordor fruit's user, who could hide in the nearby alternate dimension and secretly observe the normal world, Alay had no such option. The whole fruit was extremely important for the Noah family. This ability could ensure the safety of family members, providing great flexibility for emergency retreats or reinforcements. After finding 2 devil fruits on the seabed of Zikasis Island, no more were found in the surrounding waters. When the month-long rest period came to an end, Victor and Agia's underwater harvest around Zikasis Island amounted to approximately 3.7 billion belly in treasure, 2 devil fruits, 1 great grade Miao Dao style longsword, 1 good grade alloy warhammer, 173 log poses, 24 eternal poses, 1 ancient stone steely, 16 navigation logs, 34 treasure maps, 532 kilograms of blue tungsten stone, a mixture of tungsten and another unknown rare metal, 22 kilograms of millennium dragon bone, and 3 pieces of atom wood salvaged from the wrecks. As for the other steel, copper, and ceramics, Agia and Victor did not have the time to bring them back. In truth, this underwater treasure hunt did not uncover all the wrecks in the area, as some had been buried for too long under seabed sediment and marine life. Nevertheless, Noah was satisfied. Since the planned time had arrived, he did not intend to linger on Zikasis Island. He merely had Alay leave a spatial coordinate on the island. This island had natural barriers, and its surface was barren and desolate, making it an ideal secret base or refuge. In case of an enemy too formidable to face, they could escape here with their people. The Nautilus set sail once more, heading due east. Their destination was Nami's homeland, the Oikit Kingdom, and they would stop at 5 small inhabited island nations along the way. Boom. A pirate ship attempting to plunder a merchant vessel suddenly experienced a violent explosion from its hull. The terrifying blast shattered the pirate ship into fragments. The merchant ship, having narrowly escaped, quickly hoisted full sails and departed. The Nautilus, hidden beneath the sea, showed no intention of surfacing, silently sailing away into the distance, leaving no trace of its deeds. 5 hours later, in the sugarcane town of Rum Island, Noah and his companions, disguised as members of a trading company, set foot on the town. They came ashore primarily because they had not interacted with others for months and needed some respite. Sailing could be extremely monotonous, requiring regular psychological decompression to prevent mental illness. Inside a restaurant, several waiters swiftly served dishes, yet the food on the table scarcely diminished. Uncle Joseph held a bottle of locally produced rum, savoring it carefully. Vic was performing a feat of devouring an entire pig in 3 mouthfuls, while Lillian pondered how to replicate the restaurant's cuisine. Noah leaned back in his chair silently, observing the pedestrians outside the window. This was a small island nation that thrived on rum and sugar industries, especially with the advent of the Great Pirate Era. Rum as an essential consumable for sea voyages had made the island increasingly prosperous. However, Noah noticed that many passers-by did not exhibit signs of wealth. Many were emaciated with gaunt faces and clothes covered in patches. Noah called a waitress over. Placing a silver coin in her hand, the middle-aged woman beamed. "Sir, how may I assist you? I am a merchant from the Goa Kingdom, new to these parts, and unfamiliar with Rum Island's situation. Could you kindly enlighten me?" The waitress glanced around and replied in a low voice, "Sir, to do business on Rum Island, one must obtain approval from Minister Powell. I hear a hefty sum is required to purchase rum and sugar here." Noah pondered and continued, "Are those people outside all locals?" The waitress looked at the pedestrians Noah indicated and whispered again, "Those are penitents, people who broke the law and couldn't afford the redemption fine. They can only atone through work assigned by the kingdom. It seems your kingdom's laws are very strict. Sir, please don't say such things on the street. If the disciplinary knights hear you, you'll be fined. Do you have a law book of the Rum Kingdom in your establishment?" Noah asked, passing another silver coin. The waitress nodded. "My boss is one who I can borrow it for you, but you must not take it away or damage it." "No problem." Shortly after, the waitress surreptitiously handed him a thick book. Just then, Anthony, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and Vic pushed open the door and entered. Taking a sip of coffee, Anthony said in a low voice, "Boss, this is the local business survey report." Noah took the booklet, scanning it swiftly. After reading it, he understood the situation of the Rum Kingdom. The dense array of taxes and harsh penalties seemed designed to squeeze every last copper from the common people. From his knowledge, among the world government's over 170 member states, they were divided into 3 tiers, with the annual heavenly tribute also divided into 3 levels. The first tier paid 50 billion berries annually, the second 30 billion, and the third 10 billion. The Rum Kingdom, a small nation, was typically a third-tier member required to pay 10 billion berries or equivalent treasures and artifacts each year. With a population of 2,000, the kingdom's per capita annual tribute was 5,000 berries, which was not particularly high. For comparison, the Arlong pirates in Kokayasi village demanded monthly protection fees of 1,000 berries for adults and 5,000 for children. The prosperity of the Rum Kingdom far surpassed that of Kokayasi village. According to the survey, the kingdom's annual revenue was no less than 100 billion berries, nearly 10 times the heavenly tribute. Why would they resort to such destructive fishing practices? Noah fell into deep thought. Baffled, he drew his tarot cards. Soon the cards revealed a divination prophecy, the false balance, greed, sin. Noah's observation hockey directly focused on the pedestrians in the street. Though they worked, their expressions were numb and anguished. He called Mary over and whispered a few instructions. Mary casually walked to the fruit shop across the street and bought some fruits. Returning to the restaurant, her expression darkened. "Boss, those people are deeply tormented inside. If they don't work, their families might starve." "Is it the same for everyone? All the so-called penitents are the same." Noah, combining the tarot prophecy, seemed to have guessed something. After eating and drinking their fill, the group checked into a high-end inn nearby. As night fell, 3 dark figures silently slipped out of Sugarcane Town. The entire Rum Island comprised 4 towns: the southern Sugarcane Town, open to outsiders; the southeastern Bamboo Sugar Town, on the plains; the northwestern Mackerel Town, on the coast; and the central highland city of Rum City. Rum City was the capital of the Rum Kingdom. Noah, Mary, and Lilith, with their observation hockey activated, avoided the patrol guards within the kingdom. In less than an hour, they had crossed over 80 kilometers and reached the forested outskirts of Rum City. "Brother, the density of penitents here is even higher than in Sugarcane Town." Mary, with her emotion-sensing observation hockey, felt extremely uncomfortable. This was the fundamental reason the Red Earl distrusted others. Such a type of hockey could easily drive one mad. Fortunately, Mary had the care of her family and rigorous training, enabling her to control her observation hockey freely. If it were like the Red Earl, who was born with awakened observation hockey, the constant information pollution from childhood, coupled with a tragic early life, would only result in a lonely, distorted soul that saw through the hearts of others. "Let us pay a visit to Minister Powell's mansion." Lilith subtly altered the fine structure of her surface, quickly blending into the environment. Mary deflected light away from her body, also entering an invisible state. Noah, using his observation hockey to predict the surroundings, walked boldly into Powell's mansion. The portly Powell was currently engaged in the act of procreation. Suddenly, the 5 people in the room felt their eyelids grow heavy. Before Powell could call out, they collapsed like dead pigs. Noah, wearing a gas mask, pushed open the door, bundled Powell with a blanket, and then took out a den mushy. I'll come pick me up. A gem emblem on Noah's inner vest shimmered faintly. Instantly, a circular void opened in the air before him. Noah, carrying Powell, stepped through the portal and arrived in a rocky cave. The rock cavern lay beneath the coastal cliffs on the southern side of Rum Island. It was also the spot where Noah and his companions had landed. That day, the brothers Ajay and Alii had not gone to Sugatown. Instead, they excavated a temporary underground cave here. Thanks to his whole fruit ability, Alii easily carved out a subterranean cavern spanning several thousand square meters. After the wormhole opened, Noah and the others passed through one by one. Gazing at Powell, who lay like a dead pig, Alii asked with some confusion, "Brother, is this fellow the mastermind behind everything? He doesn't seem so special." "We'll find out soon enough by asking him." Lilith injected the antidote into Powell's body, while Noah casually gave him a cubic meter of seawater. Under the chilling drench of seawater, Powell shivered and slowly regained consciousness. Still disoriented, the fat pig immediately burst into curses so cold. "Where the hell is everyone? Why aren't you?" Suddenly Powell's throat seemed to catch, and he panicked. "Who are you? Do you know who I am? Let me go, or else." "Or else what?" As the words fell, Lilith approached him with a smile and plunged a syringe into his arm. You, what did you do to me?" Moments later, Powell felt his arm grow hot, then itchy, and the sensation spread across his entire body. So itchy. Had he not been bound, Powell would have scratched his skin raw. At that moment, he wished he could tear off his own flesh and roast it over a flame. More than 10 minutes later, the effect of the venom began to fade, but Powell was like a pile of mud, his sweat soaking through the bundled blanket. Lilith asked with a sweet smile, "Could you repeat what you said earlier, Minister Powell?" "You? Stay away from me." Powell broke down in tears of terror. Noah stepped forward. "I ask you, answer. Why are the taxes in the Kingdom of Rum so heavy?" Well, that's to pay the heavenly tribute, of course." Noah glanced at Mary, who shook her head. Without anger, he smiled and instructed, "Lilith, give our minister a little more intensity." "No. I'll talk. Lilith plunged 2 more syringes into his arms. Soon the cavern echoed with screams like a slaughtered pig. This time the pain and itch tormented Powell for 20 minutes. Afterward, his eyes were vacant and he was utterly drained. Noah repeated his earlier question. "I ask you, answer. Why are the taxes in the Kingdom of Rum so heavy?" This time Powell finally complied, trembling as he replied, "It's His Majesty the King. He ordered me to do it." "Oh, why does he need so much money? This is nearly 10 times the amount of heavenly tribute, isn't it?" Huff. Powell took a moment to catch his breath, then spoke with a dark expression. "I don't know why. I was only promoted to Chief Minister 3 years ago. Is there anything unusual about your king?" "Unusual?" Powell frowned deeply. After a moment, he seemed to recall something. "The current king actually ascended the throne only 5 years ago. He is not the former king's son, but his younger brother." "Go on." 5 years ago, the former king's only son was killed by pirates. Not long after, the former king died of illness. The current king who succeeded him seemed perfectly normal at first. But 4 years ago, the former Royal Army's Commander Clark was killed by pirates. The king promoted a man named Barton as the new commander and then gradually began enacting harsh laws. 3 years ago, the former Chief Minister Count Tim was executed on charges of colluding with pirates. The king then promoted me to Chief Minister and ordered me to promulgate various laws. Noah, lost in thought, asked, "Is there anything odd about that Barton?" "Barton? He doesn't have anything particularly unusual, but his strength is considerable. If not for his guarding, Rum Island would have been overrun by pirates long ago. Among the people, he's known as a hero." "A hero?" Noah laughed. This script seemed familiar. After asking a few more questions, he casually sealed the man into a card. Lilith seemed to catch on. "Brother, do you suspect Barton has some conspiracy?" "We'll find out tomorrow." He casually wrote a letter and gave a few instructions to Alii. The next day at Powell's mansion in Rum City, the butler discovered that Powell, his wife, and children had all vanished, leaving only a letter behind. Seeing the hint on the letter, the butler was curious about its contents, but dared not break the wax seal. "Summon someone to deliver this letter to the commander's residence." "Yes, sir." After the servant left, the butler's face turned uncertain. After deliberating for over 10 minutes, he quickly packed a large amount of treasure, disguised himself, and slipped away from Powell's mansion. Meanwhile, at Commander Barton's residence, upon receiving the letter, Barton's face turned extremely grim. He hurriedly left with a few trusted men, heading toward Sugatown. 5 hours later, in the southwestern sea area 48 kilometers from Rum Island, a wind-powered warship flying the flag of the Kingdom of Rum appeared on the surface. Not far away lay a deserted island. The closer they got to the island, the darker Barton's expression became as he stood at the bow. "Brother, we've arrived," a burly bald man reminded him. Barton clenched his fists. "Land. Watch for my signal." "Understood." The other 5 were already fully armed. As the boat docked, Barton led his 5 subordinates onto the sandy beach, leaving the bald man to watch the vessel. They crossed a jungle and arrived at a grassy hillside. A figure draped in a black trench coat and wearing a spiral mask stood atop the slope, looking down at Barton's arrival from a height. "Where's Powell?" "He's in a safe place." Barton suddenly laughed. "What do you want?" "Name your price." "Let me guess. What is your ability?" "You went through all the trouble to control the kingdom of Rum, surely not for those scraps of paper." Noah looked calmly into the other man's eyes. Barton grinned and said, "Scraps. That's over 200 billion berries. Doesn't that tempt you? If you join us, I'll give you half. Isn't life about treasure? And I can make you a noble of the kingdom of Rum. Isn't that better than risking your life at sea? Tempting terms indeed. But why should I join you? If I kill you, I get all the treasure." Barton's smile grew even brighter. "So it's the money you're after? No problem, let's be friends. If you agree to join me and help me become the king of Rum, I'll give you 300 billion berries. Almost enough to make my heart race, Lord Shi. My friend, come help." Suddenly Barton's body stiffened and a murderous glint blazed in his eyes. "How did you figure it out?" The captain of the money pirates, Baroque Su, a paramecia devil fruit user with a bounty of 253.69 million berries, was reportedly killed by Navy Vice Admiral Sakazuki in Water 7 on the Grand Line 6 years ago. Noah spoke in an unusually calm tone. "It seems the exchange fruit also allows you to acquire other people's bodies or organs." Barton kept his head, lowered, his gaze shrouded in shadow. Suddenly his body trembled slightly. Indeed. "I'm growing more and more appreciative of you. Here is your final choice. Join my pirate crew or die here." "How confident you are. Over these past few years you must have exchanged for quite a few things in the Rum Kingdom, haven't you?" Barton struck without hesitation. Die. Dozens of crescent-shaped aura kicks swept toward them. Now, flames erupted from Noah's soles as he launched into the air, sending over a dozen cards flying. Release. Tidal surge. Hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of seawater exploded downward, crashing from the sky onto Barton and his men. "Nanny." Barton's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant he stomped his feet against the air, using Rokushiki step after step, while clenching both fists and infusing them with armament Hakia. 8 cannon punch, piercing shockwave. 2 shockwaves struck the waterfall of seawater descending from above. The 5 officers of the money pirates also reacted swiftly, scattering in all directions. Noah, still hovering midair, continued drawing cards. Clearance complete. Terrain transformation. Dozens of cards shot out in every direction. Cards detonated one after another in the sky, sending hundreds of tons of graphite powder spiraling outward like thick black fog, enveloping the entire desolate island. Barton, having just burst through the waterfall, witnessed the scene before him, his expression darkening considerably. Meanwhile, on the warship anchored at the coast, a burly bald man standing on deck also spotted the black fog above the island. He immediately drew his great sword, standing on guard against any changes on the island. But the very next moment, violent explosions erupted from the warship's hull. Continuous blasts completely destroyed the vessel. The bald man had no time to react before the shockwave swept him into the sea. As he endured the internal pain and struggled to swim toward the surface, a figure as sharp as a blade suddenly appeared behind him. Before the bald man could react, a short sword pierced through his kidney. "Ah, wah, glug glug." The bald man struggled in agony. Yet that figure gave him no time to catch his breath. Another strike, swift as lightning, materialized behind him. Desperate, the bald man swung his great sword backward in a suicidal strike. But the incoming short sword did not pause the slightest. The next moment, the short sword drove into the bald man's chest. Meanwhile, his great sword seemed to cut through empty air, sliding straight past the opponent's body. Wah! Glug glug. The bald man could no longer control his mouth as seawater flooded his throat and lungs in torrents. He looked at the girl before him with unwilling eyes, but his body grew ever heavier. His opponent was none other than Mary, who had eaten the slippery fruit. With a compact oxygen tank respirator clenched in her mouth and 4 short swords strapped to her back, she maintained her slippery mode to its fullest. Without hesitation, Mary drew her short sword again and decapitated the bald man. Grom, the 8th squad leader of the money pirates with a bounty of 87.26 million berries, was killed. After being scattered by Noah's seawater attack, the other 5 officers of the money pirates had been dispersed. The sniper, Troy, wielding a pistol, stood alert amid the forest. Especially after that eerie black fog descended, he had activated his observation hockey to its fullest. Suddenly he dodged toward a large tree on his left. Boom. The spot where he had just been standing was struck by a fireball. Damn it. Another devil fruit user. Could these guys be from the world government? Troy's face darkened. Gripping both pistols tightly, he quickly leaped toward another large tree. Suddenly his observation hockey screamed a warning. But it was already too late. Hundreds of blue fire crows descended from the sky. Mimic hydrogen oxygen. Flock of crows descending. The blue fire crows, simulating hydrogen-oxygen combustion, indiscriminately rained down upon Troy's position. No. Oh. Troy's prized deceptive gun techniques proved utterly useless against the wide-range assault of the flame fruit. Within moments he was reduced to ashes by the blue flames. Troy the money pirate sniper with a bounty of 132 million berries was killed. Brian the fifth squad leader of the money pirates, known as Cat Claw, fleeing toward the coast, had already entered a partial beast transformation and ran frantically toward shore. Damn it. There's a devil fruit user who can control seawater. I have to escape. Staying here means absolutely no chance of victory. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the ground shook violently, then shattered apart as massive quantities of seawater erupted from underground. Nanny. His face drained of color, he immediately stepped on the air to ascend, avoiding the seawater bursting from below. Damn it, this place is getting more dangerous by the second. I must return to the ship immediately. However, he was celebrating far too early. In midair, Lilith clung to the special belt on Ali's back. Ali's hands formed a hollow ring. Explosive water current wave. A colossal wormhole formed in the sky, its other end connected to the nearby seabed. Like the sky itself had been torn open, an immense torrent of seawater, mixed with fish, shrimp, and sea beasts, crashed down upon Brian, who was using Soru to stay airborne. Brian's beast instincts triggered instantly, every hair on his body standing on end. He felt the surroundings darken, and then his body was struck by the seawater. I'm finished. That was his final thought. As a devil fruit user, being struck by seawater, combined with the enormous volume and terrifying impact force, left Brian not even the chance to struggle. This was partly Brian's own fault for being too conspicuous. Had he not used his partial beast form during his escape, Lilith and Ali would never have specifically targeted him. Lilith picked up the Den Den Mushy. Anthony, that devil fruit user Tamami who was beaten into the sea. You and Mary worked together to capture him. I want him alive, or at the very least his corpse. Although his prey had been stolen, Anthony understood the gravity of the situation. Leave it to us. On the other side of the island, two money pirates officers fleeing toward the mountains encountered Joseph and Vic, who were lying in ambush. Both officers were swordsmen of the money pirates, and they were brothers. Are you our enemies? The one-eyed swordsman immediately swung his great Nodachi, striking toward Joseph. Joseph had already entered a partial beast form, his body clad in steel armor, with armament hockey coating his twin battle axes. Clang, clang, clang. The axe blades and sword edges collided fiercely. A Zoan-type devil fruit user. An armament hockey. The one-eyed swordsman was thoroughly shocked. He never expected to encounter such a monster in the East Blue. And his brother Hook's sword wore an equally astonished expression. Victor's fist was now covered in a pitch-black layer of armament hockey. The sharp sword of Go Jian clashed against Victor's gauntlet. Both sides recoiled upon contact. Victor then kicked out fiercely, sending several Tempest kick blades sweeping across. Go Jian dodged while coating his blade with armament hockey to parry the incoming Tempest kick attacks. Du Yin, entangled by Joseph, grew increasingly heavy-hearted as he listened to the sounds of battle elsewhere. After several minutes of fierce combat, the two sides remained evenly matched. This awkward stalemate arose because neither side could overcome the other. The brothers Du Yin and Go Jian were speed-type fighters, while Victor and Joseph were defense-type fighters. One side couldn't break through the other's defense, and the other couldn't land a hit. The deadlock persisted. The only way to break it was to wait for reinforcements. Clearly the advantage lay with the Noah family. Lilith and Alay, who had already dealt with Brian the Cat Claw, now arrived in the skies above the battlefield. Seizing the moment, Alay used a wormhole jump to appear suddenly behind Du Yin. Water-severing wave. A tiny wormhole the size of a thumb opened in his palm, connected to another wormhole deep in an undersea trench over 8,000 meters below. At such depths, the water pressure exceeded 800 atmospheres. In an instant, a water blade swept toward Du Yan's back. Joseph, facing Du Yan, immediately stomped the ground. Chafe. Joseph instantly dashed backward. Du Yan's observation hockey sensed the danger, and he rolled forward just in time. The water blade passed through, slicing trees in half. Though he dodged the water blade, Du Yan's rhythm was disrupted. Bang, bang, bang. Alay, with his other hand, fired a revolver, while the unstoppable water blade attacked Du Yan relentlessly. Bullets soon found their mark on Du Yan's body. As he bled from the wounds, his movements became more chaotic and his reactions slower. Joseph, who had retreated from the fight, quickly lifted a rock and hurled it at Du Yan. Caught in a pincer attack, Du Yan's situation grew increasingly precarious. No. The scream came not from Du Yan, but from his younger brother Go Jian. Moments earlier, Go Jian, worried about his brother, was struck by a poison needle from the hidden Lilith. The potent supercardiac glycoside toxin instantly caused muscle spasms and heart arrhythmia. The prerequisite for using observation hockey, a calm mind, was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Victor punched through Go Jian's left arm. In complete disarray, Go Jian couldn't dodge in time and was hit again by Lilith's poison needle. Victor pressed the attack and drove his fist through Go Jian's chest. Hearing his brother's scream, Du Yan's eyes blazed with fury as he cried out, "Bastards! I'll kill you all." However, Alay and the others didn't waste time on words. They launched an even fiercer assault. Water blades swept, bullets roared. Poison needles struck, silently boulders were hurled. In less than 10 seconds, Duyan's body was riddled with bullet holes, and the toxins spread rapidly. The next moment, a water blade cut him in half, and a falling boulder smashed his head, crushing it completely. Duyan and Go Jian were dead. The last executive of the money pirates. He was now fleeing frantically. Although his stature was extremely short, his speed was not slow at all. He used his small size to weave through the forest, dodging trees. But he didn't know he was already being watched. As the battles elsewhere concluded, Jia, who had been preparing to support his comrades, finally had his hands free. In an instant, countless black threads emerged from the forest. The graphene filaments hidden earlier now came alive, surrounding the fleeing dwarf. What is this? Bang, bang, bang. After emptying his pistol, the dwarf found it useless. He raised his hands. I surrender. Don't kill me. I know where Barton hides his money. Jia, still hidden, didn't emerge. Instead, he manipulated the graphene threads to bind the dwarf like a cocoon. With that, the 6 remaining executives of the money pirates were wiped out. Back to the center of the deserted island. Barton, using Moonwalk, looked at the surrounding black mist and the seawater still raging below. He realized the opponent had chosen a clever spot. The island's center was a lowland where the seawater wouldn't recede quickly. I must fight on higher ground, or I'll be caught in the seawater. He quickly kicked through the air, running toward the hillside where Noah had stood. Noah raised a hand and clenched his fist. The bomb cards buried beneath the hillside were triggered instantly. As Barton set foot on the slope, his observation hockey screamed a warning. Damn, too late. Life exchange, black armor. In an instant, the hillside erupted like a volcano. Barton's life force drained rapidly, and his pitch-black armament hockey was consumed wildly. When the smoke cleared, Barton was still intact. Die. Barton gathered terrifying armament hockey in both hands, 8-punch fist, sea-splitting piercing fist. Noah shot a card forward and flames erupted from his feet, lifting his body 100 meters into the air. The card was struck, and instantly thousands of cubic meters of seabed mud poured down. The mud formed a non-Newtonian fluid that momentarily slowed Barton's attack before he blasted through it. Barton tried to use Moonwalk to pursue Noah, but the rain of mud stuck to his body, instantly draining his strength. No good, this mud is tainted. But the surrounding mud was too much. Barton grew weaker by the second. The next moment, he was even more despairing. A massive wave of seawater crashed down from above. Boom. Hit by the seawater, Barton's body was completely drained of strength, and his devil fruit ability became unresponsive. I won't accept this. But what use was his refusal? Winners are kings, losers are nothing. Noah took out a din mushy. Jia, activate the capture net. Roger, brother, no. Soon the graphene filaments hidden in the central lowland retrieved Barton, who had been washed there by the seawater. To prevent him from playing dead, Jia followed Noah's instructions and kept Barton's lower half submerged in seawater. Not far away, in a swampy area of the central lowland, a graphene giant climbed up from beneath the mud. The 10-meter-tall giant was connected to a mass of graphene wires. The graphene giant approached Noah, then its chest opened to reveal the cockpit inside. Jia had been hidden within the giant all along. Brother Noah, release Barton from his bindings. Understood. The graphene wires around Barton were untied. Noah produced a metal barrel resembling an iron lung, shoved Barton inside, leaving only his head outside, and filled the barrel with seawater. Then he sealed Barton into a card. Noah and Jia then sealed the captured dwarf the same way and finally gathered at the beach. On the sandy beach, Anthony had soaked Brian the cat claw, whom Mary had found in an oak barrel filled with seawater. Noah dealt with cat's claw Brian in the same manner. Then he had Ale open a wormhole, and the group returned to the underground cavern beneath Ryumu Island. Only then did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. This time without the Noah family's numerical advantage, and the battle plan Noah had devised from the beginning. The outcome could have been a Pyrrhic victory. Take Uncle Joseph and Vic for instance. Both had glaring weaknesses, lacking control skills and large-scale attack capabilities. They were fine in the East Blue, but once they reached the Grand Line, enemies would exploit those flaws. Noah told some of the companions to rest first. He took Mary and Lilith to release the gnome sealed within the card. The moment he was released, the dazed gnome was startled by the sudden environmental shift. What should I call you, Mr. Gnome? Noah played with the tarot cards in his hand, smiling as he asked. Gurgle. The gnome swallowed hard and hastily replied, My name is Rudin. I am the navigator of the Jinquan pirate crew. Did Barton help you change your appearances? Hey. Rudin nodded vigorously. Yes, it was Barton who used his ability to reshape us. And what about King Ryumu? King Ryumu is one of our pirate crew members. The former king has already died, and the current King Ryumu is Barton's disguise through his devil fruit ability. How much do you know about the exchange devil fruit? Understanding the gravity of his situation, Rudin thoughtfully laid bare everything he knew about how Barton used his devil fruit. Based on Rudin's description and fragments from the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, Noah quickly grasped the capabilities of the exchange devil fruit. The core essence of this fruit lay in equivalent exchange. Of course, this equivalent exchange was relatively idealistic. After all, everyone's values differed. One man's meat is another man's poison, which is precisely the principle at play. Therefore, when using the exchange fruit's ability, several conditions had to be met. First, both parties must verbally agree to the transaction. Second, during the exchange, the ability user cannot attack either party. Third, if either party fails to fulfill their pledged conditions, the fruit will forcibly and randomly strip a portion of the defaulter's organs or life force to compensate the other side. Fourth, if a party dies before the transaction is completed, the ability user may designate the confiscation of a portion of that person's organs or remaining life force. That unfortunate king had fallen for Barton's lies, allowing Barton to help him usurp the throne, only to end up tricked himself with Barton pulling a switcheroo. After all, the so-called transaction rules were riddled with loopholes. For instance, the rule stated the ability user couldn't strike the other party during the exchange, but Barton's subordinates were not bound by that restriction. This was also why Barton had been constantly tempting Noah to join the Jinquan pirate crew. Once Noah agreed, Barton could forcibly prevent him from attacking, then systematically set traps through a series of transactions. And from Ruden's explanation, Noah also understood Barton's true strength. After suffering defeat at the hands of Sakarsuki, Barton fled to the East Blue. Having learned his lesson, he decided to use his devil fruit ability to accumulate sufficient life force, then use that vitality to endlessly fortify his body. The reason he imposed exorbitant taxes across the Ryumu kingdom was to drive its citizens into bankruptcy, then conduct transactions with those desperate souls through hidden underground loan shark establishments. Through this method, Barton had amassed immense life force and wealth within the Ryumu kingdom, and his ambitions had grown correspondingly. He even planned to make himself the true king of Ryumu. If not for encountering Noah's group, he might actually have succeeded. And Noah was deeply grateful for his own caution. Barton's close combat skills were exceptionally powerful, and with the vast reservoir of life force stored within his body, a direct confrontation with Noah was far from a guaranteed victory. This also illustrated from another angle how terrifyingly effective seawater was against devil fruit users. Even Barton, a master whose combat prowess rivaled that of an elite vice admiral, became helpless the moment he touched seawater. Did Barton say anything to that fake king before coming over? Ruden shook his head. No. As soon as he received your message, he hurriedly brought us here without notifying the fake king. Seeing Noah fall silent, Ruden quickly pledged his allegiance. Sir, if you need it, I can help control that fellow. He has many incriminating secrets held over him by Barton. Moreover, I know where Barton's money is hidden. Then I'll trouble you. Noah smiled. Beside him, Lilith produced a syringe, and amid Ruden's uneasy gaze pressed it into his arm vein. Noah comforted him with a warm smile. Don't worry. As long as you don't betray me, I'll give you the antidote in due course. He, understood, Ruden replied, careful not to reveal his true feelings. When Ruden was led away by Lilith to rest, only Mary and Noah remained in the room. Mary shared what she had sensed earlier. Brother, he probably only knows about that fake king's secrets. As for Barton's money, judging by his inner emotions, just now, I don't think he knows. Expected. To avoid being cast aside once his usefulness expired, he deliberately inflated his own importance. By midday, deep within the underground loan shark establishment hidden beneath the slums northwest of Ryumu City, over a dozen managers lay sprawled on the ground. Lilith and Noah, armed with a thick stack of documents, flipped through them for several minutes. Noah smiled and patted the papers in his hand. Ruden, excellent work. It is my honor to assist you, sir. The next moment his eyes widened in shock as Lilith's poisoned dagger pierced through his heart from behind. Cough. Why? Because I never trusted you in the first place. Only the dead keep secrets. Watching the unwilling to close eyes Ruden, Noah drew out a card named Pool of Aqua Regia and casually tossed Ruden's body into it. Ah! The moment Ruden hit the Aqua Regia, he let out a screaming cry. Noah asked with a smile, your life restoration is quite proficient. Pity, I don't like leaving corpses for my enemies. You? May you die a wretched death. Aya! In the end, Ruden dissolved into a pool of bloody sludge within the Aqua Regia. Lilith, Mary, I'll leave this to you two. Just keep them obedient for now. Lilith and Mary nodded. Soon both began interrogating the moneylenders. Meanwhile, the fake king was still unaware that Barton and his crew had met their end. He cared even less about Chief Minister Powell, for he knew he was merely a puppet, and as long as he could live in comfort and indulge his pleasures, nothing else mattered. Back in the underground cavern, Noah released Cat's Claw Brian from his card imprisonment. Gazing at the unconscious Brian before him, a trace of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Gazing at the cat-clawed Brian before him, he turned to Alay beside him. Alay immediately concentrated, and soon a palm-sized wormhole appeared on Brian's forehead, revealing his brain behind it. Noah had already sterilized the scalpel, then without hesitation, he sliced into Brian's brain, excising a portion of his prefrontal lobe. Alright, close the wormhole now. Okay. As Alay withdrew his ability, Brian's forehead returned to its original state, with no visible abnormality. Such was the convenience of devil fruit powers. For a normal surgeon, performing a craniotomy would require complex preparations and involve various infection risks. Yet by utilizing the power of the whole fruit combined with observation haki, the process of opening the skull was entirely avoided, minimizing surgical risks while also reducing the procedure's difficulty. Even though Noah had only performed surgeries and related experiments on animals, he could safely excise Brian's prefrontal lobe. Upon completing the lobotomy, Noah removed the iron barrel soaked in seawater. After a moment, once Brian was free from the seawater, the Zoan-type devil fruit hidden within his body began to awaken. The powerful regenerative abilities of Zoan fruits rapidly restored his body, aided by the nutrient drip. Over an hour later, Brian regained consciousness on his own. However, upon waking, Brian's eyes were vacant, as if he had fallen into a state of utter detachment. "Brian, here. How do you feel now?" "I don't know." After asking a dozen questions, Noah quickly confirmed the man's condition. But to be thorough, he summoned Mary back and asked the same questions again under her perception. Mary stared at Brian in shock. "Big brother, what happened to him? Why is he so calm? It's almost unnervingly peaceful. I performed a surgery on him. A prefrontal lobotomy." "A prefrontal lobotomy. That procedure has only one effect, to remove emotion." Mary's eyes widened and she murmured with a pang of conscience, "There's such a surgery. But isn't that too cruel?" "Mary, the ordinary people who died at Brian's hands are the ones you should pity. Don't empathize with these scum of the sea. Perhaps they set sail out of necessity at first, but that's no excuse for their evil. If they dared to strike at the world government or the celestial dragons, I would respect them as true men. But the moment they turned their blades on the weak and innocent, they became dragons of evil, no different from the so-called celestial dragons." Mary fell silent. Recalling the civilians of the Rum Kingdom, her sympathy for Brian vanished. "Big brother, I understand. If we want to change this world, we must show no mercy to the wicked. For the wicked will not spare you because of your compassion. They will exploit it. Your kindness should not be wasted on these scum of the sea." "Yes, brother Noah." Noah continued to examine Brian's body and conduct a series of tests. After completing the tests, Noah discovered that after the prefrontal lobotomy, Brian had completely lost his emotions. However, the side effect was also evident. He could only act based on biological instincts, failing to execute Noah's commands perfectly, and his haki had vanished entirely. Noah had anticipated this. Emotion is the root of all behavior. Without it, a living being becomes a walking corpse. Yet this was precisely the outcome Noah desired. He took out a tarot card, its face bearing the Page of Wands from the Minor Arcana. Heart of Origin, Phantom of Crystallization. "Page of Wands, I bestow you upon this body." The card was pressed against Brian's chest at the heart. Instantly, the golden flame cloud patterns on the card began to spread across Brian's entire body. Brian offered no resistance. Soon he was covered in golden flame cloud patterns, becoming a golden cocoon. Then the cocoon faded, revealing Brian's form once more, but his eyes had grown lively. After a moment, Brian knelt on one knee. "Master, your loyal servant Brian greets you. Do you have all of Brian's memories?" "Yes, master." "Can you use haki?" "Yes." As he spoke, Brian activated observation haki and armament haki, and your devil fruit ability as well. Brian's body swelled, transforming into a hybrid form, the leopard cat form of the cat fruit. Noah thought a command, "Return." Brian's body turned into a beam of golden light, then condensed into a tarot card. However, the image on the card had changed from its previous form to Brian's likeness, with a leopard cat curled behind him. The name had also changed to Page of Wands Brian. He called this transformed product an apostle. In essence, by excising the prefrontal lobe of a normal person, stripping them of all emotion, and then using the spirit of a tarot card as a replacement for their emotions, he created an apostle that obeyed his will. The step of prefrontal lobotomy was indispensable. The reason was that the card spirits, as the instinctive will of the card fruit, were divided into 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana, resulting in very little instinctive will within each, insufficient to suppress a normal person with full emotions. Thus it was necessary to strip the normal person of their emotions to make them suitable as raw material for an apostle. Additionally, Noah tested the effect of Conqueror's haki on the apostle. The result was that it had little effect, because the apostle's soul core was a combination of a broken human soul, the card spirit, and the devil fruit. Due to the harmonious fusion of the card spirit and devil fruit, it could borrow a portion of the devil fruit's instinctive while enhancing its resistance to Conqueror's haki. Of course, this was also related to Noah's will. As the master of the cards, Noah's willpower and thoughts directly influenced the strength of the card apostle's will. If the card master was cowardly, the card apostles would be too. Conqueror's haki was most effective against those with weak willpower. With the birth of the first card apostle, Noah understood the true awakening method of the card fruit. As long as he created the apostles corresponding to the 22 major arcana and 56 minor arcana, the card fruit would naturally awaken. However, creating all the apostles corresponding to the entire tarot deck was an extremely difficult task. Because the apostles could not be made from just any materials, devil fruit users were the best candidates, and selecting the appropriate devil fruits further increased the difficulty. Yet if he could truly create a complete set of tarot apostles, Noah's power would reach an unprecedented height. Following the same approach, Noah soon transformed Barton into a tarot apostle. However, Barton did not belong to the minor arcana. Instead, he was part of the major arcana. His card was the Devil Pan Barton. The raw materials for creating card apostles and the resulting apostles themselves were not arbitrary. They were determined by an inherent root affinity. Brian was chosen to become the Page of Wands because the devil fruit inside him was the leopard cat. The Page of Wands represents mischief with connotations of a changeable personality and enthusiasm, which closely match the affinity of the leopard cat. Similarly, the swap fruit within Barton bore a close affinity to the demon Pan. Using the swap fruit to gain power was akin to a devil deceiving mortals in a transaction. Gazing at Barton before him, Noah's eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. Through years of scheming, Barton had amassed a vast amount of life force, though this life force could not significantly extend his lifespan. Human lifespan is determined by their genes. Barton had absorbed the life force of thousands, yet his maximum lifespan had only increased to 200 years, beyond which it could not rise. The root cause was that 200 years represented the lifespan limit of the human species. This was like a bottle with life force as the water inside. No matter how much water there was, it could not change the bottle's capacity. Moreover, as time weathered the bottle, it would crack and the water it could hold would diminish. To alter the bottle's upper limit, one must change one's genes, a feat only achievable by the Ope-Nomi. Of course, even so, the life force within Barton was a tremendous treasure. Life force could substitute for one's own vitality consumption during cultivation and also facilitate rapid healing. Otherwise, how could Barton in about 5 years have transformed from a loser who could not withstand a single punch from Sakazuki into an elite vice admiral level powerhouse? Consider that Barton was already 43 years old and had possessed the swap fruit for less than 8 years. The swap fruit had other applications, some of which even subordinates like Liu Dan did not know. For instance, if a traitor died, the user could not only designate a portion of the other party's organs and life force, but even their memories. This was why Barton knew 8 impacts the 6 powers of the Navy: Hockey and Life Return. Through the swap fruit's ability, he had secretly killed a commander of the 8 Treasures Navy and 2 fallen naval officers, thereby obtaining these cultivation methods. Barton, sell me a portion of life force. Yes, master. You will need to pay me 1 silver coin. As Noah handed a silver coin to Barton. In an instant, a surge of life force flowed from Barton and rushed into Noah's body. The hidden injuries and fatigue throughout his entire body, as if parched land receiving a gentle rain, began to heal gradually, and the weariness rapidly dissipated. This portion of life force was equivalent to roughly 10 years of an ordinary person's lifespan. Noah's observation Hockey seemed to sense every cell in his body rejoicing. The grueling training he had undergone in the past could never compare to the heritage of orthodox powers. Imperceptibly, he had accumulated a considerable number of hidden injuries. In fact, this was a common ailment among many upstart factions. Why had the Navy and the world government been able to suppress the seas for 800 years? It was due to their formidable foundation and legacy. Take Whitebeard, for example. In his youth, he was terrifyingly strong, but the hidden injuries from the Gura Nomi caused his power to plummet in his old age. If Whitebeard had been a member of the Navy or the world government, his body would have received better care along with systematic martial arts medical treatments and secret treasures, which would have extended his prime by at least a decade or more. Now, with the life force stored in Barton's body, Noah and his group could finally train without restraint. However, cultivation was a matter for later. There was still one most important matter to attend to. He gathered everyone together. After they took their seats, Noah laid out the next plan in full detail. Noah's plan was very simple: to continue the usurpation scheme Barton had devised. With only a few modifications to the details, the plan could be taken over by Noah. After all, Barton was now the guardian hero of the Rum Kingdom. The false king had a hold over him, and Chief Minister Powell had become Noah's prisoner. Originally, Barton had planned to have someone impersonate pirates ambush the false king, who was about to attend a meeting in Mary Geos, and then seize the throne himself. Unfortunately, after reviewing the plan, Noah immediately spotted issues. The first problem: the escort responsible for accompanying the false king to Mary Geos was the East Blue Navy, and in a worst-case scenario, they might encounter Garp, who was on his way home to visit his family. The second problem: although the false king was a fake, no one else knew about it. If the pirates attacked and the false king contacted the world government via Din Mushy, Barton's plan would inevitably fail and might even benefit others. The third problem: despite the false king's notorious reputation and Barton's heroic status, there were other nobles in the Rum Kingdom who would not welcome an outsider becoming the new king. Therefore, killing the false king was definitely a bad strategy. Noah's plan was very straightforward. Soon the group sprang into action. In the royal palace, although the false king often indulged in debauchery, he always kept a Din Mushy hidden in his sleeve, prepared for mutual destruction. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Noah, who did not play by the rules. Using one of Barton's agents within the palace, Lilith, along with a lay, dug a tunnel and silently infiltrated the false king's bathroom. The moment the false king entered the bathroom, before he could react, Lilith knocked him unconscious. Next, Alay brought the false king to the underground laboratory. Noah and Alay, working together unhesitatingly, removed his prefrontal lobe, then woke him up. "Uncle, are you ready?" Uncle Joseph nodded. "No, I'm ready. Barton, let's begin. Make it quick." Barton looked at the absent-minded false king and said, "Give me your face. I'll give you your original face." Okay, the false king agreed without hesitation. Exchange successful. In an instant, the exchange scale appeared in Barton's hands. The false king's face reverted to its original appearance, while Barton acquired the false king's face. Then Barton exchanged the false king's face with Uncle Joseph's face. Uncle Joseph's physique was similar to the false king's, except he was 27 centimeters taller. Previously, Uncle Joseph would not have been able to impersonate the false king, but now he could, because Barton had not only exchanged the false king's face with Uncle Joseph, but also transferred the life return technique he controlled. This special memory exchange did not cause Barton to lose his life return ability. However, earlier Barton had been very wary of his subordinates and naturally had not used this ability on them. Through life return, Uncle Joseph adjusted his body until he became identical to the false king. The next step was to exchange the false king's memories and then transfer them to Uncle Joseph. With the memory of the false king, Uncle Joseph's disguise was almost flawless. Of course, Noah and the others still had one last hidden danger to resolve. The false king, disguised by Uncle Joseph, returned to the bathroom inside the bedroom through Ar's wormhole, and only about 18 minutes had passed. In several hidden corners of the bedroom, custom-made Din Din Mushi were silently working. Mackerel Town, Rum Kingdom. Inside a hidden civilian house, there was an underground facility with a different world. At this moment, in this underground facility, a middle-aged man with a special ring-shaped collar around his neck was drowsily watching the footage from the Din Din Mushi. The scene in the footage was clearly the false king's bedroom. Moreover, on the middle-aged man's table, there was a glass bottle containing a piece of paper. Suddenly, a tiny wormhole opened inside the underground monitoring room, and a colorless, odorless gas seeped through from the other side. The middle-aged man's eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and soon he collapsed onto the table. Then the wormhole expanded, and R and Lilith walked over from the other side. R picked up the glass bottle from the table with great interest. "Is this a Vivre card?" That fake actually has some brains, using a slave to monitor himself and leaving a Vivre card. He was clearly very wary of Barton. Lilith searched the middle-aged slave and found another visual Din Din Mushi. Pressing the play button, the visual Din Din Mushi projected images onto the wall. In the footage, the false king directly revealed the existence of Barton and the money pirates, as well as the fact that he was a puppet propped up by Barton. Obviously, this was a hidden danger that Barton had not anticipated. If the original plan proceeded, once the false king's Vivre card burned out, this slave would hand over the Din Din Mushi to Morgans. As for how to ensure the slave would obey, the false king used both carrot and stick, a two-pronged approach. On one hand, he promised the slave a large sum of money once he died, and the password to activate the collar bomb was known only to the false king. If the false king died, the slave would be free. But to prevent the slave from taking the money and not doing the job, the false king also left a letter and the slave's Vivre card in the royal treasury. The letter was very simple, informing Barton about the Din Din Mushi he had left behind. In other words, once Barton saw the letter, the slave's fate would be sealed. Moreover, the false king had arranged not just one monitoring slave, but 3, and as long as one of them handed the Din Din Mushi to Morgans, it would suffice. The 3 slaves knew of each other's existence, but not each other's location or appearance. This created a chain of suspicion. Furthermore, the false king had always been wary of Barton's exchange fruit and never made another exchange contract with Barton. Even if Barton killed him, he could not obtain the false king's memories. Unfortunately, the false king had schemed meticulously, but he encountered Noah, who completely uprooted his plans. Lilith and R quickly raided the secret bases of the 3 slaves, destroying all the Din Din Mushi and Vivre cards. As for the 3 slaves, Noah used Barton's exchange fruit to trade their life force for a silver coin. Since these 3 were pirates before becoming slaves, he naturally showed no mercy. If they were civilians without evil deeds, Noah would temporarily seal them in cards, then guide and educate them to become peripheral members of the family. After all hidden dangers were dealt with, Uncle Joseph, in the name of the king, ordered all the nobles in the country to hold a farewell banquet in Sugartown. Because there were less than 10 days left before the arrival of the marine escort fleet. 3 days later, in the Honey Palace of Sugartown, Joseph exchanged pleasantries with the nobles. After several rounds of drinks, Joseph sneered inwardly, "Eat up. We'll be on our way together soon." Suddenly, a group of notorious disciplinary knights burst into the palace. "What are you doing?" A noblewoman wearing a black pearl scolded the knights who had rushed in. The next moment, her head rolled several times on the floor. "Oh, bastards. Are you rebelling?" Joseph immediately entered character, roaring in panic. "Huh, Your Majesty, long time no see." Noah, disguised as Powell with a changed body shape through life return, wore a smug expression. "Powell, is it you? I have treated you well. Why do you do this to me?" Joseph wailed dramatically. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Do you really think you are a wise king of Rum Kingdom? No way, no way. Do you know why? Because you have now become a tyrant despised by all. Joseph showed an incredulous look. Why? Why is this happening? It's impossible. My dear king, let you die with clarity. I issued orders in your name to levy. Noah in Powell's tone recounted everything. Everyone present was stunned. Ha ha, are you all shocked? I have prepared for this moment for 3 whole years. Now you can all die. As soon as the words fell, the disciplinary knights and Lilith, who was hiding in the shadows, directly attacked the notorious nobles. Help! Don't kill me, Lord Powell, I'm willing to surrender. Yes, I'm also willing to surrender. Noah sneered at everyone. Do you think I'm a fool? Since I've told you the plan, I don't intend to let any of you leave alive. Kill them all. At this time, Joseph, along with a few royal attendants and a few intentionally spared kind-hearted nobles, used the room as a fortress to resist the attacking disciplinary knights. Just then Barton smashed open the palace doors. Boom. Powell, you traitor. Die. Nanny. Why are you here? If you thought colluding with pirates to lure me out to sea would kill me. Powell, today is your death day? Noah, pretending to be Powell, suddenly expanded his body and wrestled with Barton. The two stalled for time until the notorious nobles were all killed. Then Noah pretended to be defeated and lay on the ground playing dead. Barton immediately displayed his power, slaughtering all the disciplinary knights on the scene. The remaining dozen nobles, who were of decent character, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but their gazes toward Barton were somewhat strange. After all, these nobles were not fools. They could naturally see that Barton had been fighting a fake fight, deliberately allowing Powell's disciplinary knights to massacre the notorious nobles. Sure enough, when Barton produced the recording Din Din Mushy hidden in the Honey Palace, the remaining dozen nobles knew that all of this was Barton's scheme. However, when they saw the king's gratified expression and Barton's respectful attitude toward him, they were utterly shocked by this king, who usually only indulged in pleasure. Soon the king, using the recording Din Din Mushy provided by Barton along with his own self-incriminating video, and decrees exempting 1 year of taxes, providing work for relief, and cracking down on underground usury, had them announced in towns across the country. The public sentiment of the entire Rum Kingdom was instantly reversed. Powell became an object of universal scorn, while our King Rum 8, Joseph, and Captain Barton became the great saviors. Thus the entire Rum Kingdom fell completely into the hands of the Noah family. In the Sugartown of the Rum Kingdom, the local residents were spontaneously holding various celebratory activities. The naval escort fleet that had just arrived from the Oikit Kingdom, along with a dozen accompanying kings, were taken aback to see the festively decorated harbor. Garp, who was standing on the deck eating a donut, swept his observation hockey across the harbor, but detected nothing unusual. His adjutant Bogart produced a piece of intelligence just received by the Navy and said in a low voice, 3 days ago a severe internal conflict broke out in the Rum Kingdom. The Prime Minister colluded with pirates, massacred many nobles in Sugartown, and attempted to kill King Rum 8. After listening to Bogart's explanation, Garp turned his gaze toward Rum 8, who was on the dock. Yosef on the dock seemed to have spotted Garp as well, but he remained utterly composed, not feeling that Garp would see through him. After all, observation hockey capable of reading minds like that of the Red Count was a rarity. Moreover, those who possessed such a special form of hockey were unlikely to be loyal to the world government. What's more, Yosef carried a special gemstone coordinate point crafted by her, so if any unexpected situation arose, he could have her teleport him away. Not bad. This king has some real skill. Bogart nodded. According to intelligence, he is a devil fruit user with the Zoan-type silverback gorilla form. Garp stuffed the remaining donuts into his mouth in one go, chewing and chuckling. Ha ha ha. Whatever. We just need to deliver these kings and the celestial tribute to Mariawa. Meanwhile, in a restaurant at the harbor, Noah and his companions were also dining, but they were in a private booth that offered a panoramic view of the harbor. He had no intention of approaching Garp. After all, the two of them were fundamentally not on the same path. To the Noah family, Garp was utterly worthless as an ally. Given his stance during the God Valley incident, his so-called justice was nothing but a joke. If it were only that Noah would not have held him in such contempt. Take Sakazuki, for instance. Noah simply considered him a man of different principles, but he did not despise him. Sakazuki was a loyal hound of the world government, and in that regard, he had always upheld his own convictions. Yet Garp was a veritable two-faced man. Claiming to despise the Celestial Dragons, he still protected the Celestial Dragons at God Valley. Professing loyalty to the world government, he secretly raised Roger's son, while his own son became the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson grew into a great pirate. Furthermore, in the South Sea infant incident, Garp displayed extreme hypocrisy. To save Roger's son, he stood by while the world government slaughtered infants in the South Sea. In essence, how was he any different from the world government and the Celestial Dragons? Such a man epitomized a clan-centric mentality. As long as those he cared about were not involved, he would show little concern, at most uttering a few slogans. If he were truly loyal to the world government, he should have carried that loyalty through and directly reported the existence of Roger's wife and son. If he genuinely despised the celestial dragons, he should have stood idly by at God Valley, or even aided rocks. Instead, he did the opposite every time. And then during the Paramount War, he put on a display of overwhelming grief. Wasn't this all of his own making? From the moment he secretly adopted Ace, he should have known that Ace was a taboo for the world government. He had only two paths to choose. Either never tell Ace his true identity and arrange for him to live as an ordinary person, or reveal the truth, immediately retire from the Navy, and face the future together with Ace. Yet he chose the most foolish approach, telling Ace about his lineage while remaining in the Navy until Ace was executed, leaving him to rage helplessly. Had Sakazuki done wrong in the Paramount War? The answer was no. For the entire monkey family, Noah had no intention of winning them over. One was a hypocritical double-dealer. One was a weak-willed idealist. One was a stubborn libertarian. If the five elders weren't senile, the monkey family wouldn't survive 3 episodes. If the world is to be saved by people like them, Buggy might as well become the Pirate King. At least Buggy had always been a true pirate. It's not heinous deeds that are terrifying, but committing them without self-awareness. This world is not black and white, but a delicate shade of gray. Yet most people detest black that pretends to be white. Noah's goal from the very beginning had been to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons and establish a brand new world, not to patch up the old framework. With a preliminary accumulation of power, he had already begun to put his plans into action. Taking the Rum Kingdom was only the beginning. As the sun set over the Sugatown harbor, the naval escort fleet gradually faded into the distance under the glow of the setting sun. After seeing off Uncle Yosef, Noah and his companions began secretly consolidating the entire Rum Kingdom. Using Button as a public figurehead along with the decrees left by King Rum VIII, the Noah family established an underground base in the northeastern part of Rum Island, with R leaving a spatial coordinate point there. Then they split into 2 groups. One group, R, Vic, and Antonio, was dispatched to the Oikit Kingdom to search for the Soundwave fruit located there. Noah and the others remained in the Rum Kingdom to strengthen their control, especially with Mary, whose emotion-sensing observation hockey made her nearly indispensable during the family's expansion. Many ill-intentioned individuals could not escape Mary's perception, which greatly ensured the loyalty and purity of the Noah family's core members. Even the Rum Kingdom army, nominally under Button's command, was infested with spies from various factions, CP agents, nobles, revolutionaries, pirates, and underground forces alike. Without Mary, the difficulty of rooting out all these hidden spies would have been unimaginable. The confirmed spies were secretly reassigned to Sugatown and Rum City, while Bamboo, Sugatown, and Mackerel Town were cleansed, allowing the Noah family to develop covertly in those 2 towns. The over 200 billion berries that Button had secretly stashed away were also taken over by the Noah family. This money was not returned to the victims of rum, as such charity would be a one-time affair, not only fostering dependence among the commoners, but also risking resentment and conflict. Instead, it was better to use the funds to launch large-scale work relief projects. For those who had lost their ability to work, relief institutions provided direct support. The internal changes within the Rum Kingdom did not attract much attention at the time. This was also part of Noah's strategy. Until he had sufficient strength, he would not openly rebel. For now, as long as he did not cross the world government's bottom line and paid the full celestial tribute each year, the world government, facing the increasingly turbulent seas and the great pirate crews of the New World, would not easily move against a law-abiding affiliated kingdom. In the southwestern sea, 355 kilometers from the Longmu Kingdom, an armed merchant ship flying the flag of the Longmu Trading Company was swiftly sailing toward the Waikiki Kingdom. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky from a desolate black island not far away. Boom! On the lookout of the armed merchant ship, and Dongmi saw this, and his face instantly turned extremely grim. He immediately sounded the alarm. Weka and Alay, who were resting in the cabin, rushed to the deck at once. They saw the panicked crew and the terrifying pillar of fire in the distance. A submarine volcanic eruption? What should we do? And Dongmi, who had jumped down from the lookout, quickly ordered, Alay, you immediately open a wormhole in the pilot room and teleport everyone back to the Mi gang of King Huayu Town. Weka, you immediately gather all the crew members and bring them to the pilot room. Alay ran toward the pilot room, clasped his hands together, and said, wormhole open. Before long, under Weka's lead, a dozen or so crew members swiftly entered the pilot room and filed through the wormhole. Just a dozen seconds after everyone had left the merchant ship, a vast shower of scorching lava meteors rained down from the sky. However, this was merely an appetizer, for soon a tsunami over 100 meters high swept in and rapidly spread in all directions. Having just returned to King Huayu Town, and Dongmi and the others immediately reported this incident to Nuya. Upon hearing this, Nuya promptly summoned all members in the Longmu Kingdom. Alay and Lilisai served as the monitoring team and immediately went to track the tsunami's approach. A distance of 355 kilometers meant that by the time the tsunami reached the waters near the Longmu Kingdom, its force would likely still be more than half of its original power. The southwestern part of Longmu Island was mostly hilly terrain with an altitude of only about 20 to 80 meters, and its coastal areas were utterly incapable of withstanding a tsunami over 50 meters high. Nuya immediately arranged for Baden to lead a team and evacuate the residents along the southwestern coast. At the same time, he received a report via Lilicized Den Mushy learning that the tsunami was moving at tremendous speed now, less than 200 kilometers from Longmu Island, and was expected to arrive in little over an hour. He did not sit idly by. He immediately took Ajia and Lillian along with the returning Alay and teleported through a wormhole to a small island about 80 kilometers away from Longmu Island. This small island was extremely tiny with an area of less than 10,000 square meters. The reason they came here was that the island lay on the midline between the tsunami and Longmu Island. Nuya planned to weaken the tsunami as much as possible here. Ajia built a V-shaped wave-splitting dam using graphite. Yes, Niaji. Ajia plunged both hands into the soil beneath his feet, and soon a massive V-shaped graphite dam emerged from the ground, its apex pointing directly toward the direction of the approaching tsunami. This kind of graphite construct was temporary. Once the ability user's stamina gave out, or the user fell unconscious, the constructs would revert to their original materials. Those permanent graphite structures were not actually created by Ajia's devil fruit ability, rather they were synthesized by using the ability to extract free carbon elements from the surrounding environment. If the graphite fruit could create graphite out of nothing or transform non-carbon elements into graphite, its power would rival that of a planet-destroying existence. Even when a devil fruit reached its awakened state, it was impossible to permanently create elements out of nothing or transform elemental forms. For instance, Doflamingo's string fruit, when he entered its awakened state, the surrounding matter would turn into strings. But this change was only temporary. Once Doflamingo stopped using his stamina to maintain it, or fell into unconsciousness, the string-like matter would quickly revert to its original state. At this moment, the V-shaped dam on the small island was expanding and rising at a furious pace. Meanwhile, Lillian's entire body transformed into a flame form. But Lillian's flame form differed from the usual orange-red of flame fruit users. It was a blue-white. Merciless sun. A blue-white fireball swelled abruptly with Lillian at its core, its radius instantly expanding to hundreds of meters. Then the blue-white orb plummeted from midair and smashed into the sea surface. Sizzle. In an instant where the edge of the fireball met the seawater immediately boiled. The extreme temperature of 2,830 degrees Celsius. This was the power of simulated hydrogen-oxygen combustion. At the center of the fireball's impact on the sea, the boiling seawater not only turned into steam, but part of the water was also split into hydrogen and oxygen, further intensifying the flames. In less than 10 minutes, a hollow area over a kilometer wide appeared on the sea surface in front of the small island. Lillian now stood on the vitrified dry seabed, gasping heavily. Clearly this move was a tremendous burden for her young age. But Lillian's task was already complete. The enormous hollow before them was enough to trigger a small tsunami. Lillian transformed into a flame person again and left the dry seabed, reappearing behind the dam on the island. Compared to Lillian's brute force miracle, Nuya's operation was more technically refined. Using a permutation-like method, he tossed dozens of blank cards into the seabed, instantly sealing the surrounding seawater within them. In a flash, a series of hollow areas appeared on the sea surface. The seawater would quickly fill these hollows, but the sudden voids caused a drop in the surrounding sea level, generating collapse-induced tsunamis. These collapse-induced tsunamis spread in all directions. Although their power was not great, at most raising waves a few meters high, their sheer density made them formidable. Wave after wave of small tsunamis radiated outward. Soon they encountered the tsunami generated by the volcanic eruption. Although the submarine volcano's tsunami flattened these smaller waves, its power was gradually eroded bit by bit. When the tsunami reached the vicinity of the small island, Nia stood atop the dam, which was now over 50 meters high, and gazed for a moment. At this point, the height of the tsunami in this section was only about 50 meters. He immediately hurled the previously sealed seawater cards into the air. Release. Torrent. Tens of millions of cubic meters of seawater plunged from the sky, crashing onto the crest of the tsunami. Lillian, who had rested for a while, instantly transformed into a mobile artillery platform. Roar of the fire dragon. One after another, fiery dragons charged toward the tsunami ahead. The successive weakening reduced the height of the tsunami when it struck the dam to less than 20 meters, allowing the dam to cut a wide gap through it. After completing this operation to block the tsunami, Nuya gazed at the turbulent sea before him. His conqueror's haki seemed to have undergone a sublimation, his willpower becoming more vast and solid. By the time the tsunami reached Longmu Island, its force was no longer a threat. Although there were still waves over 10 meters high, the residents of the southwestern coast had already been evacuated, so no large-scale casualties occurred. As for other places affected by the tsunami, they could only rely on their own luck. After all, Nuya's power at this stage was still insufficient to completely dissipate such a massive tsunami. The natural might of this blue planet was indeed a terrifying force that ordinary people could hardly resist. On January 7, 1504 of the sea circle calendar, after the turmoil of the tsunami, Alay, Vic, and Anthony continued their journey to the kingdom of Oikit. Meanwhile, Noah had Lilith take Lillian with her to the sea area where the volcano had erupted earlier. There was naturally a reason for sending the two women to that volcanic eruption zone. At the location of the previous submarine volcanic eruption, a stretch of land several kilometers in radius had appeared, evidently formed by the volcanic eruption. Apart from the solidified obsidian and volcanic rock, there was still plenty of molten magma in the center that had not yet cooled and solidified. This molten magma continuously flowed in all directions from the eruption vent, occasionally emitting scorching white steam. A streak of flame descended from the sky and transformed into a girl wearing a Gothic dress. The newcomer was none other than Lillian. Lilith, fluttering her wings, gently looked at her younger sister, standing at the edge of the volcanic crater with a hint of worry on her face. Although Lillian had exited her elemental state, it did not mean the flowing magma in the crater could threaten her. After all, Noah had instilled in her a wealth of scientific knowledge and various directions for developing devil fruits. The power of the scorch fruit within her had already surpassed that of all previous users of the fruit. Why did the scorch fruit perform so poorly on Ace? The answer lies in Ace himself. Expecting an illiterate person to deeply develop the scorch fruit is no different from hoping to get rich by buying a lottery ticket. Garp had handed Ace over to the mountain bandit Dayton to raise. Ace could only read and write thanks to the teachings of the bar owner in Windmill Village. Under such circumstances, his ability to recognize characters and possess basic life knowledge was entirely due to the owner's conscientious efforts. Although Noah was not a scientist, as a university graduate from the information explosion era and a science student, he did have some understanding of scientific knowledge. The development direction of the scorch fruit lies not in the flames themselves, but in the character scorch, that is combustion. Combustion is the process by which matter enters a plasma state. The core of the scorch fruit is to simulate the combustion of substances. The burning of ordinary fuel in air reaches a temperature of only 600 to 700 degrees Celsius, which is why Ace's scorch fruit could not achieve higher temperatures. How then can the combustion temperature be raised? The answer naturally lies in selecting more suitable fuels and oxidizers. At this moment, Lillian simulated the combustion of pure oxygen and hydrogen. Their combination elevated the combustion temperature to 230 degrees Celsius. The magma before her was only slightly over 1,000 degrees Celsius, which could not harm Lillian. Now, on the contrary, it would be incinerated by her flames. Of course, Lillian was not here to flaunt that her flames could burn magma. Rather, she intended to enter the magma itself. Re-entering her elemental state, Lillian plunged headfirst into the magma lake of the crater. Once inside the magma, she felt no discomfort. Instead, a warmth enveloped her, as if she had returned home. Lillian did not linger on the surface of the magma lake. After estimating her stamina, she swiftly dived deeper into the earth. As the depth increased, she felt the temperature of the surrounding magma gradually rise. Only when she reached a stratum where the temperature reached 2830 degrees Celsius did Lillian feel a scorching heat. Then she began to utilize her unique observation haki. That's right, Lillian also possessed her own distinctive observation haki. Originally, her talent for observation haki was as ordinary as Lilith's. However, after consuming the scorch fruit, she followed Noah's advice and combined the fruit's power with her observation haki, developing a unique form of observation haki exclusively, hers thermal sensing observation. She could perceive the temperature of all matter, and any changes in the surrounding temperature were captured by her observation haki. At this moment, she was using this ability to carefully sense the thermal energy deep within the magma and the source generating that heat. Soon Lillian detected the presence of special substances within the surrounding magma. These substances continuously released heat, steadily warming the magma and steam around them. So this is the radioactive material Brother Noah mentioned. The energy released by elemental decay unleashes such immense power. Lillian attempted to simulate the process of elemental decay, hoping to further evolve her fruit's abilities. However, even after exhausting most of her stamina, she could not replicate even a trace of elemental decay. Disappointed, Lillian rapidly returned to the surface. Bursting out of the crater again, Lillian saw her sister, who had been waiting for a long time. "Lillian, are you alright?" Lillian shook her head. "I'm fine. In my elemental state, the radioactive material can't harm me. But this time I failed to simulate elemental decay. Don't do anything reckless. Brother Noah warned you that your current physical condition is not sufficient to support an elemental decay mode." Lillian deeply understood this point. During her simulation deep in the magma, she had encountered an insurmountable wall. Of course, Noah had already reminded her of this situation, advising her not to place too much hope in it. The reason he had not opposed Lillian's dive into the magma depths was mainly to let her gain early exposure to magma conditions and the radioactive substances hidden within its essence. Clearly, Sakazuki had not fully awakened his magma fruit. If he had achieved complete awakening, he could unleash radioactive attacks, and his temperature ceiling would break through to over 3,000 degrees Celsius. The ultimate limit of the scorch fruit, however, is the sun mode. This is the development path Noah laid out for Lillian. Stage 1, the limit of compound combustion, 4990 degrees Celsius. Stage 2, elemental decay, first awakening. Stage 3, elemental fission, second awakening. Stage 4, elemental fusion, complete awakening. If Lillian could achieve complete awakening, she would become a new sun. However, such a vision was still far too distant for Lillian at present. She had not yet even reached the combustion temperature limit of compounds, let alone entered the elemental decay mode. Lillian did not give up all at once. Instead, she remained at the crater for over half a month, diving deep into the magma every day to carefully sense the process of elemental decay within. Although she failed to simulate the elemental decay mode, she gained considerable insights and harvests. For instance, she initially conceived the flame god mode, a special form created by using simulated solid fuel as a skeleton and simulated liquid fuel as muscles. Once in flame god mode, Lillian could transform into a colossal flame god giant or form a flame god exoskeleton. In this mode, she could even swim and walk directly in the sea. Another example, by observing the deep subterranean steam, she conceived the Steam Dragon series techniques. Unlike straightforward flame attacks, the Steam Dragon series relied on high-pressure, high-temperature steam to inflict damage on enemies. Feeling that she could no longer gain deeper insights from the magma, Lillian decided to return to the Kingdom of Rum. Around the time Lillian and Lilith were heading back to Rum, Vic and Anthony finally arrived at the Kingdom of Oyakit. See Circle Calendar, January 23, 1504. In East Sea, Southern Waters. In Waikiki Kingdom. And the damage inflicted on this country by the pirate attack 2 years ago still affected this land. In the northeastern part of this island nation, a trade port named Maki Port, a merchant ship flying the flag of the Longmu Trading Company slowly docked in the port's berthing area. The port's sheriff, accompanied by a dozen soldiers, kept a wary eye on the armed merchant ship. And however, after Andongni presented the official documents from the Longmu Kingdom, the sheriff relaxed a bit, but still demanded to board the ship for inspection. Andongni had no objection. After all, their purpose in coming to Waikiki Kingdom this time was to find the devil fruit, and trade was merely an excuse. Soon Andongni settled the port matters. And that same night, Nina, third-floor room of a hotel near the port, and Andongni, Alii, and Weka each reported their findings for the day. According to Big Brother's divination, the Soundwave fruit is within the territory of Waikiki Kingdom, but the range is still too large. Andongni frowned as he looked at the map on the table. This map was exactly the official map of Waikiki Kingdom. The entire Waikiki Kingdom was not just a single island, but a large archipelago consisting of one main island, Waikiki Island, 8 small inhabited islands, and 42 uninhabited islands. The area of Waikiki Island alone exceeded 3,000 square kilometers, which posed tremendous difficulty for their search. According to Big Brother's divination, this fruit should not have been eaten, which means it is very likely that no one has discovered it yet. Therefore, our target should prioritize those uninhabited islands. And however, Andongni shook his head and said, no, we should first search the inhabited islands. If the Soundwave fruit is on an inhabited island, the risk of being found or eaten is very high. We must first eliminate the high-risk areas. And Alii immediately caught on. That is indeed possible. I agree to search the inhabited islands first. But Waikiki Kingdom has over 30 towns. Checking them one by one will probably take a lot of time, right? Weka looked at the map and immediately felt overwhelmed. Andongni, however, was confident. We can make use of our identities. Moreover, there are many refugees within Waikiki Kingdom who have experienced the pirate attack. We can also use them to gather local information. Early the next morning, Andongni, in the guise of an underground merchant, hired dozens of locals and had them spread a message in the towns around the port. Soon a message spread around Maki Port, meaning the slums on the south side of the port. A young man with a slicked-back hairstyle wearing an old pair of glasses was buying things. He had just picked up a potato when he heard someone at the fruit stall next door talking to the boss about something. Look, have you heard about that thing? And the fruit stall owner, who was wiping oranges, looked puzzled. What thing? You don't know? And old Jim, what do you know? Tell me about it. And it's about some foreign merchants in the port area who are buying all kinds of exotic plants and herbs, whether seedlings, seeds, or fruits. Really? And, of course, just go ask around in the port area. And exotic plants. What's the purchase price? It seems the starting price is 100,000 berry. And the fruit stall owner's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, I have a strange melon vine at home. I wonder if they would buy it. Oh, you want to sell? I do have an acquaintance who knows that merchant. But if the deal goes through, I'll take a 10% referral fee. The man smiled and rubbed his hands together like a fly. The fruit stall owner was a bit hesitant. And meanwhile, the bespectacled man next to the vegetable stall unconsciously pushed his glasses up with the inside of his wrist, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. After 3 days of fermentation, there were not a few people who wanted to sell. These people were led by the underground intermediaries to various trading points secretly, or alii, and Weka personally went to their homes to inspect the goods. Although they did not acquire a devil fruit, Andani did not let the two reject everything. Instead, they selectively bought some of the truly rare exotic plants. The thug who had talked to the fruit stall owner earlier was now contacting other people. The thug did not know he was being followed and was still working hard. Alii, who was inspecting the goods, suddenly frowned. Weka also sensed something unusual. The two exchanged a few words in secret code without moving a muscle, then continued with the inspection at hand. Although Andani did not expect to find the Soundwave fruit in Makiport, luck was unstoppable when it came. On the 6th day after the secret purchase operation began, Alii and Weka purchased the devil fruit from a rural grocery store owner, but it was not the Soundwave fruit they were looking for, it was a Zoan-type devil fruit. Alii casually teleported the fruit back to the secret base in Longmu Kingdom. After Nuya received the fruit, they identified it as a Zoan-type snake fruit rattlesnake form. Over the next 3 months, Andani and his two companions kept moving around within Waikiki Kingdom until April 19th, when they successfully purchased the long-awaited Soundwave fruit from a farmer on Beifong Island, which was under Waikiki Kingdom's jurisdiction. As soon as he got the Soundwave fruit, Andani ate it immediately, because this fruit was arranged for him by Nuya. With the Soundwave fruit found, Andani and his team immediately prepared to leave Waikiki Kingdom and head to the sea area north of the Fengchin archipelago to find the paste fruit. Just as the merchant ship was about to leave the port, the person hidden in the shadows finally could not resist the greed in their heart. Taking cover of the night, they quickly sneaked into the captain's cabin of the merchant ship. Seeing Andani sleeping soundly, the person produced a sharp, long-clawed weapon from their hand and slashed at Andani's throat. But the next moment, the person's eyes widened in shock. Ni's proud 10 blades were actually blocked by that neck, even scraping off a series of sparks. What kind of monster is this guy? No good. I must escape. In the next second, before he could even make a move, he felt dizzy and a surge of indescribable nausea rose from his abdomen. Andani turned on the light and calmly looked at the bespectacled man writhing on the floor, courageous, but a bit overestimating yourself. Weka pushed the door open and came in. He glanced at the bespectacled man on the floor and shook his head with some disappointment. I thought it was some expert, but it turned out to be just a little kitten. How do you plan to deal with this guy? Hand him over to Molly for examination. If he has no value for modification, then let him return to nature. Andani decided the man's fate indifferently. Alay hurled the assailant back into the secret base of the Lamu Kingdom, and the three of them promptly set off for the Domini Islands located north of the Organ Archipelago. However, traveling from the Oikit Kingdom to the Domini Islands meant traversing nearly the entire breadth of the East Sea from south to north with a straight-line distance exceeding 2400 kilometers, a journey of considerable length. Meanwhile, in the Lamu Kingdom, Joseph, who had journeyed to marry Geos for the assembly at the end of the previous year, had returned to the kingdom over half a month ago. Upon Joseph's return to the Lamu Kingdom, the pace of domestic reforms intensified dramatically. Joseph's uncle, who had previously harbored reservations about Noah's ideas, now became even more radical than Noah himself, a transformation born from his experiences during this trip to marry Geos. What Joseph witnessed in Mary Geos made him realize a harsh truth: this was a dark and blood-soaked world, and the celestial dragons were the very embodiment of evil. Even though Noah had repeatedly spoken of the celestial dragons' heinous crimes, Joseph had never felt a visceral understanding, until this journey to marry Geos, which struck him with profound impact. Upon his return, Uncle Joseph not only demanded an acceleration of the Lamu Kingdom's transformation, but also intensified his physical training. Noah had no objection to Uncle Joseph's plan. Previously, Joseph's physical potential had been limited. Even after consuming the silverback gorilla fruit, he could never hope to reach the level of a Marine Vice Admiral. But now with Barton, a card apostle, capable of continuously replenishing life force, even Uncle Joseph's relentless training would not cause severe side effects or hidden injuries. As time passed, nearly 3 years had elapsed since Noah's rebirth in this world. The family members had not only aged by 3 years, but had undergone earth-shattering transformations in their power. In the training grounds of the secret base, the 16-year-old Noah, now 76 meters tall, boasted a streamlined, muscular physique with long black hair tied into his simple ponytail. His card fruit had been developed to an extraordinary level. His tricolor hockey had reached new heights, and he had mastered a series of 6 powers extensions, including life return, placing him at a near admiral level of strength. The 33-year-old Uncle Joseph, whose height had increased only modestly to 2.1 meters, possessed an explosive muscular build and a black spiky buzz cut. His ability was the Zoan-type silverback gorilla with mastery of the 6 powers and life return full body armament hockey and standard observation hockey, placing him at the Commodore level of the Marine headquarters. The 13-year-old cousin Joshua, surpassing his elders in height at 2.55 meters, had a streamlined physique and a black spiky buzz cut. He had no devil fruit ability, but was proficient in the 6 powers and armament Haki with an exceptionally wide-range observation Haki, placing him at the captain level of the Marine headquarters. The 14-year-old Lilith, standing at 2.13 meters, was a user of the Zoan-type Emperor Butterfly fruit. She possessed top-tier observation Haki and basic armament Haki, had mastered some of the 6 powers, and served as the family's top navigator and steward, placing her at the captain level of the Marine headquarters. The 11-year-old Lillian 1.82 meters tall, was a user of the Logia-type Flame fruit. She wielded top-tier observation Haki and basic armament Haki, acted as the family chef, and was at the Commodore level of the Marine headquarters. The 12-year-old Green Mary 1.93 meters tall, was a user of the Paramecia-type Smooth fruit. She possessed emotional observation Haki and basic armament Haki, knew some of the 6 powers and short sword techniques, and served as the family's intelligence officer and reviewer, placing her at the captain level of the Marine headquarters. The 15-year-old Anthony 2.22 meters tall, was a user of the Paramecia-type Soundwave fruit. He had intermediate armament Haki and observation Haki, mastered all 6 powers and swordsmanship, and acted as the family's combatant and chief of staff, placing him at the captain level of the Marine headquarters. The 14-year-old Tomani 1.91 meters tall, had no devil fruit ability. He possessed basic armament Haki and observation Haki, knew some of the 6 powers and marksmanship, and served as the family's combatant and painter, placing him at the commander level of the Marine headquarters. The 13-year-old Vic 2.91 meters tall, had no devil fruit ability. He wielded advanced armament Haki and basic observation Haki, mastered the 6 powers and developed extensions, and served as the family's combatant, placing him at the captain level of the Marine headquarters. The 13-year-old Lei 2.11 meters tall, was a user of the Paramecia-type Whole fruit. He had intermediate observation Haki and basic armament Haki, knew marksmanship and some of the 6 powers, and served as the family's sniper and strategic supporter, placing him at the captain level of the Marine headquarters. The 10-year-old Jia 1.8 meters tall, was a user of the Paramecia-type Graphite fruit. He had basic observation Haki and armament Haki, knew some of the 6 powers, and served as the family's shipwright and engineer, placing him at the captain level of the Marine headquarters. Such were the current circumstances of the 11 core members of the Noah family. As for whether this level of strength seemed exaggerated, it truly was not. After all, Kobe, the deserter king under Garp's command, had risen from a weak pirate menial to an elite vice admiral in just 2 years. Even if his talent was formidable and he received guidance and training resources under Garp. The members of the Noah family also possessed considerable potential, especially after consuming devil fruits and having abundant life force to expend. Had it not been for their youth, their strength would not have stopped here. As for the accumulation of wealth and influence, the Noah family had completed its initial stage and was now entering a period of rapid development. The new members, secretly recruited in the Lamu Kingdom, were still in the early stages of training. These newcomers were primarily orphans aged 6 to 12, numbering over 200. Though there were also some adult members within the Lamu Kingdom, totaling around 2,000, or so they were all outer members, unaware of the family's true nature. With over 200 billion berries left by Barton, along with the steadily tax revenue generating Lamu Kingdom and Lamu Trading Company, the family would not need to worry about finances for at least the next decade. Of course, although the Lamu Kingdom was currently the family's largest asset, Noah had no intention of making it their headquarters. On one hand, because the Lamu Kingdom was a member state of the world government, many things could not be done too openly, allowing only limited reforms. On the other hand, the kingdom's potential was limited. Its land area was small, and the looming crisis of rising sea levels made it imperative for Noah to find a more concealed and secure location as the family's stronghold and retreat. He planned to rest and reorganize in the Lamu Kingdom until June of the year 1504, that is June of this year, before leading a portion of his members to the paradise of the Grand Line. With his and his members' strength, entering the Grand Line was more than sufficient. As long as they did not encounter multiple admiral-level enemies, they would face no fatal danger in paradise. On the seas, the only forces capable of mobilizing 2 or more admiral-level combatants at once were the world government and the emperors of the New World. At this stage, there was only one Emperor Whitebeard. Kaido's Beast Pirates, Charlotte Lean's Big Mom Pirates, and the later rising Red Hair Pirates had not yet ascended to the top. The New World remained mired in a brutal, chaotic struggle. Entering the Grand Line now was actually safer than during Luffy's era. As long as one did not hasten into the New World, there was little worry of suddenly encountering the subordinate forces of an emperor in paradise. Noah had just returned from the training grounds. Lilith came to his study with a document in hand. "Brother Noah, this is Mary's interrogation report." Taking a sip of milk tea, Noah opened the file, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. It's him. Previously, Noah hadn't paid much attention to the bespectacled man that Ale had thrown back. The reception and review work had been handled by Lilith and Mary. The person in this report was none other than Kuro the Black Cat, who later made a grand splash in the East Sea before swiftly retreating from the spotlight. At just 15 years old, he was born in Maki port of the Waikiki Kingdom. His father was a small merchant, and both parents had died in a pirate attack 2 years prior, causing Kuro's family to fall from grace and forcing them to move into the slums. After reading the report, Noah realized that while Kuro had engaged in some predatory behavior, he hadn't yet developed the cold-blooded ruthlessness of his pirate days. Noah decided to give him a chance. No major issues. We can arrange for his rehabilitation. What level? A rank potential. Give him B rank treatment and training for now. Observe his changes, and don't let him access the family's core secrets. If he remains incorrigible, eliminate him. Although Noah valued his potential, he wouldn't tolerate unruliness. If the man couldn't be reformed, Noah would have no hesitation in disposing of him. Lilith nodded. I understand. Noah recalled another matter. Oh Lilith, how is our secret recruitment of scientists progressing? Not very smoothly. There are indeed a few renowned scientists in the EC, but they are all prominent figures in various kingdoms. So far we've only recruited about a dozen second-rate researchers. Noah wasn't surprised. Those famous scientists either had state backing or were too arrogant. The clandestine Noah family didn't hold much appeal. It's fine. Second-rate researchers will do. At worst, they can serve as basic science teachers to cultivate our own scientists within the family. We could secretly kidnap. Noah waved his hand. Enough, Lilith. Though we operate in the shadows, one day we must stand in the sunlight. Some boundaries must be maintained. All right. Lilith didn't think Noah was being pedantic. Some things indeed required boundaries. This was the man worthy of her lifelong devotion. The reason Noah was unwilling to do so was that the essence of Conqueror's Haki was the embodiment of one's will. The Noah family was currently in a stage of covert development, but that didn't mean they could be utterly without principles. For instance, Moria and Crocodile, both with Conqueror's Haki potential, had operated in darkness for too long, their styles becoming utterly unscrupulous and straying from their original intentions. Not only had their Conqueror's Haki not awakened, but their armament and observation Haki had also regressed. If a person deviates from their original intention, their will wavers, and their Haki stagnates, even regresses, or disappears. Noah never considered himself a man of the underworld. His goal had always been to overthrow the world government and change this miserable, hopeless world. At the Rapid Stream Bay on the north side of the Mackerel Town in the Longmu Kingdom, there was one of the Noah family's secret training camps. Kuro, just released from the secret base's prison, changed into a new set of clothes and was sent here. The person in charge of the Rapid Stream Bay training camp was Noah's apostle, Cat Claw Brian. This camp was also a dedicated facility for evaluating certain pending personnel. After reading Kuro's file, Brian had no intention of targeting him. Instead, he planned to observe the man secretly, as Noah's comments on the file contained an evaluation of this person. For someone this intelligent, there was no need for other methods. A secret observation was enough. After all, Kuro had no knowledge of observation Haki. If he harbored any dangerous thoughts, they would not escape Brian's eyes. In the camp dormitory, Kuro, who had thought he was doomed, listened to his roommate's explanations and learned that this was a secret training camp dedicated to cultivating talent. Kuro adjusted his glasses with the inside of his wrist, a series of thoughts flashing through his mind. But in the end, he decided to stay put for now. The psychological shadow Anthony had cast on him was far too severe. That overwhelming defeat without a chance to fight back, coupled with the eerie devil fruit ability, left Kuro feeling powerless. Surviving with his life was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The next day at the break of dawn, a shrill whistle sounded in the dormitory. Get up. Fall in. Hurry, hurry. Kuro, utterly bewildered, fumbled to put on his clothes and followed his roommates to the training ground. Over 50 people had already gathered on the ground. Brian smiled as he watched their performance. Run 20 laps around the track to warm up. Begin. The others were already used to it and started running. Kuro had no choice but to go with the flow and join them. But as he ran, he surveyed the track. Soon his face grew uneasy. The track was huge, about 2 kilometers per lap. That meant 20 laps equaled 40 kilometers. And Brian had said, warm up, which made Kuro break out in a cold sweat. By the end of the day, Kuro was completely exhausted while his roommates seemed full of energy. One of them was eating heartily and reminded him, Kuro, eat more meat. Later go to the pharmacy for some ointment, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Thanks. Kuro, barely able to move, forced himself to bite off a large chunk of meat despite the pain. As the sea beast meat went down, he felt a warm sensation spreading through his body. These sea beasts were small sea kings, highly beneficial for the body. After a hearty meal, Kuro followed his roommates to the camp pharmacy, where they obtained ointment to relieve muscle fatigue and damage. This ointment was made from a sea deer beast that had been infused with vitality by Barton. It contained a great deal of life force. Though not as effective as Barton's direct infusion, it had the advantage of not requiring frequent applications or exposing Barton's ability. After applying the ointment, Kuro felt his body gradually recovering, as if soaking in a warm spring. However, they weren't done for the night. The trainees still had cultural and science classes to attend. During his first cultural class, Kuro looked at the book in his hands, the Book of Dragon Slaying. and felt a storm of shock and a cold sweat running down his back. His roommate noticed Kuro's panic. He chuckled and reassured him, "Don't worry. If you don't talk about it, who would know what you've learned? Besides, many things in this book are the reality of this world." Kuro wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt he had boarded a pirate ship from which escape would be difficult. After all, if anyone found out he had studied such a book here, the world government would never let him go. But weak and helpless as he was, what could he do? He could only passively accept reality and remind himself never to reveal what he had learned here. 1,000 miles away, the Fengtian archipelago. An armed merchant ship, after replenishing at a nearby port, swiftly set sail and headed north toward the Duomini archipelago. A news bird soared in the midair not far off. Catching sight of the ship, it fluttered its wings slightly and drew closer. Anthony casually handed over 50 berries. The news bird retrieved a newspaper from its pouch before taking off again. "Is there any noteworthy news?" Ale, leaning against the mast, asked. Anthony flipped through the pages and replied, "Kaido has defeated the Kingdom of Prussia and plundered its military equipment. It seems the arms market in the New World is about to undergo a major shift. Hasn't he become an emperor of the sea yet? Soon, probably within a year or two." Suddenly Anthony's gaze sharpened as he noticed a piece of news in the corner of the newspaper. "Navy Vice Admiral Sakazuki kills the Beast Pirates." Sakazuki. That means the steel fruit user from the Beast Pirates is most likely dead. Anthony made a mental note of this. 3 days later, planning to anchor near a deserted island for rest, Anthony stared at the empty sea ahead and quickly retrieved a permanent compass from the cabin. It wasn't just the Grand Line that had permanent compasses. The Four Seas also had such compasses, but since the magnetic fields in the Four Seas were relatively stable, ordinary compasses sufficed for navigation, so few people used permanent or log compasses. However, the Noah family possessed a considerable number of permanent compasses, most of which were salvaged from sunken ships. Because several hundred years ago the development of the Four Seas was not as advanced as it is today. During that era, permanent compasses and ordinary compasses coexisted. The permanent compass in Anthony's hand pointed to an island called Barak Island. But now the needle had deviated from its original direction, pointing northeast. Anthony fell into deep thought. What's going on? Why has the direction of Barak Island changed? Anthony, what's wrong? Ale jumped down from the crow's nest. The position of Barak Island doesn't match the sea chart. It's now pointing northeast. How can that be? Ale was also baffled. What do we do now? Head straight for the Duomini archipelago or search for this Barak Island? Anthony pondered for a moment before making a decision. Change course. Let's check out this Barak Island first. Okay. Soon the armed merchant ship adjusted its direction and sailed northeast. Unknowingly, they drifted at sea for another 3 days, covering nearly 600 kilometers. The armed merchant ship finally dropped anchor. But Anthony on the deck stared grimly at the permanent compass. Now it pointed toward the white clouds in the sky. He took out a telescope and observed for a while, finally spotting faint outlines among the clouds, confirming his suspicion. Barak Island had been moved by Jinshur. The Beast Army incident 2 years ago had drawn the Navy's attention to Jinshur. To avoid a repeat, he abandoned the dozen islands he had previously moved and instead selected some obscure uninhabited islands in the East Ocean to transform into a new floating base. Yet Jinshur never imagined that the Barak Island he casually relocated had a permanent compass. In fact, 438 years ago, Barak Island was a renowned medical nation in the East Ocean, and many permanent compasses had circulated from it. According to the world government's official history, Barak Island was struck by a rare plague 438 years ago and quickly vanished from the annals. However, having read the annotated world history of the Noah family, Anthony knew that the celestial dragons conducted so-called human hunts every 3 years against countries that had not joined the world government. Barak Island was likely destroyed by the celestial dragons. Jinshur, unaware of this history, thought it was just a deserted island with some historical ruins and moved it. Because it was on the way, Anthony intended to land on Barak Island to investigate any remaining medical technology from the Barak Kingdom. Instead, he stumbled upon Jinshur's location. Anthony quickly calmed down, took out a den mushy, and dialed Noah's number. "Brother, there's a slight hiccup with the cargo. I need you to come personally. I'll have Ale pick you up." "Is that so?" "No problem, I'll be there right away." This was a prearranged code within the Noah family to prevent eavesdropping. Soon Ale opened a wormhole, and Noah stepped through from the Longmu Kingdom. As soon as Noah arrived, Anthony revealed his discovery. Jinshur is up there. Noah was pleasantly surprised by this news. He had expected that after suffering a loss, Jinshur's exact location would be very hard to find. Unexpectedly, it crossed paths with Noah in such a manner. Soon Noah took out his tarot cards. The divination result appeared on the cards. 100 win rate, 62 chance of him escaping, 21 chance of killing him, 7 chance of capturing him. Noah was not troubled by the divination result, as it was merely a reference. The future was not set in stone. Soon he devised a method to increase the capture success rate to nearly 100. The merchant ship lingered here for over an hour before setting sail again, with Anthony and Vic continuing their original mission. Meanwhile, on a nearby deserted island, Ale and Noah emerged from a wormhole. Then Ale brought Lilith from the Longmu Kingdom. A small sailboat soon appeared on the shore. Lilith had changed her appearance, donning old clothes, and a female pirate looked sailing alone in the nearby waters. 2 days later, when Jinshi led his men down to plunder, Lilith steered her small sailboat to appear in the vicinity at just the right moment, then began to flee. Seeing the small sailboat, Jinshi naturally wouldn't let her go. He swiftly closed in. But Lilith, with her superior environmental perception, used the currents and weather to give Jinshi a little run for his money. After capsizing Lilith's boat, Jinshi looked at the surrounding storm with a mix of recollection and anger and eyed the young girl with some suspicion. He grabbed Lilith by the neck. "Did you know a storm was coming? Cough. You monster." Lilith pretended to be powerless. "Ha ha ha, excellent. If you're willing to be my navigator, I'll give you everything you desire." "Heh, even if you're Jinshi, you can't help me." Lilith's face showed contempt. Jinshi's anger flared. "Are you sure? If you can bring me a celestial dragon's head, I'll agree to be your navigator. Otherwise, please let me go." Lilith's eyes burned with hatred and rage. Hearing that she wanted to kill a celestial dragon, Jinshi's suspicion of Lilith lessened. After all, CP agents wouldn't dare speak ill of the celestial dragons. Though the Golden Lion did not agree to help Lilith kill the celestial dragons, he lured her to the floating island under the pretense of teaching her hockey and swordsmanship. Noah, hidden more than a dozen kilometers away, sensed that Lilith had torn the card on her body, realizing she had successfully infiltrated the Golden Lion pirates. Lilith carried no den mushi on her. Her only insurance was the spatial coordinate gem on her necklace and a deck of playing cards crafted by Noah. On the floating island, Lilith displayed her navigational talent to the Golden Lion while disguising herself as an ordinary person seeking his guidance in hockey and swordsmanship. After more than half a month of cultivation, Lilith's status within the Golden Lion pirates soared, approaching that of the second-in-command, the scientist Indigo. Simultaneously, Lilith discovered the Golden Lion's vulnerability. The ship's wheel embedded in his head not only restricted his hockey power, but also caused occasional bouts of mental confusion. Inside a specialized training ground on the floating island, the Golden Lion was explaining advanced applications of armament hockey. After a few minutes, his expression suddenly shifted, and he began to crow like a rooster. "Cock-a-doodle-doo. Opportunity." Lilith burst into rapid motion, releasing a colorless, odorless toxic gas from her body. Soon the toxin entered the Golden Lion's lungs with his breath. Within just a minute, the Golden Lion fell into a deep unconsciousness. The compound toxin not only induced rapid anesthesia, but also triggered hallucinations, offering excellent sleep-inducing effects. Lilith tore another playing card. In an instant, the spatial coordinate within her necklace gem was activated, and a wormhole appeared on the training ground. Because this training ground was extremely secluded and Lilith's observation hockey was at full surveillance, the other members of the Golden Lion pirates remained unaware that their captain had fallen into a deep slumber. Noah and Ale leaped out of the wormhole. "Big brother, mission accomplished." Lilith wore an expression that clearly said, "Praise me." Noah patted her hair. "You've worked hard. Let's first deal with the rest of the Golden Lion pirates. I'll leave the Golden Lion to you, Lilith." "Okay." Lilith continued injecting venom into the Golden Lion's body to ensure he remained unconscious. Of course, she dared not submerge the Golden Lion in seawater just yet, lest the buoyancy of the floating islands disappear, causing them to plummet from midair. Noah Ale, along with Mali Jia and Ndong Ni, quickly crept toward the base of the Golden Lion pirates. Meanwhile, Noah fully extended his observation hockey, locking onto the positions of everyone across the dozen or so floating islands. Apart from the winged people originally on Wiremu Island, there were over 2,000 pirate subordinates of the Golden Lion. The winged people were concentrated on another floating island. Most of the Golden Lion's subordinates were on Sheetsea Island, the main island of the floating archipelago. Additionally, several hundred pirates were stationed on a few floating islands used for cultivating evolution beasts. According to Lilith's intelligence, the scientist Indigo and the red gorilla Ka-Le duo were on the main island, while the fishman swordsman was on the first beast island. Noah dispatched the brothers Ale and Jia to eliminate the fishman swordsman. He personally took charge of clearing the entire main island. Soon Noah's observation hockey saw Indigo. Knowing that this man could create toxins through chemical reactions, Noah had no intention of engaging him in close combat. Before Indigo could react, Noah appeared behind him. Due to prolonged residence on the Golden Lion's floating island, Indigo had lost his vigilance. By the time his observation hockey sensed the danger from behind, it was too late. Noah knocked him unconscious with a single karate chop and promptly sealed him. Next, Noah's Conqueror's hockey erupted violently. The terrifying Conqueror's hockey instantly knocked out a large portion of the pirates, leaving those still conscious unaware of the anomaly. This was because when the Golden Lion had his episodes, he occasionally unleashed Conqueror's hockey as well. However, when Ndong Ni's infrasound waves and Ma Li's sliding blade struck the remaining conscious pirates, they finally snapped out of their daze. "Enemy. Idiot. Fight back. Bastards. You're dead meat." Shiki-sama will never forgive you. Ah. Invisible ultrasonic blades mowed down the pirates one by one like reaping wheat. Molly slid swiftly through the air, her speed too fast for the naked eye to track. With her ultra-smooth short sword, any pirate she struck was invariably cleaved in two. Bastard! The red gorilla roared in fury. The next second Noah appeared before it, concentrating his conqueror's haki directly on the gorilla, causing the simple-minded creature to behold a terrifying vision. Before it could act, Noah flung a card coated in armament haki. Like a flying blade, the card sliced through the back of the red gorilla's left knee at an extremely cunning angle, striking the spot where it had once been injured and rendering its left leg immobile. In a flash, Noah's fingers coated in armament haki plunged into the third rib on the red gorilla's right side in the blink of an eye. Internal destruction of armament haki. The red gorilla's eyes widened. Its entire body felt as if it had been shattered by a sledgehammer, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. In less than 20 minutes, the pirates on the main island were completely annihilated. Meanwhile, the brothers Lei and Jia with lightning speed eliminated the pirates on several beast islands, and the last executive, the Fishman Swordsman. Even the exceptionally powerful Fishman Swordsman, faced with Jia's control over tens of thousands of graphene threads and Lei's covert ambush, met his end bound like a trussed-up dumpling. After cleaning up the pirates, Noah and the others finally began to tally their gains. Apart from the Golden Lion himself and the two supreme grade blades, the greatest value of this floating island chain lay in the IQ grass cultivated there and the research data on IQ grass. However, the most urgent matter was to deal with the still sleeping Golden Lion. Noah found the situation with the Golden Lion somewhat troublesome. The only safe method to remove the ship's wheel from his head was to use the op-op fruit. Unfortunately, the op-op fruit had not yet appeared. If the Golden Lion were not dealt with promptly, these immobile floating islands would eventually be discovered by the world government, placing them in grave danger. Yet when Noah attempted to directly modify the Golden Lion, his tarot card divination revealed no possibility of success. That was the reason for his hesitation. After all, the strategic significance of the float fruit was immense. With this fruit in hand, the Noah family could remain invincible. Even the world government would be unable to encircle them. After all, the reason the Golden Lion had been captured was largely because he had lost his mind, insisting on single-handedly challenging Ka Pu and Zhonghua at Marineford, refusing to retreat, even unto death. Unable to modify the Golden Lion, Noah had no choice but to adopt a relatively conservative method. Unable to guarantee a 100% successful apostle transformation of the Golden Lion for the time being, Noah had to adopt a conservative backup plan. He activated a previously prepared secret base. On Shiki Island, Lei opened a teleportation wormhole, bringing a portion of the IQ grass and the winged human villagers to the island. The ferocious beasts modified by Indigo were sealed by Noah, using cards, and the floating islands were also sealed away in the same manner. Some of the larger floating islands were split into several pieces and sealed separately. At this point, the upper limit of Noah's card space was equivalent to a cube with a side length of 3 kilometers, giving it a volume of 27 cubic kilometers, barely enough to squeeze in some smaller islands. As for the seawater and freshwater brought up by the Golden Lion, Noah allowed them to fall back into the sea after sealing the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, on Shiki Island, over 2,000 winged human villagers accepted the rule of Noah's family. Compared to the Golden Lion's cold cruelty, Noah at least did not force them to do anything. As long as they helped cultivate IQ grass and selected some of their kin to become peripheral members of Noah's family, Noah guaranteed their safe living on Shiki Island. Although Shiki Island was very barren, this barrenness was not a bad thing, nor was it impossible to transform. Lily C. and Mary managed affairs here, while also capturing the strange birds on the island. The flock of strange birds on Shiki Island was quite large, numbering over 1,300 in total, including adults and juveniles. The adult birds were enormous in size and possessed formidable attack power, capable of instantly killing an unprepared ordinary person. Lily C. used her abilities to concoct a special toxin that, when ingested by the strange birds, induced addiction. Of course, the addictive strength was not high, roughly equivalent to the effect of catnip on cats. Additionally, she prepared medicines that caused skin itching and antidotes. She secretly poisoned the birds while having the winged humans administer the antidotes, thereby fostering closeness between the birds and the winged humans. Lily C. established an air cavalry force of 200 soldiers centered around the strange birds and the winged humans. In the world of pirates, given the vast expanse of sea, the flexibility and mobility of aerial forces surpassed those of ground and naval units. Although the maximum carrying capacity of an adult strange bird was only over 600 kilograms, this was not immutable. For instance, IQ grass could cause animals to become gigantic and berserk, thereby achieving a surge in strength. To be precise, IQ grass contained a component that could drive biological evolution. Noah's family naturally looked down upon the Golden Lion's ferocious beast army, but the direction of gigantification was a worthy research avenue for the strange birds. In the future, Noah's family would surely recruit scientists in biology and pharmacology, thereby putting the research on IQ grass on the right track. For example, the Iron Barrel Kingdom had many excellent doctors and pharmaceutical researchers. However, it was still too early to scheme for the doctors of the Iron Barrel Kingdom. At that time, the king of the Iron Barrel Kingdom was still Wa-Erbwa's father, and Wa-Erbwa likely ascended the throne around the year 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Noah deduced this from Princess Vivi's memories. In 1512, Vivi accompanied Ko-Beulah to marry Geos for the world government's meeting, during which Wa-Erbwa slapped her. The conflict between the two arose because Ko-Beulah publicly denounced Wa-Erbwa's doctor eradication plan. Given Wa-Erbwa's personality, he would certainly launch the doctor eradication plan within 1 or 2 years of his ascension. Therefore, Noah speculated that Wa-Erbwa ascended the throne around 1510 of the Sea Circle calendar. Of course, Noah would not wait until 1510. The Iron Barrel Kingdom possessed some valuable devil fruits, such as the Munch fruit, the fungus fruit, and the human fruit common form, which were worth his early expedition. In addition to forming the air cavalry, Lily C successfully subdued a portion of the black ants beneath Sikka-Shisi Island using special toxin-based pheromones. The reason for subduing the hell black ants was not their combat prowess, but rather their ecological niche on Sikka-Shisi Island. They were planters, not predators. After all, apart from the flying strange birds, only poisonous sweet potatoes and bitter banyan trees existed on the island, with few large animals. This made it impossible for the hell black ants the size of a thumb to obtain food by hunting animals. Thus, the hell black ants constantly excavated underground caverns, collecting leaves from the bitter banyan trees and poisonous sweet potatoes as a medium for cultivating several edible fungi. By growing mushrooms, the hell black ants could sustain their population. Lily C's younger sister Lily and had previously discovered many delicious mushrooms on Sikka-Shisi Island, including cream mushrooms, honey mushrooms, beef mushrooms, and cilantro mushrooms. These mushrooms were very tasty and highly nutritious. Lily C planned to have the hell black ants provide mushrooms to the winged human village, and in return the village would supply the ants with sea beast meat. The reason the hell black ants needed sea beast meat was that a diet solely of mushrooms caused developmental deficiencies in their larvae. To obtain sea beast meat, the hell black ants utilized the tidal cycles to excavate ponds on the coastal cliffs. They placed various mushrooms in these ponds, attracting sea beasts and fish during high tide, and leaving some trapped when the tide receded. However, this method only yielded a small amount of sea beast meat, which was another reason the hell black ant population struggled to expand. Through this characteristic, the winged humans and the hell black ants could initially achieve symbiosis. This way, Sikka-Shisi Island could achieve basic self-sufficiency, avoiding food shortages due to emergencies. To prevent uninvited guests from entering Sikka-Shisi Island, Lily C, following Noah's arrangements, placed many hidden sentries on the island to monitor the movements of the surrounding sea. Simultaneously, with the help of Alay's whole fruit, they transformed the underground caverns of Sikka-Shisi Island into a true underground labyrinth filled with a considerable number of traps. Noah also intervened, selecting a few ordinary islands from the Golden Line's floating islands, cutting them apart and filling them into several small beaches on Sikka-Shisi Island, ensuring no tidal flats remained for foreign ships to land. Together with the air cavalry, the defense system of Sikka-Shisi Island was initially established. However, this was not the final version. After all, at this stage, Sikka-Shisi Island could only remain fixed in the sea area. A fixed island is difficult to defend once it confronts the world government. Therefore, the future of Sikka-Shisi Island was destined to be a floating fortress in the high sky, ensuring it would not be easily located and destroyed by the world government. As the initial transformation of Sikka-Shisi Island neared completion, Antongni and Wei Ku, who were on the Domini Islands, finally found the paste fruit growing on a desolate island. Meanwhile, in the southwestern waters of the East Sea, approximately 1157 kilometers from the Longmu Kingdom, a newly formed pirate crew landed on Red Maple Island, pillaging and burning the settlement. "Lads, slaughter them all," roared the burly pirate captain with maniacal laughter. Skunk kicked over a fruit crate in disgust, muttering, "Big Bear, this village is too poor. There's nothing worth taking." As the apples rolled across the ground, Big Bear sneered in contempt. Yet his gaze froze on one apple that seemed to stand out from the rest. Ignoring everything else, he shoved Skunk aside and snatched up the apple. Staring at the silver-gray arabesque pattern on its surface, Big Bear's hands trembled. Could this be the legendary sea treasure, a devil fruit? Skunk, who had scrambled to his feet, cautiously warned, "Boss, what if it's poisoned?" But Big Bear paid no heed. He took a massive bite. As the indescribable stench filled his mouth, a sickly grin spread across his face. "Ha! It truly is the sea's treasure." After consuming the fruit, Big Bear turned his brutal gaze upon the trembling villagers. A cruel smile curled his lips. The next moment, his body transformed into steel, and he punched a villager's head into pulp. "Huh! I love this power." To test his new ability, Big Bear slaughtered the remaining 200 villagers without mercy. Leaving behind a desolate ruin strewn with corpses, the poker pirates sailed away. The next day, the Longmu Kingdom's intelligence organization, the winery, received the news. Through that day's East Sea Times, they learned of the massacre at Red Maple Town. Initially, the winery's director paid little attention, until the Navy released the bounty poster for the poker pirates revealing that Big Bear had obtained the steel fruit. Noah listened to Mary's report, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. So the steel fruit has been consumed. No matter. Where are they now? The winery spotted the poker pirates at Aladu Island. They secretly resupplied at the port last night, and then departed swiftly. Send Lilisai and Alay. Find them. Leave no one alive except Big Bear. Understood. Soon Lilisai, stationed on Sikaxis Island, received the order. Alay first transported her to Aladu Island, from which they began a sweeping search in all directions. With Lilisai's ability to fly at high speed, and Alay's wormhole jumps, the two quickly located the poker pirates. Though Big Bear was inherently savage, his crew included Skunk, a tactical mind. Skunk knew that the massacre would draw the attention of the Navy and powerful bounty hunters, so he devised a plan. They would secretly resupply at Aladu Island, then swiftly leave the nearby waters for a hidden, uninhabited island they had prepared beforehand. Unfortunately, their sailboat was far too slow. Soon Lilisai and Alay caught up. Lilisai, are there any other people or newsbirds nearby? None. Then let's go down and greet them. The next moment, Lilisai descended gracefully onto the deck of the Big Bear, with Alay following close behind, instantly appearing beside her via a wormhole. Both wore masks and white suits. The lookout Joker was the first to notice the sudden arrivals. He leaped down from the mast. Who are you? The poker pirate's Joker. In a flash, Alay appeared behind him and drove a finger pistol into Joker's spine. With a sickening crunch, Joker felt his backbone shatter and his body grew weak. He screamed in terror, "Big Bear, save me." Boom. A steel man radiating heat crashed onto the deck where Alay stood. But Alay's observation hockey had already detected him, and he teleported to the mast via a wormhole. Big Bear stared at the writhing Joker, fury contorting his face. His body rapidly turned red hot. "Whoever you are, I'll kill you today." But his answer came in the form of Lilisai's poison needles. A wave of pirate underlings collapsed instantly. "Woman, die." Big Bear swung his superheated steel fist at Lilisai. Lilisai coated her hands in armament hockey, then used paper art curved limb to evade his iron fist, her hands moving like agile serpents. In an instant, her fist struck Big Bear's lower back and the back of his head. The impact jarred his brain, sending him stumbling forward uncontrollably. The next moment, Lilisai kicked Big Bear 3 times in the back, hurling him into the sea. Emerging from the concussion, he felt his strength drain away as seawater poured into his mouth. "Alay, bring him back." "Leave it to me." Lilisai turned her icy gaze to the remaining pirates. In a flash, armament hockey coated her short sword, severing Skunk's hand as he attempted a sneak attack, followed by a finger pistol to his forehead. She executed a backflip, her legs whipping up a dense barrage of Tempest kick blades. Secret art Meat Grinder. In moments, the deck was littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. One pirate hiding in the back, seeing this, was terrified beyond measure. "Demon. I want to go home." He jumped into the sea. But Lilisai had no intention of letting him escape. With a flick of her wrist, a poison needle shot out, piercing the fleeing pirate's back with lightning speed. The potent cardiac glycoside toxin seized control of his body, causing seawater to flood his mouth and nose, suffocating him to death. Those hiding in the cabins met the same fate. Under Lilisai's observation hockey, they had no means of concealment. After the last pirate fell to her blade, Alay used his observation hockey and wormhole to retrieve Big Bear from the sea. Lilisai injected him with a paralytic toxin. The two returned to the Longmu Kingdom through a wormhole. The Big Bear sank beneath the waves amid explosions and flames. Inside the secret base of the Longmu Kingdom, Noah looked at the prostrate Big Bear, who lay like a dead dog without a shred of pity. He ordered Alay to open a wormhole, assisting him in severing Big Bear's prefrontal lobe. Then Noah produced a deck of tarot cards, letting the cards choose the appropriate one. Soon a minor arcana card appeared in his hand. King of Wands, Overlord. Steel embodies power, heat embodies passion. The fusion ceremony was completed quickly, and the card transformed into King of Wands Big Bear. Noah put away the card, adding it to his collection alongside Page of Wands Brian and the Devil Panbatten. Thus Noah now possessed 3 card apostles, granting him the abilities of 3 additional devil fruits. On August 11th of 1504 of the Sea Circle calendar, at the founding home of the Noah family, Starfish Island, the family still maintained several small businesses on the island. At this time, Noah, accompanied by Alai, returned to the island via a wormhole jump. However, the two did not linger on Starfish Island for long. Soon they would secretly pilot the Nautilus toward the Red Earth continent. In fact, the entire Polar Star Islands lay adjacent to the Red Earth continent, with the nearest distance between them being less than 700 kilometers. The reason Noah and Alai were heading to the Red Earth continent was to reach the North Sea. Traveling from the East Sea to the North Sea was relatively easy, as the two seas were separated only by the Red Earth continent. Later, the Vinsmoke family would cross the Red Earth continent directly into the East Sea using giant snail ships. To reach the South Sea or the West Sea, one had to traverse the reverse mountains canal of the sky, and even then it required going upstream, an immensely difficult endeavor. Of course, any force capable of crossing the Red Earth continent was itself extraordinarily powerful, far from ordinary. Upon arriving at the nearby Red Earth continent, Noah and Alei gazed at the towering crimson cliffs capped with pristine white snow and ice. They realized that scaling this 10,000-meter-high plateau was an insurmountable challenge for ordinary people. However, Noah had no need to cross the Red Earth continent. The two spent over a week scouring the surrounding waters before finally locating several suitable positions. All these positions were located in extremely dangerous waters beneath the cliffs. Among them, the tidal sea, the Maelstrom Zone, and the Ghost Reef Bay were the most perilous. Had it not been for the formidable strength of Noah and Alei, safely navigating these waters would have been impossible. After investigation and selection, Noah ultimately chose the most dangerous, yet relatively concealed tidal sea. The entire tidal sea formed a funnel-like shape. During high tide, seawater poured in endlessly from the open sea. As the tide surged closer to the innermost part, the waves grew increasingly towering, sometimes exceeding 100 meters during astronomical spring tides. During low tide, the sea level within the tidal sea dropped rapidly, exposing numerous submerged reefs and turning the area into a treacherous reef zone impassable for ships. Noah and Alei abandoned the idea of entering in the Nautilus and instead relied on their own abilities to reach the innermost part of the tidal sea. After eons of wave erosion, the cliffs here were riddled with countless holes somewhat resembling the rock walls of Sakasi's island. This was precisely why Noah had chosen this location. Although the world government's main garrison on the Red Earth continent was the Mary Geo section, that did not mean they neglected surveillance of other areas. If a cave suddenly appeared on the cliff face of the Red Earth continent, it would easily be discovered by world government patrol ships. However, the tidal sea not only had no patrol ships year-round, but its cliffs were also naturally hollowed out by wave erosion, providing excellent camouflage. The two found a suitable cave and began constructing a secret passage. Using the power of the whole fruit, Alei quickly excavated a tunnel through the rock face. The excavated rock was transported via wormhole to a nearby trench. This was the fundamental principle of the whole fruit's excavation ability. The Red Earth continent was immense in width, reaching over 5,000 kilometers at its widest point and no less than 1,000 kilometers at its narrowest. From the tidal sea section to the opposite North Sea, the width was approximately 3,200 kilometers. Moreover, the excavation route was not necessarily straight, as Noah was still unaware of the sea conditions on the other side. If the opposite sea was calm, the route would have to be adjusted. Alei's digging speed was remarkable. With his stamina, he could continuously excavate for about 3 hours. The tunnel's cross-section had a radius of roughly 50 meters, and Alei could advance about 10 kilometers per hour. In other words, he could excavate 30 kilometers of tunnel per day. For a width of 3,200 kilometers, it would take approximately 107 days. Noah was not idle either. Although the tunnel had been excavated, it was not immediately usable. The air exchange within such a long tunnel would be extremely slow, potentially leading to the risk of suffocation. If the tunnel's cross-section radius could be expanded to about 1 kilometer, the problem could be solved. Unfortunately, such a large cross-section would not only easily expose the tunnel, but also destabilize the surrounding rock layers, causing large-scale collapses. Thus, Noah had to choose a compromise solution. That was to build an oxygen tank storage room at regular intervals along one side of the tunnel, allowing passing family members to replenish oxygen tanks. Some fresh water and food could also be stored there. To speed up passage, Noah also laid 2 stone tracks for the rapid travel of electric trains. These facilities and the tunnel itself were primarily for the ordinary members of the family. After all, Noah could store supplies using cards, and Alei could use wormhole jumps, so the two did not need the supply stations inside the tunnel. The reason for building this secret tunnel, despite Alei's abilities, was to have a contingency plan. For instance, if Alei were suddenly killed or temporarily unavailable, the family could still use the tunnel to travel quickly between the East Sea and the North Sea. Noah had prepared several similar backup plans. After all, it was better to be prepared than to scramble when a crisis struck, which could lead to severe consequences. Noah had always strived to avoid such situations. With the initial completion of the tidal sea cliff base, Alei also left a semi-permanent wormhole teleportation coordinate point here. Currently, Alei could maintain a maximum of 8 wormhole coordinate points. One was placed at the Rum base in the Rum Kingdom, one at the Ant Nest base on Sakasi's island, one at the bottom of a deep trench near the Rum Kingdom, and the one at the tidal base. 4 fixed wormhole coordinate points in total. The remaining 4 wormhole coordinate points were used by Alei for combat and daily travel. Inside the tidal base, in addition to Alei's wormhole coordinate point, Noah had secretly installed self-destruct devices and various defensive facilities. Time passed imperceptibly, and 3 months went by. After over 100 days of continuous work, Alei finally reached the vicinity of the rock face on the North Sea side. Alei did not immediately break through the remaining kilometer of rock. Instead, he chose to excavate a small passage barely wide enough for one person. Soon Alei broke through the rock layer. However, he was extremely cautious, opening only a small crack and carefully observing the surrounding sea conditions. This position was located on a cliff about 150 meters above sea level, and the surrounding sea surface was very calm. Alei was greatly disappointed as such placid waters were unsuitable for an exit point. Noah, who followed closely, sensed no human activity or vessels on the nearby sea surface through the ultra-long-range perception of observation hockey. Only then did Noah, accompanied by Alei, don black suits and masks and begin searching along the coast of the Red Line in the North Blue. After 2 days of careful selection, their efforts finally paid off when they discovered a suitable location. This position was less than 80 kilometers from the previous small exit, and in the surrounding waters grew a peculiar organism, acid coral. Acid coral dominated this sea area, especially in the shallow waters near the Red Line, where it formed a vast forest of acid coral. This organism posed a terrifying threat to ships. As soon as a vessel's hull touched the acid coral, the coral would trigger its defense mechanism, releasing a high concentration of corrosive liquid. Noah collected this acid and discovered that it could corrode not only wood, but also steel. Given the density of acid coral in the Coral Sea, any ship approaching would inevitably have its hull corroded by the acid. Moreover, due to the high density of acid coral, the air in the Coral Sea was thick with acid mist, and acid rain fell intermittently. Direct human contact with the acid liquid mist or rain was almost equivalent to bathing in sulfuric acid. With this natural death trap, Noah immediately decided to set the exit near the Coral Sea. They filled in the previously dug small exit and erased all conspicuous traces. The rerouting took over half a month. Finally, they excavated the exit into the rock walls near the Coral Sea, but the exit was not left open. Instead, it was carefully disguised. It was now January of the year 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar. After completing the tunnel connecting the East Blue and the North Blue, Noah and Alei, besides returning to the Kingdom of Ram for the new year, had been secretly sailing throughout the North Blue. Their target was the Operation Fruit, which might appear within the North Blue. In the original timeline, the Kingdom of Flevens, where Trafalgar Law resided, was destroyed by neighboring countries between 1505 and 1506. In 1506, Trafalgar Law joined the Don Quixote family. In 1509, at the age of 13, Law was taken away by Rosinante and consumed the Operation Fruit on Minion Island in the North Blue that same year. According to Noah's tarot card divination, the Operation Fruit was indeed within the North Blue at this time. However, when it came to pinpointing its exact location, the tarot cards proved inadequate. Clearly because the demonic will of the Operation Fruit was too strong, instinctively resisting Noah's divination. Though he could not lock onto its precise location through divination, Noah had another method. That was to reverse the approach. Instead of divining the Operation Fruit's information, he would divine each island in the North Blue to determine whether a devil fruit existed there. This method of searching for a needle in a haystack had been Noah's work for over a month. So far, the two had searched 21 islands and found a devil fruit on one of them, a common zoan-type dog fruit bulldog form, which was a decent zoan fruit. As time passed, their journey gradually brought them closer to the large island of the Kingdom of Flevens. Thanks to Morgan's exposed, the Perchian disease of the Kingdom of Flevens was suddenly made public, throwing the world government into a passive position. However, upon entering Barclay Island, the island where the Kingdom of Flevens was located, Noah noticed that the other 4 countries on the island were secretly mobilizing their troops. Clearly, the world government was eager to silence the witnesses by killing them. Noah and Alei infiltrated the Kingdom of Flevens in secret, observing the citizens who moved like walking corpses through the streets. The two could feel that the country had completely lost hope, with many people drowning their despair in alcohol, getting drunk and disorderly. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a white coat carrying a medical kit hurriedly trotted into the distance. "Dr. Andy, you haven't given up yet." "Burp. Ha, give up. We've been abandoned," a drunkard shouted, his face a mix of mockery and despair. The doctor named Andy shook his head. "Please don't give up. As long as we live, there is hope. I will definitely find a way to cure the Perchian disease." Another old man, his face utterly lifeless, spoke weakly. "Give up. Haven't you seen that the king has already fled? Besides, the neighboring countries won't let us in. We're trapped on an island with no chance to escape." Despite Andy's earnest persuasion, the other residents showed no sign of hope. Noah and Alei, hidden in the shadows, also had no intention of intervening. According to the intelligence Alei gathered from the armies of the 4 countries, the plan to destroy the Kingdom of Flevens was set to commence in about 2 weeks. For now, the Allied forces were merely tightening border patrols to prevent anyone from escaping. There was still plenty of time, no need to rush. After following Dr. Andy for over an hour, he finished visiting several severe patients and returned to the small hospital. This small hospital housed a large group of children, including the siblings Trafalgar Law and Trafalgar Lamy. When Noah heard Law call Andy Dad, he realized that Dr. Andy was likely Law's father. After observing the hospital in secret, Noah noticed that the children's bodies were extremely weak, with many already covered in white spots, a sign of advanced Perchean disease. Given the current medical level in the North Blue, unless they could enlist the help of the witch living in seclusion in the Drum Kingdom, they could only wait for death. Of course, Noah's card sealing technique could temporarily seal these patients until a doctor or the operation fruit was obtained, after which treating the Perchean disease would be no problem. In the dead of night, when all was silent, the lights were still blazing in the pharmaceutical research lab of Trafalgar Hospital. Andy and his wife May Lai were frowning in worry. Andy, Law and Lami's conditions are getting worse. Looking at the blood test results, Andy knew that the two children's prospects were bleak. Even if they could leave the kingdom of Flevens now, they would likely not survive more than 3 or 4 years. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knock came from outside the door. Andy frowned, his heart growing heavy as he feared the children's health had taken a turn for the worse. He hurried to open the door. Upon opening the door, 2 unfamiliar young men stood before him. "Who are you?" Andy asked, his voice filled with suspicion. Noah smiled as he stepped into the pharmaceutical lab. "Dr. Andy, you must feel quite hopeless about the Perchean disease, don't you? After all, it's almost impossible to develop a cure in just a few years." Andy instinctively wanted to refute, but then a bitter smile appeared on his face. "I really have no solution. We've lived in the kingdom of Flevens for so long that the Perchean components have seeped into our blood, organs, and bones. I have 2 methods that could solve the Perchean disease." "What? Are you a doctor as well?" Andy looked at Noah with surprise. However, Noah shook his head. "I'm not a doctor and my methods are not medical." "Not medical?" Andy was puzzled, but at this point he didn't care about medicine or not. As long as it could cure the Perchean disease, he was willing to accept it. But Andy quickly calmed down, knowing that nothing in this world comes for free. "Is there anything we can assist you with, sir?" Noah sat across from Andy with a smile. "You are a wise man. Frankly, your value to me is negligible, but I hold your medical dedication in high esteem. This endeavor also serves as a practice of my own conviction." A practice of conviction. Andy found Noah's intention difficult to fathom. When fortune favors one, cultivate virtue in solitude. When power is granted, bring salvation to all under heaven. I came to save this nation because I possess the ability to do so. Had I not, I would never have set foot here. Cultivate virtue in solitude. Bring salvation to all under heaven. Andy murmured these words simultaneously, sensing the formidable and profound presence radiating from Noah. May Lai, wiping away tears, pleaded, "If your grace is willing to save Flevens, I am prepared to raise 100 billion belly from our people to support you." In truth, the common folk of Flevens' kingdom were not without means. Otherwise, it would never have secured its membership in the world government. Had they given themselves several months, raising 100 billion belly would have been relatively manageable. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. The 4 neighboring kingdoms would launch their invasion within 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Flevens' king had already fled with his trusted retainers, fleeing to the Iron Barrel Kingdom on the Grand Line for a vacation. Before Andy could utter a word, "Allow me to share some intelligence. The 4 kingdoms surrounding you are strengthening their border blockades. Observe this." Ali produced a den mushy and played recordings of military officers from several kingdoms discussing their plans. Upon witnessing these images, Andy and May Lai felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. How could this be happening? Didn't we already clarify the lead poisoning situation with our neighboring countries? Noah chuckled and shook his head. "Naive. Did you truly believe these 4 kingdoms acted on their own initiative? I have investigated Flevens' lead export figures over recent years. From 1270 tons in 1490, it has plummeted to merely 288 tons today. That decline is precisely why your people are destined for annihilation." "What?" Andy fell into deep thought. Lead is not merely Flevens' financial lifeline. It is the lifeblood of neighboring nations as well. They profit enormously by transporting and processing lead products for global distribution. As Flevens' citizens perished in staggering numbers from lead poisoning, and especially after the scandal broke in recent years, many local miners refused to continue working the mines, causing output to collapse rapidly. Deprived of this immense revenue stream, the 4 surrounding kingdoms faced a dilemma: either impose heavier taxes on their own populations to sustain their noble classes' extravagant lifestyles, or watch their nobility's expenditures dwindle. At that juncture, all the world government needed to do was hint at their intentions, and they would undoubtedly covet Flevens' kingdom like a fat wedge of meat. By exterminating Flevens' civilian population, the accumulated wealth of hundreds of billions of belly scattered throughout the kingdom would fall into the hands of the 4 kingdoms and the world government. Having absorbed Noah's reasoning, Andy and May Lai broke out in cold sweats. Drawing upon their prior experiences, Andy became increasingly certain that this scenario was all too likely to unfold. As a physician, he frequently traveled to neighboring kingdoms to procure medicines. In years past, merchants from those nations had been courteous enough, yet over the last few years their demeanor had grown steadily colder. Entering the country now meant enduring scrutiny and deliberate obstruction. Your Grace, you must have a way to save Frevens. I am willing to sacrifice everything. Andy begged. I possess an ability that can seal individuals in suspended animation. Time stands still for those encased within the seal. This is my first approach and the only method capable of rescuing Freven civilians on a large scale. Andy's eyes widened with sudden understanding. A devil fruit power then. I see now. This is indeed a viable solution. If we can merely buy time until a cure and advanced medical technology emerge, treatment will become possible. Noah continued, the second approach involves the surgery fruit, a devil fruit capable of completely curing lead poisoning. However, I have yet to locate it. In truth, Noah harbored a third option utilizing extracts from IQ grass combined with Barton's immense life force, igniting the body's latent potential through the IQ grass to metabolize the life force and expel lead from the system. Yet this scheme demanded an enormous reservoir of vitality. With Barton's current reserves, treating the 80,000-plus civilians spread across Freven's kingdom was simply unfeasible. Consequently, Noah had chosen the first plan, buying time, and would seek the surgery fruit later to achieve a permanent cure. Andy quickly made his decision. Pray tell, what should I call you? Just Noah. This is Eli. We hail from the Noah family. The Noah family. Andy had never heard the name before, but at this moment, he could ill afford to dwell on such matters. Sir Noah, what do you require of us? I intend to recruit you as the family's physicians and pharmaceutical researchers. As for the rest of Freven's populace, simply summon nearby residents under the guise of medical examinations and gather them at designated locations. Leave everything else to my family. Is that so? Andy pondered for a moment. I suggest beginning with the remote Whitestone village. The over 30,000 residents in the city proper would draw too much attention. They discussed for over 2 hours. Before dawn broke, Andy first asked Noah to seal the more than 100 orphans at the hospital along with his own 2 children. Then, accompanied by his wife and Noah disguised as a nurse, Andy swiftly made their way to Whitestone Village 11 kilometers away. Within 3 days, all 13 villages surrounding Freven City had been completely evacuated. At that point, only the 30,000-plus residents of Freven City and the 5,000 or so in the mining town remained. As for the mining town, Noah had no intention of using free medical examinations as a pretext. That area lay under the direct control of the king, guarded by several hundred thugs and hooligans recruited by the crown to serve as overseers among the miners. In the dead of night, the mining town lay silent. Mary, Lilith, Eli, and Agia joined forces. Agia unleashed a dense web of graphene threads, soon enveloping the entire town in an impenetrable net. Lilith released her paralyzing toxin, immobilizing every person, and even the hidden den mushies within the town. Mary scrutinized each individual. Those with grievous records were dispatched in one stroke. For the rest, Eli teleported them back to a temporary underground cavern where Noah sealed them away. It took 2 full days to completely clear the mining town. More than 536 overseers, enforcers, and administrators with serious blemishes on their records were killed by Mary's blade. Meanwhile, within Freven City itself, Noah, Andy, and the others were rapidly sealing off single individuals and those living alone. Only after Mary finished securing the mining town did Noah bring his family members forward to assume full control of the city, to prevent any leaks. Agia's graphite sea fog had already completely shrouded the entire city. The royal guards and a portion of the royal attendants stationed at the palace were swiftly subdued by Noah and Lilith. Those among them with ill repute were eliminated on the spot, while the rest were sealed where they stood. Within 3 days, the entirety of Freven City had been emptied. Every valuable piece of gold, silver, and jewelry, and every belly, was systematically plundered by the Noah family. Initial counting revealed that this operation yielded 83.6 billion belly in cash and approximately 160 billion belly worth of gold, silver, and precious gems. This tally was achieved even after a significant portion of the treasure had been carted away by King Freven III. Had it not been for that loss, the total could easily have doubled. On February 8, 1505 of the Sea Circle calendar, when the allied forces of 4 kingdoms charged ferociously across the border of Fully Fancy, the Noah family had already departed with the commoners of Fully Fancy and over 200 billion in treasures 5 days prior. This incident greatly astonished the world government, which had been secretly fanning the flames, and even the 5 elders were alarmed. At Mary Geos within the Chamber of Power, the 5 elders listened to the Den Mushy report from the CP6 chief, their faces expressionless, yet their eyes betrayed surprise and contemplation. Topman Warcury, the god of law, turned to the others. What do you think? It should have been transferred via some devil fruit ability, but the amber lead disease is not so easily cured. Have someone keep an eye on the Titan Kingdom. If they intend to treat the disease, they will likely head there. Analyze J. Garcia, Saturn, the god of science and defense. Agreed. 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 Topman Warcury continued. How should we characterize the Fully Fancy Kingdom incident? Proposed Marcus Mars, the god of environment. How about announcing that a massive explosion in the mines released vast amounts of amber lead dust leading to the fall of the Fuely Fancy Kingdom and seal off the area for 50 years? Agreed. As for those who secretly fled from Fuely Fancy once their location is confirmed, immediately launch a buster call to eradicate them all. Agreed. Soon the world government published through its official newspaper the official announcement characterizing the Fuely Fancy Kingdom incident. Though some astute individuals sensed something amiss, the 800-year prestige of the world government and its control over information channels ensured no one dared question it openly. Even Morgans received a warning. In the North Blue, the Lubunier Kingdom, homeland of the great liar Roland. Inside a secluded seaside villa, Andy and Malai were anxiously conducting treatment, having spent 3 days in a makeshift ward. During this time, Noah first infused Andy with about 50 years of vitality, then injected a small dose of IQ extract into Andy's body. After 3 days of stimulation by the IQ components, his immune system became hyperactive, much like that of bats resistant to various viruses, and his body temperature rose to 42 degrees Celsius. For a normal person, maintaining a fever of 42 degrees Celsius for 3 days and nights would have resulted in brain damage. But with the IQ components and the support of immense vitality, Andy not only endured the high temperature, but also managed to expel the accumulated amber lead from his body through accelerated metabolism and massive consumption of life force. With the first successful case, Andy quickly refined the protocol, adding nutritional supplements and potassium salt solution to enhance the body's self-recovery and accelerate the expulsion of amber lead. Malai completed her detoxification and self-repair in just 53 hours. Unfortunately, both were acutely aware that this method could only be applied to a few, as treating one person required consuming about 50 years of vitality, an extravagant cost. Given the scale of the Fuely Fancy survivors, it was impossible to popularize. Andy did not even ask Noah to use this method on his 2 children, as his medical ethics forbade such a request. The couple could use this method for themselves to ensure their survival, for they needed to continue their efforts whether to consume the op fruit or develop other treatments. They could not die, but Noah still had the couple treat Luo in advance. The reason was simple: Noah needed Luo to attract the op fruit. As the op fruit user from the original timeline, Luo and the fruit had a mutual selection relationship. To ignite Luo's desire for the op fruit, Noah told Luo that his sister Rami and the other orphan companions could only be fully cured with the power of the op fruit. They stayed in the Lubunier Kingdom for over half a month. Luo learned medicine from his parents and physical techniques and hockey from Noah. Of course, Noah did not neglect ideological education, teaching the 5 volumes of dragon slaying, and using the harsh reality of the Fuely Fancy Kingdom to help Luo recognize the hopelessness of this world, the celestial dragons, and the nobility. Inside the Nautilus, Luo, blindfolded, was covered in bumps. Ale, who was in charge of the bamboo stick, chuckled and asked Luo, "Want a rest?" "No, I can keep going," Luo shouted stubbornly. Slap. You got distracted. At that time, Andy and Malai were not aboard the Nautilus. They had been sent to the Zakaxisai Island to research IQ grass and other medicines. Noah crossed another island off the sea chart, another island without a devil fruit. Time passed unconsciously for another 2 months. The storm over the Fuely Fancy incident gradually drowned in the tides of the era. Meanwhile, the CP6 agents lurking in the Titan Kingdom had been cooling their heels for over 2 months, yet they continued their covert surveillance. At noon that day, to avoid a massive iceberg at sea, the Nautilus changed course and arrived at an island. "Brother, there's a small village on the other side of this island." Noah's eyes flickered. "I know. This island also has a devil fruit." A devil fruit. Ale was not too surprised, as they had found another devil fruit on a deserted island over the past 2 months. A common zoant, the sheep fruit model sheep. Currently, the Noah family possessed uneaten fruits: the carp fruit, red fox fruit, rattlesnake fruit, paste fruit, bully dog fruit, and sheep fruit, most of which were zoan types. "Treasure hunting again?" Luo asked excitedly. "Don't be careless. Let's land," Noah warned, then stored the Nautilus and led Ale and Luo ashore. The island's inhabitants were on the other side, and with Noah constantly monitoring their surroundings with observation hockey, their landing went unnoticed. They trekked across mountains and searched for a day in the forest, but did not find the devil fruit. The 3 were unperturbed. The next day, they continued searching until they neared the edge of the village. In a large peach grove, Luo spotted a red heart-shaped fruit covered with spiral patterns. Unmistakably the op fruit he had been longing for. He quickly called Noah and Ale. When Noah saw the fruit, he knew it was the op fruit. "Luo, eat this fruit." Luo hesitated. "If I give it to Dad, can he master its abilities faster and save people? Your father is not suited for this fruit. Don't you think it would be more meaningful to save Rami with your own hands?" Hearing Noah's persuasion, Luo's resolve hardened. He picked up the op fruit and took a bite. Though he knew devil fruits tasted terrible, he had underestimated the level of repulsiveness. After devouring the entire fruit, he immediately collapsed to the ground, retching, "Ugh, so disgusting." Noah casually picked a few peaches for Luo and left a 500-berry coin on the tree trunk. The group came silently and left without a sound. After obtaining the Ope, Nomi, Noah and his companions continued to navigate beneath the North Blue aboard the Nautilus. Due to the Arctic Circle and the polar ice cap, the northern reaches of the North Blue were almost entirely frozen wasteland with a climate remarkably similar to that of Drum Island in the Iron King Dome. The Nautilus's passage through these waters was far from smooth, for the seabed was riddled with underwater icebergs and treacherous hidden currents. Beyond Labrador Island, pressing further north, there existed no member nations of the world government. The Arctic region's barren lands were inhabited primarily by small fishing and hunting tribal nations. Among them, the Eskimo people stood out as one of the more prominent hunter-gatherer tribes in the area. Noah, accompanied by Law and Alay, visited several Eskimo tribes before altering course once more toward the southwest. Half a month later, they arrived at Haitian Island and located Pebwa, a young fur tribe child who had been shipwrecked there along with several other orphans, including Pagine and Shachi, who would later join the Heart Pirates. Throughout this past month or so, Law's application of the Ope, Nomi had grown increasingly proficient. Especially under Noah's guidance, Law's development of the fruit's abilities would far surpass what unfolded along the original timeline. After all, the fundamental concept underlying the Ope, Nomi centered on surgery, specifically the conceptual thinking behind advanced surgical and medical technology. In this regard, Noah could provide Law with an abundance of reference ideas. Without prior exposure to medical technologies such as X-rays, ultrasound, magnetic resonance, imaging, proton heavy ions, and gamma rays, Law would have found it exceedingly difficult to develop corresponding derivative abilities. But with Noah's insights, the outcome could not have been more different. Although Law's physical stamina at this stage was insufficient to support the full activation of derivative abilities like X-rays, gamma rays, and proton heavy ions, he had already begun to partially utilize the MRI and ultrasound-type derivatives. On the northern wastelands of Haitian Island, Law employed ultrasound in tandem with his newly awakened observation Haki, swiftly dodging Alay's attacks. Even though the Ope, Nomi granted Law the room, a spatial ability allowing him to manipulate space within a designated range, he still could not dodge Alay's strikes with absolute certainty. Panting heavily, Law was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Physical endurance was the foundation of all devil fruit abilities. Without sufficient stamina, even the most formidable powers would prove woefully inadequate. This principle was equally evident in how Ace and Sabo had wielded the Mera Nomi. Meanwhile, the disparity in observation Haki proficiency between them was another reason Law couldn't completely evade Alay's offensive. Not far away, Pebwa, Pagine, Shachi, and others were also honing their physical combat skills. Underground on Haitian Island, Noah was utilizing the caverns Alay had excavated over the past few days to establish a temporary base. Though the vast majority of the Noah family's forces were stationed in the East Blue, that did not mean they would abandon the other three seas. At that moment, Noah and Ajia were attempting to calibrate a special device. Upon the rocky mountain peak above the cavern, over a dozen dead trees grew from between the stone crevices. Upon closer observation, one would notice that their surfaces were densely covered with tiny black crystals. These were modified graphene crystals transformed by Ajia through his abilities designed to absorb electromagnetic signals from the surrounding environment and transmit those received signals into the underground caverns. The information would then be decoded through several specially cultivated telephone bugs. In reality, in order to cultivate these specialized decryption bugs, the Noah family had sacrificed hundreds of telephone bugs along with substantial IQ components and no small amount of vitality before successfully breeding over a dozen surveillance-grade telephone bugs. The first telephone interception station had been established on Zikasi's island. Haitian Island served as the second interception station. As the lines connected, Ajia and several feathered humans who had joined the Noah family commenced tense testing procedures. Such covert surveillance operations were never conducted blindly. They required precise planning and technique. The work could be divided into 6 departments: number locking, relationship mapping, VIP classification, dedicated tailing, information analysis, and comprehensive oversight. For ordinary factions communicating via telephone bugs, the interception stations would certainly not direct their attention. The truly critical entities requiring close surveillance were either the world government CP organizations or the Navy, or alternatively regional dominators, the Revolutionary Army, or major pirate fleets. For instance, in the North Blue, the first batch of priority targets selected by Noah included the Vinsmoke family, the Don Quixote family, and Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy. As for how to determine these factions' telephone numbers, the answer was keyword monitoring. In the case of the Don Quixote family, based on Noah's intelligence, whenever the counterpart mentioned keywords such as Doflamingo, Young Master, Don Quixote, Pico Diamante, or Treble during telephone conversations, the recording clerk would initially lock onto that number and maintain continued surveillance until the true identity of the owner could be confirmed. Although anti-tap telephone bugs existed in the pirate world, they had not been widely adopted primarily due to limited production capacity and strict government controls. Moreover, many factions rarely used anti-tap telephone bugs in their daily communications. This provided the Noah family ample opportunity to intercept their calls. Indeed, on the morning of the fourth day after the Haitian Island Interception Station became operational, they successfully intercepted a telephone bug signal originating from the Navy. Initially, the recording clerk had not detected anything suspicious. It was only when the conversation content revealed mentions of Vice Admiral Tsuru's whereabouts along with keywords like young master and family that the clerk took immediate notice. Through sustained monitoring of these two numbers, the entire telephone bug registry of the Don Quixote family was quickly locked down, including a portion of underground faction numbers across the North Blue. Meanwhile, Doflamingo, still evading Vice Admiral Tsuru's pursuit, had no idea his telephone number had been compromised. The interception station recorded portions of the valuable intelligence. As Noah was reviewing these intercepted reports, he suddenly discovered a particularly significant entry. Recorded time 15:05:07:22, see calendar. Calling parties Doflamingo and Diamante. Call record: a girl suspected of being a devil fruit user has been spotted near the Angbu Islands. Her ability may be the Yuki no Mi. Could this be the sisters Monet and Shadang? Noah glanced at the North Blue map and found that the Angbu Islands were not particularly far from Haitian Island, approximately 976 kilometers away. He then recalled the information he had about Monet and Shadang. It was the year 1505. Monet should have been 13 years old while Shadang was only 5. At this point, Monet had already consumed the Yuki no Mi, whereas Shadang likely had not, because the Hobi no Mi possessed a unique characteristic: the consumer's body age would freeze at the moment of ingestion. In the original timeline, Shadang's physical age remained at 10. This meant Shadang must have consumed the Hobi no Mi at the age of 10. Although Shadang had not yet consumed the Hobi no Mi, Noah had no intention of leaving the two sisters in Doflamingo's hands. With Doflamingo and his family currently occupied evading Tsuru's pursuit, they had no time to search for the Monet sisters. This was precisely the opportunity Noah needed to seize. Noah swiftly ordered Alay and the others to set sail. Soon the Nautilus was racing toward the Angbu Islands at full speed. A few days later, on one of the inhabited islands of the Angubo archipelago, Nuaya and his companions, disguised as merchants, appeared in a tavern within a small town. The bartender poured a glass of rum for Nuaya and asked half-jokingly, "This gentleman looks unfamiliar. You must not be from our Angubo kingdom, right?" "Had good eyes." Nuaya casually placed a silver coin on the counter. Seeing this, the bartender's smile grew even brighter as he discreetly pocketed the silver coin. "Sir, what information might you need?" "I heard there's a famous gin distillery in Angubo. If I need to purchase gin from them, what preparations are required?" The bartender shook his head. "Sir, you've come too late. That distillery has already been acquired by someone else, and the previous owner seems to have been killed by pirates." Of course, Nuaya was aware of this. He even knew that the distillery owner had been secretly eliminated by Diamante in order to take over the business. "Oh, it's been bought. That's rather troublesome. But are there many pirates near the Angubo kingdom?" The bartender let out a bitter chuckle. "Indeed, there have been many more pirates in recent years. Even 2 towns have been wiped out by them. These damned scum of the sea really are lawless." Nuaya grumbled insincerely. The bartender also complained, "Yes, but these pirates will get their comeuppance sooner or later. Half a month ago, a pirate crew was killed by the Snow Demon on Market Island, all frozen into ice sculptures." "Snow Demon? What is that?" "I don't know either, just heard from some passing merchants. On several islands near Market Island, pirate ships have been frequently attacked this year, and those killed all turned into ice sculptures." "I see. Then I should avoid that island to evade the Snow Demon." Having obtained the answer he wanted, Nuaya quickly left the tavern and swiftly led his people toward Market Island. At the same time, Diamante, along with several peripheral members of the Don Quixote family, was secretly searching for the so-called Snow Demon on Market Island. Unfortunately, Diamante's observation hockey range was too limited, and with insufficient manpower this time, plus the inability to act openly, the search progressed very slowly. By the time Nuaya and his group landed on Market Island, Diamante had yet to find any trace of the two sisters Mo-Nai and Shatang. However, Nuaya's extremely wide-ranging observation hockey, though activated later, arrived first, directly locking onto over a dozen targets, all of whom were in pairs. After filtering out these individuals, he further refined his search. Based on the gender, age, and devil fruit abilities of Mo-Nai and Shatang, Nuaya quickly pinpointed their exact location. In less than 10 minutes. In a forested area northwest of Market Island, a young girl was cutting venison with a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old beside her. Nuaya and his companions descended from the sky. "Who are you?" Mo-Nai was greatly startled, her body instantly tensing as she secretly gathered snowflakes in her hands while shielding her younger sister behind her. "Are you the snow fruit user?" Nuaya glanced at the frozen deer, then looked over Mo Nai and Sha Tang's emerald green hair. Blizzard. Mo Nai struck, without hesitation. You damn pirates. Die. However, the raging blizzard was like a gentle breeze to Nuaya, who was fully covered in armament haki. The ice was instantly shattered by his haki. Mo Nai's pupils contracted, and she swiftly picked up her sister and fled into the depths of the forest. Yet the next moment the two sisters felt a dizzying darkness, as if an invisible force pressed down on them, causing them to collapse to the ground. Even their elemental transformation was helpless against it. Nuaya's conqueror's haki shock subdued them instantly. However, Nuaya did not approach immediately. Instead, he turned and instructed, "Alay Luo, take them back to the Nautilus first." Yes. All right, big brother Nuaya. Luo instantly teleported behind Mo Nai, his palm striking her back. Instantly part of Mo Nai's nerves were numbed, and she blacked out. Alay picked up the trembling Sha Tang, casually opened a wormhole, and led Luo and the two captives away. A dozen minutes later. In the forest, several figures appeared before Nuaya, but by now he had changed his clothes, donning a white suit and a white mask. Diamante looked at Nuaya's attire, a flicker of doubt in his heart. Could he be from CP? However, the next second Nuaya struck directly with a conqueror's haki shock, knocking out all the Don Quixote family members except Diamante, including the Den Den Mushi they carried. At that moment, Diamante's face changed drastically. Conqueror's haki. Impossible. You're not from CP. Unfortunately, Nuaya was not one for idle chatter. He flung over a dozen seawater cards. Diamante swiftly swung his rapier, preparing to release the various weapons he had stored. But he never expected that the moment his sword pierced those cards, the seawater sealed within would burst forth instantly. What? Seawater? Diamante was shocked. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The seawater instantly engulfed him, and soon he felt his body grow weak before falling into unconsciousness. Nuaya pulled Diamante out of the seawater, then placed him into an iron barrel, before finally sealing him inside a card. After finishing all this, Nuaya silenced the remaining Don Quixote family members on the scene, then had Alay pull him back into the Nautilus. Inside the cabin, having regained consciousness, Mo Nai looked at the seawater, soaking her calves with a very unpleasant expression, and she gazed worriedly at her younger sister Sha Tang. Nuaya looked at the young girl and asked with a smile, "Interested in joining my family?" "Join you? Hi, you damn pirates." Mo Nai cursed through gritted teeth. "Who told you we're pirates?" Mo Nai was momentarily stunned. "What? You're not pirates. Our Nuaya family are respectable people. How could we be pirates?" Nuaya explained with a chuckle. "How is this how you invite people? I don't think you're any good either." Mo Nai immediately mocked. However, she didn't notice that her younger sister was eating grapes nearby, clearly having forgotten everything else, focused on the grapes and cheese biscuits on her plate. When she heard the sound of eating beside her, she noticed Sha Tang was eating. Her heart sank. Thinking of her sister, Mo Nai had no choice but to compromise. "As long as you're willing to take us, and I'll work for you, but on the condition that you can't force us to do things we don't like. Before my sister comes of age, she cannot work for you." Nuaya didn't take this too seriously. After all, the training system of the Nuaya family was enough to change many of the sisters' views, and Nuaya was very confident that as long as Mo Nai agreed, he had plenty of ways to win her over. Soon Nuaya removed the seawater barrel from Mo Nai's calves. As for whether she would take the opportunity to sabotage the Nautilus, as long as Mo Nai wasn't stupid, she would know that their current location was at the bottom of the sea. If she damaged the submarine structure, both sisters would certainly die. Meanwhile, Nuaya and his people could escape through Alay's wormhole. That was Nuaya's confidence. The captured Diamante quickly became Noah's fourth apostle. Knight of Swords Diamante Flutterfruit. Together with the previous three apostles. Demon Panbatten Swap Fruit. King of Scepters Bear Steel Fruit. Page of Scepters Brian Leopard Cat Fruit. This made Noah's power even greater. As he developed his fruit abilities and enhanced his physique, he could not only summon apostles to assist in battle and tasks, but also borrow their fruit abilities. Of course, such borrowing had certain limitations. For instance, he could only borrow one fruit ability at a time, and while using an apostle's fruit ability, that apostle could not be summoned. Additionally, his physical stamina consumption would double. Currently, Brian was stationed at the training camp of the Rum Kingdom. Batten was in the capital Rum City, assisting Uncle Joseph in managing the entire Rum Kingdom. Bear and Diamante were carried along by Noah. Among them, Bear Steel Fruit, a paramecia type similar to the smooth fruit, served as an excellent supplement for Noah, who did not possess overwhelming physical strength. However, Diamante could not be summoned casually. The reason lay in the Vivre cards. The core members of the Don Quixote family all had their Vivre cards in the hands of Doflamingo. Once Diamante appeared in his apostle form, the Vivre card could sense his whereabouts. Therefore, Diamante had to be kept in card form so that the Vivre card could not detect his location. If Noah borrowed Diamante's fruit ability, the Vivre card would similarly be unable to sense it. In fact, the Flutterfruit's ability was quite impressive, even possessing a certain spatial property, such as turning objects into cloth, which was a form of spatial compression. The fact that Diamante had only developed abilities like throwing iron balls, iron thorns, and iron cloth was entirely due to his lack of education. With the resources of the Don Quixote family preparing a large quantity of bombs, poison gas bombs, incendiary bombs, glass water tanks, and the like was a trivial matter. Then by compressing these items into cloth form one could achieve a spatial storage effect similar to the card fruit. Yet Diamante did not develop in that direction. Instead, he combined his fruit ability with swordsmanship in an incongruous manner, resulting in a fruit ability that was poorly developed and swordsmanship that was merely at the level of an ordinary swordmaster. In the end, he was neither here nor there. In Noah's view, the Flutterfruit's ability possessed strategic value. Its positioning should be support and ranged attacks with swordsmanship and physical combat, serving only as means to escape and evade enemy strikes, not as the main focus. As for the steel fruit, Noah's core development direction focused on steel experiments and high-temperature reactions. As a paramecia-type ability, the steel fruit itself could not generate or manipulate steel externally. However, it allowed the user to simulate their body into steel. The term steel does not refer solely to iron. It encompasses steel itself, which is an alloy primarily composed of iron. This involved a vast amount of knowledge, making it difficult for an ordinary person to develop effectively. For instance, low-carbon steel, medium-carbon steel, and high-carbon steel each had different properties. High-carbon steel could be used to manufacture springs, meaning that in a high-carbon steel state the steel fruit could replicate the ability of the spring fruit. Furthermore, in a pure iron state the steel fruit's high-temperature limit could reach 1535 degrees Celsius. Before the magma fruit fully awakened, its temperature limit was only around 140 degrees Celsius, far from being able to melt the steel fruit. Additionally, in a neodymium magnet state the steel fruit could achieve a degree of strong magnetic ability, even generating electricity within the body. There were also stainless steel, silicon steel, high manganese steel, and so on. In summary, the steel fruit encompassed not only steel itself, but also derivative directions such as high-temperature reactions, magnetic field power generation, and mirror reflection. Such was the power of wisdom. Time flies like an arrow, years slip by like a shuttle. Unbeknownst to all, a new year had arrived. It was now January 1st, 1506 of the sea circle calendar. After roaming the North Blue for nearly half a year, Noah and his companions had not only strengthened their abilities, but also discovered 3 devil fruits during their journey. Of course, during this period Noah had also captured 2 pirates who possessed devil fruits. And in these half-year months the North Blue had become turbulent. The reason was naturally the disappearance of Diamante, which infuriated Doflamingo. He mobilized the Don Quixote family's underworld forces to search for Diamante's whereabouts across the North Blue and to capture the culprit behind Diamante's capture. Additionally, the Marines led by Tsuru were also pursuing Doflamingo in the North Blue, making the Don Quixote family's situation increasingly precarious. However, these matters did not affect Noah. After all, Noah's observation hockey now had a comprehensive coverage radius of 120 kilometers, and its single-direction sensing limit could reach approximately 600 kilometers. The reason he could elevate it to such an exaggerated extent was naturally due to his combination with the steel fruit's ability. By constructing a neodymium magnet mode within his body combined with the electrical current generated by blood flow, he achieved electromagnetic wave amplification, which produced an observation hockey enhancement effect similar to the rumble fruit. With such a vast coverage of observation hockey, as long as Noah did not wish to be detected, he could alter his course in advance or conceal himself, preventing others from discovering his whereabouts. Returning to the secret base of the Rum Kingdom, Noah and his companions celebrated the new year and also facilitated introductions between new and old members. The old members of the family included Noah, Uncle Joseph, his cousin Joshua, Anthony, Tamani, Victor, Arajai, Lilith, Lillian, and Mary, 11 people in total. The new members included Andy, Malai, Lami, and their family, the mink tribe member Beepo, the white bear penguin Shachi, as well as Monet and Sugar, 9 people in total. As for apostles like Batten and Brian, they were merely a part of Noah and did not belong to the full category of humans. Furthermore, those peripheral members were not qualified to participate in this year-end gathering, as the core layer of Noah's family involved too many secrets unsuitable for them to know. This was also for their protection. Finally, there were the assimilated Feather Tribe, 388 people in total, the training camp child soldiers, 321 people in total, and the personnel recently selected from the refugees of Flevence, 261 people in total. These people actually belonged to the middle tier of Noah's family. Noah looked at the gathered family members, raised his glass of grape juice, and said, "Everyone, the family we have today was hard won. I hope we can all witness the arrival of a new era. Cheers." Cheers. Everyone cheered jubilantly. After drinking the grape juice, Noah smiled and continued, "Nowadays the family scale is growing ever larger. I intend to conduct a comprehensive reorganization." Uncle Joseph also chimed in, "Noah is right. The family's internal affairs do need to be readjusted. My idea is this: first establish a round table council and select 7 people to serve as rotating elders, assisting me in handling affairs. The 7 elders will respectively manage 7 departments: internal affairs, military, commerce, supervision, science, and education, industry, and resources. Everyone listened attentively. I appoint Lilith to head the internal affairs department responsible for the family's internal management. Joshua as the head of the military department, with Anthony as chief of staff responsible for managing the family's armed forces and military construction. Uncle Joseph as the head of the commerce department responsible for the family's commercial operations, while concurrently overseeing the management of the rum kingdom. Mary as the head of the supervision department, with Tomini as her deputy responsible for internal oversight, while also managing the intelligence work of the distillery. The science and education department will be temporarily managed by my apostle Brian, the industry department by Ajay, and the resources department by R. Noah paused for a moment before continuing. At the same time, we need to classify family members into 5 tiers: patriarch, elders, cadres, elites, and newcomers. Aside from Uncle Uisfu, Yushia, Lilisai, Mali, Alii, and Ajay, who became elders, Tawamini and Dongni Weka and Lillian became cadre members. Meanwhile, Andy, Luo, Malai, Monai, Peijin, and Shachi became elite members. As for Shatang, Lami, and Babeboy, due to their young age, they could only become rookies. Previously, Nuya collected 3 more devil fruits from the North Sea: the childish fruit, the art fruit, and the crow fruit. Tawamini was given the art fruit as he had always yearned for a flamboyant devil fruit ability. The moment Nuya obtained this fruit, he begged to have it. Although Nuya considered the development of the art fruit to be somewhat challenging, its devious potential required an artistic sensibility and above all imagination. Since Tawamini wished to consume it, Nuya naturally had no objections. Of the remaining 2 fruits, the childish fruit was intended for Shatang, but she was still too young. Once consumed, her physical age would be frozen, so Nuya planned to give it to her when she turned about 17. As for the Zoan-type crow fruit, like many other Zoan fruits previously obtained, it was temporarily sealed within a card to be later awarded to family members with significant contributions. With the restructuring of the family complete, the new year had passed. Inside the biological laboratory on Sika's island, Andy and Luo stared at the golden-haired old man submerged in seawater, their faces revealing a mix of surprise and fear. "Don't worry, he's under my control. Shall we begin now?" Nuya spoke, but his attention remained fixed on the golden lion. After half a year of training, Luo had gained a preliminary grasp of the Nomi's abilities. The group of Fleven survivors he had previously released were healed through Luo's surgical skills. Nuya finally decided to act against the golden lion. Luo concentrated, instantly expanding his operating room domain, dismembering the unconscious golden lion's head piece by piece, then carefully removing the ship's rudder embedded in his skull. Andy monitored the physical monitoring equipment nearby to prevent the golden lion from suddenly dying. Time passed minute by minute. The ship's rudder in the golden lion's skull was gradually cleared away until the last fragment adhering to his brain was removed. With swift precision, Luo cut and completely excised the golden lion's frontal lobe. After the frontal lobectomy, Luo nodded to Nuya. "Proceed as planned." "Understood, Niodano." Luo immediately injected a modified IQ extract along with a special life serum into the golden lion, rapidly restoring his body. The crucial part followed. Luo needed to repair the nerves and blood vessels in the golden lion's brain that had been damaged by the ship's rudder to prevent future complications. The surgery lasted over 3 hours. Without the IQ extract and life serum, the golden lion's strength would have been greatly diminished even if the transformation succeeded. After the surgical transformation, the golden lion not only had the ship's rudder removed from his head, but also had all his hidden injuries and deficiencies healed and was fitted with a pair of healthy feet. Even without emotions and conqueror's haki, the golden lion still exuded an overwhelming aura. Nuya quickly cast the Emperor card from the Major Arcana deck toward the slumbering golden lion. A golden cocoon enveloped the golden lion. Soon a brand new apostle appeared before Nuya. The Emperor Shiki float fruit. Opening his eyes, Shiki had already sorted through the golden lion's residual memories, and with the memories bestowed by Nuya, he understood his identity. Kneeling on one knee, Shiki gazed at Nuya with fervent eyes. "My lord, your loyal subordinate Shiki salutes you. Arise." "My apostle." Nuya's conqueror's haki surged further. With Shiki as his apostle, Nuya's power had officially reached the level of an admiral. Though Apostle Shiki had lost his conqueror's haki, his armament and observation haki were restored, and his physical strength and vitality had returned to their peak. Combined with the float fruit ability and his prowess as a dual-wielding great swordsman, his strength rivaled that of an admiral. Of course, without conqueror's haki, Apostle Shiki could hardly return to his true peak. He could not overpower an admiral, only match one. Even so, Shiki's power was formidable, and the strategic significance of the float fruit was extraordinary. At this point, the Nuya family was truly invincible. With Shiki's float fruit, Diamandi's flap fruit, and Aliai's whole fruit, the family could cover the entire world in rapid relocation and material transport. Moreover, the Nuya family would be immune to the impending rise in sea levels. More importantly, they now had safe access to the various sky islands. For instance, the thunder fruit that Nuya had long coveted was located on the sky island of Baika. Initially, he had planned to go to the western peak of the West Blue to ascend to the sky islands, and then search for Baika. Now that trouble was unnecessary. With the float fruit's ability, the Nuya family no longer needed to fear the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt. They could cross directly from the East Blue into the Grand Line, Paradise, or from the North Blue into the Grand Line, New World. After encouraging Luo and Andy, Nuya left Sika's Island with Shiki, Alii, and Tuamini. Using the float fruit to control the Nautilus, they crossed the Calm Belt from the East Blue and entered the Paradise section of the Grand Line. The Nautilus, hidden high in the sky, was camouflaged by Tuamini's fruit ability, making it undetectable even by Mojensi, whose eyes and ears were spread across the world. After entering the Grand Line, Paradise, Nuya and his group, who had long collected a log pose for Jaya Island, went straight to Jaya without delay. According to Nuya's analysis, Enelu had most likely not yet eaten the thunder fruit. Based on the original timeline, Enelu destroyed his homeland Baika around 1514, then occupied Angel Island with his subordinates. Given Enelu's personality, if he had obtained the thunder fruit, he would not have endured long. Within a year or two at most, he would have destroyed Baika. Thus, the earliest Enelu could have acquired the thunder fruit was no earlier than 1512. It was now early 1506, leaving at least 6 years before Enelu would eat the fruit, giving Nuya a chance to get there first. 3 days later, high above Jaya Island. Using observation Haki, Nuya sensed the massive cumulus clouds above Jaya, as well as the islands and creatures further up. Under the effect of the float fruit, the Nautilus rapidly ascended, soon breaking through the sea clouds within the cumulus clouds. Without the Nautilus, ordinary devil fruit users could not breach the cumulus clouds, as they contained sea stone components that could deprive them of their powers. On the surface of the White Sea at 700 meters, an invisible silhouette burst forth from the cloud sea. The surrounding sky sea beasts, intimidated by an unseen aura, quickly fled the nearby White Sea waters. The Nautilus, its artistic camouflage lifted, revealed its silver-gray steel hull. However, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to drift along the cloud currents toward the Gate of Heaven, Angel Island. Noah Tuamini, along with a dozen accompanying Featherfolk Sky cavalry warriors, disembarked from the Nautilus and walked along the lovely avenue. The surrounding Sky Islanders curiously eyed Noah and his group, but without much hostility. Instead, several shopkeepers approached them, holding local specialties of the Sky Islands to pitch their wares. Noah picked up a heat shell and examined it closely. "Brother, these shells are quite interesting," Tuamini said, holding several Sky Island shells with different functions, curiously stroking them. Just then, at the end of the street, not far away, a squad of Sky Island soldiers and a gaunt old man approached the group. Noah had actually been aware of their movements all along, but in the face of absolute power, the actions of the Sky Islanders held no significance. The current Sky Island god Gonfuer approached Noah and asked tentatively, "Guest from the Blue Sea, may I ask how you managed to reach Sky Island? Are you the god of Sky Island?" "How dare you?" a priest shouted angrily. However, Noah did not choose to appease the situation. Instead, he directly unleashed his conqueror's haki. The terrifying yet relatively restrained conqueror's haki instantly struck fear into the faces of the surrounding Sky Islanders, especially Gonfuer, whose face showed even more panic and unease. He immediately lowered his posture and said, "My lord, it was our fault just now. Please forgive our offense." Noah shook his head with a smile. "You should have seen Conqueror's haki before. It's the same aura that Roger had." "Roger? Your Excellency knows Roger?" Gonfuer quickly asked. Noah glanced at the old man. "Nowadays, who on the seas doesn't know Roger? It's just a pity that he's now a notorious pirate beyond redemption." "Well, there's no need to discuss a dead man. A notorious pirate. Dead? Has Roger passed away?" Gonfuer's expression was complicated. He was executed by the world government 8 years ago, but before he died, he also played a trick on the world government. Noah put down the Sky Island shell in his hand and continued, "Now let's talk business." Gonfuer suddenly became nervous. "My lord, our Sky Island is very barren, and we don't have the treasures that you Blue Sea people like. If you need anything, I can give you some Sky Island shells as gifts." "Is that so? Your so-called God's Island has plenty of things on it," Noah reminded with a smile. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Gonfuer's forehead. "My lord, there is indeed some gold on God's Island. I can give that gold to you, hoping that you will spare us." "Hey, you are quite sensible. But I don't want just the gold. I want the entire Sky Island. Are you willing to abdicate in favor of a more capable ruler?" "What?" Gonfuer was naturally extremely reluctant in his heart, but he dared not show it at this moment, for the pressure Noah had just exerted on him was too great. He hastily began to plead, "My lord, our Sky Island is very barren and cannot bring you any benefits." "Who said ruling must be for benefits?" Noah had no intention of exploiting the Sky Islanders at all. His goal was to establish a unified nation, and Sky Island could naturally not be an exception. Faced with Noah's domineering attitude, although Gonfuer was unwilling, he ultimately chose to yield to avoid provoking Noah, just as he would later face the invincible Ainalu. Soon on Angel Island together with the Sky Islanders living on God's Island, a total of 3,259 people were gathered. On a hastily erected platform, Noah looked at the over 3,000 Sky Islanders in the small square and spread his arms. Dear residents of Sky Island, hello. I am your new god Noah. From today onward, we are one family. All of you will become citizens of the Dawn Kingdom. Our Dawn Kingdom is a nation of equality, liberty, justice, and harmony. It is also a nation that strives tirelessly and fears no tyranny. I have a dream that one day all people can live under the sun. I have a dream that one day, whether they are ordinary humans, featherfolk, Sky Islanders, or fishmen, all intelligent races can coexist peacefully. I have a dream that one day Sky Islanders can own their land, fishmen can bask in the sunlight, and humans can sail freely on the seas. I have a dream that one day children will not roam the streets but can attend school. Young people can realize their ambitions and dreams. The elderly can enjoy their twilight years reminiscing about their youth under the sunset. Noah's impassioned speech along with his powerful gestures made many Sky Islanders feel a surge of excitement. I will use my life to uphold my beliefs and dreams. As soon as the words fell, a barren island about the size of God's Island descended from the sky and slowly landed beside Angel Island. My family, from today onward you will live on this land. The residents of Angel Island immediately erupted in excitement. Really? Great. So much soil. God Noah, long live. Beside him Gon Fuer smiled bitterly in his heart. He had not expected that Noah's first move would be to gift the soil island. For Sky Islanders, gold was worth less than iron, as soil was the true treasure. Noah, who had just taken office, instantly gained the admiration of many Sky Islanders. After all, the previous gods of Sky Island had strictly controlled the soil on God's Island, not even allowing ordinary Sky Islanders to enter. Thus the difference between Noah and the previous gods was immediately apparent. After securing the Sky Islanders of Angel Island, Noah immediately transferred the Featherfolk who had been settled on Sakasasai Island. With the addition of over 2,000 Featherfolk along with the annexation of the former Angel Island priest troops, the manpower on Sky Island became relatively sufficient. Noah designated the Sky Islands in this area as the Paradise Sky Governorate. He placed 3 barren islands near Angel Island, one of which was Lion Island, the former headquarters of the Golden Lion. He established the Paradise Sky Governor's office on Lion Island, governing 5 Sky Islands: Lion Island, Angel Island, Featherfolk Island, Field Island, and Upper Jaya Island, formerly God's Island. As for the previous temple site, the so-called God's Island, Noah directly renamed it Upper Jaya Island. He planned to use this island to resettle the Shandians after winning them over, since this place was originally the ancestral land of the Shandians. In fact, regarding the sudden changes near Angel Island, the Shandians, who had long been attempting to reclaim their ancestral land, had already discovered the new Sky Islands that had suddenly appeared around Angel Island. However, not yet understanding the specific situation, the Shandians dared not act rashly. But even if they didn't move, Noah would soon seek them out. After all, Noah would not allow the Shandians to continue their raids, as it would be detrimental to the management and stability of the Paradise Sky Governorate. On the other hand, in the settlement area vacated by the Featherfolk after their departure from Sakasasai Island, Luo brought a portion of the Flevance refugees to take over. Currently, about 3,000 Flevance refugees were settled on Sakasasai Island, all of whom had been gradually cured of Amber-Lee disease by Luo. For these people, being cured of Amber-Lee disease made leaving their homeland acceptable. As for having their money taken away, they had no objections to that. After all, the currency within Sakasasai Island was the Dawn Yuan, and they had no way to trade with the outside world, so belly naturally had no value. In the Sea of Clouds, approximately 2 kilometers northwest of Tianshur Island, 3 Shandian warriors, cloaked in artificial clouds, were cautiously observing the vicinity. Suddenly the trio spotted over 100 airborne cavalry and a large wooden vessel rapidly approaching their position. Not good. We've been found. Hurry. Laki, still somewhat youthful, turned pale. The mantis-like Kamachili and Bulahamu immediately snapped to attention. However, a voice sounded behind them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tuamini appeared behind them with a grin. The mantis instantly swung his burning sword, but in the next moment the blade cleaved only a phantom as Tuamini's body dissipated with the wind. Visual art, palette. In an instant, dozens of Tuamini surrounded the trio. Explosive blazing slash. The mantis, as if facing a great threat, unleashed a sweeping strike in all directions indiscriminately. Visual art, inverted corridor. In an instant the surrounding environment seemed to turn upside down. Colorful kaleidoscope staircases enveloped the three from all directions. Tonglong, Laki, and Bulahamu stood back to back. Yet soon they felt dizzy and disoriented. The kaleidoscope staircases around them had a powerful hypnotic and visual disruptive effect. By now they had fallen into an illusion from which there was no escape. The next moment the kaleidoscope staircases scattered into countless petals. Laki, Tonglong, and Bulahamu found their hands and feet bound by shackles. When did this happen? Laki was astonished. Tuamini stepped out of the void with a smile. The moment you heard my voice. Awakening from the dream, the mantis noticed a crucial point. No wings. You're not Scipions. Tuamini had enough fun. Bring them up. Hearing Noah's reminder, Tuamini casually lifted the three and returned to the wooden ship's deck with a single moonwalk. The mantis saw Noah sunbathing on the deck, and his expression grew grave, for he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Noah. Noah glanced at them, but showed no intention of conversing. The wooden vessel and the airborne cavalry swiftly advanced northwest. After traversing approximately 37 kilometers of the Bye-Bye Sea, Noah and his group arrived at a seemingly unremarkable stretch of the Bye-Bye Sea. But soon a large group of Shandians emerged from the nearby Bye-Bye Sea, including the newly appointed great warrior Wipa and the chief of the Shandian tribe. Noah stood on the deck gazing at the encircling Shandians. This is the Yunin village, isn't it? Seeing Tonglong Laki and others bound on the deck, Wipa could not suppress his fury. Armed with weapons made from Sky Island shells, he charged at Noah. Blue Sea. Release Tanglang and the others. Overreaching yourself. The next moment, a violent surge of Conqueror's haki crashed into all the Shandians. Wipa, the first to bear the brunt, turned a ghastly color. Even as he gritted his teeth, he was pinned down, unable to move. The other Shandians collapsed in waves, staring at the figure on the deck with terrified eyes. The shrewd chief stepped forward. My lord, we meant no offense. Please forgive our rudeness. Enough. I have no interest in your so-called history. I am merely offering you a new future. Are you willing to accept it? Noah inquired with a hint of a sardonic smile. The chief and Wipa brought onto the deck showed expressions of doubt and uncertainty upon hearing Noah's words. My lord, may I ask how you intend to deal with us? The chief asked cautiously. I have already incorporated Tianshur Island and Shinji Island into the dominion of the Dawn Kingdom. If you are willing to join and abide by the kingdom's rules, I will allow you to reside on Shinji Island. My lord, do you truly permit us to live on Shinji Island? The chief was both surprised and overjoyed. Do I need to deceive you? If I wanted to harm you, why go through such trouble? The chief suddenly realized the truth. Indeed, given the current situation, if Noah intended to eliminate the Shandians, he could simply annihilate them without resorting to any schemes. My lord, I am willing to lead the Shandians into the Dawn Kingdom. The chief immediately knelt on one knee, pledging loyalty to Noah. Rise. From now on, we are one family. The conflict between you and the Scipians ends here. Though Wipa and other young Shandians were reluctant, the chief accepted the reality. After 400 years of struggle against the Scipians, exhaustion had set in. Soon, with the chief's cooperation, all 1273 Shandians of the tribe were gathered. Noah then released several large transport ships to bring them all back to Shangjia Island. When the transport ships reached the shore of Shangjia Island, the chief and the Shandians stepped onto the land, tears streaming down their faces. But soon an uninvited guest arrived. A massive serpent emerged from the sea of clouds. Noah's conqueror's haki instantly condensed, and the sky-shattering pressure forced Nolan, the Lord of the Sky, to tremble. I know you understand. From now on, you will be the guardian of this Sky Island. Are you willing? Nolan sensed the chill in Noah's words, as if refusal would mean being torn apart. Terrified, it quickly nodded. Go play on your own and don't harm anyone casually. Nolan, immensely relieved, immediately darted into the sea of clouds. The chief watched the departing serpent, a trace of reminiscence on his face. The Lord of the Sky. Lord Noah's power is truly formidable. Noah did not engage in small talk. He led the group to the ruins of Zindwala, then retrieved the golden bell and the poneglyph that had been hoisted high into the sky by the giant vine. The golden bell. It's the golden bell. The chief was deeply moved, stroking the bell, then turned to the black monolith. This is what our ancestors have always guarded. Noah chuckled. Hey, you should be grateful that the knock-up stream propelled you to the Sky Island back then, or you would have been wiped out long ago. What? Why? Wipa was puzzled. Do you know what this is, eh? This is a poneglyph, a taboo of the world government. If you had remained on the Jaya Island below, the world government would have eventually targeted you and annihilated you completely. Noah then added a warning. Also regarding the promise between your ancestors, and that Roland, you'd better not let your brains get addled. The chief felt a pang of discomfort, but remained restrained. Lord Noah, though we have agreed to join the Dawn Kingdom, the promise with Roland concerns our ancestors' commitment. We cannot break it. Read this book first. Noah casually handed over a copy of The Great Liar. The chief was puzzled, but took it. When he saw the contents, anger involuntarily crept onto his face. Our benefactor was slandered as a liar. Noah shook his head, genuinely concerned about their naivety. You truly are honest folk, sold and still grateful. What do you mean, Lord Noah? The chief frowned. Roland exposed the gold on Jaya Island. Later, the Lovner Kingdom's expedition fleet came to Jaya Island based on Roland's description, but found no gold. Then Roland was executed by the king. Don't you find anything suspicious about this? The chief pondered deeply, then suddenly broke into a cold sweat. It seems you've realized. If Shandora hadn't been swept up to the Sky Island, your fate would have been to be attacked and possibly annihilated by the Lovner Kingdom's expedition force. How could this be? The chief was utterly distraught. The 400-year wait of the Shandians now concealed such a grim consequence. The other Shandians were also filled with despair. Enlightened by Nuaya's insight, the Shandia people finally came to know Luo Lan anew. Although he had helped the Shandia tribe solve the tree plague at that time, he later made the news of the vast gold in Xiangwala known to the entire world. If not for the knock-up stream sending Xiangwala up to the sky island, the Shandia people would most likely have been destroyed. At this point, the Shandia people's interest in the so-called promise had also waned, and they gave up the idea of ringing the golden bell. As for the even more ancient poneglyph, the Shandia people also handed it over to Nuya. This kind of thing was far too dangerous. Once discovered by the world government, even if it were on the sky island, they would find a way to take it away. After settling the Shandia people, Nuayo arranged for the Shandia chief Gonfuer and the Feather People village chief to serve as advisors at the governor's mansion on Lion Island, assisting Nuaya in managing the Paradise Sky Governorate. Having done all this, Nuaya once again set out with Shurji and Alay towards the sky island of Baika, while Tuaman and I remained as the interim governor to oversee the governor's mansion on Lion Island. Baika is located to the south of Tianshur Island, with the distance between the two sky islands being approximately 322 kilometers. The Nautilus sped towards Baika at full speed. In just over 10 hours, the outline of Baika came into view. Baika, this sky island, was much smaller than Tianshur Island, with a population of less than 1500. This sky island was very barren. Below it, there was no knock-up stream from the Jiayo Island Sea area, but rather the calm belt near the South Sea. When the people of Baika saw the Nautilus, they immediately surrounded it. Nuaya directly unleashed a blast of Conqueror's Haki. The god of Baika and the priest forces were instantly pressed to the ground by the Conqueror's Haki, paying the price for their greed. Looking at the trembling people of Baika, whose wings were visibly larger than those of the Sky Islanders from Tianshur Island. Nuo, you said, Alay, go bring Mali here. All right, big brother. Alay opened a wormhole and disappeared from the deck. Before long, the wormhole opened again. Alay reappeared with Mali. Mali, I'll leave the screening work to you. Mali nodded helplessly. So troublesome, another 1,000 people. Soon the Nuaya family took control of the entire Baika and began a comprehensive transformation of the island. Of course, they also searched for the Rumble fruit hidden in Baika. Nuaya did not find the Rumble fruit in the Baika temple. Instead, he found many technological blueprints left by the ancestors of the Baika people, the Moon people. Among them was the design of a spaceship called Fangzhou Jinyan. Nuaya attached great importance to this blueprint. Although the power of the Fangzhou Jinyan required immense electricity, only the Rumble fruit could maximize its functions. However, this did not mean the Nuaya family could not use it, because Ajia had developed the graphite fruit further and had already invented graphene batteries with a very high unit energy storage capacity. If they built a medium-sized Fangzhou Jinyan instead of a large one, using graphene batteries, wind turbines, and airbags, they could basically achieve long-distance aerial flight. This was far more comprehensive than a single Fangzhou Jinyan and safer than the buoyant wooden ships floating using the float fruit. After all, the floating of the float fruit was an effect of the devil fruit ability. Once something happened to Shurji, those floating wooden ships would be rendered useless. Therefore, mass-producing medium-sized Fangzhou Jinyan as the core transportation channel for the family to control the Sky Islands was a matter that had to be taken seriously. 3 days later, inside the temple, Nuaya looked at Ai and I Lu, whose face showed defiance and arrogance. Since being captured by the Sky Cavalry the day before yesterday, Ai and I Lu had been extremely unyielding. For Ai and I Lu, who was already 23 years old, his worldview was almost fixed. If not for the fact that he had not yet committed evil and was actually the one being bullied in Baikanu, well, you would have cut him down with a single slash long ago. He looked at Mali. Give him a chance, send him to the training camp for reconditioning. If he still refuses to change his ways, then send him to be reincarnated. Hearing Nuaya's words, Ai and I Lu was startled. Mali nodded and then reported on the screening work of the past few days. Nuaya, big brother, all the great evildoers among the Baika people have been purged, a total of 28 people, all executed. Nuaya glanced through the screening report and found that the god of Baika was also among those purged. He was not surprised by this. After all, the atmosphere in Baika was hostile towards people from other places, especially those without wings. Without the leading role of the god of Baika, the other Baika people would not have acted so openly and brazenly. According to Mali's screening, this god of Baika not only oppressed those without wings, but also under the pretext of limited resources expelled those over the age of 50 from Baika. This policy had been in place for over 30 years. In fact, although Baika was barren, it was not so poor that it could not support a few dozen elderly people. But as the ruler, the god certainly needed to enjoy himself, so he could only obtain resources from the other Baika people. Such was reality. Nuaya felt no waves of emotion or pity for eliminating these people. Mali lifted Ai and I Lu and left the temple. Meanwhile, Alay, who was in charge of the search, walked into the temple with a hint of embarrassment. Nuaya, big brother, we haven't found that Rumble fruit over the past few days. Not in Baika. Nuaya pondered, then suddenly recalled something. Go investigate the area where Baika carries out the cloud banishment punishment. Focus your search on that area. The area where the cloud banishment is executed. I'll go right away. Nuaya believed the Rumble fruit was in that area because of Ai Lu's ostracized status in Baika. The area where Ai Lu could obtain the Rumble fruit could only be Baika and the surrounding White Sea. Since the Rumble fruit was not found around Baika, the place where Ai Lu later obtained the fruit was most likely the area where he was subjected to the cloud banishment punishment. 2 days later, Alay appeared in the temple carrying a small box. Nuaya, big brother, the Rumble fruit was indeed in the area of the cloud banishment execution. I found a wrecked sailboat from 200 years ago there, and the Rumble fruit was in a hidden compartment on the ship. Nuaya opened the small box and looked at the golden Rumble fruit, a hint of joy appearing on his face. The Rumble fruit, a Logia-type fruit, was among the most powerful of the Logia types. It possessed super speed similar to the Glint fruit, but with even better flexibility, terrifying attack power, and powerful auxiliary capabilities. If not for the fact that Ai Lu of the original timeline did not know armament hockey and neglected physical training, his strength would not have been limited to that level. As for Ai Lu being defeated by Wang Lufei, that was purely the protagonist's plot armor. Without armament hockey or observation hockey, even though Wang Lufei could be immune to lightning and high heat, he would have no way to attack Ai Lu. After all, Ai Lu had powerful observation hockey and could also use Logia intangibility. Lightning was not weak to water like the Sansan fruit, so he was basically invincible. Wang Lufei's ability to defeat Ai Lu was purely due to the protagonist's plot armor. After obtaining the Goro no Mi, Noah did not store this fruit away, for it was far too important. Noah instructed Alay to bring Joshua to Skypiea. Soon Alay brought Joshua through a wormhole to the Baika temple. Brother, what is it? Of course it's good news. Noah handed the Goro no Mi to Joshua. This is the Goro no Mi. Eat it. This is the Goro no Mi. Joshua stared at the golden fruit in the small box, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Since among the core family members, everyone except Vic, who was a dedicated martial artist, had already consumed a devil fruit, Joshua did not hesitate. He picked up the Goro no Mi and said, "Brother, thank you." Then Joshua took a large bite of the fruit's flesh. Instantly his face contorted in agony, as if his soul were about to leave his body. Yet he suppressed the nausea and forced himself to eat the remaining flesh bit by bit. Noah had already retrieved a large bottle of Joshua's favorite watermelon juice from his cards. Take a sip of watermelon juice to ease the pain. Thanks, brother. Joshua lifted the bottle and gulped down the juice in a torrent. After draining more than 10 liters of watermelon juice, he let out a long breath. I'm alive again. Try out your ability. Noah reminded. Okay. Joshua closed his eyes and concentrated. Soon dense electric currents crackled across his body and his palms began to transform into blue-violet electric light. A sound like 1,000 birds chirping echoed through the temple, filling the sacred hall. From that moment, the power of the Goro no Mi began to manifest. After 300 years, the thunder and lightning of the Goro no Mi were once again about to resound across the world. Noah released a large pile of iron sand from his cards. Joshua had long since read Noah's developmental concepts for various devil fruits, which Noah had compiled into the Book of Demons, along with the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Given that Joshua's strength was already approaching that of a Marine Headquarters Commodore, his power surged instantly after obtaining the Goro no Mi. Electricity generates magnetism, and magnetism controls iron. The several tons of iron sand in the temple, attracted by the electromagnetic force, quickly wrapped around Joshua, encasing him in a black cocoon. Thunder metallurgy. The electric current transformed into intense heat, instantly melting part of the iron sand. Magnetic shaping. High-frequency oscillation sword. Electromagnetic cannon. Magnetic levitation. Magnetic field sensing. Thor mode. Plasma cannon. Forced magnetization. High heat demagnetization. Magnetic field shield. Electromagnetic mutual generation. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The abilities of the Goro no Mi that Joshua displayed at that moment, had he not deliberately controlled them, would have easily destroyed Baika. To some extent, the Goro no Mi was the superior version of the Jiki no Mi, naturally suppressing the Paramecia-type fruit. With just the high-heat demagnetization technique, the Jiki no Mi was rendered utterly helpless. What is the limit of your observation hockey? Joshua concentrated for a moment, about 200 kilometers in all directions and around 100 kilometers in a single direction. Not bad, you're already about the same as me. Noah was very satisfied. With the Goro no Mi combined with his foundation, Joshua could now rival an elite vice admiral of Marine Headquarters and would soon reach the level of an admiral. By this point, the Noah family had grown extremely powerful. With bizarre Paramecia types, 3 Logia types, and a considerable number of mid-level members, it was not impossible for the family's overall strength to eventually match that of Marine Headquarters. Lillian's Mera Mera no Mi could rival Sakazuki's Magu Magu no Mi, and its potential was even greater. Joshua's Goro Goro no Mi could rival Borsellino's Pika Pika no Mi, and the Goro Goro no Mi had slightly higher potential. Monet's Yuki Yuki no Mi could rival Kazan's Hai Hai no Mi, but its potential was clearly inferior. Fortunately, Noah could provide scientific guidance to enhance Monet's ability development. In terms of temperature, the Yuki Yuki no Mi was certainly no match for the Hai Hai no Mi, but that didn't mean there were no other ways to strengthen it. Conceptually, snow is a state rather than a substance. That is, snow can be formed from water or from other substances. For example, oxygen, snow hydrogen, snow nitrogen, snow carbon dioxide, snow, and so on. This was the core developmental path of the Yuki Yuki no Mi. Comparing low temperatures with the Hai Hai no Mi was pitting one's weakness against the opponent's strength with no chance of victory. However, taking a different path with various snow substances could to some extent enhance the Yuki Yuki no Mi's strength and potential. For instance, oxygen snow allowed Monet to instantly turn the oxygen in a sealed space into snow, causing localized hypoxia, a nearly crushing blow to opponents who were not Logia types. At the same time, oxygen snow could produce pure oxygen gas, which could be greatly beneficial in medical treatment or intensifying combustion. Carbon dioxide snow could create artificial rain and clouds, and also poison enemies. In short, as long as one's mind didn't falter, solutions would always outnumber difficulties. After testing some abilities in Baika, Joshua returned to the Rum Kingdom for secret training. Noah, meanwhile, transferred Monet from the temporary headquarters in the Rum Kingdom to replace Tamani as the temporary director of the Paradise Sky region. After all, the Yuki Yuki no Mi was more intimidating in the Sky Islands. Tamani's Auto no Mi was not suited for direct combat. He was now the deputy director of the inspection department, handling intelligence for the wine organization, and the art fruit had useful applications in intelligence work. Meanwhile, using the Fua no Mi's ability, Noah relocated all the inhabitants of Baika Skypia to Field Island adjacent to Angel Island. He did not completely abandon Baika, however, as it was a node on the Western Sky route of the Grand Line, and the only way to reach the summit of the Western Sky. Though it lacked development potential, it served well as an observation post and outpost. Noah instructed Monet to station a squad of 10 Sky Cavalry at Baika to prevent other Sky Islanders from entering Angel Island directly. This duty squad would rotate every month. After returning to Lion Island, Noah replanned 5 Sky Islands and strengthened surveillance over Jaya Island, especially during the monthly knock-upstream eruption, to prevent anyone from stowing away. Therefore, setting up several fixed outposts in the White Sea region below was essential. Noah entrusted these tasks to Monet Chief Kergon Fall and the Featherman Village Chief Usha. Noah himself, along with Ski, Alay, and Weepa, secretly traveled to the surface of the Grand Line, Paradise, with their first stop being Jaya Island below. In the dead of night, Noah and his group descended from the sky, landing not far from Mock Town on Jaya Island. This marked the first official entry of the Noah family into the Grand Line. The following morning, a transformed Noah and his companions appeared in the cherry bar of Demon Valley Town. Noah picked up a cherry pie and took a bite. The taste was merely ordinary, not unpleasant, but lacking any notable impression. Alai brought over today's newspaper. Boss Kaido and Charlotte Linlin have reached the top. Noah took a sip of lemonade. Oh, something we expected. Anything else interesting? Admiral Sengoku has been confirmed as the new fleet admiral, officially taking office in 1510. 1510. Noah murmured, taking another sip of lemonade. Bang. Suddenly the bar door was violently thrown open. Several reckless pirates sauntered in with swaggering strides. This place is now under the control of the Fierce Dragon Pirates. Noah glanced at them. The speaker was Kate, the first mate of the Fierce Dragon Pirates, while standing behind him was their captain, Velociraptor Vel. Well, this is an unexpected bonus. Alai immediately understood Noah's intention. In the next moment, Alai instantly appeared before Kate, driving his black finger gun straight into his forehead. Splat. Kate collapsed, his eyes still wide open in death. Damn it. Vel erupted in fury, his clothes bursting as he transformed. Yet Alai reappeared behind him once more, his palm striking the back of Vel's body. In an instant, a supermicro wormhole materialized behind Vel, and a high-pressure seawater blade pierced straight through him. The seawater severely suppressed Vel's abilities, and the blade shattered his defenses in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Velociraptor Vel, with a bounty of 240 million belly, fell to the ground unconscious. Gulp. So terrifying. Who is this guy? Never seen him before. The other patrons in the bar whispered among themselves, their expressions toward Noah and his group filled with apprehension and fear. Noah swallowed the remaining cherry pie in one bite, wasting not a crumb, then wiped his mouth and left 7,000 belly on the table. Let's go. Alai casually lifted the heavily injured and unconscious Vel, then followed Noah and strode away. After evading the surrounding watchers, the two disappeared into an abandoned building. Back aboard the Nautilus at the bottom of the sea, Noah sealed away Vel. The Nautilus then set sail toward Drum Island. Grand Line Island was very close to Drum Island, and lay on the same route. Armed with the permanent log pose, Noah and his group arrived at the waters near Drum Island in less than 3 days. Disguised, they secretly landed on Drum Island. On this icy winter island, apart from a few small ports, there were hardly any settlements elsewhere. It was mostly barren, uninhabited ice plains. Noah's observation hockey subtly scanned across Drum Island, and then the group made their way to a remote stretch of jungle. A young deer that had been driven out from its herd was lowering its head to graze on moss hidden beneath the snow. This little deer sported a distinctive blue nose. At this point, Chopper had not yet consumed the human fruit and was still an innocent, clueless little deer. He looked up at the humans who suddenly appeared, his eyes revealing a trace of curiosity and fear before quickly bolting deeper into the jungle. But he had greatly underestimated the terrifying speed of humans. Almost immediately, Alii emerged from a wormhole blocking Chopper's escape route. Meanwhile, Noah paid no attention to the chase between Alii and Chopper. He and Waper Raki and others carefully searched through the jungle. In no time, Raki discovered the human fruit covered by ice and snow on a fallen dead tree. Picking up this mushroom-like devil fruit, Noah tossed it casually. For humans, this fruit could only be considered a wasted opportunity, on par with the carp fruit they had obtained earlier in terms of uselessness. However, for animals, this was a chance to alter one's destiny. Meanwhile, on the other side, the little reindeer, exhausted from being toyed with by Alii, finally ran out of strength and was carried back. Seeing the fruit in Noah's hand, Alii was somewhat surprised. "Brother, is this the human fruit? Have this reindeer eat it. Anyway, this devil fruit is useless to humans." Taking the devil fruit, Alii looked at Chopper with some sinister intent, then displayed a wicked smile. Before Chopper could react, something was stuffed into his mouth. He felt an unprecedented wave of nausea, yet Alii held his mouth firmly shut, giving him no chance to spit it out. After a moment, Chopper, who had consumed the devil fruit, began to undergo changes, gradually transforming into a special humanoid reindeer. "Alright, Alii, stop playing. Hand him over to Lilith. Let him live with Bebo for a while, and teach him some knowledge of human society." "Okay, what a lucky little deer." Alii casually opened a wormhole and took Chopper back to the base in the Rum Kingdom. Meanwhile, Noah and the others continued their exploration of Drum Island. The island was not large, with a diameter of only about 70 kilometers, and its natural environment was extremely harsh, making it fundamentally unsuitable for human habitation. If not for the Iron Bucket Kingdom's medical and pharmaceutical industries, this island would not have been able to support nearly 40,000 people. Amidst the howling wind and snow on the ice plains, Noah and his group arrived at a village. Seeing the unfamiliar Noah and his companions, the locals became immediately alert. However, when Noah produced over 100,000 belly and claimed to be a patient seeking medical treatment, the villagers relaxed slightly. While using the pretext of seeking medical treatment, Noah was actually probing for inside information about the Iron Bucket Kingdom. Soon he obtained some very useful intelligence. For instance, last year, the king of the Iron Bucket Kingdom exiled the Crown Prince Matru to the neighboring Fire Kingdom because the Crown Prince had abused his devil fruit abilities and released large quantities of toxic spores throughout the kingdom. It was evident that the mold fruit had already been consumed by this Crown Prince Matru. Noah was not disappointed by this. After all, even if the fruit had been consumed, it did not matter. They could always transform him into an apostle or wait until the devil fruit recovery technology succeeded and then retrieve it. Additionally, according to the villagers' descriptions, although the second Prince Walpo had a vicious personality, there was no indication he had been eating things indiscriminately. This suggested that Walpo had not yet consumed the swallow fruit. At present, the swallow fruit was most likely still within the Iron Bucket Kingdom's territory, and there was a high probability it was in the royal treasury. After all, the current king of the Iron Bucket Kingdom was decent, and under his governance the kingdom had accumulated considerable wealth. That mold fruit was something the king had procured for his son. After Alii returned, Noah secretly infiltrated the interior of the Drum Mountain Royal Palace at night. Using Alii's abilities combined with electromagnetic wave sensing, he quickly located the secret treasury within the palace. As expected, the swallow fruit was indeed there. The two did not touch anything else, only taking the swallow fruit. Before leaving, they carved a fake fruit from wood and placed it in the chest. As long as no one opened and ate it, the Iron Bucket Kingdom would never discover the fruit was missing. Of course, Noah also had no intention of letting go of the medical technique books in the royal library. Over the next month or so, Noah and his group pretended to seek medical treatment while secretly collecting the Iron Bucket Kingdom's medical books, including copying all the volumes from the royal library. Aside from that witch doctor's personal collection, nearly all medical-related books throughout the entire Iron Bucket Kingdom were completely acquired by Noah's family. Just as Noah and his group finished collecting medical books, a 5-man squad draped in white cloaks and wearing black suits appeared not far from their temporary camp. "Bugu, are you sure these people are collecting medical books?" the tall leader asked in a low voice. The purple-haired woman beside him nodded. "I saw them contact those famous doctors in Drum Town and then purchase some books from them." "Good. Although I'm not sure if it's related to Flevents, these sneaky guys must have some hidden secret. Well, later. Oh. The world government's hounds sure have keen noses. What? The tall man's pupils contracted sharply. But the next second he felt a terrifying pressure. Noah's conqueror's hockey instantly concentrated to suppress the five. Eri punched through a wormhole, and in an instant his fist coated in armament hockey struck the backs of their necks. Eri picked up the five and brought them to the underground cave of the camp. Then he called Mary to interrogate the 5 CP agents separately. Although these CP agents were stubborn, Mary didn't need them to speak. She only needed to preset questions. For example, Mary asked which CP department they belonged to. They could keep their mouths shut, but their minds would involuntarily think of it. Mary could determine the information by sensing their inner thoughts. After extracting all the information from the 5 CP agents, Mary killed them and disposed of the bodies. Noah looked through the intelligence extracted from the 5 CP6 agents. It seems the 5 elders have some brains, but they've been dumbed down when facing the protagonist group. We can't stay here long. Eri, prepare to set sail. Target Hojigwa. Okay, boss. After erasing all traces of the camp, Noah and his group released the Nautilus at a hidden beach on Drum Island and quickly sailed toward Hodi Island. After arriving at Hodi Island, they casually inquired and located the exiled Prince Mashuru. The main reason was that this guy was very flamboyant and often caused trouble. Noah didn't even bother to talk to him. He directly overwhelmed, knocked him out, and sealed him in one go, then left again. Soon Noah made Mashuru into a card apostle. Death Mashuru fungus fruit plus while captured on Jaya Island. Knight of Wands, Velociraptor fruit. At this point Noah had gathered 6 card apostles. However, as the number of card apostles increased, he also felt the devil fruit power within him constantly approaching awakening. Moreover, he discovered that the major arcana deck was the core. Even if the minor arcana deck was not fully collected, it would not affect the awakening of the card fruit. This made Noah slightly relieved. After all, the major arcana deck only had 22 cards while the minor arcana deck had 56 cards. Now he had created Devil Pan Button Swap Fruit, Emperor Shiki Float Fruit, Death, Mashuru, Fungus Fruit. He only needed to gather the remaining 19 major arcana cards, and the card fruit would directly enter awakening. Of course, this did not mean Noah would give up the minor arcana deck. After all, the vast number of minor arcana cards could quickly increase the mid-level combat power of Noah's family. For example, the newly created Velociraptor. Well, Noah used the swap fruit to alter his appearance, and then sent him to station at Zakasi's island. The Nautilus, sailing underwater, did not head to the nearby Alabasta. Instead, it crossed several routes and headed to the 6th node island on the 2nd route of paradise, Zalanhua Island. The reason for going to this island was not that it had anything worth Noah's scheming, but to search for the Moon Island near Zalanhua Island. Moon Island on current sea charts is a non-existent island because a disaster 132 years ago caused the entire Moon Island to be destroyed. From the fragments collected by Jochong, Noah had roughly guessed what had happened. Among the islands destroyed in the pirate world, those caused by pirates and wars probably accounted for about 10 to 20%. The vast majority of the rest were the work of the celestial dragons. Especially islands like Moon Island destroyed by mysterious disasters were most likely destroyed by the celestial dragons. After all, the world government would certainly report islands destroyed by pirates or enemy nations directly. There was no need to cover up. 2 weeks later, on a clear afternoon, the Nautilus finally spotted the autumn bleak Moon Island on the sea surface 196 kilometers northwest of Zalanhua Island. It was an autumn island. After stepping onto Moon Island, although many ruins were overgrown with vegetation, the general outlines still showed the prosperity it once had. Due to long-term absence of human activity, the flora and fauna here were no different from a primeval forest. Boss, this place is not bad. Eri looked curiously at the surrounding ruins. Pity the altitude is a bit too low. If the sea level rises 100 meters in the future, this island will be completely submerged. Unless we move the island to Sky Island, but this kind of island is not suitable for going up to Sky Island. Eri also felt a bit sorry. The reason Moon Island cannot go up to Sky Island is that quite a few eternal poses of Moon Island circulate in the Grand Line. Especially the world government, they must have stored eternal poses of Moon Island. If Moon Island were moved up to Sky Island, the world government would likely use the eternal pose to know that Moon Island is on Sky Island. Unless Joshua's Thunder Fruit awakens and can change the island's magnetic field, Noah would not casually move an island from the Grand Line to Sky Island. Strolling through the ruins of a town called Sleepy Ancient Town. That's right, this is the place where Red Count obtained the vampire fruit. In order to find this place, Jochong specially infiltrated the Royal Library of Alabasta and searched through various historical records of Alabasta over the past 800 years. After all, as a kingdom that had been passed down for 4,000 years and a powerful nation, they must be very familiar with the Grand Line, especially the Paradise section. At least Moon Island and Sleepy Ancient Town were not taboo. Alabasta must have very comprehensive sea chart data of Paradise. Zhou Chang spent nearly 4 months and also borrowed Aries' whole fruit to dig a hidden cave under the Alabasta royal palace. Over several hundred people were mobilized to copy and organize the entire library's books. With the data from Alabasta's royal library, the Noah family's understanding of the Grand Line increased significantly. Sleepy Ancient Town was an unexpected gain. Originally, Zhou Chang's purpose in collecting Alabasta's royal library data was for the forbidden drug held by the Alabasta royal family, Hao Shui, and the secret of devil fruit rebirth in fixed areas. The group scoured every corner of Shuegu Town, meticulously searching each area. They particularly examined any potential secret chambers or underground structures, flipping through them with great care. Yet after 2 days of searching, having turned the entire town ruins upside down, the vampire fruit remained elusive. Under the setting sun, Shuegu Town lay quiet. Amidst the bleak autumn wind, countless bats circled in the sky, preying on moths and insects. A wisp of cooking smoke rose gently. Nuaya and Wei Pa were grilling sea king meat steaks. Alei and La Chi, however, stared at the map on the table with furrowed brows. The map of Shuegu Town was marked with crosses over every section, indicating they had already been searched. Let's eat first. Nuaya sliced the steak into portions and handed one each to Alei and La Chi. The two ate the crispy on the outside, tender on the inside steaks. Nuaya then reawakened his Kinbunchika haki, enveloping the entire Yueyang Island. With the assistance of electromagnetic waves, he meticulously scanned the island's terrain. The entire Yueyang Island comprised not just Shuegu Town, but 4 towns in total, along with a palace ruin resembling an altar situated halfway up the mountain in the island's center. Logically, if Yueyang Island had been destroyed by the celestial dragon's back, then the treasures and such would have been thoroughly looted by the celestial dragons and the world government. The fact that the vampire fruit survived meant it must have been hidden in an extremely concealed spot, slipping through the cracks. Their current search of Shuegu Town was influenced by Nuaya's memories of his past life. However, those past life memories only mentioned that Red Count found the vampire fruit in Shuegu Town without detailing the specifics. It seemed that Robin's ability to decipher ancient texts was required to unlock the hiding place of the vampire fruit. After all, the outskirts of Shuegu Town were still considered part of the town, and the palace ruins halfway up the mountain less than 2 kilometers away could also be counted. But Nuaya had no intention of continuing this search. The next morning at dawn, he borrowed the power of the float fruit. Placing his palm on the ground, in an instant the entire Yueyang Island was lifted more than 10 meters. Then he violently tore apart the earth, peeling away areas where underground ruins might exist. Within less than 2 hours, a ruin hidden within a nearby mountain was uprooted and revealed before everyone. Peeling away the rock shell of this ruin exposed the treasures inside. The treasure, worth less than a few tens of millions of belly, did not interest Nuaya and the others much, but a massive obsidian coffin caught Nuaya's attention. He pulled off the coffin lid, revealing a body dressed in splendid attire, clutching a small box in its hands. Opening the box, a dark red fruit was revealed. Is this the vampire fruit? Alei looked curiously at this mythical Zoan fruit. Nuaya picked up the parchment book placed beside the corpse's head, flipped through it casually, and found it filled with ancient texts he could not understand, losing interest soon after. As for the vampire fruit, Nuaya intended to give it to Wei Ku. After all, among the core members of the family, only Wei Ku had not eaten a devil fruit. However, at this point, with just his physical techniques and haki, Wei Ku could already contend with a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral. Of course, Nuaya was well aware of Wei Ku's potential. Even with an endless life force, Wei Ku could at most reach the level of a Vice Admiral. Therefore, eating the vampire fruit was the fastest shortcut for Wei Ku to break through to the Admiral level. Stowing away the vampire fruit and the treasure, the group did not linger on Yueyang Island for long and set sail again. This time, Nuaya planned to head to the West Sea. Considering safety concerns, he did not intend to go through the reverse mountain canal directly to the West Sea. Instead, he planned to detour through the South Sea and then cross the Red Line from the South Sea side to the West Sea. In fact, they could also reach the West Sea from Tianshur Island by following the Western Sky route to the final stop, the Western Sky Summit, and then descending from the summit to the sea surface, which would bring them to the Central West Sea. However, Nuaya did not choose this route. One of his goals was to travel through the South Sea. Leaving Yueyang Island, the Nautilus did not travel underwater all the time. Instead, it surfaced periodically to sail on the sea. During this time, Nuaya and the others truly experienced the bizarre weather of the Grand Line. One moment it was calm and sunny, the next it was a violent storm. That was barely tolerable, but the sudden appearance of tornadoes, hailstorms, and giant waves were truly life-threatening. Vessels that could navigate the Grand Line either had a skilled navigator or powerful experts on board. Nuaya's group relied on their strength to dare to tear through the Grand Line without Li Lizi's company, a case of boldness born of skill. After rounding the Saint Island where Alabasta was located, they entered the range of the 5th route of paradise. Just then, Nuaya, who was reading a newspaper on the deck, suddenly frowned. Alei, prepare to dive. Although Alay did not understand Nuya's intentions, he quickly took Lachi and began to control the Nautilus as it submerged. Half an hour later, a giant sailboat appeared in the nearby sea. Yasop, didn't you say there was a ship around here? The man with the instant noodle hair standing on the mast was also confused. What do we do now? Lucky Lu asked anxiously. As the first mate Ben Beckman quickly made a decision, abandon the plan to go to Drum Island and return to Twin Capes immediately. No problem but the captain's illness. Ben Beckman was also helpless now. We can't afford to risk going to Drum Island. Originally they had planned to borrow a log post pointing to Drum Island from a nearby ship, but unexpectedly that ship had vanished. Facing the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, even on the route Beckman could not guarantee encountering another ship in the next few days, let alone ensuring that ship had a log post for Drum Island. Shank's illness could only last about 10 more days at most. If they gave it their all, they could indeed return to Twin Capes within 10 days. This time they had been careless. They had thought their opponent was a nobody, but it turned out his ship's doctor was a user of the sick fruit who released a hidden virus before dying. Shanks and 3 other crew members were infected and had fallen into a coma. Just after the Red Hair pirates left, the Nautilus slowly surfaced on the nearby sea. Red Hair Shanks. Poisoned. Although Nuaya was underwater, his Kinbunchika haki, enhanced by the electromagnetic field, had allowed him to overhear the conversation between Beckman and the others. Of course, Nuaya had indeed considered attacking and killing them. However, after sensing the auras of Beckman and the others, he abandoned that idea. Although the Red Hair pirates would only ascend to the throne of the Emperors of the Sea around 1514, their current strength was already formidable. Moreover, the Red Hair pirates were known as the Iron Wall Emperor crew, with members who were all experts in physical techniques, marksmanship, and swordsmanship, boasting a relatively balanced strength. At this point, Beckman was at the Vice Admiral level along with over a dozen other crew members ranking around Marine Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral. Even if Nuaya went all out and mobilized other family members for support, he was not confident he could annihilate them all here. Furthermore, he did not know how severely Red Hair Shanks was ill. Without the certainty of wiping them out completely, Nuaya would not act rashly. Doing so would not only expose his intentions, but also alert the enemy, eliminating the element of surprise for a future strike. 3 days had passed since the unexpected encounter with the Red Hair pirates. At this moment, the Nautilus had crossed 3 sea routes and arrived at waters near the calm belt. Suddenly, Nuya's hand, holding the fountain pen, stopped. Weep a surface and adjust course. Navigate toward the northeast. Yes, Lord Nuya. Soon the Nautilus surfaced to the sea surface, then turned its bow and quickly advanced toward the northeast. Nuya ordered again. Alai, prepare for battle. Okay. Over an hour later, the Nautilus appeared near a cluster of islands. Nuya stood on the deck, gazing at the surrounding islands, a hint of surprise on his face. What wonderful luck. I didn't expect over 10 Weiji Nanju to be growing here. Brother Nuya, a creature is approaching from the sea. Alai warned alertly. Just a small fishman. In an instant, Nuya's hands touched the sea surface and the surrounding seawater rose up. The seawater enveloped a fishman wearing sunglasses, wielding meteor hammers in both hands, his body already covered in armament haki, as he swam rapidly toward the Nautilus. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside an island not far away, a dwarf old man, wearing a Viking horn helmet, saw the suddenly floating mass of seawater through the den mushy surveillance outside, his face turning pale. Is this the Fua fruit of Gold Lion? But that person doesn't look like Gold Lion. Woad Pirate Crew's Vice Captain Ben Jack. Who? Ben Jack's face changed, but his strength was too weak. Alai, who emerged from the wormhole jump, instantly punched him unconscious. With Ben Jack the brain of the operation subdued, the other 2 members aboard the Glosiade were unaware of what was happening outside. The fishman Sebastian, who was fighting Nuya, possessed exceptionally powerful physical techniques and mastered fishman jujitsu and karate, but unfortunately, he had encountered Nuya. Sebastian, who had just broken through the seawater mass, was immediately met with a large amount of iron sand and promptly wrapped into a fishman iron sand cocoon. Even though he desperately used fishman karate and armament haki, he still couldn't withstand the pervasive iron sand. When it comes to crushing weaker opponents, the Fua fruit is no less formidable than Logia-type fruits. Anyone whose strength hasn't reached the level of a Marine Elite Vice Admiral is essentially doomed upon encountering Nuya. This fishman's strength was roughly equivalent to an ordinary Marine main base Vice Admiral, and particularly after going blind, compounded by accumulated hidden injuries over time, his combat capability could only barely match that of a Marine main base Vice Admiral. Nuya didn't instantly kill his opponent, but instead prepared to interrogate him about the cultivation methods of fishman karate and jujitsu. Meanwhile, Luo and Yao Xia, temporarily assigned by Nuya, had also found their opponents aboard the Glosiade. Luo faced against Naichin, the ship's doctor of the Woad pirate crew. Yao Xia faced against Galamu, a fighter of the Woad pirate crew. Inside the Glosiade's medical room, Naichin, who had already temporarily restored her youthful appearance through medication, looked at the kid in front of her with a very displeased expression. The Shushu Guasher. Your luck really makes me jealous, you brat. However, I have no interest in playing games with you. Traditional Chinese medicine fist technique aconite pierces the heart. You've already lost. Luo sheathed his katana back into its scabbard. What? Naiqin was furious, but the next moment she couldn't speak. Ugh. It was seen that Naiqin was convulsing all over, kneeling on the ground and gagging. An invisible ultrasonic wave at a special frequency resonated with the drugs in Naiqin's body. This resonance instantly caused the accumulated toxic residues and hidden injuries in her body to erupt all at once. Even her armament hockey couldn't suppress this backlash. This was a special development direction of the Shushu Guosher under Nuya's guidance. No matter how powerful a creature is, its body always has weaknesses, hidden injuries, toxic residues, and disharmonies. Unless one ceases to be a carbon-based organism, this weakness is hard to avoid. Tell me your medical skills and that formula for the youth-restoring drug, and I can give you a quick death. Naiqin, who had already been thoroughly dissected by the Shushu Guosher, a hint of bitterness appeared on her lips. Is this the tide of the times? We were indeed not suited to continue sailing. The discouraged Naiqin revealed her medical knowledge and the formula for the Kumu Huichun drug to Luo. Molly, who had been hiding nearby, emerged from her light concealment state and nodded to Luo. She's not lying. Naiqin was extremely surprised, having not expected another person to be hiding nearby. Luo showed no mercy whatsoever, directly crushing her heart to give Naiqin a swift death. Since one becomes a pirate, one must be prepared to be killed. He wouldn't show leniency to any pirate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yao Xia and Gelamu were engaged in an intense battle. Gelamu's Lifang Guosher had been developed quite well. However, the power of the Xianglei Guosher almost completely overwhelmed the Lifang Guosher. Amidst the ruins of stacked cubes, Gelamu panted heavily while staring at the young man before him. Pant. The Xianglei Guosher truly lives up to being one of the strongest natural-type fruits. The wave of the past era, you should make way for the new generation. Yao Xia didn't waste words. Wireless power transmission, 1,000,000 volts. Gelamu, whose body had been partially magnetized by Yao Xia, without him noticing, suddenly felt a massive electric current surging through him. Zzz. Gelamu's body emitted electric snakes and blue smoke before he collapsed with blank eyes. Capture complete. Aboard the Nautilus, Nuya, who was monitoring the Glow Sayati and surrounding situation, already knew that everyone had dealt with their opponents, and only then did he have Weepa pilot the Nautilus to shore. The entire Glow Sayati was extremely massive, with a radius of about 500 or 600 meters, and its surface was covered with numerous trees as camouflage. It was an island ship somewhat similar to Gecko Moria's Phantom Tri-ship. Soon the Nuya family took control of the Glow Sayati and renamed it World. Ben Jack and the giant fishman Sebastian were handed over to Molly for interrogation, while Gelamu, the Lifang Guosher user, was processed into a card apostle. Justice Gelamu Lifang Guosher. The Lifang Guosher aligns with justice in the major arcana deck because the cube symbolizes order and rules, fitting well with the orderly nature of the justice card. After dealing with the remnants of the Woad pirate crew, Nuya finally turned his attention to the Weiji Nanju on the nearby sea surface. The so-called Weiji Nanju, also known as Sotomo Kabalong, is a giant carnivorous plant whose size resembles that of a small island. The most famous colony of Weiji Nanju belongs to the Soundwave Archipelago. However, this doesn't mean the Weiji Nanju only grow in the Soundwave Archipelago. In fact, they're distributed across many waters of the Grand Line. The Weiji Nanju before them were clearly not from the Soundwave Archipelago, as there was a person named Haikelasisi on that archipelago, but no one existed here. The Woad pirate crew came here with the purpose of collecting ingredients from the Weiji Nanju. After sealing the World No. Island ship within a card, Noah led Rei and the others as they boarded one of the Stomach Barons. On the Petal Island of the Stomach Baron, tempting ingredients were everywhere, along with animals attracted to the area, especially amphibious sea beasts that had grown exceptionally plump from overeating. This Petal Island, derived from the Stomach Baron, has a unique charm, Rei said casually, breaking off a piece of plant meat coated in nectar and stuffing it into his mouth. The taste is amazing. Lillian, who had discovered the Stomach Baron, was recording the various ingredients in a small notebook by her side. Aside from the central feeding orifice, the Petal Island of the Stomach Baron consisted of fertile leaf-like layers that resembled soil. These layers not only nurtured the Stomach Baron's own honey, flowers, plant meat, and delicious fruits, but also hosted a multitude of symbiotic plants and fungi. Lillian paid little attention to the beasts that had grown obese from gorging themselves, but the symbiotic plants and fungi of the Stomach Baron were all exceptionally delicious ingredients. Lillian gazed at the dazzling array of ingredients, barely able to contain the drool at the corners of her mouth. Brother Noah, could we set up a base here? Here. Noah pondered for a moment. Setting up a secret base here wasn't entirely out of the question. However, it certainly couldn't be built directly on the Stomach Baron itself, nor placed on the nearby sea surface. The reason was simple: the Stomach Baron released pheromones that attracted animals, and even humans sometimes found it hard to resist. If the base were placed directly on the nearby sea, it would eventually be discovered by passing ships. And the Noah family couldn't heartlessly kill everyone who passed by. Therefore a base could be established, but only in the sky. Lillian, when you return, get in touch with Monet and have her send someone to the sky above the sea area. Use cloud-making technology to create a small DG cloud and set it up here. Then notify me and I'll come to arrange a small sky island on top of the DG cloud. Lillian nodded happily. Thank you, Brother Noah. You can come here to study cooking, but you must not reveal it casually, understand? I'll keep it a secret, Lillian quickly nodded. Just then Weepa Mantis and the others who had gone to explore the other stomach barons called. Before long, REI brought Lockie from the petal island of one of the stomach barons. Lockie was holding a dark purple fruit covered in arabesque patterns. Noah glanced at the fruit and immediately recognized its type. Oh, it's the siksik fruit. The siksik fruit. Ro, who was not far away, looked at the fruit with some surprise. Noah hadn't expected that the ability user of the siksik fruit who had been killed by red-haired Shanks a few days ago would have its fruit reincarnated here. This siksik fruit was the same one that in the original timeline belonged to Doc Q of the Blackbeard Pirates. But that was no issue. Doc Q was only 14 at this point, and it was likely he would only eat the fruit later in life. If Noah and his group hadn't found this fruit, it would probably have been swallowed whole by that stomach baron, which would then have been affected by the devil fruit, eventually dying of illness in the sea. This wasn't due to a side effect of the siksik fruit itself, but rather because seawater weakens ability users. Once the stomach baron became weak, it would be unable to devour the animals attracted to it, leading to its petal island being stripped clean by the animals, resulting in malnutrition and eventual withering. This was also the fate of most marine creatures that ate a devil fruit. Noah looked at the siksik fruit in his hand, knowing it was best suited for a doctor to consume. REI, go to Zakaxi's island and bring Andy here. REI nodded. Noah, Dono, are you giving this fruit to my father? Noah tossed the siksik fruit lightly. This fruit is best for a doctor. You already have the op fruit, so within the family, only your parents are the most suitable. That's true. Soon REI's wormhole opened once more. REI appeared with Andy in front of everyone. Confused Andy quickly asked, Lord Noah, is there something you need my help with? This fruit is for you. It's the Paramecia type, siksik fruit. Seeing the fruit thrown his way, Andy's expression turned incredulous. Lord Noah, isn't this too precious? Devil fruits are meant to be eaten. Within the family, you and your wife are the most suited for this fruit. Don't refuse. A devil fruit can only unleash its potential when used by someone who knows how. I hope you won't disappoint my expectations. Andy nodded excitedly. Thank you, Lord Noah, for your trust. I will do my utmost to contribute to the family. Eat it now. Without hesitation, Andy took a bite of the fruit. Ro watched his father's pained expression and smirked with a hint of schadenfreude. Dad, you have to eat it all. I ate the whole thing when I did. Unwilling to be outdone by his son, Andy ate ravenously without a word. Noah shook his head, took out a bottle of Andy's favorite pear juice from a card, and handed it over. Rinse your mouth. Thank you, Lord Noah. Andy quickly took it and downed the large bottle of pear juice in one gulp. Andy, how is your research on the bold water formula obtained from Alabasta coming along? At the question, Andy immediately became serious. Lord Noah, we've studied the bold water formula combined with the medical texts from the Drum Kingdom and have developed 3 derivative products. Noah said with interest, tell me about them. The first one, named Bold Blood, is based on bold water with the addition of lifeblood essence. It greatly suppresses side effects, allowing an instant burst of power equivalent to a Marine headquarters captain for about an hour. The side effect is extreme fatigue and weakness after the hour. The second, named Frenzied Blood, builds on Bold Blood by adding IQ grass components. It enables an instant burst of power equivalent to a Marine headquarters rear admiral for about half an hour. The side effects include loss of rationality, chi, and blood depletion, and even organ failure after the effect wears off. The third, named Source Blood, abandons the previous approaches and combines IQ grass components with lifeblood essence. It releases slowly within the body over a month, allowing for high-intensity training during the effect period, thus improving strength quickly and safely. It provides varying degrees of enhancement for those whose physical strength is below the level of a Marine Vice Admiral. Noah was very satisfied with these 3 results. Well done. Bold Blood and Source Blood can be given to some members. I hope you can continue to improve. To receive Lord Noah's approval is our honor. Andy was overjoyed. They talked for over an hour with Noah, giving Andy guidance on the development direction of the siksik fruit. Then he had REI send Andy and row back to Zakaxi's island. Lillian, meanwhile, returned to the Rum Kingdom to have Monet arrange for a DG cloud to be placed above the Stomach Baron's area. Noah and his group then left the Stomach Baron, using the float fruit to control the Nautilus, preparing to cross the calm belt and enter the South Blue. June 22nd, 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Nautilus moved almost without a trace. It had already arrived in the northern part of the South Sea. As the temporary navigator Lockie carefully perused the sea charts of the South Sea, meanwhile, lay occasionally opened wormholes. from the various departments and controlled territories of the Dawn Country documents requiring Nuya's review and decision were delivered. Currently, the Dawn Country's controlled territories included the Qinghuayu Port Governor's Office in the Longmu Kingdom, total population 200, the Shitsi Island Governor's Office in Sky Island, total population 100, and the Ant Nest Governor's Office on Zakaxisai Island in the East Sea, total population 110. Additionally, there were the Haiyan Island eavesdropping station in the North Sea, the Tide Sea Base in the East Sea, and the Coral Sea Base in the North Sea. Among them, the population of Zakaxisai Island had nearly reached its limit. The inhabitants were mainly the survivors of the original Flevants, all of whom had been gradually cured by Luo. The maximum population Sky Island could accommodate was about 3,000. Currently, it had over 3,000 Sky Islanders from the original Angel Island, over 2,000 Feather Tribe people, over 1,000 Sky Islanders from Burka Island, and over 4,000 transferred from the Flevant survivors, totaling 11,000. To expand the population capacity of Sky Island, more islands would need to be moved up. However, the imperial cumulus clouds near Angel Island were limited, accommodating at most a dozen small islands. The bearing capacity of imperial cumulus clouds was not infinite, and their natural growth required special conditions, namely sea stone components. The reason vast imperial cumulus cloud layers could form near Angel Island was the submarine volcanic eruption in the sea below. In other words, the sea stone components were actually brought up from underground by magma. If relying solely on natural volcanic eruptions to bring sea stone components into the sky, forming imperial cumulus clouds would inevitably be a protracted process. Nika had already realized this problem. For instance, the imperial cumulus clouds planned to be built above the Gluttony the sea area, where the previously discovered Baron of the Stomach was located, could only be cut from the imperial cumulus layers near Angel Island or Burka Island. This approach was akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. As for the sea stone components, Nika already had an idea. Lillian, who had returned to the Longmu Kingdom, had not even rested for 2 days before being assigned by Nuya to the Black Rock Island, where the submarine volcano had previously erupted. Black Rock Island remained the same. Dark red magma continuously flowed out from the crater. After more than a year of experimentation, Lillian had completed the temperature limit simulation for compounds. At that point, her flame combustion temperature had reached 4990 degrees Celsius. However, this time, she came not to test the temperature limit, but to complete the task assigned by Nuya. Lillian's arm transformed into a simulated liquid flammable form, flame-killing black dragon wave. The liquid flammable arm infused with armament hockey shot up into the sky and then crashed into the crater. Boom. This technique, which consumed nearly a third of Lillian's physical strength, pierced through the magma in the crater in an instant, reaching a depth of over a kilometer underground. Earth fire boiling. Minutes later, the energy in the underground magma chamber was triggered and the volcano erupted directly. Flame-killing steam dragon wave. Lillian used both hands to manipulate the high-temperature steam from the surrounding sea surface, instantly pouring it into the crater. The conflict, like a needle against a pin, caused the steam to carry volcanic ash into the sky in continuous eruptions. This artificially induced volcanic eruption lasted for over 3 hours. During this time, the high-temperature steam and volcanic ash erupted into the sky, blackening the sky for dozens of kilometers around. Alay brought Nuya to this location, sealed a portion of the volcanic ash cloud, and took it back to the cloud processing workshop on Sky Island to test whether these volcanic ash clouds could be used as raw material for imperial cumulus clouds. The experiment was very successful. These volcanic ash clouds indeed contained sea stone components, and with a little processing they could be used to produce imperial cumulus clouds. The success of this experiment provided the Nuya family with raw materials for large-scale production of imperial cumulus clouds, laying the foundation for gradually expanding the scale of Sky Island in the future. Of course, this experiment also confirmed that sea stone components originated from underground magma. Based on the results of this experiment, Nuya instructed a GES Science and Education Department to establish a sea stone synthesis laboratory attempting to synthesize large pieces of sea stone from volcanic ash. Currently, the large pieces of sea stone circulating on the sea all came from Wano country, monopolized by Kaido and the world government. In the short term, the Nuya family could not capture Wano country. Even if they managed to assassinate Kaido and take Wano through strategy, it would be difficult to withstand the covetousness of the world government. Therefore, to obtain affordable and high-quality sea stone products, artificially synthesizing large pieces of sea stone was a path well worth trying at present. In Nuya's view, the reason Wano country had large sea stone deposits was fundamentally due to the special underground magma chamber, which formed mineral veins similar to basalt underground. In other words, the sea stone components in magma could be compressed into crystals under high pressure and sealed environments. As for why no scientist had discovered this over the years, the reasons were actually complex. On one hand, Wano country, as the core sea stone mining area, was isolated from the world, making it difficult for outsiders to conduct field surveys of sea stone's geological formation. On the other hand, there had been a civilization gap in this world resulting in the loss of many technologies and a very scarce number of scientists. Furthermore, the world government intentionally controlled science and technology. Those who studied science were either recruited, eliminated, or imprisoned and impelled down, with only a few fugitives operating in secret outside. Even the one known as the world's smartest Vegapunk in Nuya's view was merely a humanoid hard drive storing ancient technology. The idea of synthesizing sea stone crystals could be deduced by anyone familiar with the world of One Piece combined with some scientific research methodology. The sea contains sea stone components, and the imperial cumulus clouds of Sky Island also contain sea stone components, indicating that sea stone components were widely distributed. Based on the continuous upward sea currents in the Jaya Island area and the volcanic island characteristics of Wano country, it could be inferred that sea stone components were brought to the surface by volcanic eruptions. Since these were all sea stone components, why couldn't the dispersed sea stone volcanic ash be used to synthesize large sea stone crystals? The people of the One Piece world couldn't think of it because they were too immersed in the situation. But Nuya was different. He was a transmigrator who had once observed the development of the One Piece storyline for a period. Many things in fact could be understood by calming down and thinking carefully. After Nuya arranged these matters, the Nautilus had already arrived near the first inhabited island in the South Sea. The group disguised themselves and secretly landed at the port of this small island, intending to inquire about any noteworthy events in the South Sea recently. In the original timeline of the storyline, the South Sea was largely blank, with only two places being relatively famous. One was the island where the Pirate King's son was born. The other was the homeland of the biggest victim in the One Piece world, Basumio Dashiong, the Sworby Kingdom. The other islands basically had no appearance information. This piqued Nuya's interest, and he prepared to explore the South Sea. At the port bar of this Baimu island, Nuya and his group were inquiring about the information they needed. Inside the Windbell bar at the harbor, Noah was reading a newspaper while engaged in a lively conversation with the bartender. After flipping through this month's South Sea Weekly, he raised his head to look at the bounty poster board next to the bar's liquor cabinet, where the most notorious pirates of the South Sea were plastered. Noah's gaze swept across the row of bounty posters. He didn't spot many familiar faces. The later supernovas like Kid and Killer were still just kids at this point. However, one unexpected figure appeared among these bounty posters: Catarin Devon, captain of the Crescent Moon Pirates, the beautiful head collector, the Crescent Moon Hunter, user of the Nine-Tailed Fox Fruit, and later the captain of the 6th ship of the Blackbeard Pirates. Despite her current appearance as an old lady, she was only 34 when she first joined the Blackbeard Pirates, and now she's merely 20. Noah hadn't expected her to be born in the South Sea. According to the bounty poster, Catarin Devon had already consumed the Nine-Tailed Fox Fruit and recently hunted down several young girls from allied kingdoms. Suddenly the bar doors slowly pushed open. A cup of Earl Grey tea and a plate of cookies. Ah, it's him. Interesting. Noah's lips curled slightly. The newcomer was wearing a blue and white striped short-sleeve shirt and a pair of glasses with blue and white striped frames. Though the bartender was tempted to remark on someone ordering tea at a bar, he recalled that the seas were filled with all sorts of strange people. As a bartender, one must know one's place to avoid unnecessary trouble, so he quickly brewed the tea. The man seated not far from Noah casually picked up the newspaper and bounty posters from the counter. Before long, the bartender silently placed a teacup, and a plate of cookies on the man's left. "Sir, are you a bounty hunter?" Noah asked with interest. The man put down the newspaper and took a sip of tea. "A colleague?" "No, I'm just an ordinary merchant. I'm planning to head to the Black Sea Kingdom in the next few days. If you're willing to take on an escort mission, I'll pay 50,000 belly as a reward." The Black Sea Kingdom. The man frowned, clearly aware of the recent situation in the waters near that kingdom. But 50,000 belly for a single trip was a very good price for a merchant ship escort mission. After a moment's thought, he said, "Fine, I accept the mission. I'm the bounty hunter Galdino." Noah raised his teacup with a smile. "I'm Noah, president of the Noah Trading Company. Mr. Galdino will be in each other's care for the next half-month." The two toasted each other with tea. 2 hours later, a commercial transport ship stored in a cart appeared at the port of Whitewood Island loaded with barrels of rum. Noah, along with R and the disguised Kuro, who was here for an internship, boarded the commercial transport ship named the Wonkai. As for Wiper Riki and the Mantis brothers, their Sky Island features were too conspicuous. Once they entered the South Sea, Noah planned to send them back to Sky Island after normal surface sailing. "Kuro, are you getting used to it?" "President, I'm doing very well," Kuro nodded. After more than a year of reformation, Kuro had not only grown much stronger physically, but also undergone a tremendous change in his mindset. Kuro's skill subjects in the training camp were navigation and staff planning, so he served as the temporary navigator on the ship, or was the first mate. After boarding, Galdino lay on a deck chair on the deck sunbathing. He didn't notice the strength of the trading company members on board. This was mainly due to the vast gap in strength between them. Even with the wax fruit, Galdino's crude physical techniques were still no match for the trainees from the training camp. Because in the Noah family training camp the graduation requirement was mastering the 6 powers and awakening one type of hockey. The dozen or so temporary crew members on board were all elite family members who had mastered both types of hockey and were proficient in the 6 powers. In the captain's quarters, Noah browsed through various intelligence reports gathered by the distillery in the South Sea, including information on Galdino among the bounty hunters and Shatter and Devon among the pirates in the South Sea. Big Brother Tequila from the distillery just sent word the Crescent Moon pirates appeared on Fully Island, hunted down several girls there, and plundered supplies. Tequila has already hidden her Vivre card among those supplies. After speaking, brought out a glass bottle containing a Vivre card. The card inside was pointing in a specific direction. Noah put down the documents in his hand. Proceed along this direction. Yes, sir. A week later, on a calm stretch of sea, the Wonkai continued at full speed. At this moment, Galdino was sitting on pins and needles. Though Noah hadn't revealed his hand over the past few days, he had indirectly made Galdino accidentally come across many books. After browsing through books like the 5 volumes of Dragon Slaying, Analysis of East Blue Countries, The Flevance Kingdom Incident, and Human Hunting and the Fall of Nations, Galdino felt utterly disturbed. Now Galdino only wanted to finish the escort mission quickly and leave Noah and his crew before he got caught up in something. After all, he wasn't stupid. He knew this kind of thing was far beyond his league. Just as Galdino was lost in thought, Kuro shouted loudly to Noah on the deck, "President, there's a small island to the southeast. Should we dock for a rest and replenish our fresh water?" Noah's lips curled upward. Sure, because they had reached their destination. At that moment, inside the captain's quarters, the Vivre card in the glass bottle was pointing exactly toward this deserted island. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, in a hidden bay, a large sailboat was anchored. On the shore, several pirates were grilling meat. Inside the largest tent, several pale, writhing figures were entangled in an indescribable manner, with sounds echoing throughout the camp. Boss is really something. Can those 3 young lads hold up? Hey, you'd better worry about yourselves. Several of the stronger pirates suddenly turned pale, as if recalling some nightmare. Just then, a pirate on lookout at the island's peak rushed into the camp panting. "Sean, boss, there's a merchant ship approaching from the other side of the island. Looks like they're planning to land." The vice captain, Sean, a lean man with glasses, heard this and had no choice but to stand up and report to Catherine's tent. Outside the tent, Sean shouted, "Devon, boss, a merchant ship is landing on the other side of the island. Please wrap things up quickly." "TCH, how annoying." Catherine Devon's displeased voice came from inside. Despite her annoyance, she quickly dressed and grabbed her weapon, stepping out of the tent. "Has the ship landed yet?" "Almost." When Little Monkey reported it was about a kilometer from the shore. Sean explained hastily. Lighting a lady's cigarette, Catherine Devon sneered. "I was just getting into the mood. These bastards have perfect timing. I'll personally cut off their limbs." Sean quickly chimed in, "Ha ha ha, with you taking charge, boss, they're dead for sure. But to prevent them from escaping, how about we split into 2 groups? "Not bad, Sean. You've learned to use strategy. Truly, my vice captain." On the other side of the nameless, desolate island, the Wonkai drifted quietly near the estuary of a small river where several crew members pretended to draw water. Meanwhile, on deck, Noah sat beside Galadio and picked up a cup of black tea. "Mr. Galadio, many people flocked to Roger's great treasure. Why haven't you set sail to join them?" I don't have that ambition." Galadio smiled awkwardly and waved his hand perfunctorily. Noah shook his head with a smile. "I see. Nowadays there are fewer and fewer people on this vast ocean who possess such self-awareness as you, Mr. Galadio." Galadio did not respond, instead drinking his black tea. Suddenly, a large sailing ship bearing a skull flag appeared on the open sea. The lookout in the mast shouted loudly, "Pirate ship approaching." Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed from the jungle on the island. Galadio's expression changed, and he immediately produced a large amount of molten wax. "Candle wall." CLO adjusted his glasses. "Everyone counterattack freely." "Copy that." Boom, boom. The 2 cannons on the Wonkai sequentially fired, bombarding the pirate ship coming from the open sea. Galadio's candle wall endowed the Wonkai with a protective barrier, blocking no small number of cannonballs and bullets. Just at this moment, a burst of fierce wind rushed out toward the mountain forest. I never expected to encounter the famous wax figure hunter Galadio. Galadio, holding a gun on deck in a guarded stance, saw the woman appearing on the beach, his expression darkening as he said in a grim voice, "President Noah, that is Katerina Dai, May, captain of the Crescent Moon Pirates. Her strength is formidable. I may not be able to protect you later. You must watch your own safety." Before the words had hardly left his mouth, Galadio's hands transformed into a rotary machine gun. Candle Gatling. Bang, bang, bang. Countless wax bullets swept toward Katerina Dai May and the pirates behind her. Katerina Dai May's body instantly swelled significantly, entering her beastman form. 9 foxtails swished around her as her hands and feet transformed into fox claws, and fox ears protruded from the top of her head. "Yow! Ha ha! Let me see the power of the wax fruit." Galadio, of course, would not foolishly charge forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat with a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user. He immediately created a dozen wax soldiers using them as cover while he stayed behind to fire freely. Both sides engaged in fierce combat on the beach, exchanging blows back and forth. Meanwhile, the Crescent Moon pirate ship rapidly closing and remained unaware that danger lurked right at its doorstep. Noah sipped his black tea throughout the entire engagement, showing absolutely no intention of intervening. Even Ale seemed equally uninterested. When the distance between the two ships narrowed to less than 100 meters, CLO removed his black suit jacket and with a single step using his moonwalk technique instantly appeared on the deck of the Crescent Moon. Sean, the vice captain of the Crescent Moon pirates, failed to react in time before CLO's tin-blade cat claw had already slashed open his throat. Splashing, blood gushed across the deck. Sean could not even let out a scream before collapsing to the ground convulsing. Ugh ugh, truly weak. Utterly worthless scum. The words had barely escaped his lips when 5 more pirates fell with their throats slit. Terror instantly engulfed every pirate aboard. Some of the more cowardly pirates were already trembling with fear. Hurry and fire. Everyone stand shoulder to shoulder and attack together. Kill. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between the two sides was too vast. CLO hadn't even needed to employ armament hockey to slaughter every single pirate aboard the Crescent Moon. At that moment, Katarina Dai May, engaged in combat with Galadio, had not yet sensed the carnage unfolding aboard the Crescent Moon. Her opponent was someone who favored underhanded tactics, Galadio, and the two fighters were evenly matched. CLO, not a single drop of blood staining his attire, returned to the deck of the Wonkai. Master, shall I continue the attack? Noah shook his head. Wait. If Galadio cannot prevail, then you intervene. As you command. CLO retreated to the sidelines, wiping his tin-blade cat claw with a towel. However, his eyes remained fixed on the battle on the beach. Meanwhile, the remaining pirates on the beach were gradually cleared by the temporary crew members. At this point, Katarina Dai May finally realized something was amiss. She discovered not only had her subordinates on the beach been slaughtered, but the Crescent Moon had gone completely silent, a sign that troubled her deeply. Similarly, Galadio also noticed the changes around them. All the other pirates have been killed. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Without exchanging a word, both Galadio and Katarina Dai May halted and warily surveyed their surroundings. What they saw when they looked was truly terrifying. They discovered that the pirates around them had been killed with astonishing efficiency, nearly all dispatched in a single strike. Combined with the spotless appearance of Noah and CLO aboard the Wonkai, this made both of them highly alert toward Noah's party. Seeing the two halt, CLO knew he could no longer remain a spectator. With a shave, he instantly appeared before Katarina Dai May. Upon witnessing this, Katarina Dai May involuntarily recalled a Navy commander she had encountered before who possessed similarly sudden movement techniques. What a waste of a mythical Zoan fruit. CLO's cat claw turned pitch black in an instant. Silent killing technique. No good. Katarina Dai May's beastly instincts reacted instantly, her hair standing on end like a frightened kitten. Schlick. 5 wounds were instantly torn across her abdomen, blood gushing uncontrollably before her pain receptors could even send signals to her brain. Throat. Heart, femoral artery, kidneys, spine, schlick, schlick. The silent, relentless strikes from the cat claws carefully avoided all vital organs. Yet Katarina Dai May's entire body was now covered in wounds, and the continuous flow of blood left her growing increasingly weak. If she were not a mythical Zoan user, she would have died long ago. Galadio, standing some distance away, felt an icy chill run through his bones. He never expected the refined navigator aboard the ship to possess such terrifying strength. Suddenly, Noah's eyebrow rose slightly, and a concealed electromagnetic wave erupted from his body. 11 kilometers away on the sea surface, a news bird was flying toward them. The next moment, an invisible electric current surged from the news bird's body, and it plummeted into the sea, smoking. Returning to the desolate island, Katarina Dai May lay fallen on the ground, her entire body stained crimson with blood. Noah casually tossed out a card, sealing his opponent away. Meanwhile, in the mountain forest, those crew members who had previously pretended to draw water appeared on the beach, bringing 5 sullen-looking youths along. Clearly, they had gone to the other side of the island to eliminate the remaining pirates from their camp, and these 5 youths were among those rescued along the way. Noah was fully aware that these boys, having suffered repeated torment at the hands of Katarina Dai May, had endured severe physical and psychological trauma. They would temporarily need to be sent to the training camp for psychological counseling. However, there was still one other person on the beach who needed to be addressed. Noah turned to Galadio, flashing a bright smile as he asked half-jokingly, "Mr. Galadio, after reading those books, what insights have you gained?" "What?" Galadio was initially startled, then quickly caught on. "You were doing this on purpose. What do you think?" Noah countered. Galadio immediately found himself at a loss, realizing he had likely fallen into the hands of dangerous pirates. Extraordinary ones, no less. With a bitter tone, he asked, "What exactly do you want from me?" "I merely wish to sincerely invite you, Mr. Galadio to join our family and help us forge an entirely new world together. What say you? Not interested. Though he wanted to respond, thus Galadio knew he had no choice but to comply. Especially after seeing Cielo beside him eagerly rubbing his hands together, Galadio decisively gave in. All right. I'll join. The journey of Yonko continued. Although Giardino agreed to join, Nuya did not immediately let him into the training camp, mainly because he was a bit older, already 21 years old this year. Therefore, Nuya temporarily arranged for Giardino to accompany the ship. This time their destination was the famous Long-Arm tribe nation in the South Sea, the Baishan Kingdom. The culture of the Baishan Kingdom was quite special, similar to the Flower Country in the West Sea. The later captain of the broadcast pirates Scratchman Apu was a Long-Arm tribe member born in the Baishan Kingdom of the South Sea. Nuya and his crew's goal was to find the sound fruit that had not yet been eaten by Apu. In fact, the correct name of this fruit should be the musical instrument fruit. In the story of the One Piece world, there have been 3 music-related fruits: the sound wave fruit, the song fruit, and the sound fruit. From Apu's later ability development, the concept of the sound fruit is that of a musical instrument superhuman. On the other hand, Yuta's song fruit leans more toward a superpower based on the concept of song melody. The sound wave fruit eaten by Anthony leans toward a superpower based on the physical nature of sound vibrations. The 3 have certain differences, but also some overlap. Regarding the sound fruit, after using tarot card divination, Nuya discovered that it was within the territory of the Baishan Kingdom. During the journey of sailing at full speed toward the Baishan Kingdom, Giardino could only steel himself and accept Nuya's comprehensive instruction, which included not only cultural lessons, but also hockey lessons, physical arts lessons, and ability development lessons. Nuya watched Giardino as he manufactured wax statue soldiers and various candle weapons, and calmly reminded him, "You have done well in developing candle shaping, but you have not yet fully understood the conceptual essence of the wax fruit." Conceptual essence. The semi-literate Giardino looked utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of the true nature of wax. The essence of wax is solid fat, understand. The wax you create with your ability is actually paraffin wax. Giardino pinched the wax ball in his hand, and soon it melted into a puddle of oil. Nuya continued, "Paraffin wax is wax, butter is also wax, soap is also wax, and various fats and oils are essentially a type of wax." He casually took out a row of reagent bottles from his card storage, each containing various kinds of wax, including paraffin wax, montan wax, beeswax, insect wax, spermaceti, lanolin, wood wax, rice bran wax, coconut wax, butter, soap, cheese, and so on. Giardino picked up a piece of butter and sensed its material structure. Soon he transformed the wax liquid in his other hand into butter. "Lord Nuya, it seems butter is nothing special. I can do the same with paraffin wax." Nuya shook his head. "Every substance has its own characteristics. It is rare for 2 substances to have identical physical properties. Can you eat paraffin wax? Butter can provide nutrition, something paraffin wax cannot do." Giardino pondered thoughtfully, then ate the butter in his hand, discovering a characteristic that his previous wax creations did not have. You can combine butter and cheese, adjusting the proportions and ingredients to create a cream wax that can serve as emergency food. Nuya pointed out. In Nuya's view, the wax fruit was the superior version of the cheese fruit, butter fruit, and soap fruit. Although the wax fruit cannot create permanent wax items out of thin air, it can utilize existing fats and oils to perform large-scale modification manufacturing. For example, using industrially produced paraffin oil to create butter, cheese, soap, beeswax, or vice versa. This kind of modification manufacturing is the key development direction for the wax fruit, a creation-type devil fruit. In addition to the development of these special wax products, Nuya also pointed out other development directions. Your application of the wax fruit is still too superficial. As a devil fruit user, you should know that users are weakened by seawater. Giardino nodded. "I know that. But what you don't know is that the wax fruit is one of the few devil fruits that allow users to enter seawater." "What? You can go underwater. Wax coating is waterproof. Just try it, and you'll see." Giardino quickly applied a layer of wax on his body, then plunged his hand into a bucket of seawater. Sure enough, his hand was completely submerged in the seawater, yet his body did not feel weakened. He couldn't help but get excited. "Great. I can swim in the sea again." Don't celebrate too soon. The wax coating is indeed waterproof, but it is also fragile. This means that if you are attacked by a sea beast or an enemy while in the sea, you could be killed in one hit. Gulp. Giardino was startled. The mere thought of the wax coating breaking while underwater sent a chill down his spine. Moreover, there is another problem you haven't realized. The wax coating is just like wearing a diving suit, but you are not a fishman. You cannot breathe normally underwater. This problem must be solved. Lord Nuya, you must have a solution, right? Giardino became increasingly respectful toward Nuya. 2 solutions. One is to carry a respirator and oxygen tank. The other is artificial gills. Giardino had no trouble understanding the first solution, but the second one made him, already lacking in knowledge, feel the gap in intelligence between people. "Lord Nuya, where can I buy artificial gills?" Nuya gave him a look as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? Did you eat the wax fruit for nothing? Such a simple thing, can't you make it yourself?" Giardinuo pointed at his own face. "Make it myself? That seems difficult, doesn't it? Idiot, can't you catch some fish and imitate their gill structure?" Nuya scolded him with exasperation. "Hey, that actually seems possible. Truly worthy of Lord Nuya." Giardinuo slapped his fist into his palm, looking as if he had suddenly understood. This situation was also a common scene when Nuya guided others in developing their devil fruit abilities. To accelerate Giardinuo's ability development, Nuya threw him into the sea for 2 hours every day, tying him with a rope to keep him in the sea while maintaining the wax coating and wax gills. At other times, Kuro used armament haki to temper Giardinuo's body, letting him feel armament haki and also attempting to awaken his observation haki. During the journey to the Baishan Kingdom, Giardinuo fully experienced what it meant to be painful yet joyful. Of course, Nuya also placed great emphasis on ideological education, teaching by example and letting Giardinuo recognize the true nature of this world. 1 month later, the Wonkai arrived at Yuzi Island in the Baishan Kingdom. After disguising themselves, Nuya and his crew stopped at Yuzi Port on Yuzi Island, preparing to gather intelligence about the kingdom. Inside a bar at the port, Nuya and Giardinuo were drinking black tea, and from the bartender and a dozen customers, they learned some information. Noah set down his teacup and picked up his hat, saying, "We should go." The two of them left the bar. They had just learned that a clandestine auction would be held on a deserted island not far from Yuzu Island. The auction was set for 4 days later. However, such underground auctions were invitation only, and without an introduction from an acquaintance, entry was impossible. Galdino asked in confusion, "Mr. President, how will we obtain an invitation?" "Hey, you'll see when the time comes." The two returned to the Wong Hao. That night, using the power of the float fruit, Noah and his crew piloted the Wong Hao to hover above the deserted island. Gazing at the faint lights on the island, Noah casually released a small patch of imperial cloud to conceal the Wong Hao, then fixed it at an altitude of about 7,000 meters above the island. Galdino was astounded by Noah's abilities. He had seen Noah use cards to seal and release objects, believing him to be a card fruit user, but he never expected Noah could make the ship float high in the sky. "Kuro, isn't Lord Noah a card fruit user? Can that fruit also make things float?" Galdino asked in a hushed, curious tone. Kuro adjusted his glasses and replied with a cryptic smile, "Regarding Lord Noah's abilities, that is a family secret. Are you sure you want to delve deeper?" "Hey, just curious, forget I asked." Galdino chuckled awkwardly and waved his hands. Noah stood on the deck, eyes closed in concentration, his observation haki combined with electromagnetic waves scanning the entire deserted island below. There are 392 strong life signatures and 125 weaker ones. 13 underground tunnels, 1 subterranean harbor, and 3 submarines. Inside the mountain on the north side of the island, there is a cavern that can hold over 1,000 people. Much of the island's layout was exposed under Noah's electromagnetic enhanced observation haki, and he even overheard snippets of conversations. After a dozen minutes, Noah opened his eyes. "Any findings, big brother?" Ari asked curiously. Noah shook his head. "Inside there are over 100 slaves and a devil fruit. Besides that, they mentioned a poisonous mushroom called paradise mushroom." Ari quickly recalled relevant information about paradise mushroom. Paradise mushroom. Isn't that the raw material for making happy paradise? Exactly. Underground auctions dealing in contraband fit their sewer rat style. Noah sneered with contempt. "Big brother, shall we take them down?" Though Noah's tone was calm, it carried a hint of murderous intent. "What do you think? Should we let them off for the new year? If we hadn't encountered them, we could remain indifferent. But since we have, there's no reason to show mercy. I'll open the wormhole immediately. Don't rush. Let's wait until the guests arrive, then we'll give them a proper welcome." Noah had no intention of letting the auction attendees off either. After all, no trade, no harm. At least 99 of those who came to such an underground auction were scum. Galdino expressed some concern. "Lord Noah, I've heard that many underground auctions in the South Blue have ties to local nobles and the world government. Isn't this too risky?" "Risky? Just kill them all, and it's fine." Noah made a dark joke. Galdino was left speechless. On the evening of the 3rd day, as the last sailboat docked at the island's makeshift pier, the underground auction was finally about to begin. On the deck of the Wong Hao, hovering above the island, Joshua, who had just arrived from the Rum Kingdom via a wormhole, had activated electromagnetic shielding, rendering all din mushy within a 10-kilometer radius of the island useless. "Let's go down and greet these guests." Noah manipulated an iron plate, bringing Rei, Kuro, Galdino, and over 50 elite family members down from the sky. Minutes later, the iron plate crashed down at the entrance of the auction cavern. The dozen black-suited guards immediately drew their weapons. "Who are you?" "No time for talk. They're hostile. Open fire." Squelch. Kuro appeared instantly before the gate. The dozen black-suited men behind him had their throats spurting blood before collapsing to the ground, twitching, and then falling still. REI shrugged, then opened a wormhole and led 5 elite members to the island's underground harbor. Noah, surrounded by several iron sand chains, sent them plunging into the gate. Under the influence of the float fruit, the gate swung open automatically. The group walked unimpeded into the auction hall. Amid the clamor, no one noticed the uninvited guests. Not until Noah reached the auction stage in the center, and Kuro sliced the auctioneer's throat with a single claw. "Ah, how dare you! Who are these people?" Chaos and shock erupted, mixed with screams and curses. "Can you scum quiet down?" The moment Noah finished speaking, a terrifying wave of conquerors' haki descended upon everyone. Karaso, the manager of this underground auction, had just left the surveillance room and entered the hall when he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Karaso's face twisted in shock. Conquerors' haki. The other guests fared even worse, immobilized by the pressure, some even losing control of their bladders. Suppressing his fury and fear, Karaso asked humbly, "My lord, how has our auction offended you? We are willing to apologize and offer compensation." The Don Quixote family, still as trashy and disgusting as ever. Noah mocked mercilessly. "What?" Karaso's expression darkened further, but he tried to maintain face. Realizing Noah knew the Don Quixote name, he invoked his backing. "I respect your strength, my lord, but this auction is not only backed by the Don Quixote family, it also serves the world nobles. I hope you will grant us this face." "World nobles? You mean the celestial dragons?" Noah gave Kuro a meaningful glance. Karaso's heart tightened. But Kuro's silent assassination technique was even more terrifying. In an instant, he severed Karaso's limbs, and by the time the pain reached his brain, the limbless Karaso was already writhing on the floor in agony. "Ah, the young master. Won't let you get away with this." "Ah." The other guests were now pale with terror. Many began fleeing in panic toward the various exits. But in the next second, a mass of iron sand blocked all entrances and exits. Finding their escape routes sealed, these people showed their true degenerate colors. "Bastard. Let me go. Do you know who my father is? Please spare me. I'll give you all my money." "Help. Why, I want to go home." "Go to hell." Squelch. Kuro sliced off the hands of a gang boss who was about to fire a gun. The bloody sight made the nobles, merchants, and gang leaders even more terrified. "So you can also feel fear and bleed. I thought you weren't human anymore." Noah joked with a smile. An old nobleman, trembling with utmost fear, fell to his knees before Noah in a mess. "My lord, please spare me. I was tricked into coming here. I am a good man." Noah's smile grew even brighter. "Dino, make a wax statue for our good man here." Galdino released a torrent of wax from his hands, which engulfed the old nobleman and quickly solidified into a wax statue, leaving only the nose and mouth free for breathing. But before the nobleman could feel relieved, he felt his body temperature rapidly rising. After a dozen minutes, he was cooked alive. The other auction participants, witnessing the gruesome death of the aristocratic old man, felt a chill of dread creep over them. Noah showed no trace of hesitation or pity, turning and walking toward the temporary storage room beside the auction platform. Galdino and Kuro, among others, immediately understood Noah's intent. Without mercy, they turned the entire auction hall into a slaughterhouse of blood and carnage. Pushing open the storage room door, they found several black-suited guards lying in pools of blood. The 5 elite family members conducted a preliminary screening and registration of the imprisoned slaves, after which they would hand them over to the inspection department for review. Although some of these slaves were ordinary people or children, there were also vicious criminals among them, and he would not allow such ruffians to infiltrate the family. For instance, Kuro and Galdino were accepted because they were only guilty of minor misdeeds. Kuro had merely engaged in black-on-black crime in his hometown for a time. Galdino, as a bounty hunter who killed pirates, could hardly be considered evil. If it were Kuro as the captain of the Black Cat Pirates or Galdino as a member of Baroque Works, Noah would never have taken them in. He would have killed them outright. That was Noah's principle and bottom line. Anyone who became a pirate for any reason and identified as a pirate would receive no mercy from him. After all, being wanted by the world government didn't force one to become a pirate. One could join the resistance or the Revolutionary Army. That was no excuse for piracy. In Noah's view, those who became pirates after being persecuted by the world government simply transferred the persecution they suffered onto ordinary people. A true strong man must be brave enough to strike the stronger. Those who prey on the weak are nothing but scum of the sea. Noah passed by the slave-holding rooms and entered the room where auction items were stored. The first room contained a large stash of firearms and ammunition, about 2,000 guns and 2 million rounds. He casually collected them with his cards. The second room held several freezers, each packed with tens of thousands of heaven mushrooms. Heaven mushrooms. Though Noah abhorred drugs, he understood that things could be both good and bad. These could serve as raw materials for certain special medicines, so he stowed them away to take back for Andy to study. The third room contained antiques and jewelry, which he pocketed casually. The fourth room was remarkably spacious. Inside were 6 boxes of fine-quality sword of the Ryakoto grade, a box of 50 seastone bullets, a Zoan-type devil fruit red spider form, 3 bottles of a forbidden drug called black blood, a swordsman's manual titled Flying Willow Swordsmanship, and a treasure map leading to an island in the Lost Sea. These items were the highlights of the auction. Picking up a reagent bottle, Noah examined the black blood elixir. He had heard of it. A product of the Shadow Kingdom in the South Blue, a forbidden drug that granted temporary immunity to all poisons at the cost of 5 years of life per dose. The fine-quality sword and the swordsman's manual were of little value. The seastone bullets had some worth. The red spider fruit was decent, as insect-type zoans had good potential. Finally, the treasure map piqued Noah's interest. The Lost Sea, located near the Antarctic ice sheet in the South Blue, was said by local legends to have been a prosperous region until about 630 years ago, when some unknown disaster caused the climate there to become extremely erratic. Although the Lost Sea was not on his previously planned route, it was very close to one of the route's nodes. A slight adjustment to the route would allow him to visit it on the way. While Noah organized the auction items, Ale had killed all 50-plus Don Quixote family members in the hidden port and destroyed all the Den Den Mushi. On the other side, the Don Quixote family members on the island were also eliminated by Noah's elite family members, who likewise destroyed all Den Den Mushi. In less than an hour, the entire island was deserted. All the Don Quixote family members and auction guests lay dead, their belongings looted completely. North Blue North Wind Archipelago. Bang! Doflamingo's veins bulged on his forehead as he smashed his fist through the desk. Beside him, Rosinante, beneath his clown makeup, showed a hint of worry. Treble, who managed the family's business, wore an even darker expression. Doflamingo gritted his teeth and let out a sinister laugh. Find them. I want to know who dares to be so reckless. Doflamingo, I will surely find the culprit. Treble clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Rosinante, who pretended to be mute, was secretly plotting how to report this to Sengoku. Compared to the furious Don Quixote family in the South Blue, the massacre on the desolate island near the White Mountain Kingdom also triggered a strong reaction. The nobles, wealthy merchants, and gang leaders from the White Mountain Kingdom and a dozen neighboring kingdoms who had participated in the auction were all wiped out at once. This created a temporary power vacuum in these areas, and the forces that reacted quickly organized their people to seize the vacated territories or businesses. Meanwhile, on Hard Island in the South Blue, the Navy had established the South Blue 201st Base, which was also the headquarters of the South Blue Admiral. At that moment, however, the South Blue Admiral Commodore Astor was respectfully escorting a tall, lazy-looking middle-aged Navy officer on a tour of the base. Vice Admiral Kazan, how long will you be home on leave this time? Kazan was about to answer when the Den Den Mushi in his pocket rang. Brew, brew, brew. Kazan waved his hand and picked up the Den Den Mushi. Commodore Astor immediately ordered the others, everyone stand guard at a distance. Then he himself quickly retreated, leaving the space to Kazan. Kazan answered the call. Hello, this is Kazan. Vice Admiral Kazan, this is the headquarters staff office. Kong Ming speaking. The South Blue Intelligence Office has just sent a report on an emergency. I'll make it brief. After listening to Kong Ming's explanation, Kazan's expression remained unchanged. What does Fleet Admiral Sengoku want? The Fleet Admiral hopes you can make a detour to the White Mountain Kingdom to investigate. However, the mission to capture the Crescent Moon Hunter Catalindiame remains unchanged. What a bother. Fine, I'll go check it out on the way. Kazan hung up and lay down on a sunny patch of grass. His adjutant, who had accompanied Kazan, immediately began arranging the warship and supplies. In fact, for Navy high-level combatants like Kazan, the Navy headquarters often used the pretext of granting them leave to the Four Blues to assign them some of the more troublesome regional tasks. For example, Garp's frequent returns to the East Blue had caused the quality of pirates there to plummet over the past 2 decades. And now Kazan's leave to the South Blue came with the attached task of capturing Catalindiame. It wasn't that Catalindiame was exceptionally strong, but her actions terrified many nobles of the allied kingdoms. Combined with the transformation ability of the Kitsune fruit, the South Blue Navy had difficulty apprehending her. However, Kazan did not know that Catalindiame had already been captured by Noah and was imprisoned within a card. Noah and his crew were not overly concerned about the repercussions of the deserted island incident. Chiefly, Noah had confidence in his own strength. Unless the 5 elders mobilized together to encircle him, he was not afraid at present. Even if he couldn't win, he could use Arse Wormhole to escape or temporarily augment with the Float fruit to leave from high altitude. Thus, Noah chose to lead Galdino Kuro and others to continue roaming within the territory of Baishan Kingdom, searching for the Sound fruit hidden there. Time passed imperceptibly for over a week. Noah's party searched 8 islands within Baishan Kingdom, finally discovering the Sound fruit wedged in a crevice on a cliff of the 8th island. After obtaining another devil fruit, Noah had no desire to linger in Baishan Kingdom. The Wonkai adjusted its course and sailed toward the Lost Sea further south. However, just as the Wonkai left the boundaries of Baishan Kingdom, they encountered a marine fleet head-on. Noah, sipping tea and reading a newspaper, paid little attention to these marines as his ship flew the flag of a merchant vessel. But sometimes, even if you wish to avoid trouble, trouble will come to you. Stop your ship immediately and submit to a marine inspection. A small warship shouted through a loudspeaker not far away. Kuro glanced at Noah, who nodded. The Wonkai then came to a halt. The small warship anchored nearby. Soon a marine commander wearing the Justice cloak jumped onto the deck of the Wonkai. Kuro immediately put on a fake smile. Commander, we are law-abiding citizens. Here are the commercial transport ship's license and permit. The commander took the documents, glanced at Kuro, and finding his face not on any wanted poster nodded. We'll just conduct a routine inspection. May we enter the cargo hold? Kuro nodded. No problem, I'll lead the way. Suddenly a soldier whispered a few words in the commander's ear, and the commander looked toward Noah and Galdino, who were drinking tea nearby. Kuro also noticed this and explained with a smile, Mr. Galdino is an escort hired by our trading company. The bounty hunter, Candleman Galdino. The commander had no suspicion. After all, it was perfectly normal for a transport ship to hire a bounty hunter for protection. But soon things took a sudden turn. The sea surface around the Wonkai was rapidly frozen. A mass of ice condensed on the deck. Have you been to that deserted island? Noah brushed the ice crystals off his clothes and looked at the tall, middle-aged man before him. Why would you think that, Vice Admiral? You carry the scent of heavenly mushrooms. I see. So the Marines have a devil fruit user with olfactory abilities. Noah asked with a smile. Kazan's gaze behind his sunglasses grew more solemn. Sir, why not come back with me to Marineford to assist in our investigation of the Baishan Kingdom deserted island incident? If it's a misunderstanding, we are willing to compensate your trading company for the losses. Vice Admiral Kazan is quite confident. The next moment, a violent and dense wave of conquerors' hockey erupted. Boom. Over 100 sailors on the small warship instantly collapsed. Are you going to resist? The temperature around Kazan plummeted rapidly. I want to see if you, the future Marine Admiral, truly live up to your reputation. Ice fist. High temperature fist. Boom. The steel fist, hotter than ordinary magma, instantly shattered Kazan's ice fist. But Kazan pressed forward instead of retreating, sweeping an ice saber toward Noah's neck. Iron sand wings. High-frequency oscillation blade. Clang, clang, clang. Even though Kazan maintained the ice blade, the high-frequency, vibrating iron sand blade tore through it. Iron sand tornado. The cards in Noah's sleeve released tens of tons of iron sand, while his body's simulated neodymium magnet mode activated at 100 power, accelerating blood flow and turning himself into a human generator. Countless iron sand particles spun up, forming a terrifying iron sand tornado. Kazan immediately erected several ice walls, not for his own defense, but to protect the ordinary Marines. The Marines who had followed Kazan from Marine headquarters, led by his adjutant, quickly evacuated the Marine commander and a dozen soldiers from the Wonkai. Similarly, Kuro and the others on the Wonkai swiftly moved away from the combat zone between Noah and Kazan to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Of course, Kuro, Galdino and others remained highly alert, watching for any surprise attacks from other Marines and ready to support Noah at any moment. The iron sand tornado and the blizzard collided violently in midair. Kazan's expression grew grimmer. Ice ball. 5 ice pillars erupted from the frozen ground, shooting toward Noah inside the iron sand tornado. Noah's body glowed a dazzling, incandescent red, furnace meteor. He shot into the sky as a large amount of easily fusible alloy steel sand was heated to a molten state by electromagnetic induction, then coalesced into molten iron balls the size of basketballs. Hundreds of molten iron balls rained down from the sky. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Kazan was reminded of a certain colleague he didn't get along with and raised his hand. Ice pheasant. An ice bird soared upward as the iron balls descended. Boom, boom, boom. Noah's observation hockey detected danger instantly. In a flash, he used magnetic levitation acceleration to evade the seastone bullets fired from nearby. Another Marine headquarters officer. The next moment, the seastone bullets were vaporized by flames. Lillian appeared on the icy plain not far away. I evidently, or had secretly brought several high-level combatants from the family to prevent Noah from being overwhelmed by the Marines. Kazan looked at the blazing Lillian, a flame fruit user. Among the Marine headquarters soldiers who accompanied Kazan, a rear admiral with a dual sword style charged forward, his blades coated in armament hockey, sending a fierce, slashing wave. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a Logia. The dual sword rear admiral used Jeppo to leap straight at Lillian. Lillian showed no trace of tension. She thrust out her hands, emitting blue flames. I'm not one of those who can only cook and burn things. Dragon's roar. A deep blue flame dragon instantly vaporized the incoming slashing wave and surged toward the dual sword rear admiral. Not good. Kazan's expression changed. Ice Age. Two-horn spear. The freezing breath lowered the dragon's temperature somewhat, but the terrifying 4 degrees Celsius heat could not be suppressed. In an instant, the ice spears that followed only slightly slowed it down. But that moment was enough for the dual sword rear admiral to react. He used consecutive Soru to evade the dragon's impact. The next moment the dragon vaporized a crater several hundred meters in radius where he had stood. Meanwhile, Kazan had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Because in saving someone he had been struck by Noah's molten iron ball. Although he had used active elementalization, high temperature inherently countered ice-based devil fruit users, the blow still inflicted some damage. At this point both sides were on alert. On Kazan's side besides himself there were 2 rear admiral level adjutants, over a dozen marine headquarters captains, and a dozen warships. On Noah's side there were Lillian, Argaldino Kuro, and Joshua, and Monet hidden high in the sky. Kazan never expected things to escalate to such a degree. It was as if he were confronting a premier pirate crew from the New World. Hail! Flame-killing black dragon wave. A torrent of massive hailstones rained down upon Noah's side like a storm. Lillian swept her fist out, unleashing several black dragon-shaped shockwaves that obliterated the overwhelming giant hailstones. Fire! Open fire! Boom boom boom. The cannons of over a dozen warships volleyed simultaneously. Galdino clasped his hands together, explosive locusts. The surrounding glaciers were swiftly transformed into a swarm of grayish-white locusts. These wax locusts possessed not only a biomimetic locust structure, but also specially modified explosive glycerin within their bodies. Another swarm of locusts, equally dense, collided with the concentrated cannonballs. In an instant, an immensely violent explosion erupted in the middle ground between the 2 sides. Merciless sun. Lillian instantly transformed into a small blue sun. Though its radius was only about a dozen meters, its surface temperature of 4990 degrees Celsius, coupled with the all-pervasive thermal radiation, rapidly vaporized the surrounding glaciers into steam. Amid the dense steam, a small blue sun charged straight at the marine warships. Kazan immediately mobilized the surrounding glaciers. Ice whale. An ice whale collided with the small blue sun. But Kazan's expression was extremely grave. Sensing Noah's approach with his observation hockey, he could only dodge quickly, and then continue manipulating more ice whales to block Lillian's small blue sun. Yet Kazan with his 2 fists could hardly fend off so many opponents. Galdino's explosive locust had already infiltrated some of the warships. Boom boom boom. Aya! Enemy attack. Brace for defense. Seeing the Marines being constantly cut down, Kazan burned with rage. Ice Age. Super blizzard. Kazan, who do you think you're looking down on? Noah's body radiated a blazing red heat as he unleashed dozens of punches in an instant. Heat-burst fist. The scorching iron fists imbued with armament hockey forced Kazan to be on high alert. Boom. In the distance a warship was struck by the small blue sun. In an instant a large chunk of the massive vessel built of steel and hardwood was devoured, detonating the gunpowder stored inside. Damn it. Kazan grew increasingly furious. But his opponent was Noah, who was in a state of superheated steel. Although Kazan's armament hockey was slightly stronger, and his stamina greater, the gap in strength was not enough to decide the battle in an instant. Pinned down, Kazan could hardly provide full support to the other Marines. The members of the Noah family who had been deployed were the hard-to-defend Lilith and the underhanded Galdino. Even though the Marines had 2 headquarters commodores, they still could not hold their ground. The fierce clash lasted over an hour. 5 of the 12 warships had been sunk, and the Marines suffered heavy losses. Although Kazan was not seriously injured, he had been wounded. Among the 2 commodores, the twin-sword commodore was killed by Lillian's small sun, reduced to ashes instantly. After creating another massive ice wall, Kazan watched the rampaging small blue sun and Noah, whose stamina had not noticeably declined. He approached his adjutant. Gut, order everyone to spread out, operate in squads, avoid clustering, and prioritize evasion. Yes, Vice Admiral Kazan. Adjutant Gut also understood the danger. Kazan clenched his fist. Ice explosion. Boom boom boom. The glacier beneath Noah's side erupted violently, sending countless chunks of ice flying in all directions. Super blizzard. Ice time capsule. Kazan suddenly emerged from beneath the glacier, appearing behind Galdino. He instantly froze Galdino and was about to smash him with a punch. But Kazan abruptly leaped backward while activating his elemental form. Boom. Galdino's body exploded violently, devastating the surrounding area for dozens of meters. A clone, eh? Sneak attacks aren't a good habit, Vice Admiral Kazan. Noah's iron sand swept in. The high-frequency vibrating iron sand sword clashed again with the ice saber. Boom. Another warship was destroyed by the small sun. Just then Noah's observation hockey suddenly sensed a strong crisis. He made a magnetic levitation turn while enveloping himself in an iron sand shield. A laser beam pierced the iron sand shield, but under the distortion of Noah's magnetic field shield and the reflection of the steel surface, it was finally refracted away. Sugoi-ni. Kazan, you really look pathetic. A somewhat sleazy-looking middle-aged man appeared beside Kazan. Don't let your guard down. These guys are no pushovers. Then let me see how tough they are. Yasukani no Magatama. Borsellino gathered countless light bullets in his hands. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. The light bullets shot out at extreme speed, as dense as raindrops. Heavenly thunder. Kirin. A thunderous Kirin brimming with destructive energy descended from the sky, instantly annihilating a large number of light bullets and pressing toward Borsellino. Borsellino's face showed surprise, but his hands reacted swiftly. How terrifying. Heaven shine. A colossal beam of light blasted toward the thunderous Kirin. The clash of lightning and laser illuminated the world. A terrifying explosion erupted from the collision, and a mushroom cloud rose over the glacier. A crater about a kilometer in radius formed instantly, and the ensuing shockwave was like a super hurricane. Kazan quickly raised a large sheet of ice to shield the Marines behind him. Both sides distanced themselves. After a few minutes the steam gradually dispersed. Kazan, Borsellino, and Commodore Gut gazed at the distant enemies. Their observation hockey had already detected their presence. Noah, Lillian, Galdino, and Joshua also looked at the Marines opposite. For a moment neither side made a move. How terrifying. The iron steel fruit, the flame fruit, the wax fruit, and the rumble fruit. Borsellino seemed to be joking, but in truth, he was extremely serious. Kazan's face was also grave. He hadn't expected another Logia user to be lurking in the vicinity. If the enemy had ambushed him, it could have caused major trouble. And Noah, upon seeing Borsellino appear, abandoned the idea of killing Kazan here. After all, Kazan was already at Admiral level strength, and killing a Logia Admiral was far too difficult. He had originally planned to have Joshua, hidden in the shadows, deliver a fatal blow to Kazan at the critical moment, but unfortunately Borsellino arrived too quickly. Retreat. The moment the word was spoken, a thick blanket of steam enveloped Noah, and the others, and Aura's wormhole opened, causing them to vanish from the glacier instantly. They're gone. Borsellino raised an eyebrow. Kazan's observation hockey also sensed the enemy's disappearance. However, neither of them acted rashly, and continued to maintain their guard. After more than 10 minutes, when no further anomalies appeared, they relaxed slightly. Kazan turned and ordered, "Gut, begin rescue operations immediately." "Yes, sir." Gut used Jeppo to fly toward the other Marines. Borsellino took off his glasses, wiped the steam off them, and asked in a low voice, "Who the hell are these guys?" "I'm not sure. I was investigating the massacre on the deserted island of the White Mountain Kingdom when I discovered they might be the culprits, and that's how the battle started." Kazan now felt a headache coming on over how to handle the aftermath. On the Grand Line in Paradise. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Even Kong, who was in a semi-retired state, was startled by the news from the South Blue. In the Fleet Admiral's office, aside from Kong, the other high-ranking Marines stationed at headquarters were also gathered, a rare sight. Among them were Blackwrist Zephyr, the Marine hero, Garp Chief of Staff, through Vice Admiral Momo, and Vice Admiral Gion. Sakazuki was in the North Blue. Sengoku was stationed at the G-1 base in the New World, and Gaji was in the West Blue, sweeping out pirates. As Chief of Staff, Tsuru also oversaw the Marine Intelligence Division, so she took charge of the full report. According to Kazan's report, there are 6 confirmed enemies. Captain Brandnew from the Intelligence Division promptly projected images onto a screen at the side. The suspected leader is a young man, a steel fruit user possessing all 3 types of hockey. His physical combat and swordsmanship are formidable, and his devil fruit development is exceptionally powerful. On the screen appeared Noah's disguised photo and many images of his techniques. Momo was astonished. Wasn't the previous steel fruit user eliminated by Sakazuki just a few years ago? This guy must have acquired the fruit only recently. How could he have developed it to such an extent? The high-ranking Marines present, seeing the list of Noah's abilities, couldn't help but marvel that his mastery of the steel fruit had reached an unprecedented peak among all its past users. High heat mirror finish, magnetic fields, electrical currents, iron sand control. One fruit could serve as several. The second target, a blonde young woman estimated to be under 18, a Logia-type flame fruit user. She possesses armament and observation hockey with no demonstrated physical combat or swordsmanship. Her ability development is equally formidable. It was she who killed Commodore Bull. On the screen appeared Lillian wearing a half mask along with the blue miniature sun state. Flame fruit. Garp studied the screen intently. The previous flame fruit user had been punched into the sea by him, yet he felt as if he were seeing the fruit for the first time. Is the flame of the flame fruit blue? Zephyr tried to recall the data in the Marines' confidential archives, but all past users had displayed orange-red flames. This blue flame appeared for the first time. Momo ventured a guess. Could it be an awakening of the devil fruit? Awakening? That's possible. Zephyr had to temporarily attribute this phenomenon to awakening. Tsuru continued. The third target, South Blue bounty hunter Galdino, is the only one whose identity has been confirmed. He is a wax fruit user, possesses observation hockey with no sign of armament hockey. His fruit ability is also exceptionally developed. On the screen appeared Galdino's photo and some technique descriptions. The fourth target is a young black-haired man, a Logia-type rumble fruit user. He exchanged a blow with Borsellino, who described him as possessing island-destroying combat power. The screen switched to a photo of Josh wearing a cat mask along with the collision of Thunder Kylan and Heavenly Shine. Another Logia, and such a powerful one at that. Gion's beautiful eyes showed a hint of wariness. The fifth target, a young bespectacled man disguised as a merchant supervisor. No sign of devil fruit ability, proficient in armament and observation hockey, uses a silent fighting style, and his weapons are a pair of claw blades. The screen then showed Kuro's photo also in his disguised form. The sixth target, a green-haired young man with little presence, suspected to be a space-type devil fruit user. It was he who helped the other targets retreat. The screen displayed a photo of R wearing a black mask. Kong rubbed his temples. Tsuru, how do you think we should deal with this group? Tsuru was not shaken by the presence of 2 Logia users and several powerful paramecia, for she had witnessed the 3 Emperor crews in the New World, as well as the former Rocks Pirates and Roger Pirates. She put down the documents. Fleet Admiral Kong, judging from the actions of this group, I don't think they are pirates after treasure. But precisely because of that, I believe their threat is even greater. Kong nodded. In his eyes, the pirates who plundered and killed on the seas were mere minor nuisances incapable of threatening the world government. Tsuru continued to analyze. Given the strength they've displayed, this group cannot be an organization that developed from the Four Blues. They must be a secret organization that rose from the Grand Line, and their purpose is what we need to focus on next. Could it be the Revolutionary Army? Momo whispered. Instantly the atmosphere in the office became extremely awkward. Tsuru naturally knew the reason for the awkwardness, but she saw no need to bring it up. She continued her analysis. It's unlikely they are the Revolutionary Army because someone with Conqueror's Haki would not easily submit to others. I don't believe Dragon has the strength to subdue this group. Ha ha ha, indeed, that good-for-nothing son of mine doesn't have the strength to suppress them. Garp laughed heartily, then grabbed a bag of rice crackers and started munching. Tsuru and Kong said nothing, but Zephyr frowned slightly, though he too remained silent. The matter of Dragon was hard for anyone present to comment on. I propose to issue a wanted notice for this group as a terrorist organization. Kong pondered Tsuru's suggestion for a moment and nodded. Let's do it. Tsuru further proposed, besides the wanted notice, we should intensify intelligence investigations on this organization. We cannot afford another incident like this one. If Borsellino hadn't arrived in time, Kazan and the others would have been in grave danger. I will discuss with the 5 elders and have CP cooperate with us in investigating this organization. Kong took on the task of communicating with the 5 elders. Additionally, Borsellino, as our most mobile asset, should no longer be stationed alone at Sabeti Archipelago. We must assign a vice admiral to replace him there, so that we can dispatch Borsellino to support others at any time. Kong nodded. Yes, Borsellino should indeed serve as the core of the overall reserve force to avoid situations where support cannot arrive in time. Soon the Marine headquarters discussion on Noah's group was concluded. The relevant wanted posters were hastily produced by the headquarters. Early the next morning, over a dozen news organizations under the world government, as well as the well-informed World Economy News, published the wanted notices and a sensationalized version of the events. Instantly the world was in an uproar. Tsuru was not being kind by promoting Noah's group, she was deliberately setting them up for a fall. She described their strength as comparable to the emperors of the New World, as if Noah's group could instantly become the 4th emperor if they entered the New World. This was clearly a deliberate attempt to sow discord, drawing the attention of the New World's great pirates to Noah's group, hoping to use the ensuing conflicts with other pirates to expose more detailed intelligence. And Morgan's That Birdman even went so far as to craft a sensational headline for the front-page news. At the exit of the Reverse Mountain Canal, Twin Cape Lighthouse, the recently recovered red-haired Shanks was chatting and laughing with Crocus. Suddenly a little girl with hair half white and half red rushed in holding a newspaper, panting, shouting, Shanks, today's newspaper says a new emperor of the sea has been born. What? Beckman snatched the newspaper first. After flipping through the World Economic Journal, Beckman frowned. Shanks took a sip of wine and asked half-jokingly, Beckman, has the 4th emperor of the sea really appeared? No, but it's complicated. Take a look yourself. Beckman handed the newspaper to Shanks. After reading for a while, Shanks' expression turned serious. What a formidable force. The other members of the Red Hair Pirates also browsed through the newspapers and wanted posters. Iron Man Bounty 203827 berries, Iron Fruit user proficient in all 3 types of hockey swordsmanship, and physical combat leader of the Hidden Ones, orchestrated the White Kingdom Island massacre and the killing of Navy soldiers guilty of heinous crimes alive or dead. Blue Flame, which Bounty 18143 berries, Flame Fruit user proficient in 2 types of hockey, member of the Hidden Ones, participated in the massacre, killed a Navy vice admiral guilty of heinous crimes alive or dead. Candleman Galdino Bounty 554 berries, Wax Fruit user able to use observation hockey, former bounty hunter from the South Blue, member of the Hidden Ones, participated in the massacre, killed many Navy soldiers guilty of heinous crimes alive or dead. Lei Lin Bounty 15982 berries, Rumble Fruit user possesses the power to destroy an island in 1 strike, member of the Hidden Ones, participated in the massacre, guilty of heinous crimes alive or dead. Cat Claw Glasses Man Bounty 3369 Berries proficient in hockey and physical combat uses specially crafted cat claw blades member of the Hidden Ones participated in the massacre guilty of heinous crimes alive or dead. Mysterious green-haired masked man bounty berries suspected space type devil fruit user capable of large-scale teleportation of others member of the Hidden Ones participated in the massacre guilty of heinous crimes alive or dead. 2 Logia types. That's indeed formidable. Yasop remarked while fiddling with his sniper rifle. Beckman took a puff of his cigar. Humph. The key point is that they managed to kill a Navy Vice Admiral right in front of Akiji Kazan, which means Akiji was suppressed at the time. And later, even with Kizaru joining, they still couldn't be captured, and they escaped unscathed. Clearly 2 Vice Admirals weren't enough to take down this organization. Shanks gazed deeply lost in thought. Crocus beside him laughed and joked, "Aren't you overthinking? The ones who should really be worried now are the Navy and the world government." Ha ha ha. Truly the ship's doctor. Shanks downed a glass of wine in one gulp. Crocus glared at Shanks in annoyance. "You should be ashamed. You were lucky this time. The disease fruit user hadn't fully developed the fruit, or you wouldn't have made it to Twin Cape. Find a proper ship's doctor soon. And give him the medical book I gave you. This old man can't sail with you." Ha ha ha, thank you, ship's doctor. Shanks laughed heartily and expressed his gratitude. Grand Line New World. In a calm sea area. Several large whale-shaped ships were sailing slowly, the largest of which bore the letters Moby Dick. Pops, the New World might be getting a 4th Emperor of the Sea. 3rd Division Commander Joseph shouted, holding a newspaper to Whitebeard. At this time, Edward Newgate, who hadn't yet fully white-haired and still without the foredrip of later years, glanced at the newspaper. "Ha ha, the world government and the Navy are trying to use a borrowed knife to kill again, aren't they? What a boring trick." 6th Division Commander Blamenko laughed loudly. "Who cares? I don't think that Hidden Ones organization is all that impressive. If they come to the New World, the Whitebeard pirates are not afraid of them. Exactly, Pops is the strongest in the world. A bunch of cowards who won't even show their faces. How can they compare to the Whitebeard pirates?" Ziaha. With Pops here, there's nothing to fear. Marshal D. Teach, who was hiding his true nature, also laughed along, but inside he felt no turmoil. As long as the Yami Yami no Mi user didn't appear, he remained unconcerned. Also in the New World. Within the country of Wano, located in the Central Sea of the New World. Inside Onigashima, the headquarters of the Beast's pirates, the general manager King the Conflagration, his handsome face, hidden beneath an iron mask, grew serious upon hearing the report from overseas intelligence agents. Suddenly from the small plaza outside came the sounds of fierce clashes and a girl's screams. "Kaido Dano is at it again. And that Yamato boy. I'll report this to Kaido Dano in the evening." King shook his head with some helplessness. Although Noah's group had displayed formidable strength, they weren't Zoan-type users, which Kaido preferred, and they hadn't clearly stated their intention to enter the New World. King didn't feel the need to report urgently. New World Tato Lancy area. Deep within the Sweets Castle on Whole Cake Island. The fat woman who was devouring sweets voraciously looked displeased as her eldest son entered. "Ma'am, Perispero, you should know the consequences of disturbing me while I'm eating sweets, right?" Charlotte Perispero, with cold sweat on his forehead, quickly got to the point. "Mother, I'm interrupting your meal because something major has happened at sea. The Navy and Morgans are building up hype for a 4th Emperor of the Sea." "Mamama, a 4th Emperor of the Sea? Which bastard has been pushed forward?" Charlotte Lean, when not in a frenzy, still had some wits. Perispero quickly summarized the situation. "It's an organization called the Hidden Ones. I heard they clashed with Akiji and Kizaru, killed a Navy Vice Admiral, and escaped unscathed." Charlotte Lin was puzzled. "Oh, why haven't I heard of this organization's intelligence?" Perispero spoke rapidly. "I just contacted the Underworld Kings, including Morgans. None of them have heard of this organization. But their strength is indeed formidable. Among the 6 known members, there are 2 Logia types, the Rumble fruit user and the Flame fruit user, along with a highly developed Iron fruit user, a Wax fruit user, and a suspected space-type ability user." Charlotte Lean's eyes lit up at the mention of 2 Logia users. "Mamama, send people to investigate this organization immediately. I want to know everything about them." Perispero, upon hearing his mother's orders, knew exactly what she was thinking, probably some kind of marriage alliance again. But this time Perispero wasn't optimistic about his mother's idea. Given the organization's immense power, a marriage alliance was unlikely. The conflict between Nuya's crew and the Marines, along with the subsequent issuance of wanted posters, not only shook the major pirates of the New World, but also astonished the 5 elders in Maligieo. Maligieo, the Chamber of Authority. Elder Satan's gaze was stern beyond measure. "This organization is highly likely to be the force that took away the civilians of Provence." Elder Baiti's brows furrowed, a space-type devil fruit user. "The Door fruit is with CP9, and the teleport fruit's whereabouts are unknown. It's hard to be certain. That's irrelevant. The key is this girl." Elder Wichio Li held a photo which clearly showed Lillian in her blue miniature sun form. Elder Na Si Shou Lang stroked the long sword in his hand. Can the flame fruit also turn into a sun? Haven't the search efforts for that fruit yielded any results yet? CP is still searching in secret, but you should be aware that fruit possesses a will of its own. Elder Satan said somewhat helplessly. A flicker of solemnity passed through Elder Na Si Shou Lang's eyes. That fruit, and the op fruit, must be found as soon as possible. The time point is nearly upon us. We need to accelerate that plan. Elder Wichioli stroked his large beard. The Seven Warlords plan has only confirmed 2 members so far, Kulikadur and Emolia. CPE is currently contacting the Marine Hunter Mihuaku and the Terror Weapon Delia. No other suitable candidates for now. What about Wang Ji? Elder Na Si Shou Lang raised an eyebrow. He refused, Elder Wichioli casually explained. Elder Satan cautioned expedite CP's selection of suitable candidates. The Seven Warlords plan is of great importance. However, I have a plan to execute soon. If it succeeds, we might obtain a useful warlord. That escaped slave from God Valley. Regarding that flame fruit girl, what are your thoughts? Order CP to investigate with full force. Once her trail is found, I'll personally lead CP0 to act. Though the likelihood of her becoming a new sun is slim, it's better to kill by mistake than to let a potential threat slip away. Agreed. Agreed. Meanwhile, deep within the small garden of the flower chamber, a pure white butterfly danced gracefully, slowly, alighting on a finger. On the stone platform nearby, there were several photos, precisely photos of Lillian. Meanwhile, on the Vida Honglu in the paradise, the Ka Ma Ba Ka Wangwa. The hidden temporary headquarters of the Revolutionary Army here also received today's newspaper. Long. Something big has happened. Yuan Kafu slid in with a bizarre dance. Long, who was troubled by supplies and weapon channels, put down his pen. Yuan, what's happened? Take a look. Taking the newspaper, Long's pupils constricted sharply after just one glance, then he stared intently at the newspaper and the several wanted posters. After a moment, he let out a sigh. Such a formidable force. It can almost be compared to the emperors of the New World. Yuan Kafu suggested, Long, should we make contact with this force? Based on their actions, they don't seem like a terrorist organization that commits heinous crimes. Long thought for a moment. The auction on that deserted island in the South Seas by Shan Kingdom. The participants were all underground forces. As for the massacre of Marines, it's likely that a conflict erupted between the two sides. I agree to make contact, but we must not reveal ourselves until we understand their true situation. Let the 4 Seas branches be on alert. If they find any members of the hidden organization, have them make secret contact. The attention of various forces across the sea did not affect the actions of Nuya and his crew. After all, the mobility of the Nuya family was too strong. The apostles, Shurji's float fruit, and Alay's whole fruit could support large-scale rapid relocation. Meanwhile, Yushuya's thunder fruit, Lillian's flame fruit, Imo Nai's snow fruit, and Li Si's monarch butterfly fruit all possessed long-distance flight capabilities. Adding to that, the newly built ARC 001 experimental airship, which relied on graphene batteries and wind turbines as its core power, had completed preliminary tests. As long as the Nuya family intended to keep it secret, other forces would find it difficult to track them or infiltrate. After all, in the face of Ma Li's emotional observation, Haki, any spy, was as conspicuous as a torch in the dark. After disengaging from battle with Qing Ji and Huang Yuan, Nuya and his crew did not depart immediately, but returned to the Sky Island. Inside the governor's residence on Lion Island, Nuya and the others summarized the situation of this engagement. He took a sip of lemon water. This battle was just an appetizer. Next time we encounter the Marines or world government, it won't be so easy. I feel my observation Haki is not strong enough, and I also need to awaken armament Haki as soon as possible. Jair de Nua first admitted his shortcomings. In this battle, although he had blown up a considerable number of Marines, he had also almost been killed by Kuzan. If not for the critical moment, when Yushuya, hidden high in the sky, used telepathic communication to warn him, allowing him to use a wax substitute to conceal himself, he would likely have been shattered into pieces. Lillian also spoke of her shortcomings. My stamina is still insufficient. After just over 2 hours of using the sun mode, my stamina dropped to less than half. I need to intensify my physical training from now on. For the young Lillian, stamina was indeed the bottleneck limiting her strength. This was also one of the reasons Nuya quickly chose to retreat upon seeing Bo Lu Sa Li Nua's appearance. After all, a Marine admiral could fight 10 days and nights without rest. In a short period, even with Nuya using all his tricks along with other family members, they could only temporarily suppress Kuzan and Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, but could not kill them within a few hours. Once time dragged on, reinforcements from the Marines and the world government would arrive in an endless stream. By then, the stamina of Lillian, Jair, Dinua, Kaluo, and others would surely drop significantly, turning the situation extremely unfavorable for Nuya's side. Nuya made a prompt decision and immediately had Alay lead everyone to retreat. Nuya was not disheartened by this outcome because the members of the Nuya family were still very young and had great potential to develop. In contrast, Kuzan, Bo Lu Sa Li Nua, and others were already at their peak. Unless they could awaken Conqueror's Haki or achieve full Devil Fruit Awakening in the future, their strength would not see significant improvement. At the same time, this clash tempered the arrogance of the family members. Having witnessed the world's top combat power, they clearly recognized the gap between the two sides. The key lay in physical fitness and endurance. As long as they improved their physical fitness and stamina, the Nuya family would at least produce 4 or 5 admiral-level combatants. After recuperating and adjusting on the Sky Island for over a month, Nuya and his crew set sail again. However, Jair de Nua had recognized his own shortcomings, so he chose not to follow the ship, but instead to attend a training camp in the Longmuwangwa for a year of advanced study. Nuya, along with Kaluo, Lei, and others, after disguising themselves again, used a wormhole jump to appear once more in a sea area near the Baishan Kingdom. But this time the ship they piloted was the Yingluo, which they directly set to submarine mode. Their destination was the Lost Sea in the southern part of the South Sea. On October 3, 1506 of the Sea Circle calendar, half a month had passed since Noah and his crew set sail anew. During this time, they had visited 8 islands. Today they finally arrived at the edge of the Lost Sea. Noah, wearing a cowboy hat, stood at the bow gazing at the gloomy sea in the distance. Big brother, this sea area is quite eerie. Lilith, who had come specially from the Langimu Kingdom to support them, stood beside Noah with a grave expression. Noah's observation Haki also sensed the abnormality of this sea. Unpredictable storms and tornadoes, along with enormous hailstones falling from time to time, made it resemble the Grand Line rather than the South Blue. Do you think we can make it? Lilith pondered for a moment. If we activate the magnetic field shield, and with my monitoring, we should be able to navigate. Then let's give it a try. If it really doesn't work, we can have her open a wormhole to escape. Lilith nodded, then took out the treasure map they had obtained earlier along with the nautical charts from the surrounding countries. She focused intently on monitoring the weather changes within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The Nautilus sped deep into the Lost Sea. Hail ahead, hard to port, 37 degrees. About 3 kilometers directly ahead, a large area of hailstones 5 to 6 meters in diameter fell from the dark clouds. Not good. Full defense charge to the right. Noah's body shifted into the rubidium magnet mode, and an extremely powerful defensive magnetic field enveloped the Nautilus. The next moment, a dozen waterspouts converged from all directions. Get out of the way. Noah manipulated the magnetic force, condensing iron sand into a spear railgun. Rapid fire. A dozen electromagnetic projectiles blasted toward the sea surface at the base of the waterspouts. The violent collisions churned the sea even more, disrupting the waterspouts' trajectories. The Nautilus seized the opportunity to break through the encirclement. For days had passed since they entered the Lost Sea, and during this time situations like the one they just faced occurred every few hours. With the intention of training his body, Noah did not use the float fruit to lift the Nautilus into the safe zone of the sky, but instead continued to brave the wind and waves with the crew. Noah did not maintain the magnetic field shield all the time. Instead, he had the crew take turns to try and withstand the bizarre weather. After 4 days and nights of tempestuous trials, everyone was somewhat exhausted, and even Noah felt a hint of fatigue. Seeing the Nautilus safely escape the waterspout area, Noah turned to ask Lilith, how far is the destination? It's about 53 kilometers northwest. If all goes well, we'll reach the target island in 5 hours. 5 hours? Then let's go full speed ahead. The Nautilus continued to push forward against the wind and waves. The journey was far from calm, and they took over 3 hours longer than expected to reach the destination. After docking, Noah casually stored the Nautilus. The scene before them was unexpectedly calm. The island was covered in vines, weeds, and moss. Apart from oysters, barnacles, mussels, and sea rice clinging to the coastal rocks, there were no signs of large animals. Occasionally a few small crabs hid among the rock crevices, but little else moved. Noah and his crew passed through a rugged area of jagged rocks and reached a low hill. There are building ruins. Clock cut through a thick curtain of vines, revealing the outlines of several structures. As they ventured deeper into the ruins of the ancient city, they saw crumbling walls everywhere covered in moss and vines. Completely empty. Clock flipped over another collapsed stone wall and found no gold or jewels inside. Noah had already glimpsed a possible truth, as expected. If this place wasn't destroyed by a natural disaster, the treasures wouldn't have remained. 2 hours later, they arrived at a site that resembled a temple. Noah looked at a mural depicting a ritual and exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Nika dance. Is this a place of worship for the sun god?" Clock cleared some of the surrounding stone walls, revealing more murals. After examining them, Noah shook his head. So this is indeed a Nika worship site. No wonder it was destroyed. This is the fate of the losers. Big brother, how do we solve the riddle on this treasure map? Lilith held the map, puzzled. Noah read the riddle aloud. Land of sunrise at sunset's hour, rainbow light reflects the ancient well roars. Actually, this riddle is quite simple. Land of sunrise indicates the location at sunset's hour, means evening. Rainbow light refers to the season of auroras, and the treasure should be hidden in an ancient well. In the Lost Sea, the aurora season is from April to May or August to September. During these periods, the sun rises from the northeast, meaning the ancient well is in the northeastern part of this island. Soon the group started searching northeast from the temple site. However, they found no building ruins and naturally no man-made wells. Noah used electromagnetic waves combined with observation hockey, yet still found no trace of an ancient well. They reached the coast without any success. Flock adjusted his glasses. Could the well only appear at sunset? Not necessarily. Noah pondered again. Why couldn't they find the well despite following the riddle's clues? Looking at the turbulent waves nearby, a sudden inspiration struck Noah. I see. Could the rising sea level have submerged the ancient well? He concentrated his observation hockey and electromagnetic waves probing the seabed nearby. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. Found it. It's 2 kilometers away under the sea. Under the sea. So the rising sea level is indeed a reality. Flock hadn't expected that a treasure map from hundreds of years ago would indirectly prove that fact. Noah placed his hands on the sea surface. Soon the surrounding water parted, revealing the seabed. The depth here was only about 30 to 40 meters. As the water parted, the ruins hidden beneath the sea finally emerged. The remains of a structure resembling a lighthouse lay there. The upper part of the tower was completely shattered, leaving only the base, and the ancient well was inside the base. After clearing the debris, they found a sizable ancient well with a spiral stone staircase along its inner wall. Noah and his crew descended the stairs. The seawater inside had been drained by the float fruit, leaving behind octopuses, eels, and lobsters in the crevices of the surrounding rocks. After descending over 100 meters, they reached the muddy bottom. Using the float fruit to remove the mud, they uncovered a tunnel. Passing through the tunnel, they arrived at a natural cavern. However, the cavern bore signs of human modification, including a destroyed section of tunnel. From its design, it appeared to be a hidden harbor. The entire interior of the abandoned diving port cavern spanned approximately 20,000 square meters with a height of about 10 meters. A dozen smaller caves had been carved into the cavern walls. Noah casually swept away the mud and stones from the ground. A rusted, decaying submarine lay docked at the port. Although he held no expectations for treasure, Noah did not dampen the group's enthusiasm. Let's split up and search this place for any hidden treasures. Soon the group dispersed, carefully searching the dozen small caves, the derelict submarine, and the areas covered by rocks. Crow removed the rotten wooden door. Wearing a portable respirator and oxygen tank, he entered the small cave before him. Under the beam of his flashlight, 2 rows of bookshelves were revealed, the books on them reduced to mush. Fortunately, some books were bound in special sea beast leather resistant to seawater corrosion. Crow picked one up and flipped through a few pages. More unknown ancient script. Judging by the illustrations, this seems to be a book about plants. He selected the books made of special sea beast leather, totaling over 200. On the desk within, he also found several sea charts made of the same material. The sea charts depicted the lost sea as it had been centuries ago. Inside another small cave, Lilith discovered a large number of ancient characters carved into the rock wall. However, part of the inscription was also carved in the common world language, which she could read. In March of the sea calendar year 866, the Atlan Kingdom was suddenly attacked by the world government. The kingdom's first fleet was completely annihilated. In May, the world government launched a buster call against the kingdom. The kingdom's forces retreated step by step. In August, the capital island of Atland was destroyed by a light descending from the heavens. In September, the kingdom's guardian Pulek, who had been lured away by the world government's schemes, finally returned to the devastated kingdom. He led the remnants of the kingdom's army to destroy 17 naval warships and kill Marine Admiral Rubio. In October, the 5 elders of the world government suddenly descended. The guardian could not withstand the 5 elders. The remnants of the kingdom's army were lost, and the citizens were nearly slaughtered by the Tenryubito. The guardian, using the power of his awakened hurricane fruit, burned his own life, destroying all vessels in the Atlan Sea. She reported the situation to Noah, who ordered the poneglyph there to be transcribed. The other small caves held little of value. The only worthwhile find was a set of special technology carved by the survivor. This set of technology was called the Atlan Deep Sea Diving Technique, which included sharkskin swimsuit technology, artificial gill technology, deep sea blood pressure agent technology, and Sea King aura simulation technology. Noah assessed the technology. This set of techniques is indeed valuable for races other than fishmen. The sharkskin swimsuit technology was not particularly remarkable, but the artificial gills, deep sea blood pressure agent, and Sea King aura simulator were highly sophisticated and had wide applications. Galdino's wax fish gills and Agia's graphite fish gills were specific creations of their devil fruit abilities best suited for their own use. Others could only use them for a short time. The Atlan Kingdom's artificial gills, however, were an industrial product that could be mass-produced. Similarly, the deep-sea blood pressure agent was an indispensable consumable for land-dwelling creatures diving in the deep sea. Without the deep-sea blood pressure agent, not only was the diving depth limited, but one could easily suffer from decompression sickness, which could even be life-threatening. The last technology in the set, the Sea King Aura Simulator, provided a relatively safe guarantee for divers. After all, swimming in the ocean, the most dangerous situations often involve large sea beasts, and sea kings, especially in the Grand Line, where those terrifying giant sea kings would make even an ordinary Marine Vice Admiral think twice. However, Noah also noticed a flaw in the Sea King Aura Simulator. Vegapunk's invention of the Ocean Aura Simulator made the Sea King invisible to oneself. The Sea King Aura Simulator, on the other hand, made one simulate being a Sea King. The problem was that Sea Kings were also intelligent and would communicate and fight among themselves. In other words, if the Sea King Aura Simulator was used, one might be mistaken by other Sea Kings as a competitor intruding on their territory. This device could only be used in the 4 seas to repel sea beasts. Once entering the Grand Line, it would essentially have to be deactivated, otherwise it might attract surrounding Sea Kings. Noah ordered his accompanying subordinates to transcribe these technical documents. After finding no other hidden treasures, the group did not immediately leave Crab Island. He felt that the location of the Lost Sea was advantageous. An awakened hurricane fruit user, by burning his life force, had created a vast stormy sea, turning this region into a dead zone. Now, except for ships that accidentally entered the Lost Sea, almost no one would willingly venture into these waters. The Lost Sea had a radius of about 500 kilometers, and according to Noah's observation hockey, it contained 13 islands. With some modifications to these islands, the Lost Sea could serve as a secret base for the Noah family in the South Blue. Especially since Law had cured more and more Flevin survivors, Shikashisu Island was nearing its population capacity. The White Seas island clouds were not growing fast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people at once. After discovering the special environment of the Lost Sea, Noah considered it an ideal location for a new settlement. The storms served as a natural barrier, and there were over a dozen islands present. Among these islands, the largest had a radius of about 11 kilometers. Noah quickly took action, moving all the islands to the central area of the Lost Sea, a region resembling the eye of a storm, calm and tranquil. Through his observation hockey, Noah sensed that this so-called storm eye area was actually where the Atlan Kingdom's capital, Atlan Island, had once stood. At the bottom of the sea in this area, there was a bottomless chasm. Evidently, this was the result of Uranus's attack. Noah selected a shallow area near the underwater chasm, where the seabed consisted of thick rock layers, and placed the 13 islands there. Then he dug up a large amount of rock and sediment from the surrounding sea, filling the bases of the islands to strengthen their stability. Finally, 5 large islands were formed, creating the Storm Archipelago. This marked the official establishment of the Storm Archipelago Governorate. Ale opened a wormhole and transferred a large number of able-bodied workers from Shikashisu Island to begin construction on the Storm Archipelago. The Storm Archipelago currently comprises 5 islands: Fongbao Island, Pongshir Island, Jianyan Island, Inan Island, and Jimu Island. Among them, the first 4 are natural islands augmented with seabed silt and rock, while the last, Jimu Island, is an amalgamation of 9 small, uninhabited islands. At the core lies Fongbao Island, the site of Storm City. Noah summoned Guy Yilamu, whom he had transformed into an apostle, and the cube fruit proved immensely valuable in infrastructure. With Shiki's assistance, using the float fruit, a city rose rapidly from the ground. The construction method resembled stacking blocks. Using the cube fruit, cubic stone blocks were directly cut out, and Shiki manipulated these blocks to stack them at designated positions. For instance, to build a house, one only needed to cut out a cubic stone block measuring 15 meters in length, width, and height, then perform a secondary division inside the block to quickly obtain a 2-story small residence. Through this method, Storm City completed a series of infrastructure projects within a month. These included 1 governor's mansion, 4 grain warehouses, 16 defensive castles, 1 2-story stone houses, an underground sewage pipe system, 2 small reservoirs, and 10 large industrial factories. The population gradually transferred from Zakaxisai Island reached 3 people, initially sustaining the city's various functions. Noah intended to position the Storm Archipelago Governorate as an industrial zone. After all, Longmu Kingdom, an island suited for agriculture and a member of the world government, was unsuitable for industrial development, especially heavy industry. Similarly, the Sky Island was unsuitable for heavy industry as it lacked minerals. Developing heavy industry would rely on Noah transporting mineral-rich barren islands from the Calm Belt, which was not a long-term solution. Due to its location in the eye of a storm, the Storm Archipelago remained almost rainless year-round, with island water supply relying solely on pipelines. The source of fresh water, however, was quite simple. Because part of Jimu Island was not entirely within the storm eye, 1/3 of it lay in the storm zone, an area frequently battered by torrential downpours. Jimu Island was transformed into a special terrain. That 1/3 portion in the storm zone was not only elevated, but also shaped like a basin, allowing it to trap precipitation. Fresh water was then transported through pipelines to the two small reservoirs on Foambow Island. Thus, even without rain year-round, Foambow Island's water supply remained unaffected. Of course, not all of the Storm Archipelago was designated as industrial zones. For instance, Pangxia Island was suitable for livestock farming, Inan Island for agriculture, while Jianyan Island and part of Jimu Island were ideal for mining. With the initial construction of Storm City completed, Jia, who was in charge of the industrial department and concurrently oversaw the science and education department, was transferred to Storm City to manage industrial construction. Given the importance of the Storm Archipelago, Noah transferred Joshua from Longmu Kingdom to serve as its governor. Considering the administration of various governorates, Noah abolished the Zakaxisai Island governorate, moving it from its original sea area to the sky above Black Rock Island, near Longmu Kingdom. To ensure concealment and security, nearly all the imperial cumulus clouds produced over the past few months were transported above Black Rock Island, forming a brand new sky island. Moreover, Zakaxisai Island would serve as the production base for the cloud factory, as the Black Rock Island volcano could continuously supply volcanic ash containing seastone components. Zakaxisai Island and Longmu Kingdom formed the East Sea Governorate with Uncle Joseph as governor. The Sky Island archipelago above Gaia Island along with Baika Island and Gluttony Island formed the Sky Paradise Governorate with Monet as governor. After reorganization and adjustments, the Land of Dawn comprised three governorates: the Storm Archipelago Governorate, the Sky Paradise Governorate, and the East Sea Governorate. Other small bases and eavesdropping stations were placed under the unified management of the Inspection Department. Noah and his party remained on the Storm Archipelago until the end of the year, setting sail again only after the new year. Over the following 2 months, the Storm Archipelago gained 4 additional mineral-rich islands, barren islands that Noah had secretly dispatched Shiki to excavate from the Antarctic ice sheet, uncovering mineral veins. A large portion of the factories previously built secretly underground in Longmu Kingdom were relocated to Storm Island through card sealing and Alay's wormhole jumps. By then, the industrial zone on Foambow Island had already built a large arc shipyard capable of mass-producing medium-sized arcs. Additionally, research and replication of the technology obtained from the ancient well ruins on Pangxia Island had begun. Noah left Guy Yilamu on the Storm Archipelago as the head of the industrial zone, both to manage operations and to realize Noah's development plans for the cube fruit. Beyond its immense utility in infrastructure, the cube fruit had significant applications in scientific research and weaponry. Because the cubes produced by the cube fruit could be compressed, this single property opened up a multitude of application directions. For example, compressing hydrogen to its extreme yielded metallic hydrogen, which had an explosive power dozens of times that of TNT. If metallic hydrogen were compressed further, the hydrogen atoms would undergo nuclear fusion, triggering a nuclear explosion. Of course, compressing hydrogen atoms to the point of nuclear fusion would likely require the awakening of the cube fruit to achieve such a level. Furthermore, cube compression could produce various high-strength alloys and non-metallic materials. For instance, compressing graphite with the cube fruit could mass-produce artificial diamonds. By controlling the output, these diamonds could generate a steady stream of income for Noah's family. Devil fruits were not only useful in combat, but also in production and daily life, unleashing tremendous potential. Thus, by leaving Guy Yilamu on the Storm Archipelago, Noah made the best use of his abilities. If not for his lack of more suitable trump cards, Noah would not have wanted to leave, even bear the steel fruit user behind. After all, the steel fruit could manipulate magnetic fields and generate intense heat, which would be a tremendous boon for metallurgy and mechanical processing. However, for his own safety, Noah naturally would not leave Bear on the Storm Archipelago. At this stage, the superhuman physique granted by the steel fruit allowed him to withstand an admiral in physical combat. Without the steel fruit's enhancement, a surprise attack from an admiral-level enemy could potentially kill him instantly. Although the probability of an admiral-level enemy ambushing him was low, Noah did not let his guard down. The world government still held many hidden cards, such as the mysterious gods Knights, the 5 Elders Im, and the ancient weapon Uranus. If the world government somehow identified him and dispatched the gods Knights for a decapitation strike, the enemies he would face would be immensely powerful. At such times, every apostle by his side could tip the scales of battle. Therefore, when Noah ventured out, the apostles he always kept on hand were Shiki and Bear, the others were less critical. On May 17, 1507 of the Sea Circle calendar, a secret tunnel was silently excavated through the red line that separated the South Blue and the West Blue, with 2 small covert bases established at either end of the passage. Having completed the tunnel, Noah and his crew set sail aboard an unremarkable merchant vessel, the Prosperity, officially entering the southern waters of the West Blue. As for the West Blue, the organization had secretly dispatched over 20 seasoned agents earlier that year to conduct clandestine intelligence operations, with Sherry serving as the commanding officer. The organization currently comprised 6 divisions: the East Blue Ram Division, the North Blue Vodka Division, the South Blue Tequila Division, the West Blue Sherry Division, the Paradise Gin Division, and the New World Champagne Division. The organization's overall commander was Tomani, reporting directly to the inspectorate. Chloe, serving as Noah's temporary secretary, had already exchanged intelligence with Sherry, the head of the West Blue Division. Lord Noah, 2 of the 3 targets have been located. Let me guess. The confirmed ones are Capone Beach and Des Bones. Chloe nodded. Your insight is as sharp as ever, Lord Noah. Noah shook his head. An obvious conclusion. That woman is not so easy to pin down. That woman naturally referred to Nika Robin. This expedition to the West Blue had many objectives, and she was among them. Whether she was willing to join was not a matter she could decide. Of the 2 confirmed targets, which is closer? Des Bones. He has been active near Tulip Archipelago recently, roughly 10 days sail from here. Then set sail. The Prosperity, laden with hardware supplies as cover, swiftly advanced toward Tulip Archipelago. Meanwhile, the undercurrents of the sea had calmed following Akiji's sweep through the entire South Blue. Yet atop Mary Geos, a crimson figure leaped off a 10,000-meter cliff under the cover of night. The guards on Mary Geos remained oblivious to this event. Elsewhere, the Red Hair Pirates, having resumed their voyage, arrived once more at the Sabaody Archipelago after more than 6 months of sailing. Indeed, this was not the Red Hair Pirates' first visit to the Sabaody Archipelago. Inside Shacky's rip-off bar on the archipelago, Vice Captain Long Time No See, Rayleigh, who had just returned from the human auctioning house, poured himself a glass of rum. Shanks, aren't you planning to enter the New World yet? Ha ha ha, no rush. Shanks clinked glasses with Rayleigh. Fine, I, an old coder, won't meddle in you youngsters' affairs. Let's drink. Rayleigh chuckled, shaking his head. Shanks smiled in silence, took a sip of rum, then turned to Shacky, who was smoking a lady's cigarette, and greeted her. You look younger every day, Madam Shacky. Heh, spit it out, you little rascal, whatever you're after. Shacky seemed to have already seen through Shanks' intentions. Shanks' expression turned serious. I'd like to ask Madam Shacky to help me find some intelligence on the Cipher Pole, especially the ships transporting the secret treasure. Cipher Pole. Shacky frowned. What are you looking for? Nothing much, just some conjectures I need to verify. Shanks replied ambiguously. Rayleigh, who was listening, seemed to have guessed something, but remained silent. Shacky stubbed out her cigarette, and responded flatly, My prices are steep. Be prepared. Ha ha ha, no problem. Shanks' carefree, money-wasting attitude made Beckman, who was on the side, twitch his mouth. Suddenly Beckman asked, Madam, do you have any intel on that mysterious organization? Shacky shook her head. No, but if you ever encounter them, be cautious. The Navy hasn't disclosed the details of the battle, but my informant told me that Akiji suffered minor injuries, and Kazuru exchanged a blow with that Rumble Fruit user, ending in a draw. So formidable. Beckman fell into deep thought. Shanks smiled confidently. Ha ha, don't worry, Beckman. If we do meet them, we won't be outmatched. Beckman didn't deny Shanks' confidence, but as the vice captain and strategist of the Red Hair Pirates, he had to consider every possibility and prepare for contingencies. 10 days later, on Perfume Island of the Tulip Archipelago, a large man, over 2 meters tall, suddenly stopped. The tips of his fingers shimmered with a metallic silver-white luster. Come out. Light, rhythmic footsteps sounded from the other end of the alley. A man in a white suit wearing a monocle smiled. The blade-wielding Daz. Since you know, why ask? Aren't you curious who sent me? I'm not interested in dead men. The moment he finished speaking, Daz appeared before Chloe, his fingers thrusting straight for Chloe's neck. But the instant his fingers pierced the neck, his expression changed. Because the sensation upon penetration was like plunging into thin air. Too slow. Chloe's figure dissipated with the wind, his voice echoing behind Daz. Daz tensed, immediately rolling forward, while turning his heel into a blade, hooking it backward in a kick. But he was too naive. Chloe's voice sounded again, this time from the front. In the alley. Daz's face turned extremely ugly. He had been toyed with like a spooked wildcat over a dozen times, by an invisible enemy, not even managing to touch the hem of his opponent's clothes. Looks like you've run out of tricks. What a waste of the dice fruit on you. Daz's already frayed nerves snapped, and he roared in fury, Bastard. Why don't you attack? Are you scared? Oh, then as you wish. The next second, Daz felt a heavy kick to his abdomen, sending him flying over a dozen meters. Before he could react, another kick struck his back. Daz was kicked back and forth like a soccer ball, never once slamming into the surrounding walls. Alright, stop playing. Noah, watching from the rooftop, had assessed Daz's current strength, roughly that of a standard Marine headquarters captain with the boost from his devil fruit. Chloe exploded into action, his fist coated in armament, hockey slamming into Daz's chest. The internal destructive force sent a jolt through Daz's organs like an electric shock. As Daz slowly collapsed, Chloe hoisted him up with one hand. With the target captured, the two swiftly vanished from the alley. Back aboard the Prosperity, Noah had no intention of converting Daz into an apostle, at least not for now. Daz was a bounty hunter, only 16 years old, still at a stage where his ideology could be reshaped. If ideological reformation proved impossible, then he would be turned into a card apostle. But Noah believed the man would be wise enough to recognize the situation. Daz opened his eyes with a mild headache patting his face before his vision cleared to take in his surroundings. The unfamiliar ceiling, the swaying bed beneath him, and the unmistakable sound of waves all indicated that he was aboard a ship. He soon recalled being defeated by a man in a white suit and glasses. So, I've been brought aboard this vessel by that guy. But why hasn't he killed me? Is he planning to sell me to a slave trader? Or perhaps recruit me? Just as Daz lost himself in wild speculation, the wooden cabin doors slowly creaked open. Awake. Eat something, then come with me to meet the family head. A family elite member addressed the wary Daz casually, setting down a plate of food without further ceremony. A rumbling of his stomach betrayed Daz's growing hunger. He remained silent, and the moment the man departed, he seized a spoon and devoured the seafood fried rice without hesitation. As for whether poison might have been laced into the meal, Daz harbored no suspicion whatsoever. If his captor intended to kill him, there would be no need to waste a bottle of poison. A single slash across the throat and a toss into the sea to feed the fish would have been far more direct. After finishing the plate of fried rice, he chugged down a large bottle of watermelon juice. The moment he set it aside, the wooden door opened once more. The temporary crewman glanced at the empty plates, tossed a set of new clothes aside, and said, "Change." Daz looked at his tattered garments, then picked up the new clothes and changed. "Let's go." He followed the temporary crewman to the captain's quarters. Noya was seated reading a book while dense iron sand swirled and coiled around his body. Upon witnessing this sight, Daz's eyes narrowed sharply. He was not merely astonished by the various manipulations of the iron sand. More significantly, Daz recognized the true identity of the refined gentleman before him. "Are you the leader of the Hidden Ones organization?" Noya raised his head, his gaze as calm as still water as he stared into Daz's eyes. "Are you afraid?" "Huh, surely you jest. Who wouldn't be afraid facing a monster capable of standing against a Navy vice admiral? Your honesty is refreshing. I appreciate you all the more for it." Noya's iron sand pulled forward a chair. "Do sit. Let us have a chat." Steadying his composure, Daz took the seat. "You wish to recruit me?" "That is my intention, though a period of evaluation is still required." "And if I fail, what do you suppose, Noya retorted with a faint, enigmatic smile. Having navigated the bounty hunter industry for several years, Daz naturally understood Noya's unspoken implication. Such a clandestine organization, valuing secrecy above all, would certainly not permit anyone with knowledge to depart freely. Yet Daz harbored no genuine resentment. After all, this was a world ruled by the strong devouring the weak. Instead, he broached a question that had long troubled him. "I wish to know the purpose of your organization." "Purpose?" Noya opened the window, gazing toward the distant azure sea and sky. "I intend to liberate the entire world and forge a brand new one. A nation where all races coexist in peace, where prosperity flourishes, and where freedom and justice prevail." Daz was rendered speechless. He had expected Noya to speak of dreams like finding the One Piece or becoming the Pirate King, never imagining such a daunting ambition. "Do you find my dream impractical?" Noya asked with a smile. Daz fell silent for a moment before voicing his thoughts. "While I do consider this dream rather distant, I must admit I hold your ambition in high regard. I have never believed my dream unattainable. From the moment I arrived in this world, my ideals took root here. Even if I perish one day, the thoughts I leave behind will ensure my dream comes to pass." Noya's words were delivered with remarkable calmness, yet an unprecedented aura radiated from him. Though the aura remained restrained, Daz, standing nearby, could feel that scorching crimson and boundless pressure of conqueror's haki. "Even if it cost you your life, would you not regret it? Where there is sacrifice, there is greatness of spirit. One who dares to reshape the heavens with their conviction possesses the courage to lay down their life. Without such resolve, what dream is worth pursuing?" "I understand. Allow me to follow in your footsteps. I too wish to witness this so-called new world. Welcome, my companion. You shall behold an entirely new world." Daz rose to his feet. "Leader, I look forward to your guidance in the days ahead. Call me Noya or family head. Of course, when in public you may address me as president or boss." "I understand." Kroko, who had been waiting outside for some time upon hearing that Daz had agreed to join Noct, and entered, then escorted Daz onward. New members, particularly those showing potential, were required to undergo systematic transformation according to established procedure. Ideological education, knowledge dissemination, haki training, physical conditioning, and devil fruit development, all arranged progressively. Aboard the vessel, Kroko could only serve as a temporary instructor, imparting various knowledge to Daz. Once their journey through the West Sea concluded, Daz would undoubtedly attend the training camp on Rumble Island for approximately 1 year before becoming a full member. Before either of them realized it, the Prosperity had been sailing across the West Sea for over a month. During this period, they passed 13 islands and discovered a devil fruit on one of them, an animal-type mantis fruit, which proved to be a relatively valuable find. After all, the mantis possessed traits such as flight, immense strength, camouflage, and insectoid perception. If properly developed, it could yield at least a vice admiral level fighter. However, Noya had not forgotten the purpose of this voyage. This day, amidst misty rain, the Prosperity gradually lowered her sails and anchored within the white port of Sicily Island. Observing the Gambino family members brazenly collecting protection fees on the dock, a smile spread across Noya's face. The 5 great mafia families of the West Sea truly operate like local emperors. President, I have already spoken with several Gambino underlings. They informed me that the day after tomorrow marks the date of the Sicily Island auction. Croco reported quietly. The day after tomorrow. Noya shuffled the tarot cards in his hand. The probability of Capone Beach attending the auction exceeds 80%. It seems we need only lie in wait here. Soon the group checked into an inn near the harbor. As the auction approached, the entire island grew increasingly lively, though with the bustle came violence and chaos. On Naples Island, located close to Sicily Island, Capone Beach, who had already arrived in secret, studied the intelligence gathered by his subordinates. His eyes fixed intently upon a single page displaying an image of the devil fruit from the auction. Castle fruit. Ha ha. It seems I must strike against the Gambino family ahead of schedule. Gentlemen, execute plan B immediately. The combat division will accompany me to the auction. Yes, Godfather. At Beach's command, the Capone family mobilized virtually its entire force. Meanwhile, the Gambino family, as one of the 5 great mafia families, would certainly not let their guard down. To ensure the auction proceeded smoothly, they had secretly stationed no small number of skilled fighters on Sicily Island. A drama of predators watching predators was about to unfold upon Sicily Island. Zixili Island. Shung Lafayette Cathedral. Nuya sat in front of the large clock atop the cathedral, and Tuamini, who came to support, through a lace wormhole, used color camouflage to turn the group's location into a row of stone statues. Dazi maintained the blade state of his hands while attempting to activate armament hockey. He had taken the source blood potion a few days ago, and his physical fitness was rapidly increasing. At this moment, he could faintly sense the armament hockey within his body. Kaluo poured a cup of black tea for Nuya, standing aside like a professional butler. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the large minute hand behind him slowly slid, pointing to 9 o'clock in the morning. Inside a tall building about 1 kilometer from the cathedral, the Zixili auction was in full swing. But soon intense gunfire and explosions rang out from the auction. The next moment, a wormhole opened beside Nuya, and a lay wearing a white suit and a mask walked through from the other side carrying a small case. Got it. Mission accomplished. The castle fruit is right here. Alay opened the small case, revealing the castle fruit inside. Meanwhile, on the other side, Caping Beiji, heading straight for the auction storage room, also killed over a dozen Gambino mafia guards. With an excited expression, he opened the storage room door, found the small case containing the castle fruit, and upon opening it there lay a castle fruit. Ha ha ha. Castle fruit. This is the fruit I've always wanted. Caping Beiji picked up the fruit without hesitation and took a big bite. Delicious. Huh. Caping Beiji suddenly stopped, looking at the bitten flesh. The mixed texture, reminiscent of cheese and cream, left him puzzled. Aren't devil fruits supposed to taste terrible? This castle fruit isn't bad. He took several more bites and found the taste quite pleasant. But after a while his expression turned grim because he didn't feel any devil fruit power. Could it be that I didn't eat it all? Caping Beiji swallowed the remaining flesh, but after a while there was still no sign of the fruit's power. How can this be? Is this castle fruit fake? Damn, Gambino Alfu, you're dead. Caping Beiji clenched his fists in fury. Godfather, Gambino's reinforcements are here. Hearing his underling's words, Caping Beiji's face grew even darker. Retreat immediately. Boom boom boom. The area was pounded by a large number of rockets, and the intense explosions caused heavy casualties among Caping family members. Dragging a subordinate to use as a shield, Caping Beiji already sensed something ominous. Soon, amidst the fierce gunfire and explosions, the Caping family members around dwindled until only Caping Beiji and a dozen of his men remained. Just then, the godfather of the Gambino family, Gambino Alfu, emerged from cover with over 300 elite family members. Beiji, hand over the devil fruit and 10 billion berry, and I'll let you go. Otherwise. Alfu, I never expected this was all your plan. I truly underestimated you before. Caping Beiji saw this and knew he was in danger today, but he still pretended to be calm. That fruit has already been eaten by me. What? Alfu's gaze turned fierce. But I can compensate you. How about 20 billion berry? This left Alfu in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Caping Beiji's face remained calm, but various thoughts flashed through his mind. Strange. Alfu doesn't even know the castle fruit is fake. Could it be that he also doesn't know it's fake? Or was it swapped out midway? However, this result gave him more confidence to escape unscathed. Alfu, the fruit has been eaten by me. If you insist on a deadlock, I'll have to use the devil fruit ability to take you down with me. Even if I can't kill you, I can severely damage the Gambino family. You don't want other families to take advantage of the chaos, do you? Alfu became even more torn. Up on the cathedral, Nuya and the others watched the electromagnetic wave secondary simulation display. Kuluo showed a contemptuous expression. Truly incorrigible. Even though we secretly warned him, he still let the Kaping family ambush us. Kaping Beiji is indeed a remarkable figure, but his ambition is too great. His mindset is already set, and there's no value in reforming him. Big brother, the negotiations between the two sides are over. Watching the image of Kaping Beiji swaggering away, Nuya's face showed no expression. Execute the plan. Yes. After leaving Zixalai Island, Kaping Beiji and his group were rushing back to the family's stronghold at full speed. Although he didn't obtain the castle fruit this time, Kaping Beiji had thoroughly seen through Ganbinuo Alfu's incompetent nature. Obviously, he had no intention of honoring the promised 20 billion berry, and even planned to take the opportunity to finish off the Ganbinuo family. Just then, a shadow descended from the sky. Kaping Beiji instinctively looked up, and his pupils contracted sharply. Jin Shitsi. However, Nuya had no intention of wasting words and directly overwhelmed him with Conqueror's Haki. Even Kaping Beiji was instantly stunned unconscious. With a casual swipe of the float fruit, the entire ship and people were lifted into the sky. Nuya carried the unconscious Kaping Beiji, and Luo, who was waiting in the cabin, saw him. Is this the surgery subject? Go ahead. Luo expertly unfolded the operating room and cleanly removed Kaping Beiji's prefrontal lobe. Nuya casually took out the castle fruit, stuffed it into Kaping Beiji's mouth, and then drew the world card from the tarot. A golden cocoon enveloped Kaping Beiji. Soon Apostle Beiji was successfully transformed. World Kaping Beiji Castle Fruit. Kneeling on one knee, Apostle Beiji greeted Nuya with fervent eyes. My lord, your servant Beiji pays his respects. Beiji, your task is very simple: unify the mafia of the West Sea. I appoint you as the interim governor of the West Sea Governorate. Understood. That night, Lei led Nuya to raid the Ganbinuo family stronghold. Under the cover of stealth, they turned Ganbinuo Alfu into an ordinary apostle, using the previously obtained bulldog fruit. By controlling Alfu, they quickly gained control over the Ganbinuo family. Thus, the preliminary control over these two mafia families was completed. Next, they could quickly eliminate the other three mafia families. Through mutual attrition and covert schemes, the most heinous members of these gangs would be wiped out in internal conflicts. This was also part of the plan. After all, the Nuya family would not accept those black-hearted mafia members. In this way, the internal purification of the 5 major mafia families could be secretly accomplished. Such trivial matters naturally did not require Nuya's personal involvement. The entire inspection department, led by Molly, secretly entered the Kaping family and began a large-scale screening of its members, preparing for the subsequent purge. Meanwhile, Beiji and Alfu also secretly ordered their subordinates to investigate the whereabouts of Ni Kuluo Bin. The Newfoundland Islands, located in the northwestern waters of the West Sea. The main stronghold of the Carp family was situated on York Island within this archipelago. After over a month of secret screening and purification, the Apostle Becky had already purged the core members of the Carp family, replacing them entirely with elite members dispatched by the Noah family, while simultaneously recruiting a number of impressionable youths from the lower ranks of the Carp family for transformation. In order to rationally eliminate the core members of the Carp family, Becky and Alf orchestrated multiple coordinated incidents of mutual surprise attacks, using each other's hands to eliminate dissenters. After the initial internal purge was complete, Becky handed over some managerial duties to the elite members from the Noah family, while he focused on assisting Noah with the experiments. Deep within a subterranean cavern on York Island, a notoriously wicked mafia boss, his frontal lobe already severed, lay in a dazed and vacant state, and Noah then picked up the sliced carp fruit and forced it into the man's mouth. Witnessing the test subject swallow the devil fruit, Becky immediately absorbed it into the castle dimension within his body. Inside the castle dimension, several personnel who had been on standby swiftly escorted the test subject into one of the rooms, which was stocked with fruits identical to the carp fruit. Then with a single cut, they severed the test subject's throat. As the test subject expired, the carp fruit's information entity began separating from the subject's soul. However, the moment the information entity broke free, it encountered an impassable spatial barrier. Between the castle dimension and the outside world existed a special spatial barrier. Unless Becky opened an exit, the two spaces remained completely isolated from one another. The carp fruit's information entity crashed about the castle dimension in all directions, and after more than 10 minutes, it collided with one of the apples, transforming it back into a carp fruit. The personnel responsible for monitoring this room quickly noticed the apple that had become a carp fruit and immediately reported the discovery to Becky. In the laboratory outside, Lord Noah, the experiment succeeded. It succeeded, as I suspected. In fact, Noah had long conducted research and formed hypotheses regarding the resurrection mechanism of devil fruits. From memories of his past life, 2 fixed methods of devil fruit regeneration were known: the gravitational lock of the dark fruit and the faith-based lock of Alabasta. Beyond these two, Noah had further analyzed and identified a third method, the spatial lock, derived from the dark fruit's technique of fixing devil fruit regeneration. If the gravitational pull of the dark fruit could attract devil fruit information entities, then alternate dimensions should also be capable of doing so, since the minor pocket dimensions generated by other fruits existed as relatively independent realms separate from the pirate world. Since the fruit's information entity could not even break free from intense gravity, the spatial barriers of alternate dimensions, which were far stronger than mere gravitational forces, would inevitably prevent the information entity from escaping, forcing it to enter the fruits within the alternate dimension instead. As for why no one else had discovered this alternate dimension fruit regeneration method, the answer was quite simple. On one hand, fruits capable of generating alternate dimensions were exceedingly rare. Currently known examples included the dark fruit, gate fruit, devour fruit, castle fruit, swamp fruit, mirror fruit, book fruit, and card fruit. However, the card fruit and book fruit generated static spaces that could not facilitate the killing for fruit method. This left only 6 fruits capable of executing such a scheme. Yet without the omnipresent perspective of an observer, the natives of the pirate world rarely pondered such possibilities and could only rely on sheer luck. In other words, only if a user of one of those 6 fruits managed to lure another devil fruit user into their alternate dimension, kill them, and happened to have an abundance of fruit stored inside, could they possibly uncover the secret of fruit regeneration. Among these 6 fruits, the probability of the dark fruit user discovering the resurrection secret was the greatest. Why hold this view? First, the alternate dimension of the gate fruit was the underground world of the pirate world, meaning it was not a portable type that could be carried at will. This rendered the gate fruit incapable of storage functionality, so its user would naturally not store fruit within it. After all, if one stored fruit in the underground world of Sabati Archipelago, upon opening a door in the new world, those fruits could not be retrieved, completely defeating the purpose of a storage dimension. The mirror fruit followed the same logic. Meanwhile, the devour fruit, castle fruit, and swamp fruit, while carrying some probabilities, suffered from the fact that their ability to capture devil fruit users was inherently low. The dark fruit's unique ability to nullify a devil fruit user's powers, combined with its dark space capable of absorbing objects, gave it a significantly higher probability of encountering both a user and fruit within the same dark space simultaneously. If Noah's speculation was correct, the reason Marshall D. Teach remained so obsessed with the dark fruit was that he had once obtained information left behind by a previous dark fruit user, learning that the fruit could draw the body of a slain user into its dark space, then store fruit within that space to force the fruit's information entity to regenerate there. However, this did not mean that the ability to force fruit regeneration was exclusive to the dark fruit. Noah had originally intended to use the devour fruit to create an apostle and test this hypothesis. But he found the castle fruit better suited for experimentation, which led to this particular trial. When the carp fruit was placed before Noah, a broadening smile spread across his face. He soon retrieved the power users who had previously been sealed away. Giro, the parrot fruit user. Dick, the turtle fruit user. Austin, the earthworm fruit user. Katrine Shelda, the nine-tailed fox fruit user. And Diamante, who had been forged into a card apostle. These individuals had never been transformed into apostles by Noah. They had remained sealed within cards all along. Now at last the moment for putting them to use had arrived. As for why Diamante was included in the recovery scope, the reason was quite simple. His life paper was held by the Don Quixote family, and given the poor cost-effectiveness of the tornado fruit, Noah chose to reclaim the fruit instead. He sent these individuals into the castle dimension. Before long, 5 freshly regenerated devil fruits materialized before him. Including these 5, the Noah family's total devil fruit reserve had reached an impressive 17. Among the Paramecia class, the devour fruit, num fruit, toy fruit, sound fruit, and gust fruit. Among the ordinary zoan types, the carp fruit, rattlesnake fruit, red fox fruit, crow fruit, sheep fruit, red spider fruit, mantis insect fruit, parrot fruit, turtle fruit, and earthworm fruit. Among the mythical zoan types, the vampire fruit, and nine-tailed fox fruit. After a moment's thought, he used a den mushy to instruct Ale to bring over the 6 branch commanders from the wine production facility. As the family's pioneering elite members, those who distinguished themselves to become branch commanders were not merely strong in combat. More importantly, both their capability and loyalty met the required standards. These individuals had made tremendous contributions to establishing the family's intelligence network across the 4 seas and the Grand Line. Rather than continuing to hoard these fruits, Noah intended to distribute them among these newly promoted officers. After all, the potential of many family members was limited, and even among those who rose to prominence as officers, it was exceedingly difficult to reach the rank of vice admiral within the Marine headquarters, relying solely on physical techniques, swordsmanship, and hockey. It was precisely at moments like this that the true value of the devil fruit was revealed. The first cadre of the winery to arrive was none other than Shui Li, who oversaw the West Sea branch. She was a young woman of ordinary appearance with sea blue hair, a native of the Rum Kingdom, and 18 years old. Next came Long Shilon, the head of the South Sea branch. He was a burly man with light red skin, born a street urchin in the Oil Kingdom and 19 years old. Du Songzi, the head of the Paradise branch, was a somewhat expressionless black-haired youth. He was an orphan from the mackerel port of the Rum Kingdom, carried a long sword on his back, and was 20 years old. Lang Mu, the head of the East Sea branch, was a merchant's son born in the capital of the Rum Kingdom. His family went bankrupt, leaving him homeless, and he was secretly taken in by the training camp. He was a plump young man with a perpetual smile, 19 years old. Fu Jia, the head of the North Sea branch, was a red-haired youth with a large scar across his face. He was an orphan from Lobetown and 20 years old. Xiangbin, the head of the New World branch, was a golden-curled young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. She was an abandoned orphan from Orange Town and 18 years old. Lord Noah. The six of them bowed respectfully to Noah. Noah waved his hand. Sit down. It's been nearly 2 years since you graduated from the training camp. I've called you here today to reward your hard work. Hearing this, joy flickered across their faces. Yet out of respect for Noah, they remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Noah took out a dozen boxes from his card space. These 14 devil fruits are currently unassigned. Each of you may choose one according to your needs. As they gazed upon the row of small boxes, their eyes burned with even greater fervor. Soon they each selected the fruit that suited them. Shueli chose the paste fruit. Long Shilon picked the rattlesnake fruit. Lang Mu selected the flutter fruit. Du Song Zi chose the mantis fruit. Fu Jia picked the red spider fruit. Xiangbin chose the nine-tailed fox fruit. Since you've made your choices, eat them now. Yes, thank you for your gift, Lord Noah. They eagerly devoured the fruits. Though the taste was indescribably foul, not a single piece was left behind, a testament to the family's rules and their own resolve. Noah held a favorable view of the fruits they had chosen. These fruits were all relatively suited for intelligence work. Whether it was the paste fruit's ability to seep into every crevice, the nine-tailed fox's mimicry and transformation, the rattlesnake's infrared sensing, the red spider's environmental perception, the mantis's camouflage and flight, or the flutterfruit's flight and compression storage, all could be applied to espionage. After they consumed the fruits, Noah provided guidance on ability development. Although apart from the paste and flutterfruits, the rest were zoan types, that did not mean there were no other avenues for development. For instance, the rattlesnake fruit as a snake type had common traits such as infrared sensing, hibernation, survival, shedding, and venom. Among these, the shedding trait could be leveraged by consuming the family's specially developed blood origin potion, enabling rapid power growth. Similarly, the red spider species had traits of rapid reproduction, speed, stealth, and social living, coupled with considerable strength and the ability to spin webs. In short, every species had its unique attributes. Even ordinary zoan types could become extraordinarily powerful. The key lay in uncovering their inherent traits. As for awakening, the awakening of zoan devil fruits was a process that was relatively easy, yet extremely dangerous. The reason lay in the ease of awakening. Easy awakening meant that the user might not have undergone sufficient tempering, and therefore might lack firmness, allowing the fruit's information entity to usurp control during the process. Therefore, Noah earnestly warned them to focus on training and strengthening their willpower to avoid being overtaken by the fruit's information entity and degenerating into a failed beast-like awakening. As for the paramecia paste and flutter fruits, Noah had already envisioned a multitude of development paths in the Book of Demons. Shueli and Lang Mu simply needed to apply for access to the Book of Demons and follow the ideas outlined therein. Since Noah was present, Shueli and Lang Mu were able to obtain the original manuscript of the Book of Demons directly. Lang Mu flipped to the section concerning the flutter fruit. Regarding the development of the flutter fruit, Noah had already conducted various experiments on himself using ability extraction. Thus, the Book of Demons contained a very detailed account of the flutter fruit's development. Lang Mu quickly grasped various derivative abilities, and combined with his already mastered two-color hockey, his strength rivaled that of a Marine headquarters vice admiral. As for Shueli's paste fruit, a paramecia, many of its development paths were Noah's conjectures, such as pseudo-elementalization combined with observation, hockey, non-Newtonian fluid defense, gel molding, and gel fusion. Among these, the gel series had the greatest potential. Although the paste fruit user could not produce paste gel, she herself was paste gel. This meant the user could transform, deform, and merge by turning her body into paste. On the training ground, the moment a prisoner struck Shueli, she instantly turned into a pool of paste. The paste then adhered to the prisoner like strong glue, spreading, covering, and enveloping his entire body. Soon the prisoner suffocated as his mouth and nose were blocked by the paste. Yet Shueli remained attached to the corpse, capable of manipulating it to perform various actions. Noah, observing from the side, offered advice. Even if you fuse with an ordinary human body, it won't boost your strength much. However, you can ask Luo to help modify some special materials. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Noah. The paste fruit itself lacked strong offensive power, but modified humans could be equipped with various enhancements. With Luo, the ope fruit user, the technology for human modification was almost child's play. But you'd better not control too many modified humans at once. After all, the paste fruit isn't the puppet fruit. 2 or 3 is nearly your limit. I'll keep that in mind. Shweli was well aware of her abilities' limits. Unless she could awaken the fruit, controlling 2 or 3 modified humans was her ceiling. With the Noah family's current technological accumulation, it was feasible to use powerful pirates as test subjects, remove their frontal lobes, and accelerate their growth with various potions to create several dozen Vice Admiral-level modified humans with a lifespan of only about 10 years. If the original test subject was already of high caliber, the modified human could even reach the Admiral level. However, after the removal of the frontal lobe, such modified humans were essentially brainless, barely able to execute basic commands. They could only be controlled through abilities like the paste fruit's fusion or the graphite fruit's graphene wire manipulation. The advantages and disadvantages were stark. After this fruit distribution, the winery cadres trained for a month on York Island, then gradually returned to the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Just then news arrived from the Gambino family, prompting Noah to set sail once more. On the 16th of August in the Sea Circle calendar year 1507, within the Nabulisi Sea of the West Blue, a pirate ship was enjoying a rare moment of leisure in the afternoon. After taking a sip of rum, Captain Durek squinted and asked his first mate, One Eye, in a hushed tone, "Is that woman's identity confirmed?" One Eye replied, just as quietly, "It should be correct, but making a move on her would be quite troublesome." "No matter. The Kimura family said they'd only give us the weapons shipment for 50 million belly. We'll use her to settle the debt." Durek's scheme was clicking perfectly in his mind. Meanwhile, hidden in the cabin, the young girl, using ears conjured by her ability, had already overheard the conversation on the deck. Her face showed neither joy nor sorrow, as if she was accustomed to such betrayal. Though her emotions were not greatly stirred, she still prepared her small backpack. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted on the deck. Captain spotted a merchant ship. "Where?" "Northwest, about 6 kilometers from us." "Ha ha ha, boys, we're rich. Move it." "I'd." In the cabin, the girl's face flickered with a trace of reluctance, but she was in no position to save herself, only praying that the merchant ship would flee quickly. The sea chase, a relentless pursuit, lasted over an hour. By now, the distance between the pirate ship and the merchant vessel had shrunk to less than 200 meters. The pirates on board flashed cruel, bloodthirsty grins, rubbing their hands in anticipation, readying their grappling hooks and boarding planks for the assault. Yet in the next instant, terror and panic painted the faces of the pirates. For several figures from the opposing ship were stepping through the air toward them. In the blink of an eye, Kuro, along with 5 subordinates, landed on the pirate ship's deck. "Quick, gurgle." A pirate who tried to speak felt his throat go cold, then clutched his spurting throat and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Durek snarled with ferocity, swinging his long blade at Kuro. "Go to hell. Heart." As the words left his lips, a hollow appeared in Durek's chest. Kuro's figure materialized behind him, his palm clutching a still thumping heart. Inside the cabin, the girl witnessed this through her ability, her hands and feet turning icy with fear, her eyes wide with shock and terror. In her eyes, Durek, with a bounty of 35 million belly, could easily cut down hundreds of ordinary soldiers. But at this moment, Durek lay sprawled in a pool of blood on the deck like a dead dog, so pitiful and weak. Within a few minutes, all 50-plus pirates on the ship had been snuffed out of existence. These pirates weren't even qualified to become experimental subjects. Standing on the deck, Kuro picked up a bottle of rum to wash the blood from his hands and the 10 blades. "Not planning to come out, Miss Nika, Robin." That voice only deepened Robin's terror and despair in the cabin. Yet she knew she had no chance to escape. This was the vast ocean, and as a devil fruit user, she couldn't even swim. How could she flee? Before long, a pallid-faced Robin emerged from the cabin. She remained silent, wearing an expression of indifference, as if resigned to whatever fate awaited. Kuro's lips curled slightly. "You're quite sensible. Captain, we've gathered all valuables from the ship." 2 subordinates carried out 2 large chests filled with treasure and belly. "Then let's go." Kuro grabbed the strap of Robin's backpack and leaped into the sky using moonstep. His 5 subordinates followed suit, 2 of them carrying the large chests. Kuro exerted force with his leg, and in an instant a dozen Rankyaku air blades swept down. The pirate ship was instantly sliced into a dozen pieces, its wreckage slowly sinking into the sea. Gulp. Robin swallowed hard. Shortly after, the group returned to the Prosperity. Kuro led Robin into the captain's quarters. Noah, who hadn't paid much attention to the outside affairs, looked up to see a despondent Robin. Her face was slightly youthful, yet carried a trace of worldly weariness. Setting down his pen, Noah manipulated the iron sand to pour a cup of black tea for her. The steaming teacup floated over to a side table. "Have a seat." Suddenly, Robin's eyes widened in astonishment, and she asked hesitantly, "Are you the Iron Man?" "The Iron Man of the hidden organization." The Marines' nicknames are really cliché. Noah felt no attachment to the epithet, but it served as a decent cover. Robin finally snapped back to reality. She had actually been following the hidden organization before for a very simple reason. The man who stirred such complex emotions in her had clashed with the hidden organization just a few months ago. Composing herself, she sat down on a nearby chair. What are you going to do with me? I doubt you'd hand me over to the Marines for a mere 79 million belly, would you? You're very clever. Noah took a sip of black tea, then asked with a smile, why don't you take a guess at my intentions? Robin thought for a moment. The most valuable thing about me is the historical knowledge in my mind. You need my historical knowledge to achieve certain goals. Pride and prejudice, indeed a flaw that few can escape. Noah toyed with the globe on his desk. Your historical knowledge holds little value in my eyes, for I have little interest in the past. Rather than dwelling on what has been, I prefer to look toward the future. Robin's mind went blank for a moment before she spoke slowly. But I am a historian. My very existence is to seek the history of the past. Exactly. That's why I can't let you leave. Why? Are you also afraid of the past history, just like the world government? Robin's tone involuntarily grew urgent. Noah spoke his thoughts with absolute calm. Because if you become a pawn in someone else's hands, you would hinder my plans. I don't want my enemies to gain even greater power that could stop me from overthrowing the entire world. Robin was left speechless. Noah casually placed a book in her hands. Robin glanced at it instinctively, and immediately her gaze was captivated. The Book of Time. She opened the pages, and before she knew it, more than 2 hours had passed. This book contained transcriptions of 7 poneglyphs along with historical materials collected by Noah's family from various ancient ruins, with the most extensive records coming from the Kingdom of Atlantis. The origins of those 7 poneglyphs were as follows: 1 discovered on the seabed of the East Blue, 1 found in the royal tomb of Arabasta, 1 uncovered in the desert of Arabasta, 1 discovered among the ruins of Shandora, in Skypia, 1 found on Crab Island in the Lost Sea of the South Blue, and 2 discovered in the sea forest of Fishman Island. Robin let out a long breath. I never imagined that the poneglyphs I've dreamed of would appear before me in the form of 7 transcriptions all at once. Then with a hint of probing she asked, Sir, are you truly not curious about the content of these poneglyphs? I told you you're very clever. But clever people often tend to overthink. Noah's gaze was piercing, as if seeing through Robin's heart. They record the ancient weapons Poseidon and Pluton and a pirate named Joy Boy. What? Robin's breath quickened. You actually know what's on them. So, I said your value to me is not that great. Noah's utterly indifferent expression left Robin feeling powerless. After a moment, Robin finally spoke. So you mean you don't want other factions to know the contents of the poneglyphs, so I as a historian must be under your control? That's correct. Even if I don't need those so-called ancient weapons, I don't want my enemies to obtain them. And you are one of the keys to unlocking the ancient weapons. I understand. But I want to know, you could have simply killed me to silence the secret. Wouldn't that be safer? Noah smiled and shook his head. You overestimate yourself. You are not the only one who knows history. Most of the Roger pirates learned everything about the past at Laugh-Tale, but they chose to wait for the so-called Child of Destiny. I refuse to wait. I have never believed in any Child of Destiny. I see. So Laugh-Tale holds all of history. Robin suddenly realized. You're wrong again. The history of Laugh-Tale is merely Joy Boy's personal account. People tend to write their diaries selectively, so that history is only from Joy Boy's perspective. Noah turned the celestial globe on his desk again. The past is already fixed, but the future holds infinite possibilities. If I were to acknowledge the so-called Child of Destiny, would everything I have strived for be meaningless? For the first time, Robin felt the terrifying aura emanating from Noah, especially his heroic spirit and unwavering determination to change the world. If you want to overturn the entire world, what kind of world do you intend to build? Noah took out the 5 volumes of dragon slaying and some other books. This is the world I envision. Even if I am shattered to pieces, my will shall forever be imprinted on the civilization of this world. Having said that, Noah waved his hand. Kuro, arrange a room for Miss Robin. Leave it to me, Lord Noah. Kuro nodded respectfully. Despite having a multitude of questions, Robin followed Kuro with a pile of books. After arranging the cabin, Kuro gave Robin some clothes and daily necessities, then left. Inside the room, after hastily eating a bento box, Robin eagerly opened the books Noah had given her, especially the set titled 5 Volumes of Dragon Slaying. Night fell unnoticed. Yet Robin in the room was still reading by lamplight. After finishing 2 volumes, she was deeply shaken. Early the next morning, Kuro brought breakfast. Miss Robin, reading is important, but you should also take care of your health. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Kuro. Robin, with dark circles under her eyes, looked exhausted, but her eyes were filled with light. Kuro knew she hadn't taken his advice, but he didn't press further and quietly took his leave. 5 days later, the Prosperity returned to the secret base on York Island. Robin stepped off the ship, her demeanor completely transformed. If before she had been filled with confusion and fear, now she seemed to have seen through the bizarre and chaotic nature of the world. When she met Noah again, Robin no longer felt anxious, only admiration. Mr. Noah, isn't York Island the stronghold of the Capone family? Yes, I have reformed him. Reformed. Just an application of a devil fruit ability. For those who are utterly evil, yet possess considerable power, I transform them into card apostles, such as this one. As he spoke, the apostle Shiki transformed from card form into human form. Robin's eyes narrowed. Golden Lion Shiki. Little girl, I am indeed Golden Lion Shiki, and also an apostle of my lord. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Looking at the legendary pirate before her, Robin finally understood why Noah had the ambition to overturn the world. I am increasingly looking forward to Mr. Noah's new world. You will see it. But your strength is too weak. The enemies we will face in the future are extremely powerful. Without power you may fall before the dawn. Noah warned. Robin nodded. I understand. Then please train me, Mr. Noah. If it were the old her, she would not have been so enthusiastic about improving her strength, because the poneglyphs were her obsession and Akiji had left her with an insurmountable shadow. But now not only had her obsession with the poneglyphs greatly diminished, she also no longer feared the Marines and the world government. She considered it absolutely necessary to improve her strength. I'll have Kuro teach you physical techniques for a while, and I'll guide you in reorganizing the development of your devil fruit. Devil fruit development. Robin knew her fruit was the flower fruit, and its potential was very weak. Seeing her expression, Noah knew Robin thought her fruit ability was mediocre. Although your knowledge reserve is very rich, you are quite mediocre in developing your devil fruit ability. You have wasted this fruit. Well, sorry for that, Robin said half-jokingly. The flower fruit's ability is a combination of superpower and superhuman body. You can create flower-like organs outside your body, and these external organs are connected to your senses, right? Yes. Robin nodded. Then why do you so easily reveal your identity? What? Robin was confused by Noah's sudden question. That's why I said you've wasted this fruit. You can bloom flowers on your own face, and through the flower skin change your appearance, even your body shape. After hearing this, Robin tried it. Indeed, after covering her face with a layer of skin, her appearance changed somewhat. Noah conjured a full-length mirror. You can mold a completely new face. In no time, Robin's face became entirely different. Unless someone was very familiar with her figure, a stranger would hardly see through this disguise. Disguise is just a minor application of the flower fruit. The fruit grants you the ability to create flower-like organs at a distance. If your body and physical techniques are strong enough like this. Noah's finger turned black and instantly pierced the stone block in front of him. As long as your physical techniques in hockey are strong enough, any target within the range of your observation hockey will find it difficult to escape your assassination. Robin poked the stone block with her finger and found it hurt. Next is the third direction of application and the foundation of your future strength exoskeleton generation. You need to imitate the exoskeleton of insects, creating a layer of exoskeleton and specialized organs on your body surface. In this way, you can overcome the physical weakness of a woman. Under Noah's guidance, Robin tried awkwardly. At first, the exoskeleton she generated was grotesque, not only failing to increase her strength, but also restricting her movement. But Noah reminded her to combine the exoskeleton structure of insects with the human body structure, which allowed her development to progress rapidly. Soon she developed her first exoskeleton armor, Ant King version 1.0. This was the result of Robin dissecting hundreds of ants under a microscope. After entering Ant King mode, her strength increased dozens of times, but the duration was very short, only about 10 minutes or so. Noah knew this was because Robin rigidly imitated the ant structure. She would need to continuously adjust it according to her own body to turn it into a long-term sustainable exoskeleton mode. Shihai. In the Calaburia Sea, the Ntelung family, one of the 5 major mafia families, was entrenched here. At this moment on the Ganju Island, the stronghold of the Ntelung family. Kill. For the Godfather. A large number of Kaping families, cannon fodder waving axes and long knives, followed by ordinary grunts carrying rifles and rocket launchers. As one of the execution squad's AI, and Lu watched coldly at the fearless cannon fodder ahead, not regarding them as comrades at all. After more than a year of ideological remolding, AI, and Lu finally passed the ideological review half a year ago. At the same time, he completed the cultivation of physical techniques and dual-color hockey. Especially in terms of observation hockey, his talent was extremely strong, being an ultra-wide area type, like Nika. Suddenly, from both sides of the street ahead, a large number of mafia members of the Ntelung family emerged. Bang bang bang. The evil cannon fodder charging at the front immediately suffered a fierce attack, and soon retreated in disarray. AI and Lu sneered fire. Bang bang bang. Amid the dense bullets, there were also several rocket-propelled grenades. Boom boom boom. I'm f***ing bastard. I haven't. Under the pincer attack, the evil cannon fodder suffered heavy casualties. The Ntelung family members were stunned. But AI and Lu had no interest in explaining to these trash. With a sudden swing of his alloy trident, a dozen evil cannon fodder were cut in half. This extremely bloody scene sent chills down everyone's spines. This is the consequence of retreating. Follow me, charge. AI and I Lu took the lead, quickly slaughtering all the retreating cannon fodder, then charged straight at the mafia members of the Ntelung family. Help! Don't kill me. On this day blood flowed like a river on this Ganju island. Soon the news that the Kaping family had annexed the Ntelung family spread like wildfire in the Shihai underworld. The remaining Ka Mo La family, Ao Meta family, and the secretly controlled Gan by Nua family immediately began colluding in secret, preparing to join forces against the Kaping family. Unfortunately, the Ka Mo La family and the Ao Meta family did not know that Gan by Nua Ao Fu had already become Nua Ya's apostle. The existence of such a high-level spy was almost a fatal flaw for this so-called temporary alliance. Naples Sea, the stronghold of the Ka Mo La family, Pearl Islands. After secretly contacting the other two mafia families via Den Den Mushi, the godfather of the Ka Mo La family, Ka Mo La, Holly showed no sign of relief. Have you contacted the Dirk Pirate crew? A bald executive of the family shook his head. Godfather, the Dirk Pirate crew went missing some time ago. Holly frowned. No, the Kaping family is too powerful. The other families may not be reliable. This is not good. Godfather, actually we can also look for the antique dealer. A sneaky-looking executive suggested. Antique dealer. Holly was hesitant. It was not that the antique dealer was not powerful enough, on the contrary, the other party's strength was too great, which made him very wary. After pondering for a while, Holly still hadn't made up his mind. Let's discuss the matter of the antique dealer later. You go contact other pirate crews. As long as they are willing to act, the reward is 5 billion berry. Yes, Godfather. The family executives had no objection to Holly's decision. After all, the antique dealer's reputation in the Shihai underworld was too poor. He was a typical double-edged sword. If they destroyed the Kaping family, but at the cost of heavy losses to the Ka Mo La family, it would not be worth it. But a week later, a sudden piece of news shocked the Ka Mo La family, which had just relaxed a little. What did you say? Holly's eyes widened as he listened to his subordinates report, his face turning ugly and shocked. The bald executive could only continue. Godfather, the news is true. I obtained it through the United Chamber of Commerce. Holly gritted his teeth. Bastard. Gone by Nuao Fu. I never expected you to hide so deeply. Just now the stronghold of the Ao Meta family, one of the 5 major mafia families, was captured by Ao Fu and his men, who had gone for a secret meeting. Now the entire top echelon of the Ao Meta family was almost completely slaughtered, while the middle and lower level members were quickly incorporated by the Gan by Nua family. With the Gan by Nua family annexing the Ao Meta family, and the Kaping family annexing the Ntelung family, the system of 5 major mafia families in the Shihai underworld fell apart. Faced with this situation, Holly, who did not want to sit idly and wait for death, finally made up his mind. More immediately contact the antique dealer. Yes, Godfather. The bald executive more hurried off to contact the antique dealer. At the same time, Molly also led the members of the inspection department to conduct covert screening of the temporarily incorporated members of the Ntelung family and the Ao Meta family. For those temporarily incorporated personnel who had committed many evils in the upcoming campaign against the Ka Mo La family, they would find ways to expend these people. For those temporarily incorporated personnel who had no major issues or only had petty thefts, they would undergo ideological remolding or be assigned to insignificant positions. Both sides were preparing. Without noticing, another month passed. During this month, the Kaping family and the Gan by Nua family had been creating friction. On the one hand, it was to lull the Ka Mo La family into relaxation, and on the other hand, it was also to reasonably eliminate some unqualified personnel. The Ka Mo La family, on the other hand, did not relax their vigilance due to the friction between the Kaping and Gan by Nua families. Instead, they strengthened their internal armaments. Of course, Nua Ya, as the behind-the-scenes director, was very clear about the small moves of the Ka Mo La family through the intelligence monitoring of the winery. However, letting the other side prepare fully was also one of Nua Ya's goals. After all, to reasonably expend those unqualified cannon fodder, it was necessary to make the Ka Mo La family's strength strong enough. As for the antique dealer who would interfere, Nua Ya did not take him seriously. Nua Ya even had a clear understanding of the antique dealer's intelligence. After all, the Nua Ya family possessed Den Mushi surveillance technology. As long as one was on the monitoring list, many things once spoken on the phone were essentially known to the Nua Ya family. This one-way transparency of intelligence brought terrifying consequences. On the evening of November 21st, inside the secret base on York Island, Luo Bin walked in with a document. At this time, she had changed her appearance. Even within the family, she chose to maintain her disguised state. Important intelligence. Yes, it's the phone record of that antique dealer and Ka Mo La Holly. Nua Ya took the document, flipped through it for a moment, and then a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Not bad. This Holly has some brains after all to have Ao Fu go to the meeting. Okay, by the way, the Marine West Sea branch has also been paying attention to the underworld conflict recently. Nua Ya waved his hand. Don't worry. As long as the Gan by Nua family and the Kaping family haven't fought to a conclusion, the Marines won't act. He had studied the pattern of the Shihai. The Shihai had 3 major underworld forces: the 5 major mafia, the United Chamber of Commerce, and the 8 treasures navy. If any one of them disappeared, it would lead to even more severe chaos in the Shihai underworld. Moreover, behind these forces were involved the nobles of various kingdoms, the Marines of the West Sea, and global underworld magnates. Although the current commander of the West Sea Marines was Cha Tunjiaji, he did not have the authority to use the Marines to purge the mafia. The mafia as a gray force was sometimes the result of compromises among all parties. In the 1507th year of the Sea Circle calendar, on November 28th, the Zeta Sea region, also known as the domain of the famous Western Sky Summit. This sea area lay in the central part of the West Sea, situated precisely between the territories of the Gambino and Kimura families. Hence it was the natural choice for this clandestine meeting. Moreover, to allay Alfu's suspicions, Halley deliberately selected an island nearer to the Gambino family, Red Coral Island. On the eastern waters of Red Coral Island, a fleet bearing the flag of the Kimura family slowly approached the port of Coral Town on the island. Alfu, who had arrived in Coral Town ahead of time, brought many members earmarked for elimination, yet he drove all the nearby residents away from the port area. Aboard the Kimura family's fleet, an old man in a gentleman's hat stood at the prow, gazing at the approaching dock and the faintly visible Gambino family members upon it. Beside him was the Kimura family's bald executive Moore, who was observing the dock through binoculars. "Mr. Henuowe Alfu of the Gambino family is on the dock. No need to rush." Gahaha. The antique dealer Henuowe let out a strange laugh while toying with the pistol in his hand. Mo was not truly concerned about the overconfident Henuowe, but rather feared that the latter might fail to eliminate Alfu and his men, thereby bringing loss to the Kimura family. A dozen minutes later, the fleet finally entered the dock area less than 200 meters from the pier. "Moore, where is Halley?" Alfu shouted loudly. Moore, unwilling to reveal himself just yet, immediately replied, "Godfather Alfu, our godfather will come out for the meeting shortly." Hidden behind several Kimura mafiosi, Henuowe suddenly raised his hand and fired. Corrosion bullet. In an instant, 6 bullets were shot forth. Alfu, on the dock, sensing danger through his observation hockey, leaped aside with a shave, while the few cannon fodder guards were instantly struck by the corrosion bullets. Sizzling as if drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid, these men writhed in agonizing screams, their bodies smoking and dissolving into piles of bones. Open fire. Cannons hidden in the fleet's cabins were pushed out, and gunners rushed out to shoot and bombard the Gambino family members on the dock. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Take cover. Return fire. Help. Chaos erupted on the dock, while Alfu, who had already leaped to the rooftop of a tall building along with a few members of the Noah family, watched the scene with utter calm. Henuowe's pistol fired continuously. Anyone or anything struck by its bullets suffered massive corrosion and dissolution. Soon the unqualified members on the dock were wiped out completely. Then a large number of Kimura family mafiosi landed on the dock and began to surround the building where Alfu and his men stood. Moore, witnessing the scene, burst into laughter. "Alfu, the end of the Gambino family has come. You are indeed quite confident." Alfu looked calmly at the smug Moore and the nearby Henuowe. The next moment his shirt burst open, his body swelled significantly, and he entered the half-beast form of a bulldog. "What? A devil fruit user?" Moore was startled. Henuowe, however, sneered. "So this is your trump card? How boring." Corrosion bullet. The bullet pierced Alfu's body, struck the tiles behind him, and corroded a large hole. But Henuowe's expression turned serious as he exhaled sharply. Corrosion gas. Several nearby Kimura mafiosi who failed to flee were disfigured by the corrosion, rolling on the ground in agony. Yet this gas, capable of corroding all things, met Alfu, whose entire body was coated in armament hockey. In an instant, Alfu appeared before Henuowe. Armament hockey. Damn it. Corrosion fist. Bang. Alfu struck out instantly, sending a shockwave. Henuowe's eyes widened in fury as he was blasted hundreds of meters away, smashing through the docked ships and plunging into the sea. Trash, another half-baked who only develops abilities without training the body. From the moment Alfu transformed and attacked to the moment Henuowe was sent into the sea, only a dozen seconds had passed. Awakening as if from a dream, Moore felt a chill throughout his body, his hands and feet trembling involuntarily. "Aye, sir." Splat. The heart in his chest was instantly ripped out, and Moore fell to the ground dead without closing his eyes. Alfu casually crushed the heart. The family does not need trash. Soon the mafiosi brought by the Kimura family were bloodily annihilated. The antique dealer Henuowe, who was fished back from the sea, was a corrosion fruit user. His ability resembled that of the Navy's Schuen's rust fruit. While Alfu was eliminating the Kimura family members brought by Moore, Beej had also launched a surprise attack on the Kimura family stronghold. Halley and all the high-ranking members of the Kimura family were wiped out. At this point, 3 of the 5 major mafia families in the West Sea had been completely destroyed, leaving only the Capone and Gambino families. On the surface, the two families clashed, but in reality, they helped each other eliminate rivals, while swiftly taking over the territories of the other three families. Seeing the Capone and Gambino families maintain restraint and a balanced situation, the other forces in the West Sea had to abandon any thoughts of taking advantage of the chaos. While the Noah family was busy conquering the West Sea Mafia, the Grand Line Paradise, Mary Geos on the Red Line. At that moment, flames soared into the sky. Amidst the chaos and conflagration, a large number of slaves seized the opportunity to escape down Mary Geos. Ships prepared in advance at the base of the Red Line rescued thousands of slaves. The Fishman Tiger was fortunate. That night, the five elders were not in Mary Geos, but had gone to Egghead. Borsalino had also been dispatched to the New World to support Sengoku in dealing with the frenzied Kaido. Kazan had been roaming the South Sea recently, seemingly searching for traces of Noah's group, and had not returned to Marine headquarters. Garp had gone back to the East Sea to see his grandson. Tsuru was also in the North Sea pursuing the Don Quixote family. At that time, the high-ranking Marines at headquarters were only Fleet Admiral Kong, Instructor Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Guion. One of the three had to remain at Marineford. Thus only Kong and Guion sortied. Unfortunately, neither possessed restraint abilities, and with the covert help of Rayleigh and Shaki, the escape ships were quickly coated and submerged beneath the sea, leaving Kong and Guion staring helplessly. This incident instantly ignited the seas, especially the troublemaker Morgan, who published the news as the headline the next day. Clearly, this matter could not be concealed. The world government had no choice but to issue a wanted notice for the Sun Pirates and the mastermind Tiger. Fortunately, Tiger was not completely reckless. He had severed ties with the Ryugu Kingdom in advance, becoming a wanted criminal of the Ryugu Kingdom, otherwise the world government would certainly have targeted it. The five elders who had just returned to Mary Geos said nothing on the surface, but in their hearts they were already plotting how to deal with the Ryugu Kingdom. The covert unification of the West Sea underworld greatly bolstered the power of the Noah family. Yet Noah did not set sail again. Instead, he remained on the secret base of York Island. By now, he had completed the creation of the sixth major arcana apostle. The six major arcana apostles Noah currently possessed were Demon Pan Batten Swap Fruit, Emperor Shurji Float Fruit, Death Mushiolu Fungus Fruit, U Justice Guy Yilamu Cube Fruit, World Carp 1 Beiji Castle Fruit, Hermit Henuaway Corrosion Fruit. The corrosion fruit enhanced Noah's offensive strength. Its ability was brutally simple. It could corrode everything, even armament hockey. Of course, to corrode an opponent's armament hockey, one's own stamina must be sufficient and observation hockey stronger than the enemy's, otherwise the attack would be immensely powerful yet unable to land. After obtaining the sixth major arcana apostle, Noah's card fruit grew even stronger, and the progress of complete fruit awakening reached about 27. Moreover, the number of fruit abilities he could borrow increased from 1 to 2. However, Noah had also used tarot divination and knew that his body could only accommodate at most 3 exogenous devil fruit abilities simultaneously. That meant even if Noah achieved fruit awakening apart from his own card fruit, he could only use the abilities of 3 apostles at the same time. This was expected after all. The human body had its limits, unless one ceased to be human. However, his apostles being created from human bodies could grow stronger through their own cultivation. In the training ground, Noah controlled the corrosion power, merging it with iron sand, and then borrowed the control of the float fruit. The corrosive sand instantly riddled the rock wall ahead with dense holes. If someone with trypophobia saw this, they would likely go into shock. Combining 2 fruit abilities is indeed extremely difficult, but Noah had anticipated this outcome. He took out Bear's card, the Iron Fruit. It seems I must remodel it. Previously, Noah had not fully understood the awakening mechanism of the card fruit, believing he needed to collect both the minor arcana and the major arcana to complete the fruit awakening. Now that he knew only the major arcana deck was needed, the previously modified Bear was no longer suitable to remain in the minor arcana deck. He pressed his palm against Bear's forehead, instantly extracting the card spirit dwelling within, then took out the strength card from the major arcana deck. Fused, Bear's body was once again enveloped in a golden cocoon. Soon the 7th major arcana apostle was born. Strength Bear, Iron Fruit. Noah's card fruit moved 1 step closer to awakening. With Bear transformed into a major arcana card, Noah's connection to this card became even tighter. In fact, the Iron Fruit was no less important to Noah at this stage than the float fruit. Among the 7 major arcana apostles, only the Iron Fruit and the Castle Fruit were of the Paramecia body-altering type. The rest were special Paramecia or Logia types. The Castle Fruit's enhancement to physical strength was insufficient. Noah himself was an ordinary human, and even with the Source Blood Potion to boost his physique, such improvements had limits. To contend with experts wielding mythical Zoan fruits, the Iron Fruit had to be a constant. For beings like Warring States Kaido and the 5 elders, their physical constitutions were already at the world ceiling. Without a naturally gifted body, Noah could only rely on the Iron Fruit to bridge the gap with mythical Zoans. Fortunately, Noah's Conqueror's Haki was extremely powerful. After years of psychological conditioning and mental fortification, his conqueror's haki had undergone a distinct mutation. In its highly condensed state, his conqueror's haki was not the typical dark or purple color, but a crimson red. This mutation was actually quite normal for haki, was a condensation and extension of one's will, spirit, and emotions. Ambitious or lawless individuals often had black or purple conqueror's haki, the mainstream hue. Given Noah's ideology, his conqueror's haki naturally took on a crimson tone. Of course, it was not merely a color change. This mutation granted his conqueror's haki some entirely new abilities. The first ability was mind resonance, similar to the observation haki of Queen Otoheim of the Ryugu Kingdom. The second ability was the Crimson Torrent, the core capability of Noah's conqueror's haki. Anyone who shared Noah's ideology could integrate their willpower into his conqueror's haki. However, this ability had a range limit. Currently, it could only mobilize the willpower of allies within a radius of 3 kilometers. His Crimson Torrent had an effect similar to observation killing, and could also be wrapped around armament haki to break through an opponent's armament defense, with a penetration effect even stronger than Flowing Sakura. In fact, Crimson Torrent and Mind Resonance were a combined skill. Those who did not identify with Noah's ideology could not connect via Mind Resonance, and without that connection their willpower could not be integrated into Noah's conqueror's haki. The Crimson Torrent also had a reverse application. It allowed allies who shared Noah's ideology within a specific range to gain immunity to the pressure of others' conqueror's haki. However, this application had never been truly tested by Noah, as the Noah family had yet to encounter an enemy with conqueror's haki. The training on the grounds continued. Just then Robin appeared at the edge of the training ground. Noah stopped, and the iron sand lifted a towel from the rest area. Wiping his sweat, he asked, "What's the matter?" News from the North Sea: Doflamingo hijacked a treasure ship carrying heavenly gold. According to the call logs, he plans to use this to coerce the 5 elders into making him a warlord. Noah picked up a lemon water, a misguided choice. Without strength, what use is becoming a warlord? The sea is about power. Robin continued reporting. Marine hunter Mihawk accepted the world government's invitation, becoming the 3rd warlord. Terror weapon Delia became the 4th. Terror weapon. The weapon fruit user. Where is he? Currently in the Orlando Sea of the New World. Have the wine factory step up surveillance, Noah ordered. No problem. Robin continued. The East Sea branch found a valuable target, a mimic fruit user named Von Kure. However, he entered the Grand Line yesterday. Mimic fruit. Noah took a sip of lemon water unmoved. A covert agent in the Sabaody archipelago reported that the Big Mom Pirates intelligence officer purchased a devil fruit they're identified as the Paramecia heat fruit. Noah narrowed his eyes. Heat fruit. Can we determine their location? Currently, they should still be in Fishman Island. Upon hearing this, a different thought surfaced in Noah's mind. Why go through Fishman Island? Could it be that Charlotte Bulei has not yet eaten the mirror fruit? After all, if such an important devil fruit belonged to the Noah family, they would surely dispatch Alay immediately to bring it back. The fact that the Big Mom Pirates intelligence officer chose to pass through Fishman Island could only mean one thing: Charlotte Bulei had not yet obtained the mirror fruit. Thus Noah's speculation grew stronger. See Circle Calendar 1508, January 8th. In the Xian Shiji on the Leishan Island route. A few days ago, Nuaya and his party, who had arrived in this sea area through a wormhole jump, were now hovering above Leishan Island. Besides Koluo Luo Bin and Dazi, who were following Nuaya, even Yushuya, who was at the Feng Bao Kun Dao and the Nanhai, had come along. At this moment, Yushuya had entered an elemental state, transforming into a bolt of lightning roaming amid the thunder of Leishan Island. What a terrifying power! Dazi looked at the dark clouds below, which were densely packed with endless thunder and lightning snakes. This was also the calamity forbidden zone caused by the awakening of 2 devil fruits they had encountered so far. The Shur Luo Ji Hai caused by the awakening of the Ju Feng fruit. And the Leishan Island before them was evidently the calamity forbidden zone caused by the awakening of the Xiang Lei fruit. Nuaya shook his head and explained, "It's not that simple. Even with the awakening of the Xiang Lei fruit, it is difficult to form Leishan Island. Is there some secret behind this?" Luo Bin was somewhat puzzled. To form such a calamity forbidden zone relying solely on fruit awakening is very difficult, especially for Logia types like the Xiang Lei fruit and Ju Feng fruit, which have no fixed substance. Nuaya pointed at the Leishan Island below. The reason this island can maintain a state of perpetual thunder is that the island is rich in iron ore. Under the smelting of thunderous power, this iron ore gradually turn into magnetite, which allows Leishan Island to remain in this state. I see. Nuaya continued his explanation. As for the Shur Luo Ji Hai, it is itself a sea area with strong storms. Under the attack of the world government's ancient weapon, Yatelan Island turned into a huge abyss on the seabed, allowing magma from underground to continuously surge up through this breach, providing the Ju Feng fruit with a massive heat supply, thus maintaining the long-term storm calamity. Everyone suddenly understood. In fact, the peculiarity of the eternal daylight state of the CFA DAO under the world government was also caused by an awakened-level fruit user, most likely the Shan Shan fruit. Logia-type devil fruits are called natural disasters precisely because of this ability to semi-permanently alter local climates. Half an hour later, a bolt of lightning shot onto the deck of the Ingwu Luo, and Yushia rematerialized from the lightning. How is it? Noya asked. Yushia shook his head. There's nothing worth referencing, but I can use the lightning of this island to increase my endurance and expand the range of electromagnetic wave monitoring. How much can it be expanded? The limit is about 2600 kilometers in radius. Nuaya stroked the stubble on his chin, 2600 kilometers. Even Ma Li Xiaoya on the Hongtu de Lu is within range. Kaluo took out a world map and calculated with a scale. Indeed, it's within 2600 kilometers. The segment of the Hongtu de Lu where Ma Li Xiaoya is located is only about 1500 kilometers from Leishan Island. Nuaya then ordered Yushia use Leishan Island to monitor the surrounding sea area, especially the ship of the Dama pirates. Leave it to me. Yushia once again turned into a lightning bolt and merged into the thunderous dark clouds below. Meanwhile, Nuaya maintained contact with Yushia through electromagnetic waves. On the morning of the third day, Nuaya suddenly opened his eyes, and Yushia rematerialized from the lightning before him. Big brother, the target has appeared 436 kilometers to the northwest. They just surfaced from the seabed. Let's go, we'll go meet them. The Ingwu Luo quickly set sail, speeding northwest. In less than 4 hours, the homie ship created by the Hun Hun fruit was below the Ingwu Luo. Yushia quickly used wireless power transmission to eliminate the news birds within dozens of kilometers, while also using electromagnetic interference to disrupt the communication of nearby Dianhuachong. Nuoya and the others also put on masks and white suits, directly launching a surprise attack from high altitude onto the homie ship below. Inside the homie ship, the fourth son of the Xia Luot family, Xia Loto, when suddenly changed expression and instantly rushed out of the cabin. Boom. The next moment, the homie ship was struck by a terrifying Rong Tai Tai, Quan shattering instantly. The ordinary pirates of the Xia Luot family on the ship were stunned by the attack, completely unable to react. Owen, who was stepping on Yubu, looked at the white-suited masked men descending from the sky, his expression extremely ugly. CP organization. Are you declaring war on us? It seems you've already eaten the Riri fruit. What a pity. Nuaya, seeing Owen's body flushed red, knew that the other had consumed the Riri fruit. At that moment, Lord Owen, the Jian Huachong can't communicate. Owen's heart instantly sank. Just as he was about to flee, a crimson Ba Wang say rushed straight at him. This? Impossible. Owen's eyes widened, and the Yubu on his feet nearly failed. Jiulong Chan Sha. The sea surface suddenly surged, and 9 water dragons burst up surrounding Owen from all directions. What? Such an ability. Owen was greatly alarmed, immediately turning his feet red and violently rising into the sky by heating the air. Wu Yun Gai Ding. The DG Yun that had been scattered in the surrounding airspace instantly transformed into a giant hand that blotted out the sky, pressing down on Owen. Owen's hands turned red, and he struck upward with all his might. Re-Fong Quan. The extremely hot punch wind pierced the palm of the giant cloud hand. Before Owen could rejoice, over a dozen cloud pythons rapidly emerged from the giant cloud hand, attacking him from all sides. The water dragons below also soared into the air. Damn, this is the ability of the Piao Piao fruit. Did that old man Jean Shirzi get killed? Owen furiously dispersed the cloud python. However, he had not yet realized the severity of the problem. The dispersed clouds contained high Lushur components that floated in the air. Soon Owen felt his body growing heavier. What's going on? Are these clouds poisonous? The more he struggled, the more high Lushur components he breathed into his body, and the weaker his fruit ability became. In less than 3 minutes, Owen fell limply downward. Nuaya's Tai Sha mixed with high Lushur wrapped around the falling Owen, and then returned to the Ingwu Luo. Yushia also returned to the deck. The pirates below and that ship have been completely eliminated. Very good. Nuaya directly sent Owen into the castle space within his body and then killed him with a single slash inside. Soon after, the Riri fruit was forced to rebirth within the castle space. After Owen's corpse was drained of blood, it was electrocuted into charcoal. The Ingwu Luo swiftly sped toward the Shihai. Meanwhile, in the Xian Shiji, the Tuatelan kingdom, on Cake Island, a homie responsible for managing the family's Shengming Ji was shocked. Oh no. Lord Owen's Shengming Ji is burning. Soon Ka Taku Li and Pei Luo Si Pei Luo rushed to the dessert room where the Shengming Ji were stored. At this moment, Owen's Shengming Ji had burned to ashes. The death of Charlotte Owen ignited the fury of the entire Big Mom Pirates to its peak. Soon the Big Mom Pirates issued a bounty of over 10 billion in the New World and the Underworld. Unfortunately, Noah acted with such swiftness and precision that even the underground intelligence mogul Morgans could not uncover the culprit, let alone the other underworld powers. The only person who might have known the truth was the second princess of the Dressrosa Kingdom, Violet. Her glare fruit had a maximum observation radius of 4000 kilometers. Thunder Island was only about 790 kilometers from the Dressrosa Kingdom. If Violet had observed that direction that day, she would have witnessed the battle between Noah and Owen. Unfortunately, Noah had already taken precautions. On the day of the operation, he had Champagne arranged subordinates to deliberately set a small forest ablaze near a coastline of Dressrosa Island. Thus, Violet could only focus her attention within the Dressrosa Kingdom on guard against potential enemies. The enraged Big Mom pirates stirred up chaos in the New World instead, drawing the attention of the Marines and other great pirates. After returning to the York Island base in the West Blue, Noah did not linger long. Soon he used a wormhole jump to arrive at Lion Island in the Paradise Sky Governorate. Lord Noah, long time no see. Monet greeted him with a smile. Is the work going smoothly? Monet nodded. No major issues. The defense system of Skypiea is now preliminarily complete. She briefed Noah on the specific situation of Skypiea. Currently, the Paradise Sky Governorate governed 15 sky islands, including the core areas Lion Island, Featherman Island, Angel Island, Field Island, Upper Yard, and 11 others. Additionally, there were 4 outpost sky islands: Burka Island in the south, Gluttony Island in the east, Cloud Island in the west, and Heavenly Lake Island in the north. The total population was 5300 with a regular army of 3500. They possessed 4 medium-sized flying arcs, a cavalry unit of 100 Sky Riders, and the Sky Corps commander was Wiper. Although the regular army was only 3500, the militia numbered around 8300. These militiamen served as reserves and all received basic hockey and physical training. The specialty of the Sky Islands, the cultivation of Sky Island shellfish, was also developing rapidly. With the assistance of Andy and Law among others, some endangered rare shellfish had their populations restored. For example, the impact dial and laser dial had recovered from near extinction to a population of over 2,000. Noah visited Mechanical Island, located northwest of Lion Island, which was dedicated to modifying flying arcs. There he saw Law busy working on a ship. Is this the Eden-class arc? Law, seeing Noah arrive, promptly stopped his work and replied respectfully, Yes, Noah. This is the Eden-class arc you envisioned. What distinguished this arc from ordinary medium-sized arcs was the layer of dark green scales covering its surface. These scales were actually leaves from a local Sky Island plant. The characteristic of the Eden-class arc was its living nature. This ship was essentially a tree capable of storing energy through photosynthesis. Its propulsion and weaponry came from Law using the Nomi to transplant functional organs of Sky Island shellfish onto the tree ship. For instance, the jet engines used for propulsion were transplanted from giant breath dials cultivated with IQ drugs. Similarly, the laser cannons used as weapons were transplanted from laser dials enhanced with IQ drugs. To increase energy storage capacity, IQ drugs were used to strengthen the energy-storing organs of heat dials, achieving a maximum storage limit equivalent to the heat from burning 5 tons of coal. This Eden-class arc was equipped with 100 heat dial energy storage cells. To enhance the energy generated by photosynthesis, the tree ship had extendable photosynthetic leaves transplanted on both sides, which could multiply the leaf area by 10 when deployed. The bottom of the ship was transplanted with enhanced cloud dials capable of expelling fixed clouds, allowing the tree ship to drift weightlessly at high altitudes, providing camouflage and preventing devil fruit users from infiltrating. This biological warship not only possessed exceptional survivability, but could also provide supplies for the crew. For example, using parts of the Baron Tamago's organs, they created meat growth rooms and fruit growth rooms. Using water dials, they made fresh water generation rooms and shower rooms. And using flame dials and heat dials, they built a kitchen. The Nomi, with its ability to ignore species differences and transplant rejection, enabled many unimaginable modifications and creations in biological engineering. As various biological organs were transplanted and modified, Law's mastery of the Nomi deepened, and he increasingly understood Noah's words, knowledge is power. It seems the development progress is decent, but it's not enough. Law nodded. Indeed, it's not yet perfect. Although the resin organs of the Urukuman mangrove can be transplanted, the bubbles it produces are difficult to maintain stability outside the Sabaody archipelago. I'm working on improvements. Noah waved his hand. It's fine. Take your time. We still have time. By the way, Noadano, regarding the customized arc you requested earlier, I estimate it will take about 2 more months. 2 months. I understand. Don't rush. Be sure to prepare thoroughly in terms of safety measures. I will strengthen the arrangements. Noah inspected the interior of the Eden-class arc and then inquired about Law's ability development. At this point, Law could already use ultrasonic waves, X-rays, and nuclear magnetic resonance. However, he had not yet mastered gamma rays and heavy protons, which he estimated would only be possible after his devil fruit awakened. But in other directions, he had made significant progress. For example, he used the ferocious beasts left over from Shiki's experiments and transformed them into a special beast brigade. Law selected several dozen gorillas and modified their bodies. These gorillas were divided into several types: Sea Gorilla Squad, Fire Gorilla Squad, Flying Gorilla Squad, and Strength Gorilla Squad. Sea gorillas could operate underwater using toxins, ink, and electric shocks as their means. Fire gorillas were transplanted with breath dial and flame dial organs along with wings, enabling them to fly and breathe fire. Flying gorillas were transplanted with laser dial organs and wings, allowing them to fire lasers and fly. Strength gorillas were transplanted with insect exoskeletons and porcupine quills, possessing immense strength and the ability to launch large spines. In addition, Law also crafted a biological armor for himself using gorillas as the raw material. He could merge into it, avoiding the drawbacks of directly modifying his own body while utilizing various biological organs. The 6-meter-tall biological armor possessed formidable physical strength and a variety of eerie biological organs. Law piloted it from within, conserving his own stamina. After spending over a week surveying the sky island, Noah descended back to the sea. The Nautilus did not descend from the Jaya Island waters, but chose the Gluttony Sea, where they had previously discovered barren stomach. After the secret modifications, a medium-sized ark was permanently stationed on Gluttony Island, which would regularly go to barren stomach's Petal Island to harvest ingredients, thereby increasing the sky island's food reserves. During these days, the Nautilus also underwent an upgrade, adding cloud shells and windblast shells to enhance its stealth and maneuverability. During its descent from high altitude, the Nautilus was wrapped in stabilizing clouds to avoid being spotted by passing ships or news crews. Koluo glanced at the log pose and immediately ordered, "Proceed on a heading of 42 degrees northeast." The temporary crew members bustled about, each attending to their duties. On the massive sea chart in the cockpit, a magnetic 4-pointed star was attached to an island. On one side of the island, it was labeled Situka Island. Situka Island was precisely Nuaya's destination on this trip. The island was located on the second route of paradise adjacent to Shungbayong Island. 4 days later in the afternoon, the Nautilus arrived at the waters near Situka Island. After stowing the Nautilus, the disguised group used a laze wormhole to dig an underground tunnel and entered Situka Island. The reason for such caution was that this island was the territory of Delia, the Terror Weapon, a user of the weapon fruit. Initially, Nuaya had planned to eliminate this fellow in the New World, but unfortunately, there was the easier-to-handle heat fruit, which allowed him to escape. However, a few days ago, the target had been thoroughly beaten by Kata Ku Li of the Big Mom Pirates in the New World and had slipped back to his lair in paradise. This news was just discovered by the intelligence agents on Xiangbo Di Kun Dao. Nuaya naturally would not miss this opportunity. The entire Situka Island had been transformed by Delia into a mechanical fortress filled with numerous machine processing factories dedicated to producing arms. According to various intelligence reports, Delia's development of the weapon fruit was fairly decent. At least he wasn't as useless as Baby 5. After purchasing various weapons from the underworld, Delia used them for reverse engineering and improvement. His ability as a weapon fruit user allowed him to quickly understand the structure and working principles of any weapon. This was also the reason why Delia was called the Terror Weapon. The development of weapons in the pirate world was extremely bizarre. Some places still used flintlock muskets, while others already employed submachine guns, rocket launchers, and even laser cannons. Some of the people who once belonged to the same organization as Bei Jiapeng Ku, Kue In Jia Jikai Sa, and others, had developed a large number of weapons, many of which had entered the underground black market. For example, the rocket launcher dog, later owned by the Ba La Kugong, Zwasher, was most likely developed and manufactured by Bei Jiapeng Ku and others. Delia collected a great many powerful weapons which greatly enhanced his abilities. Moreover, according to underworld intelligence, Delia was not a lone wolf. He had a skeleton army recruited from the war without end country, the country where Ba Lei was born, as well as 3 capable subordinates. The reason Nuya and his group did not enter Situka Island head-on was that among Delia's subordinates, there was a Paramecia-type devil fruit user named Shi-Er, whose ability was precisely the slow fruit later held by Foxy the Silver Fox. This fruit's ability could emit a special slow beam, causing any person or object hit to instantly enter a slowed state for 30 seconds. For a weakling like Foxy, this fruit naturally showed little effect, but in the hands of Delia's subordinate, combined with Delia's relentless bombardment, it could annihilate enemies in seconds. A 30-second slowed state was far too lethal. Nuaya certainly did not want to be hit by such an ability. After infiltrating Situka Island, Nuaya immediately summoned Shirji and had him use his ability to take control of the entire Situka Island, though, without making the island float for the time being. This time he was going to make a move against the Shichibukai, so Nuaya naturally would not use his previous alias. Instead, he planned to let the Golden Lion make a comeback, and he could conveniently disguise himself as the Golden Lion's subordinate to avoid the risk of exposure. Considering the characteristics of the steel fruit, he planned to only use the fungus fruit's ability this time, while Aleko Luo and the others would try not to intervene. However, Dezi and Luo Bin, who had not appeared before, could also act. through the underground tunnel dug by Alay. The group went directly beneath the mechanical castle where Delia and his subordinates resided. However, Nuo did not act immediately, waiting instead for nightfall. Until the dead of night, Nuo's observation hockey combined with electromagnetic waves quickly pinpointed the biological signatures within the castle. Found them. After sharing the detection information via electromagnetic waves, Shurji's face revealed a sinister smile. He picked up several pairs of seastone handcuffs and a cloud shell containing seastone cloud, then activated his float fruit ability, manipulating iron sand to carry the handcuffs and cloud shell. Soon the rock above was manipulated by the float fruit's power, splitting apart to reveal a small passage that led directly to Shier's room. Shier, who was sleeping in his room, suddenly sensed a crisis with his observation hockey and instantly woke up. But it was too late. The float fruit was incredibly convenient for dealing with enemies in such an enclosed space. The next moment, walls and ceiling from all directions pressed in on Shier. Shier immediately activated his ability towards the wall's slow beam. However, he did not notice that a small hole had appeared in the floor of the room, which was spraying seastone cloud into the room. Soon Shier felt his body growing weak. What's happening? As the amount of seastone cloud he inhaled increased, his body became increasingly weak and the effect of the slow beam finally ended. He could not cast it again and could only watch helplessly as the iron sand brought seastone handcuffs to lock his wrists. Shier captured. In another room, the Zoan-type ability user Wuda was directly wrapped in walls and then handcuffed. The entire castle now had only Delia as the remaining ability user. At this point, Delia also sensed something was wrong. But in such an enclosed environment like the castle, he was doomed to meet his end. Nuoya's conqueror's hockey directly struck and suppressed him, while the float fruit manipulated the surrounding walls and steel plates to press in. Just a fraction of a second of disorientation caused Delia to inhale a large amount of seastone cloud, and then he fell into a vicious cycle. In less than 10 seconds, Delia was like a dead dog handcuffed with seastone handcuffs and bound by iron sand. As for the others in the castle, they were almost instantly locked in place by items manipulated by the float fruit, awaiting Ma Li's interrogation. The people outside the castle were still unaware that Delia and his core officers had been completely wiped out. As for Den Mushy communication and the like, Nuo, he also possessed the ability to cause electromagnetic interference, though his range was not as wide as Yushuya's, but blocking a single castle was child's play. Seeing that things went so smoothly, Nuoya's previously prepared contingency plans were not needed. Even the card of Shurji did not need to be revealed. But this was normal. After all this, Delia was not among the later Shichibukai, apparently having died prematurely, which showed that his strength was quite mediocre. Originally, Nuo had planned to kill Delia in the name of the Golden Lion and then loot the entire Satuka Island. Now the plan needed to be revised. After all, compared to the industrial equipment and arms on Satuka Island, installing one of his own among the Shichibukai was far more valuable. Soon Noah transformed Daria and Sil into apostles within the mechanical castle. Chariot Daria, weapon fruit. Temperance, Sil, slow fruit. The Zoan-type user Wood was also turned into an apostle, but he belonged to the minor arcana sequence, possessing the lizard fruit model chameleon. However, after successfully converting Wood, Noah discovered an unexpected surprise. You're a CP4 agent. Yes, my lord. Wood replied respectfully. An accidental gain indeed. But Daria was truly careless to let a CP agent infiltrate the upper ranks. No wonder she was later expelled. Just then Mary walked in from outside. Big brother, the situation isn't good. Among the 573 people inside the castle alone, there are 16 spies from various factions, 3 from the world government, 1 from the Navy's Sword Agency, 6 from underground magnates, 1 from the Don Quixote family, 1 from Baroque Works, 2 from the Big Mom Pirates, and 2 from the Revolutionary Army. Damn, Noah was speechless. It turned out Daria's stronghold was riddled with leaks, with every kind of person and ghost meddling in her affairs. Kuro also frowned deeply. Lord Noah, if we leave this unchecked, Daria's situation will become very troublesome. She could easily be framed by other forces. What do you suggest? Kuro's eyes turned cold. Why not finish the job once and for all? Disguised as a user of the spore fruit, we can destroy the entire Stuka Island, letting those spies and criminals die here plausibly. Then we relocate those who barely passed the screening to the Storm Archipelago. Excellent. This plan is outstanding. Noah was very satisfied with Kuro's suggestion. A family needed not only combat power, but also strategists and coordinators to devise plans. Currently, Stuka Island had been heavily infiltrated by various forces. If we didn't eradicate them thoroughly, it might backfire. If we used Mary's ability to screen everyone secretly, given the island's population of nearly 30,000, it would take at least a month to complete the covert screening. Noah made a quick decision. Kuro arranged this plan. We must ensure that everyone on Stuka Island stays here permanently. Understood. Soon Kuro began deploying troops. Noah blocked all Den mushy communications on the island and released a wide-range, unconsciousness-inducing fungus. Within half an hour, every living creature on Stuka Island fell into a state of unconsciousness. Wearing gas masks and protective suits, Mary and the others used temporary isolation rooms created by Galdino combined with Mary's ability to screen everyone. Due to time constraints, Mary conducted a rough screening by questioning large groups simultaneously, simply asking if they belonged to other factions or had committed evil deeds. As for more in-depth questions, they could be revisited later when time permitted. In just 6 hours, Mary had preliminarily screened over 30,000 people. All problematic individuals were poisoned to death by Noah, totaling 4736 executions. Daria's subordinates in particular were almost completely wiped out. These people had committed countless murders and arsons. Except for a few with good physical fitness who were kept as test subjects, the rest were executed. As for the spies, Noah showed no mercy. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Ar quickly transferred the approved personnel to the Storm Archipelago using wormholes. To avoid leaving any traces, Kuro also transported the bodies of the eliminated West Blue Mafia members from the freezers in the west. After all, the 5 major mafia families had over 100,000 unqualified members, all of whom had been purged. However, these bodies were preserved precisely for situations requiring corpse camouflage. These corpses were soon covered by Noah's fungus-growing colorful mushrooms that erased their original appearances and features. At the same time, Noah sealed the important production lines on Stuka Island, dumped a pile of scrap metal, and detonated bombs. Wood, as one of the few surviving spies, immediately reported this to his CP4 superior. By then, Daria had already fled Stuka Island with her remaining forces, completely breaking free from her previous predicament. 7 hours later, 3 Navy warships docked at the pier of Stuka Island. Vice Admiral Maynard, who was in charge of this mission, observed through his telescope the devastated port area, riddled with explosion craters, still burning flames, and mushrooms scattered everywhere. How terrifying! Maynard was shocked by the scene. Soon, Marines wearing protective suits and gas masks entered the core area of Stuka Island. Inside, they found corpses covered in mushrooms and machinery shattered into pieces. After a rough estimate, they concluded that nearly the entire population of the island had perished, and they hastily evacuated. Based on the Marines' observations and photos, Maynard quickly wrote a report for Marine headquarters recommending that Stuka Island be designated as a restricted zone. According to the investigation, the mushrooms on the island were still multiplying. Test animals brought ashore showed signs of poisoning within an hour, indicating the island was thoroughly ruined. This was also one of Noah's goals. Although he had ostensibly destroyed Stuka Island, he had no intention of giving it up. After all, with his spore fruit ability, he could restore the island's ecosystem at any time. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office at Marine headquarters, Kong communicated with the 5 elders for over 10 minutes. Although both sides were dissatisfied with Daria's string of failures, with no suitable replacement available, they had to tacitly allow her to remain a warlord. As for the spies lost by the Navy and CP, neither the 5 elders nor Kong cared, as no intelligence agency operated without casualties. The next day, the World Economy newspaper published extensive reports about Daria's narrow victory over the spore fruit user and the destruction of Stuka Island. This news left the factions that had planted spies on the island feeling as disgusted as if they had swallowed flies. However, they had no choice but to accept the outcome. After all, no one could have imagined that Daria would destroy the entire island just to eliminate spies. With the destruction of Stuka Island, global underground arms prices skyrocketed, causing the intensity of conflicts worldwide to decrease significantly. At that time, the Don Quixote family had not yet taken control of the kingdom of Dressrosa, and Doflamingo had not made contact with Kaido. Daria still held a monopoly on the underground arms market. However, with Daria's terrorist weapons falling into silence, the Don Quixote family would likely accelerate their advance into the Grand Line. Noah wasn't particularly concerned about this outcome. After all, the Don Quixote family was a middling force in the New World, like sheep to be slaughtered. If the opportunity arose, Noah would not hesitate to eliminate Doflamingo and his family, regardless of Kaido and Charlotte Lean's involvement. Inside the Nautilus, Noah and Robin were sifting through materials about Paradise. Since Stuka Island couldn't be developed again anytime soon, they needed to find a suitable haven for Dahlia and the others. Noah's target was the Turtle Island. Soon, Robin located a potentially relevant entry in the library summary catalog. Noah, please summon the book numbered 367102. Noah summoned the book from the card library. The cover read, A Youth's Travels. Robin flipped through it and soon found the record about Turtle Island. In the year 1105 of the Sea Circle calendar, I was passing through the waters of Blue Island when a sudden storm blew the ship off course. The island's shape resembled a giant turtle shell. The locals said the island was said to be a colossal turtle, and a song was passed down. Rock and sway, king of the seas, golden crown. As soon as Noah heard the song, he knew he had found the target. This should be the island. He located Blue Island on the chart. It was the 6th node island on the 5th route of Paradise, roughly 293 kilometers from Chongliang Island. Since the travelogue didn't specify the exact location and the island had no magnetic field, it couldn't be located via log pose or eternal pose. Only a special turtle pointer could guide the way. But that didn't trouble Noah. He took out tarot cards and began to divine. Southeast of Bulu Island probability 0. Northeast of Bulu Island probability 14. Northeast 63 degrees from Bulu Island, probability 98. Seeing this result, Noah immediately adjusted course. 2 days later, in a calm stretch of sea and island with a silhouette like a turtle shell appeared beneath Noah and his companions. It really does look like a turtle shell, as compared the island's outline. Let's go down and have a look. Soon Noah and the others appeared on a beach at the island's edge very close to the island's town. As they stepped into the town's streets, the residents stared at them with astonishment. After all, Turtle Island was not on any magnetic route and had no magnetism of its own, as ships rarely came near. Soon a short middle-aged woman escorted by several tall muscular men walked toward them. The middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Honored guests, I am Luba, the mayor of Turtle Town. Did the weather blow you off course to our island?" "No, we came here specifically," Noah replied with a smile. Luaba was momentarily at a loss. But the burly men beside her looked hostile, their hands moving to their weapons. "No need to be so tense. If I wanted to fight, you wouldn't stand a chance." As he finished speaking, Noah released a trace of his conqueror's haki. Luaba and the others broke into a cold sweat. Quick to read the situation, Luaba forced a smile and asked, "Sir, is there anything we can help you with? I'd like to learn more about the island's legends." "Mayor Luaba, could you tell us about them?" "Haha, of course. Just then a boy driving a robot appeared on the street, not far away, charging at Noah with a roar. "You damned invaders, be destroyed. Razit, stop it." "Don't worry, madam." Noah instantly manipulated the electromagnetic field, immobilizing the robot. Inside the cockpit, Razit frantically pulled levers and pressed buttons, but the robot didn't budge. In an instant, a stream of iron sand pulled Razit from the cockpit. The panicked, bespectacled blonde boy, about 14 or 15, was utterly shocked by Noah's power. "Sir, Razit is still young, please forgive him." But Noah refused. Spoiling him won't teach him properly. He has great talent in mechanical development. Building a robot like this in such resource-poor conditions. He has a bright future, but he needs tempering. Kuro, he's yours. "No problem. I'll make sure he understands what the foundation of this world is." A malicious gleam flashed behind Kuro's glasses. Luaba watched with a worried expression, but she understood the nature of this world, the strong prey on the weak. Turtle Island had no strong fighters. Facing Noah and his group, they could only swallow their pride. Soon, under Luaba's guidance, they entered the ancient ruins at the island's center. Noah had already thoroughly surveyed the ruins with his electromagnetic sense, and even detected the powerful life force of the giant turtle. But he also noticed the turtle's problem. Its immense size granted immense power, but also immense burden. With a diameter of over 5 kilometers and a height of about 180 meters covered in thick rock soil and trees, the turtle could barely move, and only for short bursts. For biological modification, Luo and Andy were the experts. Noah called them over. Luo used his Op no Mi and observation haki to carefully examine the turtle's condition. Noah, the situation is far worse than expected. The turtle hasn't eaten for a long time, resulting in severe malnutrition. If left untreated, it will likely die from organ failure in less than 30 years. Can we improve it with biomodification? Luo thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, but it will take a few months. Then stay here for a while. Other matters can wait. Agreed. After discussing the treatment plan, Noah and his group also arranged for the residents of Turtle Town. Since the turtle was to be transformed into a mobile fortress, these ordinary civilians couldn't stay. He had Alii take them to the Storm Islands for resettlement. Dahliasis Wood and the others also remained on Turtle Island to begin fortifying the entire island. The treatment of the turtle and the fortress construction proceeded simultaneously. Luo transplanted some organs from the baron of the stomach onto the turtle, allowing it to capture nearby sea creatures for food using vine-like tentacles. He also transplanted organs from Skypea shells to enhance the turtle's stealth mobility and attack power. Dahlia used weapons and steel produced in the Storm Islands industrial zone to modify the turtle shell, installing laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, conventional artillery, and machine guns as small turrets. The core area was turned into a weapons factory capable of producing shells, rockets, and bullets. All modifications were designed for underwater navigation. After all, the turtle was only about 180 meters tall, so it could dive in certain seas, such as the waters around the Sabaody archipelago, which ranged from 500 to 180 meters deep. The 4 calm belt seas were even deeper, generally between 200 and 300 meters. As the nesting grounds of sea kings, those areas were home to massive creatures thousands of meters in size, making depths of 200 to 300 meters just right for them. That was also why large sea kings rarely appeared in the 4 seas. The depths there were generally over 100 meters, making it difficult for them to move. Noah departed from Turtle Island, piloting the Nautilus at high speed toward the Kingdom of Auckland on the Paradise Third route. He was heading to this kingdom because the divination results for this month indicated that a devil fruit was located within the territory of the Kingdom of Auckland. 3 days later, on the icy and snow-covered island of Auckland, Noah and his companions clad in down jackets braved the blizzard as they skied toward a small town on Auckland Island. Auckland Island, where the Kingdom of Auckland is situated, is a winter island. Except for the area near the western volcanic crater where crops can be cultivated for about half a year each year, the rest of the time is covered in ice and snow. The location where Noah and the others landed was in the uninhabited southeastern region of Auckland Island, approximately 46 kilometers from Auckland City, near the volcanic crater. After the group passed through a coniferous forest, they spotted a cluster of wooden cabins and sailing ships anchored in the bay. Upon seeing Noah and his companions arrive, the owner of the wooden cabin immediately burst out through the door, fixing Noah with an unwelcoming gaze. "Who are you? Are you another group of pirates looking to steal back the flag?" No sooner had he finished speaking when the middle-aged man, whose body was as round as a balloon, began emitting intense crimson heat from every part of him. "Oh, this condition." Noah looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Before he could continue, the man charged forward ferociously. "Go, Dad!" A pair of twin young men cheered and waved flags nearby. Another boy with a pointed chin and a girl with light purple hair were also shouting excitedly. "Dad, defeat these pirates. I wonder if there's any treasure." Unfortunately, they were about to be disappointed shortly. With a gentle clench of his hands, Noah instantly transformed the surrounding ice and snow into a terrifying giant ice python that surged toward the middle-aged man. This ability, the middle-aged man's expression shifted suddenly. Almost immediately his body was encased in ice and snow. However, he remained composed. As his body temperature rapidly surged, the surrounding ice and snow quickly melted into steam. Boom! The steam expanded and exploded, shattering the surrounding ice. But in the next instant, ice and snow enveloped him once more. The two fought in this manner, from noon until dusk. On the icy plain, as the sunset cast its glow, the middle-aged man who had just melted the ice and snow once again was drenched in sweat, his chest heaving uncontrollably as he gasped for air. Yet Noah showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. So what if his body temperature could reach 10,000 degrees Celsius? Devil fruit abilities require physical stamina, and maintaining such extreme heat continuously drains energy at an exponential rate. In contrast, Noah's float fruit abilities consumed very little physical energy. At this pace, he could sustain the fight for 10 days and nights if necessary. In truth, the prolonged battle was nothing more than Noah playing around. Had he intended to finish it quickly, a single conqueror's hockey strike combined with electromagnetic cannon volleys would have instantly annihilated his opponent. By now, the middle-aged man finally realized that Noah was simply toying with him, yet he was utterly powerless to resist. Huff! Huff! I will never surrender. Suddenly, the middle-aged man made a desperate dash toward his 5 children, shouting as he ran, "Children! Huff! Run away quickly!" "Run from what?" Kuro was already standing behind the twins, adjusting his glasses as he asked. In that instant, the middle-aged man's heart sank like lead into an ice cellar. Soon the exhausted middle-aged man was bound by Noah's ice python, while Kuro kindly persuaded the 5 children to stay behind. Inside the wooden cabin, Noah pressed the middle-aged man into a nearby chair. "Can we sit down and have a proper conversation now?" "Huh?" The middle-aged man paused, then asked in utter disbelief. "You beat me up for half a day just to have a chat. I don't like dealing with hot-tempered individuals, so I thought I'd help cool you down. You wouldn't mind, would you?" "Heh." The middle-aged man's face contorted with rage. Clenching his fists, he desperately wanted to punch that bastard senseless. If only he weren't completely outmatched. Noah showed no mercy, hurling a mass of seawater directly at him. Drenched in the cold seawater, the middle-aged man felt his strength drain away completely. "Are you feeling calmer now? Do you need to cool off some more?" No. The middle-aged man was desperately eager to play the role of a gentleman. Soon the middle-aged man laid bare his entire family's situation. The middle-aged man's name was Dun Akino, a paramecia-type user of the heat fruit. More accurately, this fruit should be called the hot body fruit. It differs from the heat fruit Noah had previously retrieved from Owen. Owen's heat fruit was more properly termed the thermal energy fruit, as it allowed the release of internal thermal energy. Dun Akino's heat fruit, however, could only heat his own body, though he could regulate his temperature anywhere from 1 to 10,000 degrees Celsius. Both fruits had their own unique advantages. Akino's 5 children were eldest son Dun Kambagino, 22 years old, second son Dun Brandy, 22 years old, third son Dun Huakalu, 15 years old, eldest daughter Dun Alubalu, 18 years old, and second daughter Dun Lilu, 10 years old. Their family operated as pirate flag hunters in paradise, a specialized type of bounty hunter. Therefore, rather than killing them, Noah considered recruiting them instead. In truth, the 41-year-old Dun Akino showed considerable potential. With scientific training and the Yuanshua potion from Noah's family, he could certainly reach the rank of elite vice admiral, if not an admiral. His 5 children were also promising. With the right devil fruits, their strength would surge dramatically. Faced with Noah's offer, Akino hesitated for a moment before ultimately agreeing. After all, the scene of Noah effortlessly overpowering him was still fresh in his mind. Even setting aside his own interests, he needed to consider his children's futures. After Akino agreed to join, Noah revealed his true identity to him and instructed Ale to send the 5 children to the training camp for a year. Whether as hostages or as trainees under Noah's sincere tutelage, Akino knew he had no grounds to refuse. Noah also asked Akino whether he had discovered any devil fruits on Auckland Island. Akino shook his head. Lord Noah, if I had found a devil fruit, I would have given it to my children long ago. My own heat fruit was encountered back on my hometown of Whiskey Island. You're from Whiskey Island? Yes, but I left several years ago. I discovered that bastard crocodile was operating in the area. Concerned that my children might get caught in the crossfire, I decided to leave my homeland. I see. The group rested at the wooden cabin camp for the night. Early the next morning, Noah led them onward in their search for the devil fruit. Since this was an inhabited island, Noah could not casually use his float fruit abilities to search. He could only rely on observation hockey and electromagnetic wave scanning. However, both observation hockey and electromagnetic wave detection had their limitations. Things hidden underground, for instance, were extremely difficult to detect. At this point, Noah could only hope that the fruit wasn't buried underground. On January 21st, 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, Noah and his party, except for a brief return to the Rum Kingdom for the annual meeting, spent the rest of their time searching for the devil fruit on Auckland Island. This was the norm for Noah when seeking a devil fruit. Even with tarot card divination, pinpointing its exact location remained elusive. Moreover, even if an accurate position was obtained, it only reflected the fruit's location at that moment. Sometimes it would be moved by people, animals, or natural disasters. He had already determined that the fruit was not in the volcanic crater region of Auckland Island, but in the icy wasteland of the glacier. Facing an ice field spanning nearly 200 square kilometers, Noah felt a headache coming on. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he turned to order, "Alay, go and bring Luo here." Luo? Shouldn't he still be on Turtle Island? I'll go right away. A few minutes later, the wormhole opened again. Alay leaped out of the wormhole with Luo. "No, Adano, what's the urgent matter? How far along is the modification work on Turtle Island?" At present, the transplantation of predatory vines is complete. With the abundance of food, the vitality of the island turtle has greatly recovered. The next step is to replace the plants on the shell with symbiotic ones that connect to the turtle, further enhancing its energy source. Noah nodded. Well done. Luo scratched his spotted cap. It's an honor to assist you, Noadano. I called you here to use your ability to find a fruit hidden beneath the glacier. Searching for a devil fruit. Luo pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the idea. Should I use a CT scan? Yes. Noah casually took out several devil fruits from his cards. First, CT scan these fruits as a physical reference. No problem. Luo gripped the devil fruits and carefully scanned each one several times, recording their states under the CT scan. All set, Noadano. Then let's begin. Luo focused his mind. Operating room, maximize. The range of his operating room instantly enveloped a radius of 1500 meters. Enhance CT. After a moment, Luo opened his eyes in disappointment. No signs of a devil fruit here. Robin marked an X on the detailed map of Auckland Island at that location. How many more times can you perform this level of scan? Luo estimated his stamina. About 80 times today. 80 times. That should be enough. The glacier is only about 200 square kilometers. We might find it soon. Luo then began scanning methodically in the vicinity. It wasn't until the 17th scan that he suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. What did you find? Noadano, there are many building outlines beneath the glacier. Building outlines. What's the exact depth? Luo estimated for a moment. About 142 meters down. That depth. Noah raised an eyebrow, then his body entered a state of high heat, steel melting the glacier beneath him and evaporating the water into steam. Soon a hole appeared in the glacier. They melted deeper until reaching about 145 meters, where they encountered hard rock. Together with Akino, they continued melting the surrounding ice. As the ice layers beneath rapidly melted, the ruins buried within revealed their true form. To prevent the ice above from collapsing, Noah manipulated iron sand to form a ceiling and pillars. Robin examined the statues and ancient script on the ruins and quickly translated the content. This is the sacrificial temple of the ancient Ankuta people. According to the records of the O'Hara Library, the Ankuta Kingdom was once a prosperous nation renowned for gemstone craftsmanship, famous for carving the tears of the angel. Noah noticed the altitude was more than 50 meters below sea level and realized that this so-called Ankuta Kingdom was likely submerged in the world-drowning flood 800 years ago. Part of the temple inscriptions described their belief in the gem god, along with sacrificial rituals and ceremonies. Can you find where the capital of the Ankuta Kingdom was? Robin continued reading the content on the surrounding buildings and soon found relevant information. Every year on April 9th, the king of Ankuta would walk westward from the capital to worship the gem god at the gem temple. So the capital lies to the east of the gem temple. Ale reminded, "Big brother, should we dig up these gems?" Not yet. Soon Noah and Akino began clearing a path eastward. After advancing about 3 kilometers east, they encountered the deeper Ankuta royal city, which was almost at 110 meters below sea level. No wonder it had been completely submerged. Entering the royal city, they found many jewelry and ornaments inside the buildings, truly a legendary gemstone kingdom. Especially the palace, where the walls were inlaid with dazzling colorful gems. Since the city was flooded and likely frozen into ice shortly after, many Ankuta bodies remained relatively intact with little sign of skeletonization. Suddenly Luo spoke up, "No Adano, I found a devil fruit inside the palace." Moments later, using the spatial ability of his operating room, he retrieved the hidden devil fruit. This fruit looks unfamiliar. Robin stared at the devil fruit, a puzzled expression on her face, as she had seen the devil fruit encyclopedia. Noah also didn't recognize it. He took out the book of devils and flipped through it from beginning to end, but found no record matching this fruit's characteristics. Robin was astonished. How is that possible? Suddenly Noah thought for a moment. This place was destroyed 800 years ago. If the fruit has been frozen here since then, it means the devil fruit encyclopedia published after 800 years wouldn't have a record of it. Robin realized. That's true. The first officially published devil fruit encyclopedia was released in 1247. Perhaps the world government has the most complete encyclopedia, but they won't publish such content publicly. Noah pondered for a moment, then whispered a few instructions to Ale. A few minutes later, Ale brought over a lobotomized test subject and then brought Mary. Noah cut open the devil fruit and stuffed a piece of its flesh into the test subject's mouth. Mary immediately sensed his mind. The emotionless test subject couldn't resist Mary's observation hockey perception, and soon she learned the fruit's ability. "Big brother, this devil fruit is a Logia-type rock fruit." "What? Logia?" Everyone was astonished. "A fruit like this exists." Kuro was shocked. "Rock fruit." Noah began contemplating the development directions of this fruit. This fruit was clearly a superior version of the stone fruit, and the sand fruit, since sand is essentially fine rock. Moreover, looking at the vast amount of gems in the palace, it was highly likely that someone in the Ankuta kingdom had used the rock fruit to mass-produce raw gemstones, making the kingdom the gemstone nation. Soon Noah made a decision. He borrowed Bee's castle fruit to extract the rock fruit from the test subject's body. Ale, bring Victor here. Hearing his command, Ale immediately understood Noah's intention. "I'll bring him right away." A few minutes later, Ale and Victor leaped out of the wormhole. Victor, now nearly 3 meters tall, towered over everyone else. He asked with bewilderment, "Big brother, there don't seem to be any enemies around, do there? What did you call me over for?" "Of course it's something good. This is the rock fruit of the Logia type. Eat it." Noah handed the rock fruit to Victor. "Logia, don't refuse. You must be feeling a bottleneck now, right?" Victor lowered his head. He indeed felt a bottleneck. At 17 years old, after 7 years of persistent training and the abundant resources of the Noah family, his strength had reached the elite vice admiral level. Achieving the elite vice admiral level through sheer physical techniques and hockey alone was already extraordinarily powerful for his age. Unfortunately, Victor had been at this level since the beginning of the previous year. A year had passed, yet his progress had been excruciatingly slow. Even with life-draining intensive training, the improvement remained negligible. Clearly, Victor's physical potential had reached its limit. As for the vampire fruit that Noah had prepared for him, Victor had never proposed eating it because he felt the vampire fruit was not suited for a hard-hitting physical combatant. But Noah, knowing that the fruit in hand was the rock fruit, concluded that it was a perfect fit for Victor. After hesitating for a while, Victor finally picked up the rock fruit. He knew he could not afford to be willful. The family needed more admiral-level combatants to face future enemies. Expressionless, he devoured the grape-shaped rock fruit, leaving nothing behind. The moment he swallowed it, a powerful shockwave erupted from within his body. Conqueror's Haki. Noah was astounded. He had not expected Victor to possess such innate talent. But soon he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Victor's Conqueror's Haki was also crimson, and it merged with Noah's own Conqueror's Haki. As the two streams of Conqueror's Haki intertwined, Noah could perceive Victor's will within them. It was pure conviction, an unyielding faith nurtured through ceaseless mental self-suggestion day after day of physical tempering, and the evolutionary power of the IQ component, which had awakened the Crimson Conqueror's Haki. So that's how it is. Conqueror's Haki can be cultivated through this method. Victor's situation provided Noah with a very precise answer. Pure conviction, a powerful physique, and the evolutionary power of the IQ component as a catalyst. These could potentially awaken one's Conqueror's Haki. Of course, Noah's ideological education also played a crucial role. Generally, within pirate crews, each crew might produce a single captain with Conqueror's Haki, but it was rare to have 2 or 3 such individuals. For instance, the Whitebeard pirates had Whitebeard Blackbeard Leighton Ace, he abandoned it, and Kazuki Odin semi-withdrawn. The Big Mom pirates had Charlotte Linlin and Charlotte Kakuri protecting family. The Beasts pirates had Kaido and Yamato, who regarded herself as Odin. The Red Hair pirates had Shanks. In other words, the organizational structure of a pirate crew is naturally unsuited for producing numerous Conqueror's Haki Awakeners because the captain's conviction demands that the crew share the same heart and mind. In a pirate crew, only the captain is qualified to pursue the dream of becoming the pirate king. This dream cannot accommodate the ambition of another Conqueror's Haki Awakener. For example, Ace, after joining Whitebeard's ship, always wanted Whitebeard to become the pirate king. Under such circumstances, how could his Conqueror's Haki be powerful? Kings and kings are like two tigers on one mountain, unless one is willing to submit. But a Conqueror's Haki Awakener who submits is destined to be weak. Just like Doflamingo, who always cowered before Kaido and Big Mom. It would be a miracle if his Conqueror's Haki could improve. The Noah family, however, was different, particularly the core members who had accepted Noah's ideological education. Although they acknowledged and respected Noah as their elder brother, they harbored a conviction to transform the world. The dream of creating a brand new world could accommodate countless Conqueror's Haki Awakeners. After all, there can only be one pirate king, but there can be countless saviors. That was the difference in dreams. Noah's dream could embrace everyone. The pirate king's dream could only embrace himself. With Victor's awakening of Conqueror's Haki, Noah's inner conviction grew even firmer. Victor, coming to his senses, saw Aquino struggling to hold on, and realized that his Conqueror's Haki had suppressed the other. This was entirely normal. After all, Aquino had been forced to join and had only been with them for a little over a month. Naturally, he could not resonate with Noah's spirit to be immune to the Conqueror's Haki pressure. Victor withdrew his Conqueror's Haki and immediately spoke to Noah with respect. Big brother, thank you for your guidance. Don't sell yourself short. Your hard work is also the foundation of today's achievement. Now that you have obtained this power, you must use it well and strive for the new ideal realm. Yes, that is also my conviction. Victor's gaze was resolute. So this is the power of conviction. Robin looked at Victor with some wonder. She was not familiar with him, only knowing that he was Noah's childhood friend and one of the earliest members of the Noah family. Noah turned to the others. The awakening of Conqueror's Haki is the crystallization of conviction. As long as you genuinely identify with the dream of creating an ideal realm, possess a strong physique, and receive the evolutionary power of the IQ drug, all of you have the potential to awaken Conqueror's Haki. All of us. Kuro mused thoughtfully. Noah looked at Kuro. To be precise, the purer the conviction, the easier it is to awaken. You are very intelligent, but precisely because you are too clever, it tends to make your thoughts complicated, reducing your chances of awakening Conqueror's Haki. Kuro immediately grasped Noah's explanation. In other words, the simpler a person is combined with a pure dream, and the stimulation of the IQ drug may awaken Conqueror's Haki. It seems I indeed have little chance of awakening. This was also a psychological problem that tactician-type powerhouses found hard to avoid. The classic case of overthinking. When the mind becomes complicated, the conviction is no longer pure. That was why among all the members of the Noah family, it was Victor who became the second Conqueror's Haki Awakener after Noah. With Victor's awakening of Conqueror's Haki, Noah began to instruct everyone to thoroughly plunder the treasures of the Ankura kingdom. Noah focused on collecting gold and silver, while Robin was drawn to the frozen books, statues, and murals. Victor also began using his ability to gather various gems. The rock fruit had a unique trait. Initially, it could only produce ordinary rock, but if it had samples of other stones, it could record them. The gems left behind here almost encompassed all the gem varieties in the pirate world, including rubies, sapphires, emeralds, crystals, amber, beeswax, diamonds, jade, and more. After Victor replicated the composition of these gems using his ability, he could then imitate them. As long as the surrounding elemental components were present, he could create artificial gems identical to natural ones. It took Noah and his crew over a week to thoroughly strip the ruins of the Ankura kingdom. The gold and silver alone were worth over 300 billion berry. As for the gems, with Victor around, if the Noah family wished, they could pave the ground with them. Nuya and his group passed through the wormhole and returned to the Storm Archipelago, which was convenient for training. On Thousand Mountain Island, specifically designated for cultivation, Wei Ku was currently here experimenting with the various abilities of the rock fruit. The basic ability of a Logia type is elemental transformation. The rock fruit can turn into various kinds of stones. However, considering the physical immunity granted by elementalization, using sand as the material basis for elemental transformation would be relatively more practical. Wei Ku did not dwell too much on elementalization. Instead, he transformed his body into diamond. Ku Luo, acting as a sparring partner, struck Wei Ku's body with his silent claws in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The collision of the claws and Wei Ku's body produced a series of sparks. Ku Luo then coated his claws with armament haki, yet it still could not breach the defense. Evidently, Wei Ku's diamond body possessed extremely high defensive strength. However, the next moment, Ichinua, whose entire body had entered a high-temperature state, punched Wei Ke's body. In an instant, part of the diamond on Wei Ke's surface was ignited, forcing him to evade by transforming into sand. Nuya, standing at a distance, reminded, "This is the weakness of diamond. Temperatures exceeding 800 degrees Celsius are enough to ignite diamond. Therefore, you need to develop other types of rock armor." Next, Wei Ke experimented with abilities related to creation and shaping. A massive and sturdy rock giant, an exceptionally troublesome rock sand giant python, or a sand-water absorption ability similar to Kulu Kitiur's. As a superior version of the sand fruit, the rock fruit can encompass all the abilities of the sand fruit. After trying out these abilities, it was time for Nuya's various ideas. Wei Ke then generated a ruby cannon from his body. Inside the cannon barrel, a large number of gear-shaped electric stones, soaked by the water absorbed from the sand, began to rapidly grind against each other. Soon the energy inside the cannon barrel surged rapidly and converged onto the ruby laser emitter. A beam of laser blasted out from the muzzle. Zzz. In an instant, the distant mountain was directly pierced through. The ruby laser cannon. This was one of the applications of science. For the next idea, Wei Ke emitted a cloud of dust from his body, which then rapidly spread in all directions. What is this? Kuluo's observation haki frantically warned of danger. Nuya used a strong magnetic field to block the spreading dust, preventing it from approaching, while explaining to Ichinua and Kuluo, "This is asbestos dust, a fine needle-like rock that is difficult to observe with the naked eye. If a large amount of asbestos dust is inhaled into the body, it will quickly cause pathological changes similar to the lead disease of Feely Fancy back then. My high-temperature body should be immune, right?" Ichinua asked somewhat uncertainly. To be precise, your high-temperature body can be immune to most viruses, toxins, bacteria, and harmful components. The key is whether your stamina can hold out. Ichinua immediately recalled the experience of being depleted by Nuya earlier, which made him understand that devil fruit abilities also require physical stamina to support. After experimenting with the asbestos dust, Wei Ke transformed the dust back into ordinary rock. If he didn't transform the asbestos dust, the training ground would be completely ruined. Once someone trained here, they would easily inhale the asbestos that had settled on the surface. Next, Wei Ke transformed his body into opal. By constantly adjusting the surface structure of the opal, his body gradually blended into the surrounding environment. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that as a rock fruit user, Wei Ke could easily disguise himself as rock and merge with the environment, making it impossible for ordinary observation haki to detect his presence. Kuluo's observation haki failed, and he could not detect any trace of Wei Ke's presence. However, Nuya's level of observation haki could sense faint fluctuations, especially after entering the electromagnetic wave amplification mode, which made this feeling even clearer. After trying the opal's environmental color invisibility, Wei Ke transformed his body into a rock armor composed of moissanite. Ichinua, go test the high-temperature limit of this armor. No problem. Ichinua's fist glowed with crimson heat and slammed into Wei Ke's armor. Soon Ichinua provided a data. Not bad, it can withstand temperatures below 2,700 degrees Celsius, and its hardness is only slightly lower than the diamond armor from earlier. Evidently, this temperature was already sufficient. As long as he didn't encounter the heat fruit, the thermo fruit, the flame fruit, the rumble fruit, the glint fruit, or the awakened state of the magma fruit, this moissanite armor could basically withstand attacks from most top-tier experts. Except for the glint fruit and the unawakened magma fruit, the other four fruits were in Nuya's family. Those who could break through Wei Ke's defense could only be masters of Conqueror's haki coding and armament haki internal destruction. However, Wei Ke was not a fool. He would naturally not stand still and let others hit him. Next, Nuya summoned from his cards the poneglyph stone slab found in the Xiangula ruins. Wei Ke immediately understood Nuya's intention. He placed his hands on the stone slab, and after a moment he opened his eyes and said, "Big brother, I can control this stone, but I cannot create it. Is it the influence of sea stone components? Indeed, there is a special substance interfering with my ability." Nuya actually had some guesses in his mind. If the poneglyphs were so easily destroyed, the world government would have already destroyed them. Evidently, the general supernatural abilities of devil fruits could not affect the poneglyph stone slabs. Of course, this was not absolute. For instance, Ichinua, whose body temperature could reach 10,000 degrees Celsius, could evaporate the poneglyph stone slab through extreme heat. Under that terrifying temperature, any stone would be decomposed and vaporized. It seems that to enhance your strength, we must plan for that thing. Wei Ke was puzzled. Big brother, what thing? A special mineral existing in the New World, explosive rock. Explosive rock. A fist-sized piece of explosive rock can cause destruction over a radius of several hundred meters. 100 pieces of this size can destroy a small island. Kuluo adjusted his glasses. This thing should not be easy to obtain, right? Correct, it is strictly controlled by the world government and the Navy. Currently, only the Navy High Command and the 5 elders know its specific storage locations. However, Nuya then laughed. But after all, this thing is a mineral. Since it is a mineral, there must be places of origin. Through intelligence from the underworld, I have already identified 5 suspected islands of origin. Even if the world government and navy have completely mined the explosive rock, there must be undiscovered small veins in the remaining mining areas. And Weiku, being a rock fruit user, can easily find those buried deep veins within the strata without needing to look for the storage locations of finished explosive rock. Half a month later, we set out for the new world. Yes, Weiku stayed behind to continue training his fruit abilities. Meanwhile, Nuya and his group prepared for the journey to the new world half a month later. After all, the new world was different from paradise. The 3 emperors, now in a tripartite stalemate, had already divided nearly 40 of the new world seas. Among the remaining seas, the world government and its allied nations controlled roughly 27. The other seas were either semi-independent pirate crews like Fengchao Island or Ierbafu, one of the world's strongest nations, or uninhabited areas with extremely harsh environments. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, on February 3rd, a wormhole opened above the thunderclouds over Latian Island in the New World, and Noah and his group emerged one after another. Then Noah released the Nautilus, and Victor plunged his hands into its hull. Instantly, a layer of opal covered the Nautilus, and the submarine vanished into thin air. Once everyone boarded, the Nautilus sped off in one direction. Croc held 3 eternal pose needles, constantly monitoring the flight path to avoid deviation. Their destination was the Mist Sea in the New World. Based on various intelligence analyses, this sea area contained many islands, but they had always been under strict control by the world government. The reason Noah suspected this place was the origin of dynamite rock stemmed from a single piece of information. In 1476, a transport fleet of the world government in the Mist Sea was attacked by a powerful pirate crew, causing a terrifying tsunami across the surrounding waters. Afterward, the Marines dispatched Admiral Bloodhand Bale to permanently station at the Mist Sea. It was not until around 1488 that Bloodhand left the area. Under what circumstances could a tsunami occur? The answers were few: either Whitebeard's tremor fruit, a violent explosion, or the strike of Uranus. First, the strike of Uranus could be ruled out as Vegapunk had not yet created the mother flame, and Uranus's energy supply was insufficient and would not casually use it. Both Whitebeard and Dynamite Rock were possible. The pirate crew that attacked the transport fleet was the infamous Rocks Pirates, and Whitebeard was among them at that time. Combined with the Marines' subsequent reaction, Noah knew that the Mist Sea must contain something extremely important to the world government. A week later, the Nautilus entered the periphery of the Mist Sea. By amplifying his observation hockey through electromagnetic waves, Noah quickly detected several marine monitoring stations set up in the area. Clearly, the world government had not completely abandoned the Mist Sea. However, such monitoring stations were virtually useless against the Noah family, who could fly. Soon, the Nautilus descended from high altitude into the depths of the Mist Sea. After locating the first uninhabited island, it landed. The island was eerily quiet. Noah could not even sense the presence of any large animals, and the vegetation was sparse and malnourished. However, Noah soon discovered some ruins on the island. Croc glanced at the rusty mining rails and the pile of rubble at the end. It's a mining tunnel, but it's all collapsed. Leave it to me. Victor plunged his hands into the ground, beginning to assimilate the surrounding rocks. After more than 10 minutes, he shook his head. Not here. It's just an ordinary copper mine ruin below. Then on to the next island. The Nautilus set sail again. There were about 30 islands within the Mist Sea. Noah and his team searched 8 islands consecutively without finding any dynamite rock. The 9th was a very small, barren island, less than 200 square meters in area. Victor did not pay much attention, performing his routine check by sensing the underground rock layers. But soon he opened his eyes. Big brother, I found something. What did you find? Noah had not held much hope for this small island. There's a huge whirlpool-shaped cavity beneath the seabed on the northeast side of the island. I sensed some unstable rocks inside, similar to the dynamite rock you described. Whether it is or not, we'll know by taking a sample. Victor nodded, then manipulated the surrounding rocks to extract some unstable rocks buried over 500 meters deep. The moment the unstable rock was brought to the surface, its surface began to expand. Boom. A violent explosion instantly destroyed a large area of rock Victor had created. As soon as Noah saw the pebble-shaped stone, he knew it was dynamite rock. This is the thing. What terrifying power. Croc estimated that the fist-sized dynamite rock had instantly annihilated a rock layer with a radius of nearly 120 meters. So this is dynamite rock. Victor quickly dived underground, located the deeply buried dynamite rock, and analyzed its elemental structure. Soon he understood its composition. When Victor re-emerged from the ground, he held a dynamite rock wrapped in crystal in his palm. Can you already replicate its composition? Victor nodded. Yes, I can mass-produce dynamite rock now. In fact, the Noah family was not lacking in powerful explosives. For instance, Gayram could mass-produce metallic hydrogen cubes using the cube fruit, which were no less destructive than dynamite rock. However, the metallic hydrogen cubes had a drawback. Aside from Noah and Garam, no one else could activate the explosion command. This was because the metallic hydrogen cubes only exploded when the compression was released. In contrast, the dynamite rock produced by Victor, though equally unstable, would not explode as long as it did not come into direct contact with oxygen. Thus, Victor coated the dynamite rock with a layer of crystal, isolating it from air. The crystal was not very hard. When thrown against a hard building or rock, it would shatter, exposing the dynamite rock to air and triggering a massive explosion. This meant that dynamite rock could be used as a conventional weapon. Of course, Noah would not allow ordinary members to handle dynamite rock weapons, as their own strength was too weak, making it easy for enemies to capture the weapons. Even if they were to equip dynamite rock weapons, they would only be mounted on the Ark warships. Noah no longer cared about ancient weapons like Pluton. After all, Ark warships equipped with mass-produced dynamite rock weapons possessed island-destroying destructive power. Moreover, the Arks could be mass-produced. From now on, the Noah family and the Dawn country would have the foundation to compete with the world government. However, Noah was not blinded by the power of dynamite rock weapons. Their destructive force was only effective against ordinary people or islands. They could hardly inflict fatal injuries on Vice Admiral-level experts. Later, Zephyr's personal experience provided a reference for Noah. When Borsellino was hit in the face with dynamite rock, his clothes weren't even dirty. The Marine Vice Admirals in the explosion only suffered minor flesh wounds. Of course, if several hundred tons of dynamite rock were detonated at once, even Vice Admiral-level experts would be unable to withstand the explosion's core. However, the existence of observation hockey made such ambush attacks almost impossible to achieve full effectiveness. But after Victor gained the ability to create dynamite rock, his strength essentially reached admiral level, and he was even more terrifying than an ordinary admiral. This was the enhancement of a top-tier Logia. After eating the rock fruit, Victor's potential would skyrocket, soon catching up to Joshua and Lillian. As for Monet, even with Noah's development ideas for her snow fruit, she could probably only reach the level of an admiral candidate. Unless she could achieve Zephyr-level physical conditioning or awaken Conqueror's Haki, she would not be able to step into the admiral level. After departing from the Misty Sea, Noah and his crew did not immediately return to the Storm Archipelago, but continued to roam the New World. Of course, they were not sailing aimlessly. They were heading toward the Punk Hazard Island. Although Punk Hazard Island was an island without magnetic force, meaning it had no log pose, it did not mean Noah was unable to find it. The answer lay in Joshua's Thunderfruit. By amplifying the magnetic field of the Thunder God Island, he had meticulously scouted the sea area near the entrance of the New World. It was during that time that Joshua discovered Punk Hazard Island, which lacked a strong magnetic field, and marked its precise location on the nautical chart. By using a sextant for positioning, the Nautilus flying at high altitude was not disturbed by the harsh weather of the New World. 1 week later, the Nautilus silently arrived above Punk Hazard Island. Under the cover of night, Noah and his crew secretly descended into a forested area on the island. Before the outbreak of the Blue-Red War, this island had been a thriving habitat for ferocious beasts. At that time, the island was already guarded by the world government and marine personnel. The research base located in the central area of the island was already of a scale similar to what it would later become. Victor quickly used his ability to lead the group through the underground rock layers and silently infiltrated the research base. Deep within the underground of the research base, using electromagnetic wave induction, Noah hacked into the signal system of some surveillance Den Mushy, thereby obtaining the surveillance footage. In the images simulated by electromagnetic waves, Vegapunk, whom Noah wanted to find, was not present. However, he thought it was likely that Vegapunk was already working at Egghead Island. Punk Hazard Island was not actually safe because Kaido had taken King from here. At this time, the person in charge of the scientific research work on Punk Hazard was the infamous scum of humanity, Caesar Clown. Noah also saw the artificial pink dragon fruit left idle in a secret chamber. Let's move. Noah gave the order, and everyone began to act. Meanwhile, the Den Mushy communication on Punk Hazard Island was also jammed by Noah, using electromagnetic interference. Shiki and Victor were responsible for eliminating the Marines and CP agents outside the research base, while Alii covered the gaps. Noah, along with Kuro, Robin, Akinu, and Daz, was responsible for controlling the interior of the research base. In the secret chamber where the pink dragon fruit was stored, Noah and his group jumped directly out of the wormhole. He casually picked up the artificial devil fruit and threw it into the storage card. At the same time, the interior of the research base had already fallen into chaos. Especially the CP agents in the surveillance room. They broke out in cold sweat, because not only was the surveillance Den Mushy showing static, but the communication Den Mushy and anti-eavesdropping Den Mushy they carried had also lost their communication capabilities. Captain, what should we do? The squad leader of the CP2 agents in black suits also had a serious expression. Suddenly his eyes turned cold, and he directly inserted his finger into the forehead of the vice captain. The vice captain fell to the ground, dying with eyes wide open. This The CP2 squad leader explained, "This is all for the world government. The life cards of Philip and I are stored at headquarters. If one of our life cards burns, it proves that we have encountered a major problem on Punk Hazard." The other agents quickly flattered him. Truly worthy of the captain. Philip's sacrifice was meaningful. Everything is for the world government. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause sounded outside the surveillance room. "You're doing a good job." The squad leader instantly kicked out a Rankyaku. But the next moment, a figure silently appeared behind him. Pucci. Sharp fingernails pierced into the back of the squad leader, who widened his eyes. Before he could scream, his body rapidly shriveled up. "Shoot him." Pucci. In an instant, the 5 agents in the surveillance room turned into dried corpses. Kuro in the shadows killed all the Den Mushi. He was very fortunate because Victor had the rock fruit and could not eat the vampire fruit. Among the family members, Kuro was one of the few who had not eaten a devil fruit, had joined for a relatively long time, had good martial arts skills, and was a suitable candidate for the vampire fruit. Thus the vampire fruit fell to him. This fruit was truly worthy of being a mythical Zoan. It instantly elevated Kuro, whose strength was already at the level of a Marine Headquarters Rear Admiral, to the level of an elite Vice Admiral. This was only the initial enhancement. The immense potential of the vampire fruit was enough to make him a force at the Admiral level. A mere CP2 squad leader was no match for Kuro and was instantly defeated. After handling the situation, Kuro quickly reported to Noah that the CP2 headquarters might have already discovered the incident on Punk Hazard. On the other side, Noah had arrived at the center of the research base. Under his feet was Caesar Clown, who was sprawled like a pile of mud. After receiving Kuro's report, Noah was not too surprised because it was within his expectations. He sealed up all the researchers, packed some valuable research equipment, and left behind a large number of time bombs. More than 10 minutes later, Shiki appeared carrying a half-dead Marine Vice Admiral along with Alii. Victor had also completed his elimination mission. "Let's go." Everyone entered the wormhole and headed to a temporary secret base prepared in the new world. Less than 20 minutes after Noah and his group left, a beam of yellow light descended from the sky. The one who arrived was the firefighter, Borsellino. He looked at the Marine base littered with corpses, a grim expression appearing on his face. Then, transforming into light again, he arrived at the entrance of the research base. The gate of the research base was still intact, but this scene made Borsellino's heart sink. Too quiet. A laser sliced through the steel plate of the gate. However, the moment Borsellino cut through the gate, he instantly entered his elemental form. Boom, boom, boom. As if triggered by a switch, a series of violent explosions occurred inside the research base, shattering the research facilities into pieces. Borsellino's face turned completely dark. Such a silent disappearance reminded him of the group he had encountered in the South Blue. After all, with his speed, it took him at most half an hour to get here from Marineford. The only force that could kill silence, including a headquarters Vice Admiral and several CP2 squad leaders, and escape within half an hour. Aside from the hidden organization, he could not think of any other. However, even though he had guessed the identity of the enemy, Borsellino could only watch the devastated Punk Hazard Island. Without searching for the enemy further, he directly called Marine Headquarters to report the situation and added his own speculation. The high-ranking officials of Marine Headquarters were silent in the face of this news. Meanwhile, the 5 elders on Mary Geos also received the same news, and their expressions were extremely grim. This Punk Hazard incident once again made them realize the terror of the hidden organization. Not only the presence of Logia-type members, but also this terrifying mobility allowed the hidden organization to attack Marine bases or world government member states at any time, while the world government found it difficult to encircle them.